Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And what a game last night, man. That was, I first of all, just two things that were killers. Hunter Brown giving up a 6-spot, solo homers, 2-run homers. I mean, that was not Hunter Brown. I don't know, I don't know what the hell happened. But, your mama said there'd be days like this. He had given up the numbers of him at home were just incredible heading into this game. And they all blew up yesterday. 6 runs, his ERA now at 2.21. He had a sub-2 ERA and a six spot in 6 innings. Really, really hurt him. And then Josh Hader, he'll give up some homers, and giving up that homer, the grand slam in extras, working 2 innings, that was questionable. Brian Abreu was throwing in the bullpen. Brian Abreu could have come in and maybe gotten him out of that thing after he had loaded the bases. He just didn't have his stuff last night. His fastball wasn't popping like it usually does. He's been relying a lot on the slider. But that second inning, there was just too much on the bases, and then leaving that one over the plate for Martinez to hit out. That was the tip. That was a Crawford box home run. When it's a high one that just lands in the first row, those are not home runs in 28 other parks. And it was a home run last night, and it was a grand slam, and the Astros lose again. But Hunter Brown and Josh Hader, what are you going to say? Oh, well, those guys are great. Here's what lost them the game, to tell you the truth. They couldn't hit with runners in scoring position. Mm-mm. They were 2 for 21. Altuve was the only one with RBIs with runners in scoring position. Caratini 0 for 2, Dupont 0 for 1, Short 0 for 3, Trammell 0 for 3, Paredes 0 for 1, Hummel 0 for 1, Whitcomb 0 for 1, Diaz 0 for 4, Smith 0 for 2. Cam Smith had 3 hits in his first 3 at bats, and then 0 for 3 in his last 3 when you needed something. But 2 for 21, no wonder they lost.
Yeah, left 12 on base. 2 for 21, left 12 on base. Jose Altuve was single-handedly keeping them in the game.
Yep.
In the 5th, and then again in the 8th. Big RBIs, and I mean there were some obviously you had some other people who stepped up as well, but I mean, for the most part, it was other than Trammell and Cam Smith, and then you had Altuve. This wasn't a very good performance, but the fact that they came back from the number they were down was really down from 6-1 was really impressive for them to make it all the way back. And then, just your all-stars were just not good yesterday. It's just one of those things. They've been good most of the year, but it was a problem yesterday, and the Astros lose again. And, maybe a little flat after going and beating the Dodgers in LA. They've just come out a little flat these first 2 against Cleveland. So, and Cleveland's not, the record's not good, but they're not you look at the team, they've got some talent.
Yeah, but they were terrible coming in. They were 0 for 10.
I know
weren't scoring any runs. And
awful
they put up
baseball.
A 10 and a 7 against the Astros in the first 2 games.
Yeah, I know. It's not what you'd want. They should be better. They were a pretty good team early in the year, and then they have just really fallen apart.
Yeah.
And now they're getting right in Minute Maid. So, in Daikin. So, I don't know. It was a disappointing game right out of the gate. They throw 2 on Hunter Brown. You're like, well, this isn't normal. You don't usually see this happen very often. And then they just kept piling it on him.
And it was Jose Ramirez with the
he got one in the first, right?
Yeah. And he's just a killer. That dude is just a killer. He is there. I mean, you can't. He is. They ended up walking him later, and which was a good move. Put him on base instead of letting him beat you in extra innings. But then Angel Martinez beat you. Holy crap! Beats Josh Hader.
Mm-hmm.
That you didn't see coming. So they lose again. Oh well, this is the first one in 13 13 series that they've lost.
Mhm.
It's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn skippy. The Seattle lost as well, so you didn't lose any ground in the division. So you know what? You take these on the chin. Let's limp into the All-Star break, and let's see what happens. Go beat them today. Beat them today. Get one out of this series. Texas comes to town. You don't want that. Here's the deal: is they play so. It is so funny. This team always does this though. They let up against lesser teams. This has been the MO for this organization for 10 years. They won World Series when they got swept by the White Sox. Okay. And it's like, for whatever reason, against lesser competition, this team does not, it eases up for whatever reason. They didn't ease up last night. I mean, coming back, like you said, from 6-1 down. And, Trammell hitting that homer that was awesome. Then he had a double later that was really, really nice. So big ups to him. He came through. Zach Short, my guy, no longer the OPS leader on the team. An 0 for 5. And he's down to in the 700s now.
0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, he just sitting there looking at strike 3 with a runner on second in the bottom of the 9th. Holy crap. He's got a 3-2 count, and he just looks at one right down the middle. That was just, oh, my gosh, Zach, at least swing. At least swing the bat. You can't. I mean, you're looking for a walk with a runner on second in the 9th inning?
Mm-hmm.
Be a hero. I need a hero. Zach Short is the hero, and I needed him to be a hero. And instead he had to take off all his armor and go play shortstop. So, you lose a couple of games. Oh, well. This is still a very, very good team. They are 0-1 ever since Robert Flores has been on our show. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but
don't get him on it just in case. Don't get him on anymore.
Well, let's see how they turn. If they turn it around and play 500 ball after Robert Flores, then that's a different story. Okay, but I'm not blaming him per se.
It sounds like it.
But listen, he was on the show yesterday. He's a big Houstonian, loves his Astros. Okay, we didn't even ask him about the Rockets. Forgot to ask him about the Rockets and what his thoughts.
Well, yeah, because he's MLB. He did mention Durant briefly. But he is MLB Network's Robert Flores.
Yeah, I know that, but he's also Houstonian, Robert Flores. And if you don't talk about the Rockets as a Houstonian, then what's the deal? The Rockets have kind of taken over as the city's team. I know everybody loves the Astros and football, whatever. The Rockets are now Houston's team.
What kind of cheap, disloyal city is this where we're Rocket City? They haven't even won a playoff series since when? The bubble? How about we wait for that before we turn it over to the Rockets? Bill O'Brien.
Well, listen, does any other team have Kevin Durant? The answer is no.
Well, no other team in the city can have Kevin Durant because he plays basketball.
That's right.
You're correct, yes. Does any other team have Jose Altuve?
No other team has Jose Altuve.
Then the Astros. All right, then.
Yeah, but guess what? Kevin Durant. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I hope you guys are ready because I know you have made fun of others for going on podcasts. Kevin Durant's going to be the official Rockets podcaster.
Oh, he's going to be on a lot of podcasts.
He's going to be doing a lot of podcasts throughout the year.
You're not going to like CJ Durant. Because he's going to be on a lot of podcasts.
I just saw him on one with the LeBron.
Sure you did.
Nash.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be one of many.
Yeah. I mean, he is. He likes that. That's all right. That's fine. You know what? He can talk.
So he can
CJ
go on.
had a rookie year, and he's out there doing a world tour.
CJ can't go on?
CJ, no. CJ, go win titles like Kevin Durant. Be MVP of the Super Bowl. Then you can go talk.
That guy didn't even make the playoffs, and he's out there doing podcasts.
How about you
that
lock
guy's
in?
got is it MVP in the NBA Finals?
How long ago was that now?
Who cares?
We're talking, 8 years ago now?
Oh, different. Oh, I see how John is. He's got different rules for different players. Ime would never do that. You're not accountable.
Ime's working out with Fred VanVleet. See that video?
I saw him boxing.
Yeah.
I saw him. Ime's waiting to beat John Jones for being inconsistent.
And you guys thought at any point Fred wasn't going to be back?
No,
Those two are
No,
locked in like this.
He loves
it's like
him some Fred.
like a roommate.
Yeah.
Fred is 1 for 28, and he's still get out there,
Well,
Fred.
when you're boxing workout buddies, of
Yeah.
course.
I've never
Yeah.
seen Fred have to go take a seat on the bench.
Well,
Never.
You need a guy to organize the offense.
That's the only guy that's unaccountable, not accountable.
Well, you know why? Because Fred is Ime's hero.
See, I
He
thought that was
is.
Zach Short. I was wrong.
See, the thing about Zach Short is, yes, the 30-year-old vagabond player not coming through in the clutch, I kind of expected. Yeah, I know he had the 2 days against the Dodgers, but this is why Zach Short is Zach Short, to not swing when you need him to swing. There's too much being placed on Zach Short. What he did in Los Angeles is enough. Because what are we expecting from the Zach Shorts? Sean and I went through the lineup against the Guardians from Monday. From like 5 to 9. What in the look, those guys have overachieved, but that lineup with Kennedy, Corona, Zach Short, Trammell, I think that was your 7, 8, 9, and then you got up to 6, and it wasn't any better. Look, Zach Short, man, you had your day in the sun.
Yeah, it was. Thanks for everything,
Yeah.
but let's be real. This guy needs to catch some type of. Well, it's not even. You don't actually. If you head 59 to Sugarland, they don't make you pay to be in the HOV lane at all. Like, you can get in the HOV lane if you just put, like, he just needs to put dress up some kind of dummy in the seat next to him.
A blow-up doll.
Yeah, that's all. Just put some Astros stuff on it, and it's fine. Astros Karen, you could pretend like you got a girlfriend in there with you. You get down there in the HOV lane, and you're back in Sugarland. You're back where it's safe.
Look at this lineup. Yes, 2 nights ago. First of all, Caratini was your fifth in the fifth spot. He did fine, 2 of 4. Hummel, Trammell, Short, Corona. That was your 6 through 9. 6 through 9.
Yeah. I mean, all minor leaguers, dude.
Rough.
It's what they've been doing. Listen, they scored 5 runs in that game. They scored 6 runs last night. The pitching, it's actually the pitching that's let them down. Even though they were 2 for 21 with runners in scoring position, they still put up a 6 spot with that lineup both nights. So you can't. I know that they're playing a bunch of minor leaguers. If they pitch any better, if they pitch like they have been, they win both these games. And Hunter Brown. Oh, what happened to my Hunter Brown? I mean,
Let him have a bad game.
it's all right.
Oh, wow. Randy Johnson lost one at home, too,
No, he
in
didn't. No, he
98.
Dude, he
You
was
scream
11
at him for
1.
losing to the Pirates. Actually, he lost on the road to the Pirates.
Yes, he was 11. He did
Yeah,
not
he
win it.
didn't lose at home.
And that gigantic gargantuan stadium, Randy Johnson losing, no chance. 0 chance. He probably loved pitching there. I don't know how much he'd love pitching here in this stadium. And look what Hunter Brown is doing, pitching in that bandbox. And just last night couldn't hold him. That's all.
Yeah,
that's all. Now you move on. You got a little Brandon Walter going tonight against some big toe guy. Whatevs.
Are we going to go from sweeping the Dodgers to getting swept by the Guardians?
How about that?
It's possible.
It is possible. And you know what? It's baseball. That's just baseball, though.
I've heard that quite a bit over the last 15 years or so. Still dumb to me. That's just what does that mean? Baseball's just random. I guess that's what everyone just says. It's baseball. Well, when Hunter Brown's on the mound, just baseball shouldn't happen, to be honest with you.
Yeah, just baseball. That is. No, once in a while, once every millennium, Hunter Brown has a bad game. Okay.
I need you to be my stopper, man. In fact, I need you to be my. When you lose to the Guardians on Monday, I need Hunter Brown to be my hero.
Yeah. Or Josh Hader to keep it where it is so that Jose Altuve can get back up and win a game for you.
Yeah. Well, so he took 2 on the chin now to the Guardians. and you get game 3 tonight. This is where you get them back. This is where you get them back. You crush them. You crush all their hopes and dreams. They came in on a 10-game losing streak. The Astros just swept the Dodgers. What the hell? How in the hell did that happen?
It just
And
happens.
you lose the first 2 games to them with Hunter Brown on the mound.
You know, it's just baseball. Sometimes you just tip your cap to him.
Yeah, that's just baseball.
I didn't like that era, even from afar. Just the Biggio, just tip your cap. No, win. No, don't just tip your cap. Win the game.
Well,
You only get away with that in baseball. Just tip your cap. No, that's not what we do. Just go out, Hunter Brown, go out there and win the game. Josh Hader. Yes, I know it was actually only a home run in the one ballpark. I don't know if it was a McTaggart who tweeted it out or whatever, but that home run that won the game only in Daikin.
that's it.
I know.
That's it.
I know if you're Josh Hader, like that's a ball that should stay in the park.
Well, in Boston, it probably goes off the ball. Also.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I mean, they score runs. They score runs, that's for sure. But that sucked. That was a Crawford box special. Holy crap! The line drives that are still rising, those are home runs in other parks. I know they hit the stands at 315 feet, but those things are bullets. That was a pop up. That's the problem with that. But he did it, and the Astros lose. That was a fun game, though. It sure was coming back. And Jose Altuve just so nobody else had that gene that Jose Altuve has. Nobody else last night had that gene. Anyway, 2 for 21 with runners in scoring position. Holy crap, that's terrible. You know what's awesome? The Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Do something different for your fantasy draft this year. Book a fantasy draft package at the DraftKings Sportsbook. We're doing it. We're going to tell you how you can be part of our league. Okay, we're giving away 2 spots. Well, we're giving away 8 spots, right? So we're giving away 8 spots in our fantasy draft. We want you to come, but you got to be able to do it. But you can have your fantasy draft there. Different packages available, including buckets of beer, water, pizzas, appetizer samples, $50 food credits. Plus, display your fantasy draft up on the big screen. View the fantasy draft packages at goldennugget.com/Lake Charles. You're looking for a great way to have a memorable fantasy draft. My boy Houston did this last year. You heard us talking about it on the air, and he goes, I'm going to do it, and had a great time. Get your boys together. Say, let's go for a weekend. Let's do our fantasy draft, but you better book it because you got to book it in advance. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. They got a lot of stuff that they're going to do for you. You can do it by the pool. You can do it in the DraftKings Sportsbook, whatever you want to do. And they've got everything else going on as well. They got their entertainment lineup. They got the Wallflowers coming, Larry Fleet, Steve Trevino, Pecos, and the Rooftops. You're looking for a great time. It is. The Golden Nugget Lake Charles, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. But this is where you do your fantasy draft. GoldenNuggetLakeCharles.com/Lake Charles.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You were yesterday old, the first time in Major League Baseball history. An inside the park home run to lead off a game and an inside the park home run to end a game happened on the same day.
No way it happened ever at any other time in baseball.
Ever. It's the first time ever. Yes, first time it ever happened. Lawrence Butler led off the game for the A's with an inside the park home run, and Patrick Bailey ended the Giants game with a inside the park home run. So just know that you were a part of history yesterday.
Oh wow, that's kind of
or
neat.
You know about it.
I
You
was
really
a
weren't a
part
part
of
of
history.
it. But yeah,
I'm going to add
Anyway.
that to my resume. NFL
well,
draft.
maybe
What am I called? The official? No, the
Preeminent
draft
Preeminent,
expert, and
yes.
also part of
right.
a historical
Alive when Major League-
historical event in baseball.
Well, you were alive when a historic
Well, but
event
I was
happened.
part of. John said I was part of it.
Well,
you didn't even
well-
see either one, so how could you be part of it?
Well, but I saw one. I saw the last one on.
I wouldn't put it on your
highlights.
resume. Maybe your obituary.
Yeah, I could put it on either one.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what job you're looking for.
Well, I did see, but I saw, technically, I did see the last one. I didn't see the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, right. You didn't see.
So in a way, I was part of it. I was part of history.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Yeah,
neat.
yeah,
I
yeah.
gotta
No,
tell
you
my
were part
kids
of it.
about that.
Let's get Elliot in here. He wants to open up an old wound for some reason. What's up, Elliot?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I love the show and doing great as always. Hey, I'm in Tennessee this week, Nashville specifically, and I don't know how much time y'all spent out here, especially since the Oilers have relocated their franchise out here. But you go to a lot of restaurants and a lot of different bars and things of that nature, and there's a lot of Oilers memorabilia, but it's Houston-based Oilers. You're seeing a lot of Astrodome stuff, Warren Moon and Earl Campbell in the Astrodome. It's very interesting seeing that. And when you bring it up to locals, it's a very controversial topic, as in their perspective on the Oilers relocating versus ours. And I guess my question is, have you guys ever spent time out here and seen what I'm seeing? And it's everywhere blasted. I mean, you go from Broadway down to the outskirts a little bit, and any sports bar where there's Oilers/Titan stuff, you'll see the Oilers Astrodome memorabilia, and I just think that that's a pretty funny situation.
I've never, honestly, I've been to Nashville a couple times, but I was with my family to see the eclipse from a few years back, because that was one of the areas that had full view. I didn't go to a sports bar, but this is weird. Think about this. Do the Indianapolis Colts have Baltimore? Do they have Baltimore Colts stuff all over the place? No, they don't. I can promise you, I've been there plenty. They don't have anything from Baltimore Colts, and that's the same freaking jersey. Like, that's the same name and jersey. Everything they've got is Indianapolis Colts stuff. They don't have Johnny Unitas stuff around there at all. It's the weirdest thing. You telling me that is so strange. I get that. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, why are you have? They're the Oilers. That's a different jersey, a different name. Everything's different. I don't know why you would have that stuff up there. I would
be interested to know whether or not the Colts, their team records include the stint in Baltimore.
Oh,
if it includes any Johnny Unitas or Burt Jones or, whatever records they have.
Well, I think it has to, because it has to. Well, on Football Reference, it has to. I don't know if in Indianapolis.
I don't know in Indianapolis if they do, but listen, it's the same ownership, and the Ursays don't play into that nearly as much as the Adams do. The Adams, I guess, they're still proud of the fact that they owned. That's a legacy to Bud,
Well, the wife, I mean, the daughter still has it. It's still the
the daughter still. That's a tribute to him. That the oil, and this is where they came from. I don't care. Listen. There's no cheaper stadium. It's the worst. That was the most antiseptic, just plain. Couldn't be worse, that stadium, because the Adams had to put some money into it. They're just bad. They're just terrible people. Let them cling to the Oilers. That's fine.
It's interesting.
We got our own
John,
history now. That's fine.
When I Google Indianapolis Colts all-time best quarterbacks, and they've got to put in, now this is just, sources from across the web. So it's a conglomeration on Google, but it has Johnny Unitas, it has Burt Jones, it has Jacoby Brissett, it has the all-time greats.
Jacoby Brissett. Well, the NFL recognizes the Colts, the Indianapolis Colts, as a continuation of the Baltimore Colts. So that's why they carry their history.
They have to.
They're the same
Colts
franchise, yes. But to your point, maybe they don't showcase all that stuff around. Do they showcase the old Baltimore stuff around the facility?
Not that I remember seeing. No, and maybe I haven't really paid attention that much because I just don't pay attention to that kind of stuff. But I don't recall seeing that kind of stuff around the facility. But the facility I've gone to is a separate facility during camp because they have their camp off-site at this really cool multiplex that was built out there for softball and basketball and football, and it's like this badass multiplex where youth sports can, you can have softball or youth baseball teams come in and play like multiple games, travel. It's built for travel games, frankly, and the Colts have their camp out that way. So I don't know, but that's Colts. That's not Oilers. I don't know. I would feel weird if I'm the Tennessee Titans fans. That wasn't even part of my history. Like, I would feel super weird about talking about Earl Campbell or Warren Moon. It just would feel like a really weird thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a boring ass organization anyway. They're the Giants of the AFC.
No, they're not. The Giants have won.
Yeah, but the Giants they cause me to snooze off.
Tennessee hasn't won crap.
The Giants are boring. Even their wins were with one of the worst Super Bowl winning quarterbacks of all time, Eli Manning.
Well, they do have one with.
They do.
Has Hostetler and Sims as well. Do they fall in that category
Hostetler
too?
and Sims, more snoozers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, those teams are led by defense.
Those teams all won because of defense.
Yeah, well,
Eli Manning won a Super Bowl year. He had like 27 interceptions.
Part of football, isn't it?
He just doesn't respect the Eli Manning Super Bowls. That's what this is.
Eli Manning Super Bowls, and thank God he didn't make the Hall of Fame this year with his 28 interceptions a year. What are we doing? But if you're going to do that, then it's time for us to put Trent Dilfer in. Let's do the right thing and get.
Well, Trent Dilfer won a title too.
I know. Get him in. Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame.
That's fine. If Trent Dilfer gets in, that's great. You win a Super Bowl, you're in the Hall of Fame. That's great.
Yeah. Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Eric Riley, Hall of Famer.
Eric Riley, Hall of Famer.
Rockets champion.
Oh, he's at Super Bowls, not.
I said Super Bowl.
NBA titles.
You don't just get an NBA Hall of Fame.
As a quarterback, you win a Super Bowl, you should make the Hall of Fame. Is what you're saying, John?
If that's what John's saying.
If you're a quarterback of a Super Bowl,
Brad Johnson in the
Brad Johnson Hall of
Famer.
Yeah. Brad Johnson was like 28-2 that year.
Brad Johnson Hall of Fame. You heard what he said.
Oh, yeah,
he said what he said.
I heard him.
Mm-hmm. Brad Johnson Hall of Fame. That's all. That's great. He was great. 713-780-3776. If you've got a question about the Titans, call somebody else. No, Elliot. You know what? Elliot's in Tennessee, right? And he's got to put up with all that crap. Yeah, he's in.
So Brad Johnson was 22-6 that year. Interestingly enough, the year after he was 26-21. The year before 13-11. The year before that 11-15. Somebody sold their absolute soul
for a year.
Well, he also had an incredible defense full of Hall of Famers.
Yeah, that might have helped.
That helped too.
Yep. All right, we got a break. We got to catch up on breaks here. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here and talk whatever you want to talk about. You're more than welcome to do that. I'm talking about East River 9 right now. I'm talking about your business. I'm talking about you having a corporate membership at East River 9. Pretty cool. We have one. It is pretty cool. You can take your clients, okay? You can take them at night, or you can take them during the day. You don't want your people playing golf during the day? That's okay. They can go play at night. You want to do some team building? That's great. Take everybody after work, all your employees, and get on over there at East River 9. Great restaurant and bar. You got lit golf course, okay? 9 holes. Anybody can play. You don't have to have a great skill level. It's only an hour and a half as opposed to the 4 hours that you got to spend, or 5 hours that you usually spend playing golf. That's awesome. They can play pickleball or golf, whatever the case may be. You can rent the pickleball courses or reserve them. They can hit balls on the driving range. Beautiful facility, beautiful view of downtown. East River 9 is the place to go. They're still doing crawfish, I believe, or it's winding down now. I think it might be winding down now, but they got bands every weekend out at East River 9. Find out for yourself. Go to eastriver9.com, eastriver9.com. Get your corporate membership at East River 9.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Hey guys, the truck America depends on, that's the Chevy Silverado, and the Chevy Silverado is truly an incredible pickup truck at a dealership that's just as incredible. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You can depend on savings with Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC at all times. Right now, I'll give you an example. 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab with the Turbo Max engine. You can get that for 0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Plus, current eligible Chevy owners can get additional customer and bonus cash on top of that. So we're talking about thousands of dollars in savings from a business that their mantra is to treat you exactly like you're a family member. So you get treated the same way that anyone that's close to each of those sellers are going to treat you, because they're just there to facilitate you finding the car that you want, the type of interior and exterior you want at a price that you're going to love. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Chevy, together, let's drive.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Phil Hellmuth got eliminated yesterday from the from the World Series of Poker, the main event. He had ace king, caught a king on the turn, and the dude, there was only one queen left. He was ace king against queens, and the guy caught the last queen in the deck to beat him and knock him out. 10 years in a row, Phil Hellmuth out at the World Series of Poker without it. Yeah, that's right. That happened. It was brutal. Brutal. When you catch the king, you got ace king. He's only got a 2-outer. He actually only had a 1-outer because somebody folded a queen. Just so you know. That's all. I mean, that's just good stuff. We could talk about the World Series of Poker all day if you guys want. Okay. Or the Scottish Open, if you guys want to talk. Who you guys got?
Who
you got in the Scottish Open?
I'm looking, and no one is calling about that up to this point.
Okay, call in. You want to talk about the World Series of Poker or the Scottish Open? Let's go.
Like
713-780-3776. If you're Scottish, I'm sure this is your week.
I've got Robert McIntyre in the Open.
Robert McIntyre finishes up there every year, wins it. Robert McIntyre's a beast.
I've got him at the Open.
Yeah, he's a Scottish Open. I got him on my fantasy team this week.
What are the betting odds on William Wallace?
William Wallace is a fictional.
He's not fictional.
That's right.
He was a real person.
He's a real person.
He's just not Mel Gibson.
I don't know if he was Mel Gibson.
He wasn't Mel Gibson.
No, he wasn't Mel
Gibson. So there's not a William Wallace in the Scottish Open?
There's no William Wallace. I don't know even Matt Wallace is in it. Matt Wallace is a golfer. I don't know. I don't know if you get in just because your last name is Wallace.
I think you should. Well, good luck to everyone who will be watching the Scottish Open. Can't imagine there aren't better things to do with your life. But if that's the decision you make, more power to you.
I'm getting hyped to watch Ben Shelton today against
the number one
against Sinner. I think Ben Shelton takes him out.
You think Ben Shelton takes Sinner out?
Yeah, Shelton's playing great. Sinner's playing like Dookie.
Yeah,
Sinner's getting rolled the other day. He hurt his knee a little bit, but we'll see. But Ben Shelton's got a huge serve. Ben Shelton's got a legit shot to win that. Your boy Flavio Caboli is not going to beat Jokic, though. I mean, Djokovic. You got an Italian. You got an Italian that could get into the semifinals.
Oh, I got Sinner. What are you talking about?
Is Sinner Italian?
You're going to root against the American?
Hold on. Sinner is Italian?
Yes,
he's Italian.
He doesn't look like an Italian.
I know
he looks like a regular old.
He's Northern Italian. We don't really claim them, but
he's got he looks like a plain old whitey.
Yannick Sinner is an Italian man?
Yeah, Yannick. Clearly, the blood is not Italian. He was born there because his dad was in the Italian army.
Are we going to start talking about the Moors again?
His dad was in the Italian army.
He doesn't look like a Moor.
Yeah, no, he doesn't look like a Moor either. His dad was in an Italian army. Yannick Sinner is clearly from like Czechoslovakia or something. His parents.
Okay, we're not doing.
So we don't count him. The same way you don't count. Well, the same way we don't count. Honestly, you don't count a lot of people as Americans. Let's see.
I make if your name ends in O or I, you're Italian to me.
His mother tongue is German.
Of course it is. Now it makes more sense. He looks like a German.
Yeah, but he's Northern.
Not a
Italian.
lot of sun on that skin.
I don't know where South Tyrol is in northern Italy, but that's where he's from.
All the German. Hey, you know what I found this? I was watching Stanley Tucci, where he travels through Italy or whatever. There's an area. Did you know this, John? I want to say it's northern Italy. There's an area that's basically Bavaria. It's basically Bavarian with a little bit of Italian influence, but it's in Italy. It's like you have to pick a native tongue, German or Italian, and it's just as German as it is Italian. I never knew about this, and it's in Italy. It's an entire region of Italy. Did you ever heard about that or gone to any of these places where you can get like German food? And it was wild. They've got places where it's a mixture of German and Italian food at some of the restaurants and in the villages. I didn't know about that. Maybe that's where he's from.
No, I've never been north of Venice. I don't think.
He grew up in a town of Sexton in the Dolomites. The Dolomites is the area.
I think up by Milan, you got a lot of that stuff going on.
Well,
it is his mother. Yeah, his father was a chef and his mother was a waitress at a ski lodge.
Yeah.
Well, you're Italian, where he's from. Over 82% of the people spoke German.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the area that I'm talking about. That I didn't know. The Germans have taken over Italy.
Well,
No, they haven't taken over Italy.
Yeah.
But,
well,
that's the good part. That's not the
Oh.
filthy part where the rat's running around inside the pizza sauce.
the what?
Rats running around inside pizza sauce.
Is that a thing?
You get a good broth. Yeah, it is in southern Italy.
Well,
that's why everyone left and came to America. They
Because the rats are running
rats,
amok?
and the Germans came and gentrified northern Italy.
Okay.
If you read your history books and saw a Stanley Tucci documentary, you would know.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Tucci gang.
That's a different gang altogether. So you're telling me if I go to southern Italy and want a pizza, I'm going to see rat imprints on my sauce?
You might.
Or in my sauce?
You might. If they step on it before it goes in the oven.
So Germany occupied Italy up into the 40s, and well during the war, and they occupied northern Italy. So those people, we kind of just went, whatever. You
but
gave
if he
up.
wins,
you might as well be French.
Yeah,
up
don't
there.
claim him.
But don't claim him then.
I'm claiming him. If he
Yeah,
wins
no,
this
they're
tournament,
still
I'm
Italian.
claiming him.
They're still Italian. They're still under our.
Yannick Sinner. Listen to this. Listen. Hey, Yannick Sinner. No. Yannick Sinner. Yes. Yes.
Do that in your Italian accent again.
Hey, look at me. I'm an Italian named Yannick Sinner.
That doesn't sound very natural. But now, say Yannick Sinner after you hear this.
Ich bin davon Klon und Yannick Sinner.
See?
Yeah.
It fits.
Sinner.
It fits.
What's Struggersheit? Sinner. That's how the Germans would probably announce it.
Now if we come in on Monday and he wins the Wimbledon title, we got something to play.
Deutschland. Yes.
That you said one word, Deutschland, and then you just started mumbling.
I don't know the rest of anything.
Oh,
lately I've been digging around to see if I could maybe do some NFL coverage in Germany for the German network. What is it? TGL, I think it's called, something like that. They just bought Sky Deutschland, and I thought maybe I'll do some. I'll be the NFL guy from here, and I just do it over Zoom. Do it in the States. They want to fly me over there for a little bit. That's fine. My last name Zierlein, but then they'll try to expect me to know some German.
You think that might be important in the
I
job?
also found out from my agent, they really don't pay. They are very. He's got a client, Amon Ross St. Brown, who is fluent in German, and he said they wouldn't even offer. Here's an NFL wide receiver who's fluent in German, and he's like, the bag is closed. I said, well, I don't want to do something for no bag. I'm not trying to do free NFL football talk for them.
You're not qualified.
Yeah.
What to talk? Well, I can do an American version, I can do it with an accent.
What's your American German?
Well, I can just say this, and I can say, listen, you guys don't know this.
I know nothing.
I can be very condescending to them.
Okay.
And say, listen, you'll figure this out in a few years when you learn more football, but you're not supposed to be running around on podcasts all off season. I'll say stuff like that to them.
Well,
like, don't listen. You guys are German. You don't know this yet. Don't pay attention too much to what Micah Parsons says in the off season.
Are you going to do that in German?
No, I mean, I'll say no, but I'll talk slower and louder. Listen, don't pay attention to him. He just says things on his podcast. Kind of,
So if you talk louder, they'll understand
slower.
you.
Well,
Yes.
that's what typically you do if you don't think someone understands you.
They're not
you slow
deaf.
your English down.
They're not deaf. They're just not.
They just
I
don't
know.
speak the same language you. In fact, they
Yeah.
probably do know English, which is the thing.
Well, they're probably not.
Everyone's
smart.
gonna
They
know
don't
Europe,
speak
in
English.
Europe, a lot more people know English than we know
it's
their languages.
It's the native. It's
Yeah.
it's a
Because we're
language they
American.
all
You
learn.
learn our language.
We can't learn any other language. But we go there. You're not assimilating. We go there and I ain't speaking French.
And then
Yeah.
the French waiter will sneer at you and then
Oh,
speak
they're
in
the
He
worst.
English.
speaks English.
They don't speak
He
in English
speaks
to you.
English, and
Yeah.
he's just gonna,
They're the worst. We sat there in one place, they wouldn't serve us because we were American. They wouldn't
you're
serve us.
dirty. He knows
God,
you're from
they're
Southern
filthy.
Italy.
Yeah, they're filthy. They're filthy people. All right. We got a break.
These look like one of those filthy
713-780-3776.
Southern Italians with the rat pizza sauce. what he probably said when he saw you. Look at this dirty Southern Italian with the rat in the pizza sauce.
You're gonna have to apologize to the French and the Southern Italians for what you're doing right now.
I know.
Yeah, I want you to what is Yannick Sinner's name in Chinese? If you were Chinese saying it,
Yannick
what is
Sinner.
that? What is that, Lance?
Yannick Sinner.
Oh, okay.
They say it with German accents.
They do?
Yep.
Oh, apparently you can do an Italian accent, and that's okay.
And a French accent.
Oh my
and
God.
a French
Samson
accent,
Nova's
and a German accent. But if you do it in Chinese, then you're racist. Okay, I get it. Time to talk about HRP. HRP.net. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. My peeps. I really like them. They're really good people. Mike Holly, I've known him forever. Okay. Chris, Kevin, Chad, all the guys over there. They're really, really, really awesome. They're friends. Okay. They're part of your business. They care about your business. They have personal relationships with all of their clients. They want to make sure that you win, that you're doing as well as you possibly can. They get you that payroll cheaper than you can get it. They do it at a cost that you can't do it at because that's not your business. You don't know how to do payroll as well as they do. You don't have the technology. And it doesn't matter. You got branches in other states. You got branches in other countries. They figure it out. Their technology will figure it out no matter what the currency is. I mean, that's how good they are. The HR, you don't want to do that yourself because you could screw it up. Taxes, you got experts in the Affordable Care Act. And then you got people who know business and can get you your benefits packages. You can choose the one that's best for your business as opposed to the one that these admin companies give you. HRP is the way to go. You need payroll for your company. You got HRP, and we really love them. And you've heard all kinds of testimonials on our station about them. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, so we haven't gotten any calls about the Scottish Open or the World Series of Poker. Let's go. Get in. This is the only show in Houston that's going to call for Scottish Open and World Series of Poker calls.
And for that, we apologize.
No. That's what makes us special.
And for
you know
that,
what I mean by special.
What type of special?
Special. We're special. Okay.
You might have baited someone. We got a call coming in. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Here comes a super serious call.
Okay. Hey, are you guys watching this Jacob Misiorowski?
Yeah, the Miz can throw now.
Holy shnikes.
12 strikeouts yesterday.
Holy,
That's
he is.
the kid that throws
Forget
100, right?
Skeens. Forget Skeens. This guy is Paul Skeens part 2.
Let me see what his
Holy
girlfriend
crap.
looks like.
Yeah, is he dating an LSU gymnast?
Let me see
too?
what his girlfriend looks like. Oh,
Yeah.
well, I don't care about
No,
him.
I know. He's tall and skinny. I don't know that he's got. I mean, she's wee now.
Oh, Livy Dunn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's little.
Dude,
Holy
he's
shit.
6'7", 190.
Who? Misiorowski?
Yeah.
Yeah.
6'7",
He's
190.
a beat pole,
Stick.
but he can
Stick
bring
man.
it. He had a 3-minute at bat against Shohei yesterday. I mean, talk about Shohei's not. Shohei was what, 1 for 12?
Right. Shohei hit him out of the park, though.
1 for 11 against the Astros. I mean, he was not a factor. Jose Altuve, of the superstars, Jose Altuve kicked his ass.
So far, this kid has thrown 25 2/3. He's given up 12 hits and struck out 33. He has given up 4 home runs, though.
Well, that's what happens.
He's given
When
up
you
one
bring it
every
harder,
6
guess
innings.
what? The harder it comes, the harder it goes.
Yep.
That's what happened with Josh Hader last night.
Yep.
That's who's up? Who's here? Will wants to get in here.
Oh, maybe Will Doctor.
Hey, what's up, Will?
Hey guys, just excited to talk some Scottish Open this morning.
Is this Will Doctor?
I am not a doctor.
No. He's
I wish.
He's the guy who works on a golf show here. I had to check and see if we had a professional golf commentator on. Okay,
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna turn my microphone off. You guys go ahead.
Okay, we're going to talk Scottish Open. What's up, Will? What do you want to talk about?
So obviously Scotty Scheffler is going to be everybody's favorite coming into it. You're not going to get good odds on him if you like to gamble on golf. But here's a couple guys that could sneak up on you this week. Xander Schauffele's been struggling all year, trying to come back from an injury. He plays very well over there in the British Open and the Scottish Open. Typically, at some point, he's going to turn it around. So you could go with him at 22-1 because you want to get on him before he turns it around, and this might be his time. Tommy Fleetwood had a just brutal loss a couple weeks ago, which is going to take some time to get over, but he is playing about as good as golf as he ever has. His strokes gained tee to green is fantastic. So he's a good look at 22-1. And the last one I'll throw out there, Corey Connors at 45-1. You got to hit fairways and you got to hit greens over there because you get in the rough and the fescue. It's really tricky to get out. Connors hits fairways, hits greens. Not a great putter, but he has his moments. So he's a good value at 45-1.
Yeah, I've seen Corey has finished in the top 20, I believe, the last 2 years. I was looking through the stats from the last couple of years, the leaderboards the last couple of years, and Corey's up there. You're forgetting Robert McIntyre. Robert McIntyre is a beast over there. Victor Hovland, he finished real well there last year or the year before. He had a nice finish. I don't trust Oberg. I just don't. Can't trust him right now. He hasn't lived up to what you would think, and watch him go and win this week because he's that talented. But appreciate it. Anybody else? See, now that's a good Scottish Open call. You understand what I'm saying? That's a good Scottish Open call.
Get into his next thing.
Will. That's good stuff.
Get into his next thing, Dale. I've got some popcorn now.
He did go get some skinny pop. Well, we've got a call about poker. Trucker Jay wants to talk about poker.
All right. What's up, Trucker Jay?
Hey, what's going on, John Lance, Dale? Hey, my son, he's 12. He could be 13 next month, and he's really wanting to get into poker. And so he's looking to hire a manager, maybe you or Lance, Dale, even. But I figured he'd go with you, John. But anyways, I downloaded that hijack poker deal for him on the phone. I'm not sure how he's doing. We'll find out. But yeah, he's looking to win millions on this poker stuff. So might be able to drop him off with you guys towards the end of the summer.
I would suggest
An intern?
I would
intern?
suggest that he reads Doyle Brunson's book or Daniel Negreanu's book. It makes a difference. It makes a big difference. There are a lot of good poker books out there about strategy and whatnot. Just don't just go out there without good. I mean, it's really helped me. It's
How
really
does
helped
he?
me.
Did you say 13?
He's about to turn 13. He's
We're
12.
telling
man.
a poker,
He's gonna be maybe he's a
13-year-old
prodigy.
where to go get poker stuff.
Yeah. Apparently he's got him. You're supposed to be 18 to be playing online, but who cares?
Well, maybe the law cares.
Yeah.
They might care.
Yeah. But the dad could just say, no, that's me. Okay.
Well, he's already.
That's me.
Well, there's evidence to say that
I know
it's
somebody
not
who
him.
just got in trouble for having prize pick stuff. I'm like, you better delete that immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Your kids are on, aren't they, Lance?
Well,
Not
not
on
anymore.
poker.
Not anymore. I've caught 2 of them on, and they both had their accounts deleted. Dummies.
You're taking all the fun. No wonder. I mean, how do you know that they're not going to be betting prodigies? That they're not going to be?
Because I've seen the bank account.
They're not, at the moment, it's clear they're not betting
Yeah,
prodigies.
Well, I
They're
mean, you
not
got to
winning.
start somewhere.
They don't have
Lance.
jobs.
How are they going to
You
support
got to
this
start
habit?
somewhere.
How you pay doing that? Birthday money, graduation. Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Can't wait. School should be great for you. Listen, HVAC is making good money now.
Trade school, you want them to go
trade
to.
school. I do want them to go to trade
It's
school.
not a bad idea.
I don't need them catching a mega debt, having to finance a house that's a college debt.
This
Because they're gonna run out of my money. I already told them once the money I set aside for you is gone, you burn that up. Good luck. I wish you the best. But the Doyle Brunson book is perfect for it. That's what I read when I started poker.
Yeah.
It's a great book. Negreanu's book is good. It's a little more advanced, but Doyle Brunson's book was written a long time ago, and it's still like it's an easy
Oh no,
read.
it still holds up. When we had when we were at Texas Card House, which by the way we're going to be again on next Thursday, I believe we're going to be live from Texas Card House, East River 9 next Friday. We had the guy who was the champ, the great player, and the book. I asked him, what book do you read? He goes, oh, it's Doyle Brunson's. Read Doyle Brunson's book.
Yeah,
I went and got it, and I'm telling you, it's made a difference for me out here. I've been playing a lot out here, and it's made a huge difference.
I read it
for
back
me.
in 2004 when I started playing online on. Back in those days, it was party poker, and then it went to Poker Stars. I was cashing checks. Now I would take money out. Like it was $74. I'd pull it out. Then I'd be up. My account would have 119. Pull it out. So I had all these small little checks that just kept pulling out of the Poker Stars. But I went from Poker Stars, and they shut that site down. And Party Poker first, then Poker Stars.
Yeah,
and then they
Poker
just
Stars is
completely
still
shut it down.
Poker Stars, you can still play on there. As a matter of fact, John Carter just texted, said, "Hey, have the kid play for free on Poker Stars. You can play for free.
Yeah,
you don't have to deposit any money. You just play for free. So you can do that as well to get your poker skills up. Although people that don't have any money, if you're not playing for money, you play differently. You don't care. So it's a little bit different when you're playing for free because people just go all in with crap and then reload. I mean, it's not nearly as educational.
Don't worry, he's 13. He's going to be doing that.
Play for some cash. Okay,
13-year-old is going to be firing all in on everything anyway.
Put some money on it. Otherwise, you don't care.
Just tell your 13-year-old to wait. Don't mess up our games.
Well, speaking of which, I'm talking about Texas Card House right now. Love me some Texas Card House. I hope you do too. If you're a poker player, you can't get your 13-year-old in there, but you can go if you're old enough. You can go. You can get your drink on there. You can get your poker on there. You 24/7. You go overnight. Okay. It could be in the middle of the night. You're up and you want to play poker. Get on over to Texas Card House. Safe location, clean, just super, well run. Everything about it. Texas Card House is our premier location. You want to play at home? Fine. Hijack Poker. Just download the app, Hijack Poker, and play against Texas people. No bots. It's just a great site. You're looking for a great way to play poker. It's Texas Card House, the premier facility in the city of Houston now. We're going to be there Thursday. Can't wait to go over there. Love doing the show over there. Love playing over there. If you're looking for a great time, had by all, TexasCardHouse.com. TexasCardHouse.com. 2 locations, Westheimer and Green Ridge, and in Spring, just off 45, TexasCardHouse.com. All right, here's from Tony. He's got a Scottish Open question. Do you think the Gorse limits the short game of favorite Gunter Kaffenhagen to the point where Martin Grimpton can finally get it done come Sunday?
That's the Scottish Open talk I'm here for.
That's not. None of those people are real. Okay.
Gunter
Martin Grimpton.
Yeah.
That's a British name if I've ever heard one. Martin Grimpton. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776. Oh, I did not know this. How about this? In 1997, Craig Biggio played 162 games and did not ground into a double play. He's the only player to ever do that.
Now, that's incredible.
That is incredible.
That is incredible.
He was the
now
leadoff.
he also was leadoff, yeah, and there's an 8 and 9 ahead of him.
And they were, pitcher.
You had Osmus and you had Osmus and pitcher and any shortstop. Pick your shortstop.
Yeah.
Bogart. So not a lot of guys on base. It helps. I mean, it helps.
Yeah. But he had to come up with some guys on base and less than 2 outs.
I mean, at some point.
Yeah.
Do you see where Nikola Jokic is not going to talk about an extension until next summer?
Yeah.
Denver Nuggets super player.
80 million.
And, well, his whole thing is I think he wants to just see the direction that Denver goes in.
Yeah. I mean, well, they did, who did they pick up? Cam Johnson?
They picked up Cam Johnson. They're trying to convince Valanciunas to stay in America. So they're making moves. And as you, I think, were about to say, he can also make more money if he waits until next summer. It's a substantial amount of money that he can earn by just simply waiting.
Yeah, that's a smart thing.
The team president made the comment that he said, quote, the wrong person gets injured and very quickly you're in the scenario that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trading number 15. I mean, that's kind of a dumb thing to say because the wrong person gets injured, what, for life? Like number 15 is what makes you competitive. So I don't understand that entire sentiment that, you have the wrong injury and now all of a sudden you may have to trade 15. An injury makes you trade the best player in the world? Like that's what scenario does an injuries are part of you had Jamal Murray out for 2 years or whatever. So, I mean, injuries are part of it. If you're going to trade him, that's just because you want to trade it because you don't think you think it's just him and a bunch of guys or the West is too tough. Maybe this is out of fear of the Rockets. Maybe you're just afraid of the Rockets super team and you just want to get rid of them.
So we were talking about KD doing podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
And Dell, I put this in. KD, LeBron, and Steve Nash were doing a podcast. They had wine glasses and they were sipping on wine and they were talking about Isaiah Hartenstein. They were talking about Hartenstein.
Former Rocket, Isaiah Hartenstein.
Yeah. Black guy, Isaiah Hartenstein.
Was that the conversation?
No.
Oh.
The conversation was about a hub center.
About a what?
A hub center. I guess that's the ball goes through him.
Oh, okay.
Right. And you hear the way that they talk about it. KD now is okay. So Jokic is the best, right? I mean, it's not even arguable.
The best center or the best player?
The best center that the ball goes through.
Oh, my God. Well, yeah, he's the best player in the world, period.
Yeah, right. But it's not just I'm going to score. It's I make everybody better, right? Yeah, I make everybody better, right?
Yeah.
So is Alpi next best?
Well, so do we count Embiid? I mean, Embiid is next best. I mean, he is. When he's playing, he's never there. He's easily the best.
He's never there. I mean, how can you count Embiid? Would you rather have Embiid or Alpi right now?
Golly, look at this. The last 2 years, he's played 39 and he's played 19 and 39.
Yeah,
he hasn't even hit the halfway mark in the last 2 years.
I mean, would you rather? Okay, I'm going to give you a choice. You can trade right now, Alpi for Embiid. You doing it?
No.
Hell no.
No, he's been hurt his whole career.
Yeah, I'm not.
Like he's played 40 or fewer games in the times he's played. And I'm going to include the years that he missed, which is his first 2 years. He's played 40 or fewer games 5 times in his career. Just no thanks. And I'm not even completely sure. I don't know that he's tough enough to play with injury, which is part of being, to play in pain, not injury, to play in pain. I think he'll just sit it down. And you have to be able to play with some pain if you're a professional athlete. That's just it's just a known thing. You're never at 100%. You have to play with some pain. And I don't really think that's his jam.
So Brad O put this out about Şengün. I mean, there's all kinds of – he hasn't turned 23 yet, okay? Second youngest player to average 21, 9, and 5. Second youngest player in NBA history is 2,500 points, 1,500 rebounds. LeBron is and 700 assists. Youngest center to record 3,000 career points. Youngest center to record 750 career assists. Youngest player to average 25-5 with a 50-plus field goal percent. There's a lot of data dredging here. But youngest center to have 14-plus assists in a single game. Youngest player to have 45-plus points. Blah, 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 blah. I don't, not even 23 yet. Not even 23 yet. And
no,
dude,
I'm not trading him for Embiid.
No,
I'll trade him for Jokic.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not trading. I'll trade him for
you got
Giannis.
to come up with 80.
I'm not trading him for
You got to
Embiid.
come up with 80.
I'm not trading many people for Embiid. You take on Embiid, and as much as you think, man, what a bargain, I just got Embiid. But is it really when he doesn't play?
Yeah.
Like when you take on a guy who's injury prone, you take on a world of contingencies and considerations of what do you do when they're not there. Your teams are different when a guy's in a lineup and not in a lineup. That's why, to me, I just avoid injury. I would just avoid injury-plagued guys altogether. That was my number one concern with KD was, is he going to stay healthy? I know how good guys are when they play, but when they're not playing and they're on your team, there's a whole new set of issues you have to, it's a whole new discussion it has to be.
Listen, KD sat last year when he could have played because they were out of it. So a lot of those games, he could have come back from that ankle, but he didn't. But back to Şengün. A lot of guys in the post game are like, man, that guy, you got to go through him. You got to go through Şengün. The offense needs to run through Şengün as opposed to, Fred starting the offense. Let Alperen start the offense at the elbow. Let him start it at the free throw line, whatever the case may be. If he low post, whatever. Let the offense go through Şengün, and because he does have a really good feel for back cuts and all kinds. He's a really good passer, and he likes to do some fancy passing, which is nice too. But I don't know. Are you going to be able to do that with Kevin Durant? I don't know.
Well, Kevin Durant will just sit there in the corner sometime. Like Kevin Durant's not always the most active player either. He's older.
Yeah.
He's older. He's efficient. He knows what he does. Like he's not trying to just run around and waste a bunch of energy.
Well, if he's sitting on the wing and Alpy can get him an open shot with a catch and shoot, that's good basketball.
So my son was asking me this. And I know the easy answer is you're just going to fire off an easy answer, and I get it. And I don't think this answer is tough. But, Mason, who asked me all my basketball questions, he said, would you have been okay if the same trade was made for LeBron that was made for KD? And I said, in theory, yes, but here's the problem. LeBron, there's two things. LeBron did not give the Rockets what they need. LeBron is not a half-court shooter. Half-court, like he's going to be more efficient than some of the players you have, even at this age. But LeBron does not offer what Kevin Durant offers, which is a chance to shoot more efficiently from three, a chance to get baskets on really more 2 levels than 3 levels. You could try to say 3 levels, but he's not going to go in. He's not going to get points in the paint very often. So he's kind of a 2-level scorer, but he gives you specifically what you're looking for. LeBron wouldn't have given that to you. Yeah, LeBron's a great player, and LeBron may have made the Rockets a better team, but what they need to win a championship is going to be somebody who can score at a more efficient rate in a half court, and LeBron doesn't offer that.
Yeah,
Not really. Not to the point that I'm ready to give up young players.
I don't want him on my team anyway.
Well, we know that. I'm just talking about from a basketball. You don't want him on your team, but from a basketball standpoint, because the Rockets don't care about all. They're trying to find the best team possible.
They need a shooter. That's what they got.
Yeah.
They got a shooter. All right, here is Steve Nash, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James talking about, this is Isaiah Hartenstein and what he brings to Oklahoma City, but see if you can't, translate that to Elpy and what could happen here.
The key to me is Hartenstein in a way, because like he, for 20 to 30 minutes a game, becomes like a fulcrum, a hub. Mm-hmm. Like the DHOs, the floater, the passing. Mm-hmm. To just take the it's like the rug that brings the room
man.
together. You know?
Biggs, man, that floater, you get way more points than just chucking up threes,
Right.
man. Especially when you're playing with great players. But yeah, he's been a hub for them.
Yeah.
Getting those other guys involved.
Yeah. It doesn't make Shea have to do it in isolation the whole game. It doesn't make Jalen feel like, oh, I got to do it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the postseason when the game ramps up physically, to be able to have a big as a hub. Okay, you pressure me. Okay, you stop me. Boom. Now I'm playing chase game.
Right.
Now you can't grab me then.
Right.
Now I'm playing chase game. I can go back door, which Hartenstein can. We know he makes that back door pass with the best of them. You can play chase with him now. He's one of the best screen setters we have in the league. And now Shea's coming off, or J-Dub is coming off. You know, if the big helps up too much and the guard ain't get under Hartenstein, we got lob threat.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, or we got skip to the corner. You know, so having that hub right there, having a 5 that can play from the 3-point line all the way into the paint, and not even like you said, he don't need to shoot threes. He know his game. You give it to me in the pinch post, you give it to me on delay action. Y'all trust me to make the right play.
I mean, those bigs got to come into the league with that now, right?
Right. Nowadays, you got to be able to play DHO, pinch post, like move, make decisions.
Know which angle to set it on.
Right.
Just
when to keep, when to get rid of it.
Yeah.
I think he is the fulcrum for their randomness.
I mean, it sounded like they're talking about Alpi too. It sounded like Jokic. It sounded like Alpi.
I think the big difference is they're talking about a guy who is, not the best player, most talented player, even one of the top 2. And this is an extra guy that's almost a lagniappe player that helped push them over the top. Now he is an expensive, he's paid handsomely for what he brings to the table. He's a good player, but he also makes close to $30 million. Like he is well paid.
Well, they won a title with him.
Yeah, no. And Daryl Morey found him.
Yep.
Daryl's the guy that found him. They had him on the Rockets a couple of years, and then I think Rafael. I don't know that Rafael got rid of him. I think he just moved on. But that was, man, the Rockets had him. He's really turned into a good player. Like I said, you're not exactly getting him on a bargain though right now, but he's a good player.
Yep. Yeah, but I mean, it looks like Kevin Durant agrees. Kevin Durant agrees that that's the way to play basketball. So maybe there's going to be a lot more of that. Listen, and then Rafael was asked. We didn't play the sound of what he expects out of Reed Shepherd.
Well, we still have it, right?
Yeah, I think
from yesterday. We'll play it on the other side.
Yeah, I don't know if he still got it from yesterday, but he was like, Reed's got to be good. Okay. No. Reed Shepherd needs to be good this year. We are counting on Reed Shepherd. So, that point guard position is going to be, he's playing. Reed Shepherd is playing this year. And he better be good in the summer league, and he better be good come regular season as well, because he's the 3rd overall pick. And I think I think Israel's going to love what he brings.
I think he's going to really turn. I think Israel, the caller, is going to literally turn and say, you know what, you guys I'm going to have to rethink this, because this kid he's proved me wrong, and I'll happily say that I was wrong about him.
Right. I think he always does. Israel always says, you know what? That white guy was really, really good.
Yeah, he proved me wrong, and I just want to be the first one to come on and say, you know what? I was wrong. Now, don't let Reed Shepherd get off to another bad start.
Oh, God.
Because Israel will call, and he'll have, he'll have, this is year 2 now. We can't protect Reed. We cannot protect you in year 2.
Well,
you can't just run around like Zach Short striking out 4 times.
What's he need protecting for? He need no protecting. He's a big boy.
He's a rookie.
Well, he's not that big.
He's a rookie. I protect rookies. I don't protect second-year guys.
You don't protect secondary guys. So here's the deal. I got to talk right now about. I want to talk about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles again. I want to talk about and I love me some Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I think you all know that we're going there. We've got a deal going on. We're going to have a fantasy. We're going to be giving away spots in our fantasy league where you come to the Golden Nugget, eat, drink, sleep, and we have a fantasy draft there, and it's going to be awesome. Want you to keep on listening for your chance to be in our fantasy draft league. But if you got a fantasy league, what a great place to do yours. Book a fantasy draft package at DraftKings Sportsbook. We're doing it. We want you to do it. Different packages available, including buckets of beer, water, pizzas, appetizer samplers, $50 food credits. Okay, this is happening at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Want you to get on over there, and you could do it at the sportsbook, or you could do it at the pool, rent a cabana, and do it by the pool, which is awesome as well, or do it on the big screen televisions there. You're looking for a great place to have your fantasy draft. It's at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Get your league together. Do it on a weekend, or see if you can't do it, Sunday and leave Monday, or do it Saturday and stay Sunday and have yourself a big time. It is the place to go and get your fantasy draft on. I know my boy Houston did it last year. I don't know if they're going to do it again this year, but he said it was awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. GoldenNugget.com/Lake Charles. See the fantasy draft packages available. GoldenNugget.com/Lake Charles.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Taylor Fritz playing today?
Yeah,
Does he play?
Everyone's yeah.
Yeah.
He plays in the winner of so Fritz goes against he goes against Center. Yeah, it's Fritz and Center.
Oh, it's Fritz and Center?
It's Shelton Center.
No, yeah.
And Fritz and Djokovic, right? Is that what it is? Hold on a second.
Well, apparently Taylor Fritz says his girlfriend, Morgan Riddle, who's an influencer, is a big part of why he's winning. Why do you think she is a big part of him winning?
No, Fritz is already, I think he's already in. Yeah, he plays Alcaraz in the semifinals.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he won yesterday, so he plays Alcaraz in the semifinals.
Why do you think?
I mean, probably because it gives him confidence. She gives him the confidence. He's kind of a little bit, they say he's a little bit of a head case, and she just gives him his confidence.
Del, what do you think she gives him?
This is simple. This is beneath you, John.
Is it? You know him. Is it beneath him? I don't know her. I don't know him. I don't know their relationship. I don't know. I'm sure it's just support, the love of a good woman, all those things.
That's right.
Well, he says she gives him the ability to have a proper diet and sleep.
So she's his nutritionist?
And
he says she's like a mother with him in that respect.
Do you want a mom when you're Taylor Fritz's age?
If you want to win Wimbledon, yeah.
Man,
you want somebody that's going to help
sucks.
you make sure that you're doing all the right things to win.
Can't you hire someone to do that? Do you need your girl to be the one who does that? Oh, how enough. Okay, thanks for the advice. All right, I got people for this.
Wouldn't you rather have a good-looking girl do it than someone you hired?
No, you are with the girl for different reasons.
Save money. That's a way to save money, John.
What reasons?
Because you love her, you want to be with her. I don't need.
Yeah, and she's helping you succeed.
Well, is she a nutritionist? That's why I asked the question.
Is he in the semifinals? Answer that, Del.
Yeah, you answer your own question.
He's in the semifinals.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Never
answer my own
played better
question.
Before.
I didn't ask whether he was in the semifinal. That wasn't my question.
And he's saving money because he didn't have to pay for nutrition.
I bet you he does. I bet you he is paying someone to help him besides her.
This is what I'm making today. I'm going to make zucchini blossoms in one of her little Instagram influencer videos. She actually is just making dinner for him, but it's a healthy dinner.
Yeah.
Zucchini blossoms
So
with
I don't have
a chicken parmesan.
Yeah, that's a good way to go about it.
What are the
sure
chocolates
you get the
that are
carbs
a big deal
that
right
you
now?
need.
The Dubai chocolates.
Yeah.
Is he married to this woman?
No, they've been going out
Basically.
since COVID.
I asked because I was looking him up, and he has a child. So I was wondering if he was married to her or she's the mother of his children.
I don't
know. I don't know. Congratulations, Taylor Fritz. All I care about are Americans succeeding. I don't really care what his girlfriend has to do with it. That's fine. Whatever. Just go out there and see if you can beat Alcaraz.
All I know is that he's in the semis because of Riddle, his girlfriend Riddle.
Riddle?
Yeah, that's her last name.
Oh,
Morgan
okay.
Riddle. Yeah. And she's an influencer. She's got 400,000 followers. How many do you have? Apparently,
If
she
she was
knows
a real
her
one,
game.
she'd already have 1 million.
Yeah.
Ooh, she's pretty good.
Yeah.
At what?
talented.
What is she
She's
pretty good at?
talented.
She's
At
good
cooking-
at the face. Her
cooking
face
the right
card
meals.
is good, as the kids say.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a good face card.
Yeah.
As Sam once told me, it won't get declined. The face card.
Her face card won't get declined.
It will not get declined. Sam taught me.
Someone
Yeah, no,
378037776.
she's like a legitimate, old school blonde.
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently, okay, so ESPN put out grades for all the baseball teams as we head to the All-Star break. What do you think the Astros graded?
Hold on. We're looking at her first.
Oh, you're not done?
Now look how distracted
She's a
he
little
is.
skinny for
This is
you two,
Yeah,
though.
she's skinny. Yeah.
She's
Of
a little
course
too
she is.
skinny for you
Why
two.
do you keep speaking for me on things?
You guys need to just close out that Instagram because she's too skinny for both of you. Or for both of yous, as you
Have
say in
I-
Jersey.
Have I
Yeah, you've
let it be
made it
known
be
that I don't
known.
like skinny
You
women?
made it- you said-
That's John's thing.
Oh, pancake this and pancake that. You
Yeah.
invented that.
And first of all, I didn't invent it, and I don't know if you heard, but skinny women don't have to have, as you say, pancake this or pancake that. It's not. It doesn't go hand in hand. Sorry, but I'm not judging Miss Riddle on that anyway. I just hope she helps an American tennis player reach his reach his ceiling. That's all.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
There's an article that just says Taylor Fritz, it says, not the best choice of words. Taylor Fritz admits regret at comment about girlfriend Morgan Riddle.
What did he say about his girlfriend, Lance?
I
Oh,
got to see what he said, but probably what John was talking about. Maybe, I don't know.
pancake?
Oh,
Never mind. We're not going. Okay, we're not going to get.
Why do you? What does that matter?
We're not going to get to this Astro.
I think
story.
maybe just
No, we're
saying
not.
she mothers me. Oh, he goes, yeah, the mother me comment. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he
so
regrets
maybe
that.
that wasn't the best choice of words.
Right.
Because that would make him
Oedipus?
Yeah. Oh,
a mother.
See, that's why we got to talk about Billy Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what that would make him?
That mother. We got to talk Billy Brown right now and talk about. We got to talk about clean stuff like the Brown going down. Okay, not stuff that Lance is saying. That kind of garbage.
I'm just looking at the word combinations. That's all.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that Aqueduct Plumbing Company, you talk about combinations, you're talking about word combinations. I got 2 words for you. Billy Brown. Okay? Making the Brown go down. Okay? I don't know if you listen, if you got a toilet problem, gross. You need Billy. But you could also have a shower problem. You could have a busted pipe problem. You could have a sink problem. You got all kinds of any kind of plumbing problem. Billy Brown is here for you. His guys will come to your house absolutely free. They're not going to charge you like a lot of plumbers do. They charge you just for showing up. That ain't the case with Billy and his guys. I love that about Billy. Billy's going to make sure that you get a square deal every single time. I mean, Lance, you've done it. I've done it.
Mm-hmm.
The guys are fantastic.
Yeah, they do what they say they're going to do, which is come out there, diagnose it quickly, get started on the work quickly, and get it done the right way at a fair price. And I mean, I've had them do huge jobs like a complete repiping that needed to be done, and then smaller jobs, just a leaky shower, just water pressure not being what I wanted it to be. So they can do it all. And I love Billy Brown, and I love Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Phenomenal work that they do for you on big jobs, small jobs. Go to the website and find out everything they can do for you, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
We've been talking about centers. Chet Holmgren has agreed to fully guaranteed 5-year maximum rookie contract extension. Could reach $250 million.
Yeah, it follows up the guy who was picked ahead of him, Paolo Banchero, got that money. Of course, Jabari signed first for far less, but Chet is their clear number 3. It's a lot of money. It's lots and lots of money for your third best player.
I know. I always wonder if that's possible because Williams is going to get paid like that too. Like, I don't know, man. It feels like only your best and second best players should be even eligible for it. Because now Williams is going to, I guess you're basically looking at the fact that, okay, the salary cap is going to go up and we'll be able to afford it. I guess that's what you're saying. Do it now, get it done so you can.
Shages, I mean, how they affording this? They got Hartenstein at how much? They got Chet. They got Shea's money, the biggest contract in history. They're going to have to pay Jalen. Holy crap.
That's why it's hard to keep teams together to win championships.
Yep. Is Paolo worth that money?
Not really, but it's you just get to a point where you have to pay it.
I don't know.
If you stack them up, like if this were baseball where you actually get what you're worth for the most part, Paolo Banchero would not be one of the 5 or 6 highest paid baseball players. Not even close. But he's a good player. But that's what you get when you get a maxed out cap. That's the one thing, when you get a cap that maxes how much you can make, you're more likely to reach the max.
Isn't basketball like football? You're next up, you get paid.
Well, but football doesn't have a cap on how much you can make. Basketball does, which is why a lot of the agents just say we're just shooting for the max. We just want max.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. And Chet's getting. Listen, these guys, these Thunder are going to get paid for what they did. They won a
Oklahoma
championship.
City's salary was 16th last year. Or right now, hold on, 25-26. This is this year. It's currently 16th, but this is before they've got
those
Chet's
extensions
salary.
Won't kick in until after, right?
Oh,
they'll still be playing
that's what
on
it is.
their current deals. Like Paolo signed his extension. It won't kick in until after next season.
So Hartenstein makes 28.5. Lou Dortz is a relative bargain at 18.2. Alex Caruso is an $18 million night. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to afford this team. But yeah, you're right. Chet's contract isn't even going to kick in until 27. So you got a little bit of time. Hartenstein will be off the books by then. Lou Dort will be off the books. You're going to have to let both those guys walk. You won't be able to afford them. So they're both as good as gone. Caruso is going to be on the books until 28-29. So it'll be Chet Holmgren. It'll be Aaron Wiggins. It'll be Jalen Williams, who's going to be making whatever 60, 55 million a year, whatever the max is at that particular time when he's ready for it. And then you're just going to have to keep drafting. And that's why getting rid of draft picks is dangerous nowadays. You have to draft in the first round and you have to develop if you're a good team, because you got to have cheap guys who can play on your team. This idea that draft picks are meaningless, like Daryl Morey forever just thought they were trade chips. You can't do that anymore. You just end up with hella old teams trying to get old players on lower veteran deals. And that's the only way you can find guys who can fill out a roster, or you get inexpensive, cheap, unexperienced players on your roster. Draft picks matter in the NBA. You can't just say, oh, we don't care about draft picks. Okay. Well, now that's why you've got an old ass team, Daryl.
Yeah.
You're talking,
and that's why Rafael Stone is on the cusp of a dynasty.
Well, and you know what? Getting Alpy done the way that they did, Alpy and Jalen, I mean, they made Jalen tradable with that contract, made Alpy a bargain. an all-star, and he didn't get a max deal. And that's nice. That's really nice.
No, the way they've handled, to me, the most impressive part of this whole offseason is how Rafael Stone has handled the contracts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think the contracts he's given out have been terrific. And from a team standpoint, you're not just getting Chet Holmgren. Well, we want a title. I guess we have to give Chet as much money as he can possibly fit in his pocket, in his tiny little skinny pockets. We have to just give him a bunch of money. Why? Well, he rebounds and blocks shots. Oh, is he one of the best in the league? No, not even really close. Oh, but there's nothing you can do. You want a title, so
yep,
you got to do it. It's just it makes it harder for it to last. But they do still have a 2-year window, though. They still have a 2-year window of pretty much the same team.
Yeah. No. They'll be the favorite. They're the favorite already. The Rockets have the third highest win total
in the league. Yes, behind the Thunder, and I don't remember the second team.
Yeah, they're the third highest win total. DraftKings in DraftKings. And speaking of DraftKings, we've been talking about this draft thing. We're going to start on July 24th, giving away spots. 4 lucky listeners are going to win spots. You get 2 spots. Each of them get 2 spots in our fantasy league. So you don't have to come to, by yourself. So you get to pick a friend. 2-night stay at Golden Nugget Lake Charles, $200 food, beverage credit, and dinner at DraftKings Sportsbook. Plus, you get to do the draft with us. Me, Lance, Dell, and Sean. We're going to give them away every Thursday, starting July 24th through August 14th. So keep on listening to make sure you listen on Thursdays for your chance to win. If you could bring one person, Dell, who you bringing to the fantasy draft?
You mean just in my life or anyone?
Well, yeah, anyone.
That's a good question, John. Hadn't really thought of it. Now you're putting me under the pressure.
Yeah, who's it going to be? I'll tell you who mine would be.
Your wife?
Jesus.
So a deity is who you want to bring to the fantasy draft. Yeah. Okay.
If I could bring anybody in the history of people.
Jesus. You think he'd enjoy himself in a...
Well, what about people who are alive? Would it be Chad Clay?
Oh, people who are alive, just
people
alive,
who are dead.
Yeah, people who could actually make it if they so chose.
I would bring someone who's really crappy at fantasy football.
No, they're just hanging out with you. They don't get to be in the league.
Oh no, but they got to drink
Would you want Jesus
Lights
in your league?
He would
crush. They got to drink Coors Lights too.
He's gonna know beforehand how everyone does. You don't want Jesus around. He'd kill everyone.
League.
No, I just want.
Why does Jesus keep bidding on? Why does he keep bidding on Michael Penix? What does he know?
Jeez, yeah. MVP season coming up for Penix.
Right.
If Jesus is bidding on him, I'm going to bid him too. I'm going to push him up.
Or at least bet on him. Go to draft. I'm sure DraftKings has odds on MVP. And if Penix is the one Jesus really wants, bet on Penix to win MVP.
Everybody on Jesus' team.
Yeah. To have great numbers. I don't know. Lance, do you have one off the top of your head?
$61 on this auction on Christian McCaffrey?
Can't have Jesus, and he's a cheat code.
How's he going to stay healthy? Oh, I know how.
Well,
prayer.
Jesus knows. Jesus knows. That's why I bring Jesus.
I would bring for my fantasy. Let's see, dead or alive. I'm going to bring Prince.
Prince.
Yep.
You think Prince is going to enjoy himself?
Prince likes sports. He liked sports. Yeah, I just want to see what Prince is doing with some of the listeners. I just think Prince would be an interesting hang at a fantasy football draft.
Yeah.
So I would say Prince of the dead people. And of live people, I'd probably say Taylor Fritz's girlfriend.
You want Morgan Riddle at the fantasy? Why?
Because she's good with nutrition.
What is that? Don't you have your factor meals? What do you need her for?
I know, but she can also tell other people what to eat.
But the DraftKings Sportsbook has a lot of bar food.
They also, not a lot of health food. And they've also got a swimming pool there.
Yes.
No, I'm not going to bring her then if it's swimming pool.
Of course not.
We'll just do it. Dua Lipa. That's fine.
Makes sense for you.
You're going to bring Dua Lipa?
Yeah, we'll bring Dua Lipa of the live people.
Of the live people?
Either that or Cesar Cedeno.
Okay. But he's, yeah.
Or Akeem
If you bring Prince, is he bringing Apollonia?
The gun. Apollonia is dead.
Well, so is Prince.
Yeah.
Is Apollonia dead?
I don't know, but I know Prince
one
is.
knows.
So
It's
you already
impossible to know.
No, I think Apollonia is alive. It's the other one, Vanity, is dead.
No one knows. It's impossible to know.
Prince knew. Prince was ahead of the game.
she's alive. Apollonia is.
Apollonia Quintero.
Yes, she's still.
Yeah, but I want her.
I'm not bringing her now.
I want her peak.
You mean
Apollonia.
young? You want vintage Apollonia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
the
I'm
one-
saying. Prince was just ahead of the game
Yeah.
all the way. He knew exactly what he was doing back then.
You mean
Oh, yeah,
he
That's
was
when I knew. I was like, he's on to something. I can't figure this out, but Prince is on to
the
something.
rock star was on to something by picking out an attractive young woman? Is what you're saying? He was on to something? Is
Yeah, he
that-
was on to
but
something.
even back then, I was like, what? I don't, there's something here. And then I was like, oh, this is my jam too. I didn't realize that Prince kind of had my whole thing.
So
going on.
attractive young women were your jam as well.
That was your jam?
Mhm. But
Oh.
his style was kind of my style.
Yeah, when I look at you, I think
No,
Prince.
yeah, no. But I mean, his style of the
Women?
ladies.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Like I always, even when I was in junior high, I had a thing for Vanity and then Apollonia. And I was like, this Prince, not so much for what's her name? The strut pop, put it out. Who was? Baby, take some money, Jay. Oh,
What?
and Sheila E. I like Sheila E too, one of Prince's girls. I don't know if he was ever,
Wasn't that Dolly Parton?
No, that was she was British and she was
Sheena Easton.
yeah.
Sheena E.
Prince turned her out too.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
Wow.
that's what I assumed.
So you just
If you're
made,
with
so
Prince,
you just made that up.
that's like Tina Marie. She was with Rick James. Come on. If Tina's with Rick, they're not just doing stuff musically. And if you're
We
with
gotta get out
Prince,
of this.
you
What's he-
think you're
what's he
just
doing?
collaborating
I should've
musically?
never brought this
He
up.
was so offended by the suggestion that Tom Brady and Sidney Sweeney could be together,
Yeah.
but now he's just
Let me
he's
tell you
just
something.
killing all these women. Prince turned her out too. What?
That's Prince. Tom Brady's not Prince.
What?
You ever see any of Prince's album covers?
What evidence do you have that
Prince doesn't play
that
around.
as you put it, Sheena
Prince isn't
Easton
out
was
here trying to
turned
play
out?
around.
What
He tells
evidence?
you what the game is.
You tell me. What's the evidence that Sheena Easton was turned out by Prince?
Her
I don't
music
know.
changed.
Okay.
Started getting high. Inside My Sugar
You're
Walls.
a bad person.
She did a song named
Yeah.
Sugar Walls.
You're
Go
bad-
ahead and read
you
the
are.
lyrics on that one,
Prince
Del.
wrote.
That's after
Prince
she met
wrote that
Prince.
song for her. Yes, he did.
Prince turned her out.
That is a horrible thing to say.
She got turned.
It's a horrible thing to say.
We got to break. We got to talk about Keith Tate
Sorry, I don't have
turning your kids around because they used to be crappy ball players. Now they're good because they got the hoops goal. They got the pro dunk goal, which is the best goal in the history of goals. The best goal because you get to lower it. Dad, your 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old, 11-year-old, they ain't playing on a 10-foot basket. Okay, 12-year-old even, they want to lower that basket. They want to have fun. They actually want to hang on it. They want to dunk. They want to practice their moves, okay? Yeah, they need a dribble package, but they also need a dunk package, okay? How are they gonna act if they can't dunk? Well, they ain't dunking on a 10-foot goal. They ain't that athletic, Dad, okay? Here's the deal. You got the pro dunk goal, which you can lower and raise with the push of a button. You got the best goal, which you will love because it's going to look great. Mom's going to love it. It's going to look great in the yard as opposed to a lot of those goals with the bent rims and the backboard that needs painting. Nope, we ain't doing that. What we're doing is doing the best goal ever, and that's the pro dunk goal. So you're looking for the best goal in the history of goals. There's one goal, and that's produnk.com. Tell Keith Tate that you heard it right here. Keith Tate's been doing this forever. You think he hasn't seen everything in the game? He knows how to make that goal perfect for you. Produnk.com. Tempered glass backboard, unrustable stanchion, everything about it. Produnk.com, produnk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here.
If you go to daspitlaw.com, you find out exactly how John Daspit can help you out. Wrongful death, work injury, workers' compensation, truck accidents, product liability, tractor accidents. It's a very specific type of accident, but yes, it's one that he works on. They have plant and refinery accidents, which is a major one for him as well. But don't forget product liability and premises liability. So there's a lot of areas where you can be wrong due to someone else's negligence. And John Daspit and his law firm is here to help you. He's a personal injury attorney who is going to passionately pursue justice for the injured. And justice for you means they're talking about, making sure your bills get paid from time missed from work, your hospital bills, medical bills get paid for, and then maybe most importantly, you get your compensation for pain and suffering, because for a lot of these that we talked about, you're going to suffer severe pain and obviously the suffering. So make sure that John Daspit is the phone call that you have ready that you have at the ready. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back. Our final hour today here on the show, 713-780-3776. This has been, you want to talk about a sports show. There has been nothing. I don't believe that we have had this much enlightening conversation about the sports world ever on this show. And we've been doing it a long time. We mentioned the Rockets win total. Oklahoma City, 62.5. Cleveland, 55.5. Rockets, 54.5. Nuggets, 53.5. And so on and so forth. The Lakers are 47.5. I'm going under. I am going to go, where is Dallas? 38.5. I'm going over on Dallas. Kyrie's coming back in January. And, AD is going to be healthy this year. I don't know why I said that.
Betting on old teams to win. That's fine.
Yeah. But they got Cooper Flag. Oh, is Cooper Flag old? No.
18-year-olds and 40-year-olds. That's a good combination.
They got San Antonio at 43.5. I don't know that they're ready. You think they're ready to win?
No, not that many.
They got De'Aaron. They got Wemby, obviously. That seems like a big number for San Antonio.
That's a lot.
The Clippers at 45.5. I like the over on that.
Yeah, I like that.
I don't like the Lakers over 47.5.
No, I don't either.
They got Orlando 51.5.
There's a little bit of I guess Bronny had a dunk in Summer League, and everyone's like, this could be his year. So we'll see.
That's what I always say. Could be Bronny's year. I don't know how many times I've said that.
Not many.
Detroit 45.5. That's I like that over.
I do too, especially
they're an up-and-coming team.
I think they hit like 52.
Golden State 47.5. Under.
Yeah, too hard. Too much tough. And it's time for Steph Curry to get hurt.
Oh my God. You're a bad person today.
No, I'm predicting he gets hurt. He's been around. He's old. He's been around a long time. He's been.
You're going to let him do this?
Relatively healthy.
Do what?
On your show?
It's not my show. My show starts at 10:15.
Jesus to a fantasy draft.
When you guys end.
You were bringing Jesus to our fantasy draft.
I would.
You can't say anything about me predicting an old player gets hurt.
Who's it this time again?
Just pray on it then.
Steph.
Well, then you are predicting that Steph gets hurt.
Yeah.
Are you predicting that an older KD gets hurt?
Steph Curry is you already know my feelings on that. Yeah, I'm concerned about that too. 100%. Steph Curry.
You're an
as
ugly
of late,
person.
70 games, 74 games. His last 2 years, it's time for him to get hurt. It's been 2 years where he's been relatively healthy. He's already 37 now. Yeah, it's time for him to have an injury. This is how it works. Old players get hurt. I don't know what to tell you. Although he was comeback player of the year after he was hurt in 2022, 2023. So, yeah, wouldn't surprise me if he suffered through some kind of lower body injury. And same thing for our guy.
Yeah.
Not going to surprise me at all if Kevin Durant gets hurt.
So Kevin Durant, I said he's older. He's several months younger at 36, both born in 1988. But yeah,
Kevin's played more NBA basketball, more seasons.
He's been around longer in the NBA.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, just predicting injuries, that's just an ugly way to go about this.
You better do it or you'll end up putting together a crappy team. You better understand the history of – listen, there's a lot of studies already. There's a ton of basketball studies that have been done on injury stuff. I'm sure the Rockets have done their own studies on that. You know, you take a gamble when you have players who are over on the other side of 35. There's a real risk and real gamble because the numbers tell you it's not good. And this is historically, but obviously things have changed a little now. But we're talking about Kevin Durant has played – you know, since he was a I mean, he's played more basketball than Steph Curry has. Well, for more years. And no, Steph Curry getting injured is pretty much on par. It's actually probably the favorite.
Well, last we saw of him, he was hurt against the Wolves because of a season where they had to really push to make the playoffs.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Because of how poorly they started. They traded for Jimmy Butler, who got hurt against the Rockets. He's an older player. Draymond's 35. Their three best players are going to be 30s.
Jimmy Butler the whole year now, though.
Yeah, but the Jimmy Butler they're going to get is not the one they got to close out the year. The Jimmy Butler they're going to get is the one who paces himself and plays probably 60 games a season because that's what he is now. So they're going to depend on.
Well, I can tell you this: you pace yourself in the West, you may not make the playoffs.
Well, it's just what he does to try to make it to make his way into a playoffs to have any juice left. That's the real issue. I mean, injuries aside from the Warriors, there's not a lot on that roster besides Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph. If they have to go as hard as they did last year, what are they going to have left in the playoffs? That's why young legs matter quite a bit. And I think that team will be interesting. I don't think they're a real title contender. I think they're too old and there's not enough beyond the top three. The Rockets are not as old, but they're older than they were last year. So we'll see if the legs hold up.
Well, we looked at it. The Rockets are one of the older teams in the league.
Yeah, as when you include the guys, particularly in the rotation. Yeah. You got 4 or 5 30-year-olds now squarely in the rotation, which was not the case last year.
Yeah, but that experience wins titles. That's all. That's all I know. Rockets title this year. Rockets should be the favorite.
I mean, the Thunder seem to still exist, so I'm going to go with them.
I am curious. Like they're not on paper. I mean, in theory, they don't appear to be a team full of ego where they get fat and sassy after winning, but they were doing a lot of commercials last year.
Then stop.
They did have a lot of Jalen. Their big three did a lot of commercials together, or at least it aired a lot. I don't know that they did a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if they had many.
It sure did air a lot. That was that an
AT&T
the
one with
commercial?
the suit?
Yeah, it was the same one over and over again.
Yeah, it was AT&T, right?
That was the same one over and over.
Yeah, but it felt like there could have been multiple cuts.
No, it was the same one.
Okay,
same one. They only shot it once, and that was one shoot. That's all. I don't know that they did a lot of commercials.
Well,
they weren't like CJ doing a world. They weren't like CJ doing a world tour.
Caitlin Clark did like 1,000 commercials, and now she's always hurt.
And she's hurt.
How about worry about your game, Caitlin? How about worry about nutrition? You need to have Taylor Fritz's girlfriend come hang out with you and show you how to eat and work out and do that stuff so you can maybe stop doing all your commercials and maybe get a little more serious about basketball.
How
about we start getting serious about basketball,
Caitlin,
don't know
why he's referring to Taylor Fritz as you. What about people that are just getting here? Taylor Fritz's girlfriend apparently helps him with his nutrition, and that's why he's going to win Wimbledon.
Because she's an influencer, and she's got a lot of great recipes.
Morgan Riddle, and she's skinny. Yeah. She's a skinny influencer.
And he is trying to get past Carlos Alcaraz.
That's what he's trying to do. We'll see. Good luck with that. Because Alcaraz played like the champ again, in his last match. Not so much the match before.
He did, but this is the best Fritz has ever played, so it'll be good. And Ben Shelton another American goes today with a chance to get into the finals. He's got to beat Yannick Sinner, a German-Italian. If you would have been listening to the show, you would have learned that he's a German-Italian. You could have learned about the history of Germany over the strong bloodlines of the Germans overtaking the Italians.
Yeah, you could have if you were listening to the show earlier. That's why I said this has been nonstop sports talk.
I would tell the people who weren't listening, you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one, though. You really haven't missed much at all.
In fact, you might have lucked out, to be honest.
Truth be told.
I was sitting here, and I wasn't thrilled.
No, it was pretty good.
Summer Circuit continues at the Pleasure Pier Friday, 12 to 6. The boys are going to be out there. You can register for your e-bike. You got 2 e-bikes they're giving away. Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. All you have to do is show up at the Pleasure Pier between 12 and 6. And sign up at the promo table. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. 713-780-3776. Astros lose. They were 2 for 21 with runners in scoring position last night. That was the story of the game. That and their 2 all-star pitchers really weren't good last night. Really just weren't good. Although Josh Hader still has his save streak intact because it was not a save situation. It was a tie game. And he gave up a grand slam. But Hunter Brown also did not look like the all-star pitcher that he has been all season long. He gave up 6 in 6 innings of work. They only had 8 hits. 8 hits, 10 runs. That's not good. The Astros had 21 runners in scoring position and only got them in twice. That's not good. Only 2 for 21. That's really, really bad. So they did everything they could to lose that game, and they did lose it. But they still Seattle lost to the Yankees, so Astros did not lose any ground in the division anyway. They do want to get at least that 2 seed, though. At least that 2 seed. Hey, listen, there's a chance the Astros have got the 1 seed. All right? They'll pass Detroit. I ain't worried about it. They played Detroit and they won the series. It's what they do. The Astros, did you see the stat? By far, they are +9 against teams with winning records. They are 28-19 against teams with winning records. That is by far the best in the league. They are, who's next? I'm looking for it. I'm trying to find it. I'm looking and I can't find it. Anyway, the Astros are by far the best in the league against teams with winning records, and that'll tell you something about them. Cleveland, not a winning record. Cleveland, that's the kind of team that you lose. You lost a game to Colorado. Now you've lost 2 to Cleveland. It'll just tell you something about how difficult it is to keep that focus day in, day out. They go to L.A., sweep one of the best teams in baseball, and then they go and lose 2 to Cleveland and possibly get swept tonight. Although Brandon Walter's on the mound, and I have complete faith in a Brandon Walter. Somebody was pissed at me. The reason that the Astros lost last night because I said it was going to be an hour and 40-minute game.
Your hubris, I believe. Your hubris suggesting that Hunter Brown would just mow through them caused the Astros loss. I saw that too.
Yeah. Guess what? Am I dumb to predict that Hunter Brown is going to kick the Indians' ass?
Maybe just be a little bit more, maybe just be a little bit more humble.
No. I know when Hunter Brown's on the mound. When Hunter Brown's on the mound, I feel like I've got a sleeve. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. Like I feel like a tat guy when Hunter Brown's on the mound.
Okay.
Because that's how confident I feel. I mean, if you got a sleeve, that means you.
You're like, why do you think tattoos just started? These people all have had sleeves for a long time.
Yeah. But that means you can fight. That means you're a fighter.
No, it doesn't.
It kind of does.
Is Dallas Keuchel going to beat everyone's ass?
You don't know. I don't know, but he could be a black belt. I have no idea.
He must be. You know,
I
there are
have
people
no-
who get sleeves now who aren't really like MMA fighters, right? And bikers.
Or
It's
or
not
a
just
chef.
MMA fighters and bikers anymore.
Listen, either that or you're a chef.
Oh yeah, or chef.
Yeah.
MMA fighter, biker, chef. But now it's like it could just be some girl who's in reception somewhere.
Yeah, but she could probably fight. No, I'm not talking about girls with sleeves. That's different. They do stuff. Okay? I'm talking about guys with sleeves.
Do your own kids have tattoos?
Pardon me?
Do your own kids have tattoos?
None.
Do they tell you they have none, or you know that for sure?
They don't have any. No, they have none. And no, their mother won't let them have tattoos. No.
Drake probably already has like 5 or 6.
Does he?
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, he's a fireman.
Yeah, and
firemen
and
have
a Muay
tattoos
Thai. And he,
'cause they
and
can
he fights
fight.
Muay Thai.
Yeah, he can fight.
Yeah, he can, but still.
If you will walk into a burning building, you can have a sleeve. Okay? If you can fight, if you can get people on the ground and pound.
Are you allowed to get
sleeve.
tattoos if you don't fight?
If you don't fight, then why are you getting tattoos? Trying to act like a tough guy. You're a fake tough guy.
Maybe because it represents your life, and you want to show when the birth of the death of your mom, the birth of your child.
It's not always about.
Maybe when you got your first car,
Okay.
you know, you got to.
Yeah,
I don't know.
some people tattoo.
A lot of
things
people are
that
telling
means
their own
things
stories
to
with
them
tattoos.
on their
Get
body.
some pictures. Put some pictures on your phone, and you can look at them.
Well,
I don't want to.
I mean, our good buddy
Stop being a
Raheel has
fake tough guy.
tattoos.
Yeah, Raheel's got tattoos. Is he going to beat you up?
No.
He
That's
might.
why.
You don't know.
You
He
know what?
might.
Phone. And what do we always say about Raheel? Phony.
But I don't think he got tattoos to look tough. He got
No, but
tattoos
he's
that
a
mean
phony.
he got tattoos that mean something to him, like a lot of people do.
That's silly.
Okay. We're just pointing out that it isn't always about, hey, I'm going to pretend like I can beat you up, or I can actually beat you up, and this represents it. Some people get a tattoo like on the inside of their wrist, and it may be something in a different language that honors their mother, and I feel like that's just fine. I don't think it means anything
Maybe
other
it's
than that.
Japanese lettering and it says "Peace be with you."
Oh.
Or what about things of Jesus? What about when they have Jesus face with prayer hands? You
Oh,
think they're
that's
trying
nice.
to beat people up?
No, that's nice. No, that's nice. But sometimes you do. You put Jesus on your arm there, and then you try to beat people up. It's ironic, but that's the case sometimes. How about the Astros are facing Slade Ciccone tonight? Slade Ciccone.
That sounds
How
like
are you
something.
got the last name Ciccone and your first name is Slade? You know why? Because he's from Oviedo, Florida.
Slay, Ciccone. You slay. Girl,
No,
stop.
Slade. I mean,
Oh,
what kind of-
Slade. I thought you said slay queen.
No.
I thought you were telling him to slay.
He must be Slade Ciccone,
Oh, yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, I would think
But he's
it's
from
Slade.
Florida, so it's probably Slade. He's got a 3.56. He's not bad. Right-hander. The Astros take care of that business tonight. You ain't got nothing against Brandon Walker.
Oh, another right-hander. What do you know?
Yeah, another right-hander. We have like 12 at-bats this season against lefties. The Astros have 12 at-bats this season against left-handed pitching. They have, it's unbelievable the amount of right-handers versus lefties that they face. All right, 713-780-3776. You want to get in here? I want to talk about Air Team. I want to talk about what they've done for me and what they'll do for you. It's hot. It's ridiculous. Okay. It is, and it's so musty. It's so, swampy, and you got to have that air conditioning. It's got to be working. It's got to be great. And if it's running all the time, have you checked it out? Have you looked to see have you checked your air conditioners to see if they're in a top working efficiency? Because if you haven't and they're not, you're working them to death. And, oh, by the way, they die, you pay. Air conditioners die, you pay. You do not want to replace it. So you want Air Team to come over, clean it out, make sure your lines are all great, make sure the Freon is loaded, make sure that your air conditioning is working at peak efficiency. Get that bill of health from Air Team. Let them come for a small price. because it's a big price if you got to replace them. I tell you, I had Air Team replace a couple of mine, and it's easy and great a process as it was. But you don't want to be like me and replace them. AirTeamLTD.com, 713-936-5346, AirTeamLTD.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First half grades, ESPN put them out. The Tigers got an A+. Scooble's going to start the All-Star game, right?
I would think so.
I would think so. Listen, Hunter may pitch on Sunday, maybe. Would you throw him? I pitch Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. He can, with 4 days rest, he can throw again on Sunday. Would you throw him or let him go, make sure that he can throw in the All-Star game with a lot of rest? He'll only throw an inning in the All-Star game.
As it stands now, if you're going by ESPN, Colton Gordon is scheduled to throw on Sunday.
Well, who do you want if you're Joe Espada?
Well, I know who he would want. I just don't know what he'll choose.
Right. They were talking about this last night on the broadcast, that there's a possibility that Hunter gets that start on Sunday. I don't know. I almost feel like, let's see what happens in the series. Like if they're on a 5-game losing streak, oh well, maybe 4-game losing streak, okay, maybe, or 5. But if the division is well in hand at the All-Star break, and let the kid go and go make sure he can pitch in the All-Star game. Because if he pitches on Sunday and he throws a lot of innings, he ain't pitching again on Tuesday. So I would say let him go, let Hunter go and pitch and get that experience. Right?
Yeah, I would too. I mean, we can throw some games away here. That's no problem.
Yeah. The Astros.
Zach Short's got this. He's fine.
The Astros were second best grade. The Tigers got an A+. The Astros got an A. I heard someone refer to them as the zombie Astros. That was Mark DeRozan. Feels appropriate.
Great
you
nickname.
Great. You lost from last year's team. You lost Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, and Yordan Alvarez. You lost those 3 players. 3 of the best players at their positions in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And you're better this year, much better than you were last year. You're a much better team than you were last year.
Much better.
Yeah. It's amazing that they are, but they are. So they're looking for their 8th straight. If you ignore COVID, they're looking for their 8th straight. You know who's playing really well is Toronto. Holy crap. They haven't lost since June 28th, I think. They are on a roll. They have taken over. Did you hear Michael Kay? They were playing the Yankees were playing the Blue Jays, and the Blue Jays were overtaking them in the division. And Michael Kay goes, "This is not a first place team. The Blue Jays are not a first place team. Their plus minus at the time was plus 46.
Too bad. So what, Yankees? You're not a first place team either.
No, they're not. Well, they're actually not a first place team, and Toronto is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that, Toronto?
But Toronto, it wasn't plus 46. It was like plus 6. And the Yankees is right now, Toronto's plus 21, and the Yankees are plus 102. Tampa's plus 63. Toronto's leading the division by 3.5 games and 5 over Tampa with a plus 21 differential.
God, that's terrible.
They've won 10 straight. They're just playing good baseball. George Springer's having a year. George Springer should have been an all-star.
Yeah. George is having a great year. The Blue Jays, so I got on this, I don't even remember where I saw it, where Blue Jays fans were talking about George. Oh, it was on Twitter. And, boy, they are really happy with George Springer now. They have not, all told, George Springer as a Blue Jay has not made them as happy as they thought they would be. And that's all. Isn't that usually the case when you are in the, the free agency game? You're going to pay retail price for a player. We got wholesale on George Springer. We got more than our money's worth out of that world champ. They went and paid retail for George Springer, and they really haven't gotten what they had hoped for until this year. George right now, 16 homers, 53 RBIs. He's hitting 281 with an OPS of 886. Like, this is his best year in a long time.
Yeah.
George is really, really, he's really playing well. Really playing well. And I feel good for him. I'm just a huge George fan, but look what he's been with the Blue Jays since he got there. He's hit from the beginning 264, 267, 258, 220. It's been descending. His OPS his first year was 907, which is good. 814, 732, 674 last year. He literally has been in decline, a major decline. It's been a bad contract for the Blue Jays for the most part, but this year has been a big turnaround year for him.
So I think you'll remember, Dell, remember when you called out George Springer?
Yeah. The context of it was, when is this guy going to play like the guy I was told he was going to be? He was, he was banged up a little bit and never was more than like a 250, 260 hitter. And I just asked, this is not the George Springer I was told about. And then he took off and went on a run and, led to a World Series and a giant contract. Yeah. So if you want to thank anyone for George Springer leaving, you can thank me.
Literally, I'm pretty sure they were in Boston at the time. it was real in the middle of a season, the 17th season, and Dell called him out, and he went on a run like he was incredible after Dell called him out. A lot like Jalen Green, who Dell called out, and Jalen Green led the Rockets to unbelievable heights.
Yeah, clearly it led to him having an awful
Regular
playoff series and
season
getting
heights,
fired. I mean, traded.
regular season heights.
And to be fair, I didn't call out George Springer. I just simply asked him questions.
Yeah.
And he answered those questions.
I'm just asking questions.
I'm just asking some questions. That's all.
I'm just trying to do my own research. I'm just asking.
I looked some stuff up. I thought about the hype that George Springer was receiving, and I said, hey, is he ever going to live up to it? And he was like, yes. In fact, yes, I am. And he helped us win a World Series.
And he did. And then George said, eat this, Dell.
He didn't say eat this, because I wasn't saying he sucks.
He said he's crappy.
He said eat this, Dell.
I just wanted to know if George Springer was ever going to live up to the glazing that you gave him.
Wow.
And he did.
Oh.
And then he told you, thanks, John, for eating it.
Wow. Wow. He said that to both of you guys?
He never said it to me, but he did thank John for eating it.
No.
Oh,
Dell
no. Not that.
No, Dell put him on a track.
Fraud watch?
For greatness.
You put him on fraud watch?
The questions made it seem like he was on fraud watch, and then he answered and said, I'm not a fraud. And he thanked John for all the support.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And guess what? I was right.
Mm-hmm.
I was right about him, and you were wrong about it.
I wasn't wrong. I just think you should be thanking me, because without me and my motivational questions, you wouldn't have got that George Springer. You were too busy. I love you, George. The man needed some tough love, and he got it.
And then John was mad about him hitting leadoff.
Yeah, then John wanted him out of the leadoff
Then
spot.
John wanted him out of the
Then
leadoff.
you turned on George.
You
turned on him.
I was loyal to him after I'd left y'all.
You hoe ain't loyal. You ain't loyal to nobody. Are you kidding me? You want to see people get hurt?
Yeah, other players on other teams, absolutely.
Oh, you said Kevin Durant was going to get hurt.
No, I think there is a chance he could, but I'm
God.
predicting that Steph Curry
Bad
will get hurt.
person. Bad person.
Yeah.
Bad
I mean,
person.
Kevin Durant's hurt every year, so that's not a prediction. That's just a Vegas favorite. You just hope for not very long. That's all. It's time for Steph Curry to get hurt. He's been hurt for a while. It's time for him to get hurt. Under 46 and a half.
It's time.
Yeah.
Man.
It's about time. That's kind of like when you're watching somebody on the golf course, you say, you know what? It's about time for him to hit one into the woods. You know, it's just time. Sometimes it's just a regression to the mean.
He's due is what you're saying. He's
It's a
due to get
regression
hurt.
to the mean is what it is.
Have you guys seen
Homeostasis.
Have you guys seen the ISO from Angel Reese last night?
No. What did she do last night?
You got to go look it up. It's all over my timeline. She tells everybody, she waves everybody off. She ball crosses half court. She waves move out. I'm going to ISO here. She makes a move inside and dribbles it right to one of their guards, who goes and takes it the other way.
Yeah,
for
but
a
she's
layup.
been playing better. She put up 22 and 15 last night. She got to the free throw line 15 times.
Yeah, but that's the one that's going around. And it's just,
because whatever bad happens to her is going to go around.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Let's face it, people are going to paint her in the worst light possible.
Yeah. No,
there's a weird it is a weird thing that if you love Caitlin Clark, then love her. Then stalk her, do your thing.
Well,
Put
not stalk
posters
her.
up all over and do your little get her insurance companies. It's weird how this same, like a big chunk of the same group of people, they're consumed with, they've got angel derangement syndrome is what they're calling it, ADS. And it's like their entire lives is just, they want Angel to fail so badly. That's all they watch and look for is Angel Reese having a bad game or a bad play or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. People who don't care about a sport at all. Literally, if Caitlin Clark went away, a giant chunk of viewership would go away. That's just the truth.
Yeah.
That's just the truth. We saw with Tiger. We even saw with Michael Jordan when Jordan left. Like,
oh yeah,
it would absolutely happen. And you don't care enough to even really watch the sport necessarily. You're only watching one person. It's weird that Angel Reese now takes on this level of water every single day on social media. And look, I didn't like a lot of stuff. She's clearly way out over her skis with people are watching for Caitlin and me. No, that's not accurate. And I'm one of the best in the league too. No, that's not accurate. You're a great rebounder. But at the same time, man, people are weird with trying to beat her into oblivion, like hoping that she just collapses mentally.
Yeah, I don't know, people.
It's kind of a weird thing.
23-year-old woman. Perhaps let it go. Just let it go. So let the young woman play. And I don't understand the energy either way.
That's
honestly.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're not really an energy waster.
Yeah.
And I'm not really either. If she scores, great. She rebounds, great. I don't really care.
If you didn't bet on her, you're not going to care.
Whatever.
People do, though.
I'm kind of a whatever about the whole thing. I do like watching Caitlin Clark play, but she's been dookie so far this year anyway.
If we're going to be honest, considering how Angel Reese has played lately, she's been the better player this year.
Yeah, this year, yeah.
No.
Yeah, well, she's actually playing.
She's actually
playing
yeah.
well the last half, really since the middle of June. She's been playing pretty well.
Now, when Caitlin gets healthy, she's going to be really good, but she's not good right now.
As you say, Dookie.
Yeah.
Dookie. Yeah, hot Dookie. What do you want me to tell
Well, BBL smell, now hot Dookie. It's been a run for us the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Hall of Famers, everybody.
That's it. This has been a Hall of Fame show.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is how you get into the Hall of Fame. Like this. Right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. No question. All right. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here. You got one more segment. We got, what did you miss? What did we miss this week so far? Well, we're going to do that at the end of the week. What did we miss this week? Or what did you learn this week on the show? Maybe we should do that on
We
Friday.
should do that. What did you learn this week on the show? Although I'm off Thursday, driving to the O-Line Masterminds clinic at 5 in the morning.
Tomorrow
Tomorrow
you're off.
And then Friday I'll be on the show from a hotel room. So I will be on the show Friday.
Okay, so we can do that Friday. What did you learn this week in one sentence? What did you learn this week on the show in one sentence?
Yeah.
Can you do that on Friday?
Someone better call about BBLs.
Well, I learned that.
I learned that as well.
I'll let the listeners take it.
The smell thing is.
I literally had no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know it stunk.
I just know a lot of them look terrible. Like big eyelashes and those big, crazy looking cartoonish butts where you're
Not
like,
your thing.
Clearly that doesn't fit on your legs. It's clearly like mismatched parts, like some kind of weird Mr. Potato Head, but for butts.
Okay. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about Coors. You know what I learned a long time ago? I love Coors Light. I learned that a long time ago. And I'm going to take more than one sentence to talk about Coors Light because I love me some Coors Lights and I want you to love you some Coors Lights. If you haven't tried it yet, you need to. If you go to a bar, order you some Coors Light. You know what the difference is? Well, first of all, I think the taste is different. And everybody's got their own taste, but once you get used to that Coors Light taste, I mean, I really, really do not like any other beer. I don't. I just want my Coors Light. That's what I want. I want my cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. That's what I love about. That's what I want in my beer, Coors Light. That's what I want. And then I know it's cold because it's got the Blue Mountains. And then I know in the heat of summer, it's keeping me chill, okay? Keep Texas chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. No matter what you're doing, make sure that you got some at the house. So people come over and they want a beer. Here. I mean, you want to be refreshed or you want that motor oil stuff? No, you want to be refreshed. And how do you do that? You get it with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I love me some Coors Lights, and I know you will too. Find me. When I'm out about Houston, I'll buy you a Coors Light. I see you at a place, I'll buy you a Coors Light. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. What did we miss? One of the things that we missed was that you saw the video of the dude playing golf beating the snot out of the one guy.
And what did I say yesterday? I said the way he grabbed him and was throwing those and you were talking about the chainsaw punches. I was like, he looked like a hockey. He looked like a pro. He knew what he was doing. He caught him with his left hand way out here, turned sideways with his hand already punched. That's the move of it's a move of a hockey player, frankly, but he almost looked too bulky up top to be a hockey player. Turns out he was a hockey player.
Nick Tarnasky. Yeah.
He's Canadian, and he beat up a Canadian.
Yeah, this was in Canada. This happened.
You could tell by their accents.
Why would you pick on it? Why would you ship talk a guy that is that big?
Yeah, he was not. Well, and he was. Well, look, they were doing it to the other guy first. Did you see the whole video?
Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently the guy was playing slow.
He was slow playing. They're on 18.
And they're yelling at him.
They've had to wait for these guys all day. And the guy they're come up. They're still on the tee box when they should have been, already in the fairway. And the guy's like, yeah, you want to go? You want to go? Okay, watch this. Boom, boom, boom. You're done. He throws him in the pond first. And then
he got off light. He got off light getting thrown in the pond.
Yeah,
it turns out.
He really did. The dude was out. The last time he threw him down, the dude was out. He just chainsawed him. Boom, 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 boom.
How about the throw where he chunked him at the end? He chunked him and he kept going, bam, bam. Every time he punched him, he was making noises like bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
And the other friend was like, hey, leave him alone.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, leave him alone, all right? You've already beat him up. Leave him alone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's enough, eh? That's enough. Okay.
He's had enough. Stop.
Well,
then tell him
that's my favorite thing in a movie fight when the friend goes, he's had enough. He's had enough. Well, maybe you should have stepped in and kept your friend from even getting into the fight.
Yeah.
Because once it starts going, he's had enough. That's too late.
Especially if he keeps getting up and walking forward.
Yeah, and you saw the size difference. You step in and go, look, this isn't going to go well for my boy. Let's get out of here before he gets beat up.
Yeah, let's go.
But no, I'm going to film it and hype him up and then watch him get his ass kicked. Bad friends. That's my ruling.
That's
Those are bad
friend.
And then it's filmed and it's out for the world to see.
Yeah.
Come on. Someone's got to step in. Grab a phone. If you're not in the friend group, you see someone filming, make a play for the phone, delete it. Now your friend's out there for the world to see, and he's a joke for all time. Get better friends.
Forever.
Get better
That's
friends.
your friend?
Get better friends.
Yeah. Unless it was Nick's friend that did it.
Yeah, it may have been the Tarnasky's friend.
No, so, yeah, he was back there.
No, he was the one that said, I'm not going to stop this. Yeah.
Yeah, but the people in the group with the guy who got beat up, you got to step in. Keep him from fighting. You can see the size of the guy. You know your friend.
Yeah,
your friend can't fight.
No.
You know it's going to go poorly for him.
I think he was drunk too.
Yeah, all that. Diffuse that situation before your friend takes the beating he got.
Yeah, you see that guy and you're like, You got to jump in there. Hey, come on, let's just finish up.
You know your friend
what you
ain't
do
got
is
it.
you say you guys can play through. If you're going that slow, of course, I don't know if it was a two. It felt like it was just a twosome, and then the others were 3 or 4. They should not be catching up to you unless you're just a slow dude.
The only thing I can think of is those friends are sick of that guy, and we're like, he deserves this beating. Yeah. Maybe because maybe he'll get popped with some sense, so we can deal with him in a normal way. That's the only thing I can think of. Because if you like this person, you got to step in.
Yeah. Well, the one guy tried. I think he didn't want to beat him too.
He got pushed. He's lucky just to get pushed.
I'm not saying get on the hockey player. You get your friend.
Yeah, no, I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. Whatever you got to do before the camera goes on, you got to do something to stop this from happening. Because once it starts, none of you have any chance.
Well, your buddy was the guy that got his ass kicked. He was really lippy.
I know. You somehow. Unless they wanted him to take the beating, somehow you got to be like,
I can't believe that's what they wanted.
Hey, man, Hey, you talk to Tarnowski. I got him. Don't worry, man. We got him. Something. We got him. We're gonna keep him away. He's gonna shut up, or let him take the beating he got, and he got one.
You got
to be pretty confident because I don't know how Tarnowski when he was in the NHL how he fought. I don't think he uttered the word bang after landing every punch. you got to be pretty confident of what's going on.
Yeah,
that you can say that while you're punching a guy.
I'd say he was confident from the outset.
Yeah, the dude knew he was going to beat his ass.
I'd say he was extraordinarily confident.
I mean, you're an NHL enforcer. You ain't worried about that little dude coming after you.
It's like just him like emphasizing, like, I just got you wrapped up, man. I'm just going to hit you. I'm going to announce. I'm going to be Mike Breen.
Bang,
bang, when I hit you. And I'm just going to let you know, this was never going to be your day. As soon as you drank that first beer, it was over for you today.
Poor choice.
You
got to watch Canadians. And like Lashane will tell you, we all get our ass kicked. Like, you don't go undefeated because you're fighting so much if you're Canadian. This is bound to happen with Canadians. When we get drunk, they get lippy. You go up against a hockey player. It's just what happens. That's like you going to Dagestan and getting lippy on a golf course in Dagestan. One of those guys with the beard and no mustache is probably going to beat you almost until you're dead. You just know that. Cauliflowered ears, no mustache, only a beard. You're playing a Dagestani, Muni course. Just pick up the pace. If a group full of, Islam Makachevs and those guys are behind you, you guys want to play through? I noticed you didn't have mustaches, but you do have beards. Would you like to play through?
I notice you're huge and you're going to beat my ass. Just play through, please.
Just a simple observation could have saved that dude.
Yeah. Did you guys see Scott Frost's comments?
No.
He was talking about his time in Nebraska, right?
Yeah, he's back in Central Florida, and they asked him, so tell us about what did you learn going to Nebraska? That was his alma mater.
Mm-hmm.
He played it at Nebraska.
And they were happy at first when they brought him in.
Mm-hmm. What did I learn? Don't take the wrong job. That's what I learned. Make sure you're working for and around good people. Wow. Is he – I mean, that guy – I know he failed as the head coach, but now is he going to be persona non grata at Nebraska?
Maybe. I mean, he was. All he had to do was he had a good situation at where is he? USF or UCF?
UCF.
He had a pretty good situation, and now obviously that's Nebraska's a better situation. I'm not saying it isn't, but it never worked out for him there. It was a disaster from the get go. It just didn't work out.
Never go back, man. Never go back home. You're better off being the legend that you were as a player. No one would have ever said a bad word about Scott Frost.
Harbaugh's the only one
who it's worked out for.
Harbaugh's one of the rare ones.
Like all the guys who go back, they generally wind up. Their playing careers generally are forgotten, or maybe they were a defensive coordinator who did great, and they come back and be a head coach. Those things, unless your name is Jim Harbaugh, don't work out, and then you become the guy who was bad for 4 years, and everyone forgets all the good you did as a player. Scott Frost, for most Nebraska fans of a certain age, they're not going to remember 1997. They're not going to remember him winning a national title, Tom Osborne's last. They're going to remember him losing close games for what felt like forever and failing. And then he throws these comments on top of it. Forget about it. Guys, never go back to the alma mater.
Yeah, don't do that. Former Cy Young winner Dallas Keuchel and the Kansas City Royals are in agreement on a minor league contract. Keuchel, Dallas, go do some announcing.
I know. What do you do? That guy has a love for the game. Unless he's just terrible with money, he loves the game.
He's 37. They said he got it up to 92 miles an hour last week.
Pretty good. I don't know that he threw that hard with the Astros.
Yeah. There are all kinds of trade scenarios out there for this. Paul Skeens. Would you, I mean, the Mets, obviously the Dodgers.
Can you imagine, you don't want anyone to come to your games if you trade Paul Skeens and you're the Pirates. then why are you in
Yeah,
baseball?
but are you coming to the realization that you're not going to keep Paul
Who
Skeens?
cares? You have Paul Skeens for 4
But you're
more
the one
years
that
of
says you
selling
got to go
tickets.
get what you can get.
4 more years, though, John. Not in 4 years. He's going to sell tickets for you. Why don't you tell your entire city, just move them to London. Move somewhere else. If you move Skeens right now, are you kidding me? With 4 years? I mean, he gives your city something to watch. It's not like you guys have have even busted a grape for years.
Yeah. No
2 years
question.
left. Okay. 2 years left. We're talking, but man, you got to
Why
let
are
this
you
roll.
even in the game if you get rid of Paul Skeens?
Exactly. Right now of all times.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Anything else we missed, Del?
I don't think so. Nothing of consequence.
Christian Kirk.
Oh, yeah. Labeled the most overpaid receiver in football.
Christian Kirk.
Keep talking that yak. Watch what happens.
Dubbed the most overpaid.
It's not what I said. It's what this
at
guy
his
said.
position in 2025.
Keep acting like he's not going to be healthy this year. Keep acting.
You're the one who focused on his lack of health.
No, I said he's probably going to be. It's time for him to be healthy. It's a regression to the mean, which is health.
Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk catches and yards.
He's going to miss some time. I would say
52.
I'm going to go 48. I haven't missed him 4 games. So I'll have 40. Yeah, actually, 52 is a pretty good number. That's 600 yards.
No, he's going to go higher than that.
Think more than 11 yards a carry? I mean, more than 12 a catch? That's a lot.
Yeah, he's going to break a couple long ones.
We better break a couple 40 because he's going to be catching it short. He's going to be catching it near the line of scrimmage.
He's going to break some long ones.
His yards per catch. Well, his average is 12.8 for his career.
Yeah, I think he's about 700. Yep, 52, 700. Go over on both.
I mean, he's not the primary receiver. So
no, but there's a lot of balls to go around. Will he be the number 2 receiver?
The second most catches? No.
He won't be the second most catches on the team?
I think that's going to be Higgins.
Higgins?
Mm-hmm. You heard me.
Wow. I think Higgins is going to average a lot more, but I don't think he's going to have as many.
I mean, you got it. You literally are betting on health with Christian Kirk, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
My guy.
I mean, at some point he's got to be healthy. I mean, you can't go through your whole life hurt, your whole contract hurt.
He's a good ag.
No, I know, but he's got to be a healthy ag too.
Right. He's a healthy ag. He's a good healthy ag. You know who else is healthy? You know what business is healthy? The roofing business with the Brinkmans. BrinkmanQuality.com. Jason's been doing it. He is since 1973. This is over 50 years that they've been in this city, and I'm telling you, you don't stay in business for 50 plus years. It's a family-owned and operated business. Jason's taking it over, and Jason is doing amazing things, and he will continue to do amazing things in this city. And I say it over and over again. Okay, I talk about the air conditioner the same way. Your plumbing, same way. Your roof. Have you checked it out? Have you done anything about it? If you've left your roof alone for years, not done a thing, you're gonna have some problems, okay? You gotta get that clean bill of health so the insurance company can't screw you. Okay? They're gonna try to screw you, say, oh no, your roof was in bad shape before, whatever, the hailstorm or the rain or whatever it was. Now it's leaking, your roof is leaking, ruined your furniture, and no, we're not paying you for it because you never did anything about your roof. Well, Jason says, do something about it. For a low price, he's going to come. He's going to check out your roof. If you need any repairs, you got to do it. If you don't need repairs, you get the clean bill of health, and he goes on his way. 844-215-2840. 844-215-2840. or Brinkman, BRINKMANN, quality.com. They're great. They're knowledgeable. They've got every kind of roof you could possibly imagine. You're looking for the best, and you're looking for some security in your roof, BrinkmanQuality.com. A Spanish woman has the record for the most egg cups in the world. How many egg cups do you think she has?
Egg cups?
Yeah, you know those. They're little holders of eggs that, and then you break it and you eat it.
Oh, that's for the fancy people.
Yeah, fancy people.
Oh, for the queens, but not for the sorry people.
Right, not the sorry people. This is
for the queens. I'd say she has like, I don't know, 7.
7?
Yeah, I can't imagine needing more than 2.
She has 15,485 egg cups.
And then she's got an addiction.
She's got a problem.
Yeah, she's got a real problem.
Who needs that many egg cups?
Nobody.
All right, here's another number. How many Florida teens do you think have guns? What percentage of Florida teens have guns?
74.
74%?
Yeah.
The answer is 6%. Is 6%. The headline is definitely disheartening, not surprising. Study finds 6% of Florida teens have guns.
I just assume Florida's just.
I just thought there would be like 80. Yeah, you're right.
Just
80, 90%.
Florida seems extraordinarily dangerous at all times.
Yeah. No. I would think that there would be a lot more guns than that. I think that's a heartening number, not a disheartening number. What is the best city in the U.S.? Okay, the best city, the top 5 cities in the U.S. were named by, who named the top 5 cities? I don't know.
I'm going Portland, Maine.
Travel and leisure.
Portland, Maine.
And leisure. Portland, Maine is not the answer, although you're on the right track.
Portland, Oregon?
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Santa Fe. I've been to Santa Fe before.
I'm going to Santa Fe next month.
They've got the white sands out there. It's pretty cool to look at. And then the New Mexican food is good, chili based.
Yeah, they've got
Pretty
a lot
good.
of Native American culture thing going on,
Yeah.
I think. New Orleans finished second. Charleston, South Carolina. Savannah, Georgia. Alexandria, Virginia.
Oh, Savannah's awesome.
So is Charleston.
Yeah, Charleston gets mega hot
Yeah.
and swampy.
We went there last year. Charleston was great.
Great food city.
Although
too.
they have one street that has nothing but designer stores,
That's
and that was
trouble.
awful.
That's
That was an awful experience.
That's an awful experience.
Yeah. That was an awful. Who is Hollywood's highest grossing lead actor right now?
Michael B. Jordan.
Scarlett Johansson.
Oh. Yeah.
Highest grossing lead actor with Jurassic World Rebirth.
Yeah.
I think she deserves it if you want to know the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, look at her. She deserves to be it. So congratulations. Congratulations to Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah. I'm okay with it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm all right with it.
She's fine.
It's better than,
It's
you
fine.
know, somebody who doesn't look like that. Right?
Well, I'd like for them to be really good at their craft.
Yeah, I don't care about
You don't
that.
get paid. She's not getting paid for how she looks, John. She's getting paid for how she acts. Okay?
Who's
Get it
that?
straight. Scarlett Johansson.
Well,
ScarJo.
I think it depends on the movie.
Well,
in some
is she-
movies, her acting acumen matters, and in Jurassic World Rebirth, star power matters more, and what she looks like probably matters more too.
Yeah. I thought she was great in Who Killed... Oh, no, not Who Killed. What was the rabbit movie?
Oh, JoJo Rabbit.
JoJo.
Not Who Killed Roger Rabbit.
No,
Not Who
very
Killed
different
Roger.
movies.
Right, very different movies.
As Sean says, Who Killed
One
JoJo
had-
Rabbit?
One had Hitler in it,
Uh,
and the other one had Bob Hoskins.
Yeah.
Apparently, Joe Burrow wanted to buy a $3 million Batmobile, but after he was... Are you guys watching Quarterback?
I've
No.
only seen clips. Not
Apparently, there's some good stuff in there.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
the
I'm
Kirk
just kinda
Cousins
out
stuff
on it.
revealing how he felt misled is from that show. Then Joe Burrow, there's a clip of him after they beat the Titans. He's sitting on the sideline. He's just pissed off because I guess they had a lot of false start penalties. And Zach Taylor's walking over there. Hey, Joe, great way to end the game with that drive. And Joe goes, it's effing embarrassing. It's effing embarrassing. And Zach Taylor's like, man, sometimes you just got to enjoy the wins. He goes, F that. F that.
I like that. I like that fire. That man's trying to win at a high level and
Yeah.
buy $3 million Batmobile.
But he couldn't get it because he got robbed, right?
Yeah, he got robbed.
That's where it was revealed he had the Instagram
wait,
model
he
in his
couldn't
home.
get it because he got robbed. How do those two fit
Well, I
together?
guess he just got discouraged after he was robbed.
Yeah. Now I can't even keep
Or
a
did they
Batmobile
just
safe.
take a bunch? Did they take his $3 million out of a safe he had?
No,
there?
I don't think he
Oh, okay.
lost it. I think he just
I
thought.
had that specifically for the Batmobile, and they stole it.
I just think he was a little discouraged to have anything fancy around after he got robbed. $3
Yeah.
million Batmobile.
Yep,
Tell your
yep.
Instagram girlfriend to stop posting
I mean,
pins, dropping pins.
well, she worked for him at the time.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
she was
right.
just a worker. Right. Okay. Yeah, she was just a worker.
Look, I don't like to give Joe Burrow a lot of credit for anything because it makes John feel good in his happy place.
Mhm.
But that woman in question was online quite a bit, talking about how she likes to date girls. That was her new thing till she met Joe.
Till she met Joe.
Apparently, she had been someone who had switched to women for a time, and then she met Joe, and it was like, all right.
Wait. You mean then she
You
met
see?
Joe
Joe's
and she
flipping him.
started working
Joe's
for
out
him?
there flipping him.
And then she got
Flip me over, Mike. I guess. I don't know. I don't know if Joe just convinced her that to try men again, but she was talking about dating women. Then she meets Joe Burrow, and it's like, maybe I'll date men again.
So
Were they
when she was
dating or
working
she's
for Joe,
working for him?
Well,
What-
working
she-
for men again, I guess. She used
What
to
do
be
you
just
think she
working
was
for
working
women.
on?
Working for men again.
what do you think she was working on when she
Like
was working?
keeping house, cleaning, I don't know. Being
She's
an
a
assistant.
you think he was?
Mr.
She
Joe.
was the house cleaner.
She thinks
Well,
she
I'm
said
trying to
Mr.
figure
Joe.
out what she was doing alone in the home. If she was working, what was she doing? At night.
doing some night housekeeping.
If we remember, he was out of town for like a
It was
Thursday
the
night
game.
game or something, or
Yeah,
Monday
he was
night
playing.
game. Yeah, he was
Maybe
playing.
she's just a house sitter.
What is he?
Maybe her job is house sitting, dummy.
He decided
instead of you're putting all this, he's
he
doing
decided,
stuff on her.
So he decided to hire a girl who was based in Miami to house sit.
Maybe she's the best at it.
Maybe she's a well.
Not that
apparently
great.
not
He got
because
robbed.
apparently
Yeah,
not. While she was house sitting, he got robbed.
Maybe she's in on it. Has
Oh,
anyone
you
looked
think-
at that?
Oh my God!
I
you
think
think she's
they have
in
been
on
seen
it?
I've seen enough movies to know.
It's an inside job.
I've seen enough shows
Well,
to
they
know.
have been seen together since, so
Many-
maybe Joe
they have
doesn't
or
have those.
haven't?
They have, so Joe doesn't have those concerns.
Good. I'm glad he doesn't.
I
That's
don't know.
why he's gonna get clipped again.
I'm glad his assistant can travel around with him as she works for him.
I'm concerned we're running into the Mopey and Mape
You
show.
do that all the time. You're not that concerned.
I'm very concerned right now, and we got to stop that. We got to stop that behavior because Mapes gets pissed off if he doesn't get his full 2 hours.
Mapes is like, I got 5 hours here. Extend your time if you want. You don't
He
care.
wants his full 5 hours.
He's never. What about Mapes suggests he wants that?
Well, we used to have a host here who'd say, "I'll kick your ass if you don't get out on time."
No one.
That ain't the case with you.
No, it is not. I'm here for 5 hours no matter what. I don't care when my show ends or when your ends. It doesn't matter. I'm here for 5 hours.
We're done. Lance has already left the building. We're done. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the show. Have a great day.
sometimes you're going to get got. Like Marshawn said, I'm trying to get mine more than I get got.
He got more than he got his. That is Hunter Brown. It's him in an interview, courtesy of Underdog. It's a short portion of that interview. We went into last night just assuming we'd get a good performance from Hunter Brown and the Astros would take game 2 of the series against the Guardians. We did not get that. He gave up 6 runs, a couple home runs, and the Astros eventually lose 10-6. So I'd rather do the whole sometimes you get got more than that's just baseball. I don't know why that phrase bothers me. It just does. It's just this all-encompassing thing baseball people do to just describe things that shouldn't happen when they happen. Whatever. But Hunter Brown got yesterday by the Guardians, and after losing 10 games in a row, right? Were they on a 10-game losing streak? Now they've won the last 2 here in Houston, and the Astros are on the verge of doing something. It can't be historic. I don't have Tim Kirkchin here to establish whether it's historic or not, to go beat the Dodgers. Has the team ever swept the defending World Series champions and then in the next series get swept by a team on a 10-game losing streak? Is there someone who can dig into that and find out? I won't be here because Sean and I don't care enough. But is there someone like a Tim Kirkchin who can look that up? Has that ever happened before? We need our own Elias Bureau to tell us. I don't know if StatMuse will provide that type of insight, but you sweep the defending champions who are good, like because the Marlins have won, and I'm sure someone has swept them, but I just don't know if the 10-game losing streak team came in and then you get swept by them.
Yeah, how many times has a 10-game losing streak team just swept another
ended
team?
Their losing streak by sweeping another team.
Yeah. Or sweeping a team first place in their division.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of odd things going on. It was all good. It was all sweet a couple of days ago.
It was all sweet
when we're coming off sweeping the Dodgers, and now look at us trying to avoid getting swept by the Guardians.
Yeah, I think Astros fans got their eye off the ball.
You think it's the Astros fans' fault?
Yeah.
Not the pitching staff.
Nah.
Not the now the lineup has scored
Just
runs,
got.
but not the lineup. It's not the lineup's fault. The one that featured Hummel, Trammell, Short, and what was the kid's name again?
Corona.
Last night's bottom half wasn't much better, but they still scored runs, just not enough. They came back, got back in it. It's just your top 2 guys. When you talk about the guys who are going to the All-Star game, and Hunter Brown and Josh Hader couldn't get it done. We'll have some sound from Josh Hader. It's an inopportune time for those 2 Astros pitchers to be sitting down for interviews and having them be published. Look, Hader's been great. MLB Network talked to him, of course, because he made the All-Star team. It just so happened on the day of he had one of his worst performances. And to be fair to him, that ball doesn't go out of any other ballpark. That's not me being hyperbolic. Someone looked it up. That's the only ballpark that ball goes out of. And in any other ballpark, that's a relatively lazy fly ball. That's an out. Instead, it's a home run, a grand slam, and the Guardians win 10-6. So thankfully the Mariners lost. So a potential series after the break where the Mariners are fighting to get back in the race still seems a little far off. But with the Guardian series ending today, and then you got the Rangers coming in, let's pick it up. My prediction of 5 out of 6 isn't gonna play well. Isn't gonna happen. I thought that was possible considering how well they played in the level of competition they had coming in, but it didn't happen. So you drop the first 2. You try to avoid the sweep today, and see if you can get back going as we head to the All-Star break. Now, do you think, Sean, that how they're playing will determine if Hunter Brown gets one more start? Because he could go on Sunday. We talked about it this morning because the broadcast was talking about it, but he's not scheduled right now, at least according to ESPN, which isn't the end all be all. It would be a Colton Gordon start on Sunday right now. At least that's what they have lined up. If the Astros are in the midst of a bit of a run where they're not winning baseball games, like let's say they drop one of the first 2 against the Rangers, and now particularly if it's the first game of the series, because making Hunter Brown wait to determine based off of Saturday's game is a little tough. Let's say they win today, and then they drop the first game of the series against the Rangers? Are we running Hunter Brown out there, or are we going? You know what? The lead's big enough where we don't have to simply react to a turn in our play is it favorable.
I think the lead is big enough to where you can do that. It's also this game kind of helps because it's not like Hunter Brown is going to be the automatic, 7 innings, 1 earned run. Hunter Brown, like he just had his worst start of the season, or one of his worst starts of the last 2 seasons, really. Last night, so it's not like he's coming in on some amazing hot streak of performance where it's like if he starts, we win. Hasn't really been like that all year because he's got a good amount of no decisions, including last night, I guess. But yeah, I don't think that they are chasing chasing wins or chasing to preserve the lead that much, especially because the Rangers aren't the team that's chasing them or that's closest to chasing them. It's the game after the All-Star break. It's the series after the All-Star break. It's the Mariners.
Yeah, so they've got Walter tonight, and then they'll have the off day, and then it'll be McCullers, Fromber, and then Gordon again.
I also think that part of it's he's a first-time All-Star.
And with Skubal, I think pitching on Saturday, there's a real chance that if Hunter doesn't go on Sunday, he'll get the pitch.
Can either start or at the very least pitch.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, not just pitch, but be the starter for the All-Star game, which would be an honor, certainly for him. It's an honor to be in the All-Star game, but to be the starting pitcher for the All-Star game is pretty cool. Something that Hunter Brown, based off his performance this year, that would warrant him starting there, particularly if Skubal is unavailable. So we'll see how it goes. I would prefer, just because I'm not so risk averse, but you always have in the back of your head, if your pitcher gets hurt pitching in the All-Star game, it's 1 inning. I don't expect it to happen. Look, I don't expect it to happen. It's a safe bet he won't get hurt. So, but even the smallest thing gives me a little tingle of, hey, how about we just don't have him pitch? But if it works out that way, where he's not pitching on Sunday and he's available to pitch on Tuesday for the All-Star game, particularly if he gets to start, I don't want him coming in the third. If he gets to start, cool. But if he's not the opening, if he's not the starter, I don't want him pitching. Who cares? I don't care if you pitch an inning in the third. Who cares about that? No one's going to remember that except for you. And this isn't about you. It's about me.
Your first All-Star game isn't about you.
Yeah. But all jokes aside, whatever happens for Hunter, congratulations. And if he gets to start or just pitch it, period, cool.
Less cool for you, though.
Yeah,
I will say it is an honor to pitch to start the All-Star game. I do remember, though, in 2023 when Dusty Baker was the Astros manager and also the manager of the AL All-Star team, where he said that he'd never heard of the guy who he selected to start the All-Star game. He was like, I've never heard of this guy, but they tell me he's really good. And then people went back and he pitched against the Astros a year before.
Look, there's some things I don't expect a man of Dusty's age to remember, and some random pitcher that pitched against them.
It was like a playoff game.
Whatever. Random to Dusty. Was it the World Series?
Yeah, he's I've coached 900 of these.
Yeah, sorry. I've been in so many playoff games. Big deal anyway.
I just think it's funny. It's a huge honor
for that guy, not for me.
Dusty Baker's whatever.
Yeah, huge honor for him. What's it got to do?
They tell
with
me
me?
he's good. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Someone.
Okay, I just wrote his name down.
Someone picked him, and I said, you know what? Oh, he's one of the guys who's available. Okay, he'll pitch. That's how he made his decision. Not a lot of things at that point were bothering Dusty other than eventually winning that World Series, and he got it. So yeah, he ain't nothing to worry about. Now he can. I wouldn't even say he's basking in retirement. He still does interviews and is available to talk. So whatever Dusty's doing, we thank you for 2022, and also Yainer Diaz, because he wanted us to thank him for that.
Oh well. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Are we better off now that Dusty sat Yainer and didn't play him all the time?
I think so.
I mean, we're not better off defensively. Did Yainer learn anything while he was sitting behind Maldonado defensively? No, I don't think so. Doesn't feel like it. In fact, it's not simply doesn't feel like it. I can see it. I can see that it doesn't appear a lot rubbed off. But Yainer,
you don't know how bad he was before, though.
Yeah, you make a point. He could have been.
Didn't play.
It could have been like he never was behind the plate before he got to sit behind.
Yeah, he was just sitting there.
Yeah, yeah, not doing anything. Now, with being able to learn by looking at Maldonado go out there and handle a pitching staff, we got this version of Yiner behind the plate. You make a point. It could have been much, much worse.
We never know. It's like the Texans offensive line where people go, it can't be worse than it was last year. I'm like, I mean, it can. Like, it definitely could be worse.
I mean, honestly, they're less talented.
Yeah, like, not to be extreme, but like, you could get like, college walk-on level of it could always, there's always a lower level. Just because they're in the NFL doesn't mean that like they hit the zero of the NFL player.
It's true.
And they had Laremy Tunsil last year.
Yeah, the Texans weren't great last year, but they weren't the worst off the line to ever exist. So as you said, the standard could be lower.
Yeah.
We just hope it's not. And you mentioned the Texans, and it's time for lists. So we'll get into this a little bit later. We did the whole PFF grade where they are the worst offensive line in football, ranked by PFF. There are other publications rankings ranking players, and this time it's the best edge rushers in football. A couple of Texans make the list. You can probably guess who they are. We'll talk about that a little bit later. We'll also we'll hear from Josh Hader when we come back. Didn't go great yesterday, but he is an all-star, so we'll hear from him. And is this the best season of his career? He was asked that question. He'll have an answer for that. And right now we're watching, or at least I am, what Lance was watching. He's big in the Wimbledon. I think some of it has to do with, gambling, considering how he was reacting to things earlier. You could just see him during a break, get up and get close to the TV and, pump a fist or go, yep, one of those noises. So I'm sure it's not just about watching Ben Shelton go up against Sinner, the number one player. And I got a comp for Ben Shelton that I've already run by Sean. We can see if you guys agree when we come back. If you don't know, he is an American-born player. He's in the quarterfinals. I think I mentioned him earlier in the week because he petitioned for his sister to get more time off because he considered her his good luck charm. She works for Morgan Stanley. That went viral. Morgan Stanley eventually gave her more time off. He did win his next match, and now he's going against the number one seed. He looks like someone famous, but that person's only famous because of their brother. We'll talk about that when we come back, and we'll also hear from Josh Hader. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. Me and Sean till noon. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to the Josh Hader sound and the comp I have for Ben Shelton. It's not complimentary to him, but just to be clear, it's if this person decided to apply themselves, they would be Ben Shelton in some ways. Let's get to Keith first though. He's got an NBA question. What's up, Keith?
Hey Dale, thanks for having me on. Kind of in a Twitter conversation discussion with Jeremy Branham right now. He thinks
sorry about that.
He would rather have Jabari Smith Jr. for his money at 5 years, 122 or whatever it is, instead of Chet Holmgren's deal, which I believe is 4 or 5 years for $250 million. My argument is Chet is the better player. He can beat you off the dribble if he needs to. He can block shots like, a top 5 player. He can rebound. He can set those tough picks for SGA, and he can also shoot the three. So I think that's good market value for Chet, and he just won a title, whereas Jabari Smith Jr., is getting a second contract because of, I'm not sure, he can hit a corner three. They brought in, 2 players that play his position in DFS and Kevin Durant, who are, I think, both better. So I think I would rather pay more for Chet because he can impact the game in more ways. Would you rather have Chet at his contract salary per year or Jabari?
If you missed it, Chet Holmgren just got the full max extension from the Thunder. Just a day after Paolo got his, or did Paolo get his on Monday? But Paolo got his, so the number 1 overall pick got his max extension. Number 2 pick got his max extension, and then Jabari got an extension certainly far below what he could have earned if he was deemed to be worth it. To your question, I think it's a lot of money for your third best player. But could the Thunder have gotten away with telling Chet, we need to negotiate here? When you have Jalen Williams that they're going to have to pay a guy who just revealed, it doesn't hurt his standing that he had a torn ligament he was dealing with, or maybe multiple torn ligaments, and he had to get shot up like 30 times for the playoffs. If you see him doing interviews right now, he's got a cast on his arm, so it would speak to some of his up and down performances. He had some really good ones, and then he also had some ones where people were questioning what's up with Jalen Williams. Well, now we have an answer. The torn ligaments were a problem for him. He just didn't tell anyone because he thinks he plays hockey. But he did that, overcame it, and then helped the Thunder win. I don't know if Chet has the space to live up to the contract because they're paying him. Look, we know who the max guy is. It's Shea. And there are very few guys that you would say, well, I don't say it, but some people would, that they deserve this money. Is Chet a $50 million a year player in year 4 and 5 of his extension? I don't know. He'll be 27 and 28. It doesn't kick in until 26, 27. His first year will be $41 million. So a lot of people, to justify this stuff, goes percentage of the cap. How much of the cap is he taking up? Is Chet worth 25% of the cap at that price?
Especially versus Jabari being worth 12.
Yeah.
I think in years gone by, I would have been like, just give me the better player. Who cares?
Yeah. But how you build a team now and how restrictive the CBA is.
Yeah, it's like having a guy who, in the finals, like 12 points a game, 40% from the field, 15% from three.
Yeah, is that
not exactly 250? Like, no doubt about it, full max.
Is that a guy that shouldn't even have had a conversation about how much we're paying you?
Yeah, and that to me is really like why, like, Rafael Stone gets a lot of respect for me, because he actually does negotiate. Like, he actually does. He doesn't just sit there and go, "Well, Şengün, like, all right, you're kind of our guy. We have to give you the full max." He's like, "No, I don't.
No, I don't. What am I
Watch
talking about?
this."
You hadn't even made the All-Star team by the time
Yeah.
they gave you that max.
Yeah, and
or that deal, not even a max.
Same thing with the like Fred VanVleet stuff and the the very tradable Jalen Green contract, where everyone after they signed it was like, "Wow, this is a very tradable deal for Jalen Green." I mean, most teams just like give him 4 years, and if not the max, very close to the full max that they can give. So, yeah, I understand, like, big Jabari Smith. What has he ever done? But I also think that, like, Chet Holmgren is not, unless he takes big steps, is not going to be worth the money that he's getting, especially to be, like you said, the third guy on a team. And that's also kind of overlooking like the injury stuff with this guy. Where like you pull up his player page and it's power forward. He's a power forward that's 7'1". That's already a bad sign. And 208 pounds. Like that's already, I'm already just, don't love that.
I would say that when I heard the Jabari Smith deal, I was like, that's probably fair for both sides. And even if I would have sided, this is Jabari a $25 million a year player right now. Will he ever have the opportunity to grow into that? Maybe by year 4 or 5, if Kevin Durant's not on the team, there may be a significant space for Jabari to grow, or maybe he just takes a step while Kevin Durant's here. But when I think of Amin Thompson and Kevin Durant and Şengün and the ball handling responsibilities of Fred, I'm not sure if we're talking about if we're being
he seems like a luxury piece.
Yeah,
the Rockets seem like they have a good amount of like.
Is Jabari
do they
Smith
really need this guy?
Is Jabari
or is it luxury?
Smith even the Rockets for? I know the financial logistics and all that stuff said he had to get an extension at this point, at least somewhere around here. If you're going to give it to him, is he the 4th best Rocket? No, he's not. And you're paying him. But I get it. At least you didn't go to the level where you're just handing him a max deal because he was a 3rd overall pick.
He's not getting Franz Wagner.
Yeah, Franz Wagner. The Magic are paying a lot of dudes, a lot of money.
There's a lot of these restricted free agent deals or the rookie extensions off the rookie deal where I look and I'm just like, whoa. Again, it just makes you like, wow, Rafael Stone like actually took it to the deadline with his 2 best players, first 2 draft picks.
So to fully answer your question, I would rather have Jabari at his price.
Yeah, I think we both agree
at his price. Yes, Chet is a better player. Chet is more important to what the Thunder do,
and he's played 114 games since getting drafted 3 years ago.
But he does have, I won a title. Now, sure, you won the title, but Lou Dort and Caruso and all those other guys.
So did the other Jalen Williams.
Yeah,
he also won a title.
Yeah, and he got money too. Clearly not as much as Chet, but Chet is part of their big 3, and he got paid like it.
He's in the AT&T commercial.
Yeah, Jalen Williams
that we all love.
Jalen Williams, no, sure, the first 80 times, I guess, and then Jalen Williams will be next. So
because he's also in the AT&T commercial that we all love,
and also a better player than Chet. That helps.
That definitely helps, and he better get the max.
Yeah, I don't think they can negotiate with Jalen Williams. I don't think.
Honestly, I would have given him the max first.
I would. I
don't understand.
I would have done that too. I would have said, "Hey, our hierarchy is Jalen is the 2. I know where you're drafted, Chet, but Jalen is actually the 2nd guy on this team right now, and then we'll deal with you because we actually think we should negotiate with you as opposed to just handing you all our money."
I hope that that's not actually the thing of like, well, Chet Holmgren was the number 2 pick, so we kind of have to take care of him I'd be like, it's 2 weeks after you won the title. Like, you don't have to worry about like the egos quite yet. That's normally like year 2 after the titles when, the like finger pointing and all that stuff. It's the 3rd year of Durant on the Warriors.
Yeah.
That's when it all happens.
And it's a benefit to being great drafters, but the fact that they were both drafted in the same draft class and both of them are, well, one of them's great, the other's pretty good. And you're like, yeah, it's great to have them, but really, we gotta make these 3. By the way, obviously they've already given Shea his money. We got to make these 3 financial investments in the same offseason.
Yeah, as OKC.
Yeah,
as a team located in Oklahoma City.
Let's, since we're doing this team building thing a little bit, which player at their current, or at least their future deals, Jabari and Chet, is going to make another team choke when they're thinking about trading for him? Like, which team is first? Which guy is first to make another team be hesitant about trading?
Be like, ooh.
Considering the money and the length of the deal. Like I want to be paying Chet Holmgren $50+ million in 4 seasons, or I got to play Jabari Smith, who's the 4th best player on this Rocket team, if that, 25 something in 3 years. I think I don't know what Chet's career path's going to be. I just don't think he's going to be anything more than like a 16-9 guy who blocks maybe a block and a half a game or something like that. Yeah,
skinny Miles Turner.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Both those guys are just bricking shots in the finals.
Yeah, Mike,
both stretch fives, just missing every shot they take.
Yeah, do I really want to be paying Chet Holmgren that type of money? I know he's young. He's got plenty of time to exceed what I believe he can be. But once again, he's also a guy who is 3rd in the pecking order.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of I'm gonna go Jabari. I think that's
the guy who makes people hesitate more?
Oh no, then Chet's the one that
okay.
Because Jabari, like you said, has a little bit of the he had a lot of guys in his way. Like if he comes here, we start running the offense through him. Like we can maybe see if there's a little bit more there with Jabari Smith. Also, it's half the price. it's half as much. And it's like the Cam Whitmore thing of there's just 5 guys ahead of him in the pecking order at his position. Jabari, it's there's 3 or 4 guys that are ahead of him in the pecking order. If he becomes the number 2 or 3, who's to say that he isn't as good as Chet Holmgren, as opposed to being the 5 or 6?
Yeah, I guess the pushback would be, well, if he was good enough to be as good as Chet, he would have already ascended, as opposed to once Amin Thompson was healthy, they sent Jabari. Once Jabari lost his starting spot, there was no thought of really giving it back to him. Now, is he in the starting lineup by default? We assume, because we see the lineup as Fred, Amin, whether you want to put KD at the 3 or Jabari at the 3, one of the other ones at the 4, and then Şengün. We will see if that's what they believe is their best lineup, or do they think having another ball handler in that starting lineup is better. There's a lack of them right now.
Yeah,
that's why Reed Shepherd being good in summer league and earning a spot, it's a big deal. And that's been a point of conversation so far this offseason as the Rockets are getting closer to starting their summer league. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll do the Josh Hader thing when we come back, since this conversation took us to the break. And also, Ben Shelton. Who does he remind me of if this person actually had an honorable profession? We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So Keith called in and directed the conversation in the way he wanted. You can do that too, 713-780-3776. But let's get back to the Astros. They dropped one, second of the series, to the Guardians. They've lost the series. They're trying to avoid the sweep tonight. Josh Hader, who gave up a home run that wouldn't have been a home run in any other ballpark last night, spoke with MLB Network about his season, and they asked him, is this your best season? Is this the best season of your career? Here's his answer.
You know, the way I look at it is my walks are down, I'm attacking the zone, and I'm getting the job done. Ultimately, that's all I can ever ask for, and we're getting wins.
Well, you're definitely getting that, Josh, and you're attacking the zone, but the evolution of you, as I've watched you so closely, is the breaking ball is a big difference, too. You're throwing that for a strike, keeping guys off balance. It used to be like, here's my heater, come get it. What made you incorporate the breaking ball a little bit more than you did in the past?
Just a little bit more room for error on the fastball. You know, when guys are sitting the heater and they know it's coming, they're going to get it, man. And then you make a mistake, you got to execute every pitch if they're on it. So it just gives me a little bit of leeway to use that fastball at the top and different parts of the zone. And the sliders, just being able to command that in different counts, just keeps them off balance a little bit.
That was Josh Hader yesterday with the guys over at MLB Network. We were joined by Robert Flores of MLB Network. Well, at least John and Lance were yesterday as well. So the Astros are certainly a team of interest. It helps, even though they had lost to the Guardians on Monday, to sweep the Dodgers. People are going to take note of that nationally. So MLB Network talked to Josh Hader, and then he went out there and struggled. A rough one, game with extra innings, and he gave up the bomb. Gave up the bomb to Martinez on a sinker. So he talks about varying his pitches. He threw sinker, slider, sinker, and on a 1-1 count, that ball got out of the ballpark just barely, but it was enough to decide the game. So they go down 10-6. They'll see if they can get one back today. Okay, so I'm watching Wimbledon. Center's up on Shelton. He won the first set 7-6. He's currently leading in the second set 2-1 with Shelton serving. But I was looking at Ben Shelton, and I was trying to figure out why he bothered me so much. And then I realized it had nothing to do with him. It's because he looks like if Jackson Mahomes did anything but was a TikToker. Like if Jackson Mahomes decided I wanted to be famous for more than being Patrick Mahomes' brother, I see Ben Shelton's face in him. And that's not great for Ben Shelton when it comes to me evaluating him. He's a great player, and they're showing currently his girlfriend, Trinity Rodman, and I think that's his sister, the one who's gotten time off to watch there at Wimbledon. But, I mean, if Jackson Mahomes had just decided, you know what, I don't want to be a TikToker, or at least I don't want to be a TikToker who does dances on dead men's decals at NFL games, and I want to do something honorable. And it's not that dancing on TikTok isn't honorable. It's just the way Jackson Mahomes does it is dishonorable. That's all. There are people who make their living being on TikTok. There's one, she's a grown woman now, but she started as a teenager who has made a giant career for herself doing it. And cool, whatever. I just don't remember her ever dancing on Sean Taylor's decal. So, Jackson Mahomes. Ben Shelton should be your example. Look at him.
Why aren't you more like Ben Shelton?
Yeah, look at him out there. You guys are, I mean, I'm trying to avoid dancing around it, but you kind of look alike. Go out there.
Oh, yeah, I just noticed.
Yeah, they kind of do look alike. So go out there. It's too late now to do the tennis thing, but find something else. I don't know.
Apply yourself.
Yeah.
How many times do you think the Mahomes parents have given Jackson Mahomes the, why aren't you more like your brother?
It's a good question. Have
Or
they
just-
ever done it? Like, when did they stop?
I just want to know.
Once Patrick Mahomes was at Tech, probably not. Once he was drafted, do you think they stopped doing it? Because now you're asking your son to be an NFL quarterback. That's a little rough. So when do you think?
Okay, so he's
what's
4
the age
years
difference?
younger. He's 4 years.
Four
younger.
years younger. So do you think it ended as soon as Patrick Mahomes was clear he was going to be an NFL quarterback? Because at some point the expectations rise way above what the younger brother's ever going to accomplish. I think it had to be Patrick Mahomes was a junior in high school, obviously his path was pretty clear about what he was going to be. And Jackson wasn't living up to the standard that his brother was setting. Do you think it happened when they were still in high school, or did it expand beyond that and the parents were still wondering?
I think it might have been like still while not like, why aren't you the starting quarterback for Texas Tech and a future first round pick?
Sure.
Just like, hey, Patrick really applied himself to a trade. really, really,
Like, if you want to be an HVAC guy, we don't care.
He woke up early in the morning and was throwing balls. He made time to, do all that and also study. And, he's juggling a lot of things. And I don't know. When's the last time Jackson Mahomes played organized sports, do you think?
I don't know when he decided sports wasn't for him. Did he ever play organized sports?
That's also a good question because,
So Jackson played basketball in high school. He never played football, but he did play basketball in high school. So that's the last time, high school basketball. So he tried it, either wasn't good enough or just didn't like it and decided, I got to go a different route, which is fine. It's fine. I mean, some younger brothers aren't going to be as athletically gifted as their older brother. It's not his fault that his brother is who he is. It's just,
can he not be Jackson Mahomes?
Kind of, yeah.
Also, I just typed in Jackson Mahomes just to look up how old he is in relation to Patrick Mahomes. And I was just scrolling down, seeing if there's anything interesting lately. And there's a Reddit post from the Kansas City Reddit that is just titled Jackson Mahomes is just as bad as everyone says. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that he had to have been a professional athlete. But Patrick Mahomes at least seems like a good dude.
That's true. Well, we do have the incident when he was in a sports bar and he was accused of sexual assault. But it
Jackson
was
Mahomes.
Jackson Mahomes. Yeah, I'm not saying, well, Patrick Mahomes did do this. No, I'm not saying that. Jackson Mahomes was in a sports bar. He was accused of sexual assault. There's a video of him grabbing a woman, leaning her head back and kissing her, unwanted, and that's where that charge stemmed from. I'm not sure how that ended because it happened back in 2023, if it has actually been resolved. So yeah, there are, beyond my criticism of the TikTok stuff, there's actually some important things that he's done, or bad, serious things that he's done as well. But beyond just my disagreement with the dancing on football fields. So I don't know if it's the widest bar or widest gap between one brother and another as far as famous ones are concerned, but it's a pretty wide gap.
It is. It's pretty wide. This post says, I was at Harrah's on Sunday night. This was from 3 months ago, by the way. This is very recent.
Okay.
That he is still up to this stuff. I had a weird run-in with Jackson Mahomes. He walked in with a group of guys that looked like they were straight out of a LA TikTok house, and then in parentheses, just totally out of place.
Well, he can choose who he wants to hang out with, what he wants to do. It's just
and he just pushed people out of the way to get to a roulette table.
There it is. That's where we have a problem. And this all stems for me from the fact that I think at least Ben Shelton and he look somewhat similar, except that Ben Shelton, is on the stage at Wimbledon, and Jackson Mahomes shoving bar patrons out of the way to get to his table. Just different avenues. Those two are going down, and hopefully Ben Shelton can turn this around. He's currently down 3-2 in the second set after losing the first set to the number one seed, Yannick Sinner, who, yes, that name sounds weird if you see the flag next to his name and it says Italian. He is an Italian, but from a portion of northern Italy where German is spoke by 80+% of the population. So when you see a name like Yannick Sinner and you see the guy on television and you say, how's that guy Italian? I would say they do have a Mario Balotelli as well. So don't judge anyone.
Yeah, he's not the most
unlikely
surprising
Italian. Yes. He is not the most he's not the most surprising Italian athlete out there. He just happens to be on our TVs right now. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We're
Shout out to Jackson Mahomes.
Well, not really. it's more
Anti shout out.
it's more me analyzing why I had an issue with Ben Shelton. Then I realized, oh yeah, he reminds me, at least as far as his look, of Jax Mahomes. And I said, you know what? I've been a little harsh on Ben Shelton. What am I so against him for? It's not his fault that a somewhat doppelganger's out there messing up.
Yeah,
That's on me.
I will say, his sister working for
Morgan Stanley.
You can just take the days off. Like, I don't. Why does he have to get out there and be like, "Hey, please let her have the day off"? Is she out of PTO days? She's just 100% out.
Well, maybe you have to put in time ahead of time. You can't, if she only said she was taking this amount of days. Not a bad point.
Should have believed in him.
Like, you could have at least said,
take until the day after the final.
You could go, or you look at the bracket. It looks like he could be on a path to see Yannick Center. I'll take that day off.
Quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals is my final day. So my brother didn't have to get on TV asking Morgan Stanley to give me time off. Right now, he's got a lot of work to do at least.
Also, there's no chance her job is important enough to where like she can't come in, or that like.
What are you saying? What do you mean no chance? What do you mean?
Because she's probably 25 working for Morgan Stanley.
You make a point. She's not. She's probably not of the age where she's making crucial decisions as to the fate of the company. You're probably right about that. I'll give you that.
Yeah, don't try to.
But shout out to Ben
doing.
But shout out to Emma Shelton.
I'm being ageist.
Yeah.
Not even ageist. I'm just being realistic.
You're just suggesting
who runs one of the most powerful companies in the world.
That Emma Shelton isn't the difference between Morgan Stanley
keeping the lights on or not.
Exactly. Good point made by you. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll come back with hour 2. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. It's me and Sean till noon. We'll be back. So we got through plenty of Rocket sound yesterday. Sean and Michael Carroll believe that we played the Rafael Stone sound about how they're going to need Reed Shepard. The question was asked about guard depth. I think you did. That's Michael Carroll saying he thinks we did. It's not really good enough, but I'm going to trust. I got two sources saying they think we did. So two sources enough to say we did play that sound. And as I said, most of it was centered around, do you have enough guard depth? And eventually another question was asked about Reed Shepard, and Rafael Stone said he's got to be good for us. He's got to be good. And Reed Shepard will take part in Summer League. And it leads me to this. I don't know if anyone will be paying the prices set for the Cooper Flag Bronny James matchup for a Reed Shepard appearance. And I say the Bronny James Cooper Flag matchup because that's how it's being couched, that Bronny James is enough of a draw his second time around in Summer League that ticket prices for the Cooper Flag game, Mavs Lakers, should be at this level because, Bronny James is there too. We're talking a ridiculous amount of money for a Summer League game where courtside, according to TickPick, are going for $2,500. $2,500 to watch Cooper Flag play against Bronny James. And right now, the lower bowl is $650. Yeah, I cannot believe anyone's paying this price. Like Wembanyama tickets went for $1,200, leading up to his first game. Cooper Flag, number 1 overall pick, I get, but Wemby was a lot of people hadn't seen Wemby play in person or even really seen him play on TV. So I get why watching the 7'5", 7'6", however tall he is guy play in Summer League would have been a big deal. But Cooper Flag, sure, he's number 1 overall pick. He's just some 6'8", 6'9", small forward, power forward from Duke. $1,200? Not even $2,500 for courtside? No, I don't believe it. I cannot believe anyone's paying that price. I saw him get called for a questionable foul against the Cougs in the Final Four.
Yeah.
I seen him play. He's not a mystery to anyone. You need to see Cooper Flag up close. Why?
You need to see Bronny James up close.
I saw enough of that last year too.
Did you?
I said I saw enough. I saw enough.
He wasn't out there very much.
No, but the amount he was out, I saw enough. I don't need to get involved in the secondary market to see those guys play. I ain't buying it. Someone may have set the price that high. I can't believe anyone's buying a ticket. Cooper Flag may very well be great, but I've seen Cooper Flag before. I've seen players like him before.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, and I've seen borderline G Leaguers play before too when it comes to Bronny James. So
I'm trying to see what the tickets for Clippers Rockets is
to see
Reed Shepard.
To see Reed Shepard
Might be worth it.
The
honestly.
Clippers have a
if it's low enough, I might
Clippers
fly
have a
out
first
there.
round pick. Okay. You're gonna pay more for the flight and the hotel.
Yeah.
Certainly than a ticket.
I mean,
by like 4 times the amount.
It is 9 p.m. Friday night. So I have a little bit of time, leave here at 3.
Oh, so do you think you can
maybe
fly in, watch the game, and fly back? Would that be the plan? Not even spend the full night in Vegas?
No, I could. That raises the price a little bit.
Yeah. If you were desperate to see Reed Shepard, because you didn't get any of him really in the regular season
Got that
for
one
the
Nets
Rockets.
game.
Yeah. Flying in on Southwest, watching the game, then flying right back out.
Mm-hmm.
You should find me the price. And is it less than a Cooper Flag Bronny James lower bowl seat, which is $650? It's short notice, so that's going to add to the price, but it's also not at a really peak time, although it is the summer. So we'll see.
It's Summer League. I'm gonna be on a flight with Kelly Eco going to Summer League.
See, getting in on the same flight that you do. Maybe you and Ben DeBose can share a row.
Yeah, got Jackson Gatlin in the middle seat.
Let's start just naming Bredo. Let's start naming all the Rocky guys and see if they're all on the same plane. No more Jonathan Fagan. He doesn't do that anymore. So we'll see. Daniel Lerner will cover the Rockets from time to time from the Chronicle. Either way, when we find out the price,
maybe I can use Miles.
It's possible. Let's just go. You don't have miles, because that adds some complications. What's the rate to go watch Reed Shepherd? Say you're flying out. Their first game's what, Friday or Thursday? Say
Friday.
You're flying out Friday after the show. Find a flight for you petition Joe and you get out of here like 2:30 or whatever, or 1. You have to do some work.
Yeah,
but you get out of here by 1
comes
o'clock.
in early.
Yeah, you get out of here at 1 o'clock. You get to.
It is a 3-hour flight.
You get to Hobby at what? 2. Flight's at 3. You're out of here. Actually, you're in Vegas by what? 6:30 6:30 at the latest. Get to the arena and you get back. When you give me the total for the ticket and the flight, let me know. And if it comes under the 650,
Do we have a promo code?
Yes.
Southwest
Reed
is asking for a promo code.
Yes, Reed.
Cocaine Curry.
I remember that nickname. That went away pretty quickly. Core 5. That's the promo code. And you see what you get there and see if it comes under the price. If you want to pay to watch Bronny versus Cooper Flagg, go ahead. You got the discretionary income to do it. I just don't believe anyone wants to pay $650 for that game.
Business Select leaving at 3:30 on Southwest. $536.
How much is a ticket?
God,
all this work. When you find out a ticket for that Rockets game, you let me know.
$536
combined. Ticket and plane ticket and no, I mean Summer League ticket.
Oh, Summer League ticket.
Yeah.
Oh, I think the Summer League ticket for that day. Well, it depends on what lower bowl. Should we do lower bowl?
Whatever you want. Splurge since you decided to see Reed Shepherd in person against the Clippers.
What's the cheapest? Yeah, I can't do general admission. Come on,
it's embarrassing.
It is. $762
combined.
Lower bowl. That's the price for the lower bowl ticket
for a Clippers Rockets Summer League game.
Well, it's for day 2 of Summer League.
Oh, for the whole day.
Yeah, I couldn't find tickets.
An individual game. Okay,
yeah.
So that might change. That might explain why the price is $650. You got to buy for the whole day.
Yeah, but it'd be for that.
Beat it.
But also, it does lower the oh my God, people are paying.
Yeah, if it's for the full day, it's still an absurd amount.
It's also the Reed Shepherd versus Clipper G League team is $750.
It's nuts.
So this is all just crazy expensive.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good. I
could do general admission.
I just assumed
general admission was only $250.
Only $250. I just assumed Summer League was free. I thought it was just media members and people who decided they wanted to walk off.
Yeah, or so low that it might as well be $20. Where
Yeah.
It's sure, whatever.
Yeah, why?
I can just if I'm a Las Vegas area high school kids,
and I just want to watch NBA players, not the ones on the court, but the guys who are sitting courtside supporting their G League and recent first round teammates. I thought you could just walk off the strip. Hey, I'm done at the Luxor. Let me go watch some Summer League basketball. Not at those prices.
No,
not at those prices.
Summer League is a scam.
Certainly is. But shout out to Reed Shepherd.
I guess I won't be going.
Yes, I'm glad
I'll text you.
I'm glad you made a decision that seems financially responsible to not spend your money on a plane ticket and Summer League prices.
$1,300
for a Reed Shepherd game. Not even the Cooper Flagg Bronny James game.
Also, I didn't do a hotel room either. So.
Oh, I said in for the game and out. You're not gonna stay there for.
I don't think the latest. I think all the flights into it. I would have to go to the airport and just sleep in the airport.
Yeah.
Or just sleep on the strip.
That seems safe. I've been to Vegas quite a bit just because I grew up in Southern California, so Vegas was an easy trip. It's changed over the years. You probably would be fine. Actually, the issue would be they would just get you out of there. Like security would get you out of there, or police would get you out of there more than you be in any real danger. All right.
Maybe I just pull an all-nighter. Oh, that's
what you do. Yeah, you don't go to sleep.
I go to the tables. That's how I make the money back for the plane ticket back.
Let's stack a good decision on top of the bad decision you made to fly out there. The good decision is spending all the rest of your money at the tables. And I say spin, and I say that wrongly because of course you're going to win.
Of course
you're going to win.
Yeah, the Rockets game. It's at 7:00 Vegas time. Probably ends 9 o'clock. I don't know if there's a game after, but then from 9:30 to whenever my flight is the next morning, I have all that time to make money.
Let's not take into account the other avenue. All that time to lose money.
No,
I'm
I
thinking
don't think I
you're
will.
right. I shouldn't think negative.
That is bad. That's bad to think. Or I bet on the game.
That's real degeneracy.
if Reed Shepard scores more than 21 and a half points.
Yeah, let's not even bet on the line. Let's have prop bets.
I mean, I would rather bet on Reed Shepard than the actual outcome of this game.
Yeah,
who I know a handful of players.
That's right. So if you are like Sean and are seriously considering flying out to Vegas to see Reed Shepard play, hopefully he puts on a good performance. It's important for him. It's important.
It's important for me.
It's important for you. It's in some ways important for Reed Shepard because his fate, as far as where his place in the rotation isn't going to be decided by Summer League. But it wouldn't hurt to show the Rockets you're ready on both ends of the floor, because the assistant coach who was asked about Reed Shepard and what they're going to want from him talked about defense, because the question was posed, even defense, and that's who we are.
He should have been like, it's Summer League. No one's playing.
We don't let up, no matter who it is, no matter who's playing and who they're playing against. It's about defense with us. And Reed Shepard's going to have to show he's capable of holding up and certainly running some offense as well. I can't see who's on the line. I just see someone on hold. We'll get to you when we come back. So I acknowledge that you're on hold. I just can't see your name. We'll get to you when we come back. And if you want to join them, that number is 713-780-3776. It's me and Sean till noon. We'll also, actually, at least I want to also mention this before we go. It is our summer circuit going on right now. All that means is we go around the city and show up at great Houston restaurants. It happens from 12 to 6. Paul Gallant is there, and then Akilla Bees are there. And where they'll be this week is at the Pleasure Pier. That's in Galveston, and they're going to be inside Sweet Scoops. You can check out our full circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. But if you go on out there and you register to win, your prize would be 2 Power On electric bikes. They're e-bikes. There's a value of about $4,000. They're very cool bikes, and it's a great prize. We thank Power On Electric Bicycle Company for helping us out there and helping you guys out. So going out there, chill with the guys. And if you don't get a chance to go out there this Friday, just take a look at the schedule on the website and see which location, or at least which event you can go to, and sign up to win and hang out with the guys and eat great food as well. That's part of the deal as well. So our summer circuit continues all summer long. ESPN 975 and restaurants in the greater Houston area. Okay, we'll get to break with that. We'll take a call, and you can follow that call when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
If this is the Eric I think it is, he's got maybe an apology to make. Since you suggested the Astros would never lose another game, all they've done is lose games. If this is the Eric that I think it is. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. It's an honor calling the #1 sports show in the country.
Yeah,
I think you just for the Astros, made them lose those 2 games.
Oh,
so now I
it's
got
my
them
fault.
going 100.
Now it's my fault.
I
Okay.
got them going 125 and 30. 125 and 37. Also, the relief pitcher for the Astros, Nick Souza Wright. It looks like Nick Wright. He's doing pretty good. I mean, and do you see the Astros making any trades before the trade deadline? And one more thing. Who's thicker in a good way? Micah Hatfield or Myra Moreno? I'll hang up and listen. Bill Strode.
I don't know really what those women look like, so I can't answer your question. I honestly now just stay away from watching the local news so I don't run into one of these women he's talking about, so I can continue to operate in in a way where I can be honest and say I don't know what they look like. Because the moment I do know what they look like, then I'm going to be like, well, maybe I should answer this question. And it's best for me if I don't. So I don't know what they look like, Eric. Sorry, I can't do that for you. Try again next time. Maybe I will have slipped next time you ask. As far as trades, well, we had Robert Flores on the station yesterday from MLB Network, and he said it's really a thing I don't like. When they go, hey, when Jordan comes back, it's like you got your left-handed hitter back. You got the left-handed acquisition that you always wanted back. I was okay, sure. Also, the thoughts of Luis Garcia, Christian Javier coming back as those guys continue to work their way back, maybe is going to play a part in how the Astros operate, because you think you get a starting level pitcher back or maybe 2, maybe you're less aggressive. Maybe there is no Kikuchi type trade. And if there is a belief that Jordan comes back, there should still be an urgency to go acquire another bat. Because, yes, Pena's out, Jordan's out, and that's why the Hummels of the world, the Trammels of the world, the Corona, and the Zach Shorts are getting hits, or at least opportunities at the plate. That's why that's happening. But even when those guys come back, I still think you're a bat short. They believe they're a bat short. At least that's how they've been operating. That's why Cedric Mullins has come up as a guy that they could possibly acquire. So I think if we're being logical and maybe realistic, there is going to be a play to go get themselves another bat. And from what they're saying, preferably a left-hand bat. And then you just hope Jordan comes back. And there's Chaz we're waiting on as well, of course. So as much as the jokes get flown or get thrown out about Chaz, I mean, when we got Trammell, Corona, and Short out there, maybe we pay Chaz a little bit more respect.
Yeah.
When the options are those guys,
I'll take Chaz, Corona, and Short, but I can't take all 3.
Yeah. So when we make our jokes about some of the guys who, in some cases, can be everyday guys for the Astros, maybe just by the way, Jake Myers isn't healthy either, so that's another guy who has caught a lot of jokes.
Actually, I would like him back first.
Yes, if we're talking about potential outfielders I like back first, Jordan, although he's not strictly an outfielder, but actual real everyday outfielders, Jake Myers, and then Chaz, and then maybe you make a trade for another. So they are missing big parts of what could be an everyday lineup, and even the options for the guys who have days off. They don't even have those guys available.
Yeah, like DeZenzo.
Yeah.
Just sorry.
Not available. Sorry. They are digging deep to find ways. And honestly, the pitching has let them down the last couple of days. In fact, I believe that's the social video, the John Lance social video for today. It's about how the offense has played well enough the last couple nights, and it's been the pitching.
I think we said after Monday night's game where it's like, well, with Hunter Brown starting, if they score 5 runs, like, you're winning.
Well, we just assumed.
Yeah. And Hunter Brown gave up 6.
Yeah.
Actually.
It wouldn't have been enough despite them coming back and tying the game.
Yeah. I think that it's I think this is just like a rough 2 games. Like, you can't overreact too much to like sweeping the Dodgers and then, oh no, it's over. It's all over. So yeah, I think that this is another saying that I don't know. I don't know how much you like or you don't like, but the All-Star break is coming at just the right time for the Astros.
Because 2 days ago it was,
oh
man, this sucks. I mean, I don't want them to lose momentum. Now it's like
this is the perfect
we're wheezing to the All-Star break, and it's a perfect time to hopefully get some guys back.
After winning
after
8 out of 9 against the top of the NL.
Dominating the Dodgers. Hey, you get back into the AL, the real league, and you start losing games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that cupcake.
Well, that soft ass NL baseball that they completely ran through.
It just means more in the AL.
Might as well tie in college football because conference media days are beginning. The Big 12, I think, either starts theirs today or they started tomorrow. And the thing that stood out for people who aren't sickos, conference media day, part of it is people just filming things, and one of the things they film are the mannequins at those media days with the team's uniforms on.
Oh yeah, it started today because I've seen those pictures.
Yeah,
and the mascots.
Yeah, it may be the first hint that someone has a new uniform if you're not perpetually on social media watching everyone do their uniform reveals. And the only thing that stuck out from the Big 12 is normally they put the uniform on the mannequin and it's the year 25 or the year of whatever the year is. Last year was I think all the jerseys had 24. So this year all the jerseys had 25 except for one. Oklahoma State for some reason decided to send a 40 jersey for some reason. So there's a person filming all the mannequins in a row, showing off the uniforms, and it's 25, 25, 25. And then it's like, which one of these things is not like the other? Oh, it's the Oklahoma State uniform that has the number 40 on it. I'm sure they just said, hey, let's be different. Let's do something different. Hey, we're run by Mike Gundy. Let's be different.
He's a man. He's 40.
There it is, Sean.
Crack the code.
There it is. There it is. They probably leaned into that.
Remember that?
Long. How long ago was that? 15 years ago now?
So long ago.
But they might as well. It's what he's most famous for, other than that 1 year with Whedon and what's the receiver's name who flamed out? Blackman.
Yeah, 17 years ago.
Yeah,
I found that out by googling how old is Mike Gundy.
Yeah, he's 57 now.
Yeah, I mean he is by far the best coach in Oklahoma State history. But also, remember that one meme from 17 years ago?
We still do. Apparently, Oklahoma State does as well because they put a 40 jersey on their mannequin to commemorate that moment. Was he talking about like Bobby Reed or something? The former like North Shore quarterback who was under fire from the media or something. I think it was him way back when. And
I forgot. Yeah, it might have been him.
And that was
he was like holding up. This is how long ago it was. He was at a podium holding up a newspaper.
Exactly.
He was holding up a piece of paper that had been written in somewhere in Oklahoma and distributed at least to Stillwater.
Yeah, it was about the benching of Bobby Reed, and I think the media was taking what he deemed unnecessary shots at Bobby Reed.
Yeah, don't go after him.
Yeah,
he's just a kid. Go after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
Yeah, but Reed himself didn't buy it. Since we're doing this, he says, honestly, the way I look at it, I felt like it was all a front. That was all a big show. It didn't feel genuine. So despite Mike Gundy's strong defense of the quarterback didn't buy it. He goes,
I mean, he's still Benjamin.
Zach Robinson was a better college quarterback. I mean, it wasn't wrong.
Who did he get bench for?
Zach Robinson.
Good job, Mike. That's why Mike Gundy's one of the best.
It was a good. It was a good choice. Not gonna say he was wrong.
No offense, but.
Yeah, Zach Robinson's now like an OC for the Falcons. It's been around quite a bit now, but yeah, Mike Gundy made the right decision. Excuse me. Even if Bobby Reed does think it was fake to get out there and scream and talk about how old you are,
it made him way more famous.
It did.
B, he started a better quarterback.
A win-win for Gundy.
Now, if he can only get a win in Big 12 conference play, that'd be a nice change up from last year.
Yeah. Good decisions, benching Bobby Reed for Zach Robinson. Bad decision, starting your son in a game.
Everything, gesturing at everything after the Arkansas game last year.
Yeah.
That's all bad.
Even starting the year at one point, I think he started a season with his son as a starting quarterback. Didn't work out.
No, wouldn't say it did.
No,
Wouldn't say it did.
So, as you said, best coach in Oklahoma State history, but not perfect by any means. And the Big 12, I don't know who's the favorite there. I guess I'll have to
They don't
look
have
into that.
They don't have they got rid of the media poll. The official media poll.
So the media will have to have an unofficial poll.
Yeah.
To vote who they think the
they'll
favorite in the
all go
conference
to a
is.
speakeasy and
Where are they this year? Is it in Dallas?
Dallas, I think.
Sorry, my headsets are unplugged, so if you say anything, I can't hear you right now. So let's go to break with that. Not that the information is important. I'll figure out where the Big 12
Frisco,
where Big 12 media days are. Once again, not that important. But you know what is? Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place you go to if you want an important job done well. Because as I say all the time, let's not pretend like you know how to be a plumber. You don't know. And if you do, you probably don't know how to do the big jobs. And you always want to be careful because a small problem can turn into a big problem. Like repiping is a big deal because no one wants dirty, stinky water, and pipes can affect that. And if you're in a old home, a repipe may be something you need. But if it's a smaller job like a leak, they take care of that too. They have a nice drop-down menu on the website at aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and they'll show you what they do. And they pretty much do everything from remodels to getting a new water heater installed, whether it's one of the traditional ones or the tankless ones. They do all that for you, from water filters to drain cleaning. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place you need to go to no matter what your plumbing issue is. And you can also call them at 281-488-6238 and maybe get yourself a free price quote. Because sure, you know there's a problem. You don't know how to fix it, but you don't want to be charged for someone trying to figure out what your problem is. That's what Aqueduct Plumbing Company is there for, to dissect that problem and then fix it for you with great contractors who know how to help out the local community. So the website, once again, is aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So, Sean, you dropped the information that the Big 12 isn't having a media poll. and they have a reason for it. It's in an article on CBS Sports. It's in reference to what happened last year with Arizona State, where Arizona State was like ranked 16th in their media poll and then went on to win the conference and give Texas a hell of a game in that quarterfinal. They say it's because it affects what the CFP might do and how voters react in the AP and the coaches when you have a team that was not well thought of that starts to win games. There'll be a bias against them. Is that true? I'm not going to be here and say it's not true, that preconceived notions affect, and particularly ones put in your own head. Maybe it's not even your notion, but you see a group of people think a certain way about a team and go, well, they can't be that good. Look where they started. So that's why they're not ranking their teams. Also, they say because of the transfer portal and all the player movement, it doesn't allow for an accurate read about who these teams are and what they'll be. So no matter what you think of this team from last year, what about all the changes and how does that affect chemistry and how the team comes together? So that's why they're ruling out. That's why they no longer will have the media rank their teams. They're also pushing to have preseason AP pull out the door and the media, and the coaches pull out the door. Good luck. That's a conversation piece. It's just part of the college football narratives.
You're messing up everybody's money when you're doing that.
Yeah, you can do that in the Big 12 if you want, but I don't think they're going to be able to get rid of preseason polls. So it's how a lot of people base their college football.
It's how you sell week 1 games.
Also, agendas begin
number
that
1
way
versus number 5.
It builds excitement if you are a top 10 team or even a top 25 team. While they don't matter really as far as how the games will go, they, as Sean said, they do sell the game and say, hey, ESPN wants a top 20 game between two top 20 teams closing out their weekend. And it's not even closing out because they'll have a Monday night game. But I think Miami, Notre Dame is their Sunday night game.
Mm-hmm.
Both teams will be ranked in the top 20. While Miami, Notre Dame, at least traditionally, as far as the names, will get people's eyeballs. You're telling me it's ranked Notre Dame, ranked Miami. That's a little bit more exciting than having no numbers next to them. So good luck, the Big 12. I think what you're trying to do makes some sense, particularly when you're the conference who is dumped on as far as strength and no one believes anyone coming to that conference can win a national title. So you like the games early on to decide how teams are thought of. It's not going to be a national thing. You can do that conference-wise and see how it works out for you.
The SEC are like, we're doing the opposite.
Yeah. In fact, can you rank all of our teams in the top 25?
No matter what? A spring poll. Like they might do a
just
poll in the
started
spring,
earlier than normal. Yeah.
Poll in July.
Yeah.
Poll in January. Like just after the season, just the final SEC poll. Never mind the final AP. Yeah. I mean, you said it. Like this. It's what you do when you are the number 3 or 4 conference.
Yeah.
Number 3 as a in like average strength, I would say. Number 4 in teams that can win a national title. Just behind the ACC, because the ACC still has
a
Clemson, and theoretically Florida State and Miami.
Yeah. As I said, I don't think anyone thinks anyone can win the national title I don't think anyone thinks anyone outside the Big 12 believes that the Big 12 team can win a national title this year. Clemson at least makes one team that
like this year
people believe can possibly win one.
Miami
this year. Yeah, who believes
Carson Beck?
Yeah, exactly. Carson Beck's enough, and Mario Cristobal's enough.
Cristobal.
That combo's enough to make you think they can't win one.
No Georgia Tech on the schedule.
That's a good thing.
That helps.
But Cristobal's still being around. Maybe not such a good thing as far as in-season stuff. Do all the recruiting you want. But as far as building game plans and winning games you should win, a little tough for him so far, particularly at Miami.
And
but that
Florida
stretches
State.
back to Oregon. Florida State was awful last year, and they've got the Boston College transfer.
Castellanos.
Yes. Doesn't feel like a guy who's leading anyone to a national title. Doesn't feel like it. And
No, guy who got benched at BC.
Yeah.
I don't feel
and the Florida State roster isn't one that's going to prop up a quarterback to go win one.
Yeah.
The
Bowl
quarterback's
eligibility, though.
The quarterback has to be the one to save that roster, as opposed to the other way around. So, yeah, the ACC probably has one real contender. They would have two if I could trust Chris Ball, but no one should. And
Carson Beck.
Well, that too.
If Cam Ward came back, they would be on the.
Chris Ball will still be there, so no. But they did hire a new DC, so maybe that'll help out, because Cam Ward had a great year, led him to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and now the Texans will have to deal with him. And I say that somewhat facetiously because it's still the Tennessee Titans roster, unless Cam Ward is going to be Jane Daniels or maybe CJ Stroud from his rookie season.
Yeah,
I don't think we're going to have
There's
to.
one every year, but he's the number 2 pick.
Yeah.
Every year. Damn it.
Who's the number 2 pick again?
It
wasn't a quarterback.
God.
Travis
Hunter. Yeah.
So he's still in the division. It's still in the division. It just happens to not be a quarterback.
Yeah, because they traded. They
traded up. That's why I was a little confused. So maybe Travis Hunter has a giant impact on Trevor Lawrence.
Sorry, didn't mean to laugh.
You should, because I was going to if you didn't. Someone should have laughed, and you got there first, so I didn't do it. Either way, good for the Big 12 for trying new things.
No, not good. I want to see.
them.
I want to see. I want to see a poll.
I
want to know who's number 1. Is it Texas Tech? Is it Kansas State? Iowa State? You can't count out. Iowa State should be at least top 5. I think Matt Campbell deserves that.
Top 5 in the Big 12?
In the Big 12 preseason poll.
Okay. He did lose
Arizona
a couple
State.
receivers, and how do I know that? Because they're both on the Texans. So he did lose a couple big time receivers.
He lost Brees Hall too. He lost Purdy.
It's
train keeps rolling.
They got Rocco Beck there. The train keeps rolling. They did have a good year last year.
They're close to giving Texas a good game in the playoff if they would have beat the Arizona State Sun Devils.
True.
You can't ignore in my hypothetical Big 12.
Can I ignore
poll.
them when when Scatabo's gone? Can I ignore them?
Sam Levitt's still around though.
It's true. And is Tyson still there, the receiver, or did he transfer?
I think he's still there.
Okay. He did not play against Texas because
he was hurt.
He was hurt, but he is the brother of a recent first rounder in the NBA 2 seasons ago, or at least 2 drafts ago now. But Jalen Tyson, the basketball player, Jordan Tyson, right? The big time receiver from Arizona State. I like the Big 12. I enjoy Big 12 football.
I like those records.
And I appreciate their willingness to differ from the traditional way we get started for the college football season. Do I care if BYU isn't highly ranked? And I don't have a poll for them. Yeah, that's a tough spot.
I think they're mid-table.
Okay, they're a Crystal Palace type, I guess is what you're saying. I don't need polls, honestly, for the Big 12. I only want them in the other conferences to laugh if someone falls below expectations. I'm not looking to laugh at Big 12 teams. People have done that enough.
I like it when you can tell that a team's in trouble based off of where they are in the preseason poll. Like when Florida State, when they do the ACC poll and Florida State's like 8th in the ACC, you're like, say no more.
Yeah,
I know
how bad is that roster when they're putting in a Florida State 8th in the conference?
Because like when I was in college, Texas was not good, and they were always still like top 4 in the Big 12. Like they just always got the
brand.
Bump of
the brand was enough.
What if it all comes together?
Sure.
And it came together one time while I was in school. So I think that's my favorite. I'd love it. Just put teams on a list. Come on, someone do it. Do it for the Big 12.
Honestly, I get enough lists. Like there's a Texans. It's not a Texans list, but a couple of Texans are on it. We get enough lists for college football. Let the games decide.
Give me a list. Love a list.
I get it.
I love going.
A lot of people do love a list.
Disrespecting Kansas. They bring back Jalen Daniels.
I appreciate disrespecting no one. Just go out and prove it. Then we'll disrespect you after your play on the field. Well, I'm not saying
How do I know who to disrespect?
No.
Who do I know is a fraud who got overhyped? I need the hype.
Just watch the games, and if some team gets blown out, disrespect them. That's fine. They've earned the disrespect.
It is. You do make a good point though that the Big 12 doesn't have anyone that's like actually fun to go. Ha!
No, why would I? I don't want to
Eat
laugh at
bleep,
Tech.
Kansas State.
I mean, I get why you might, because you went to a school that spent a lot of their time in the Big 12 during your certainly your college years, and really since you've been born.
And it's since last year.
Yeah,
before last year.
Before last year, your whole life you've watched your school in the Big 12. Me had no connection.
I mean, half these teams aren't even Big 12 teams anymore.
Yeah, so
Cincinnati.
Do I need to laugh at Cincinnati or UCF?
11th? Nah.
No. Hopefully, I want all those teams to succeed. That's how I feel.
Participation trophy generation.
It speaks to the conference where I can't build up even irrational hate for any of them. It's like, you know what? I hope
Texas Tech keeps spending money, then we'll find a way.
We'll see. All it takes is for one of them to beat my team, and then it'll turn. But until that happens,
Iowa State.
Even then,
in the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Even then, the starting quarterback stopped playing at the half. I can't even get mad at that. No, the starting quarterback said, "I'm done here. I set my records. I'm out. I don't want." Cam Ward was like, "You know what? I've done enough."
And on that note, I am out.
Yes. The only reason we're not playing in the playoff games because of this defense. So let the defense show one more time why they wasted a great season by me. I'm going to score 40-something points in the first half, whatever he scored, and we're still going to lose because the defense sucks. All right, so even Iowa State avoids my ire. Big 12, downright lovable.
All right,
we'll see what happens
next week. SEC Media Days.
Oh, then we start to laugh at people if they fall below expectations.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin, you better not screw up. This show is going to laugh at you a lot.
Auburn, 11th?
No, I can't laugh at Auburn. No one thinks they're going to be good.
No. Oh, you mean no? I'm doing I'm laughing at.
Where they're ranked.
Seeing like
I expect Auburn to be 11th.
You go like Auburn, Kentucky. Actually, Kentucky would be like second to last. South Carolina, Auburn, and then like Vanderbilt.
I think South Carolina's not going to be that low.
No, they're not.
They got Lenora Sellers not going to be that low. You're
It's
talking
a conference full of teams that are like
Oklahoma. Where are they going to be ranked in the Big 12 media poll?
I think they'll be hyped. Well, they're not going to be in the Big 12. They'll be in the
SEC media poll.
They'd be 2 in the Big 12.
Sure. John Mateer, their quarterback. They got a quarterback in Washington State, so that'll help them.
I think they'll be hyped.
Maybe.
You know what? Tennessee. Tennessee's the one that'll be like 10th. Auburn will be 11th, and then Vandy will be 12th, and that'll just be a funny list.
Funny. It will be funny, and then we can get into Diego Pavia saying they're disrespected.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, see?
It's a perfect setup.
Come on, Big 12. Disrespect somebody.
No. Let all those teams walk in.
Rank Colorado 7th.
That's too much respect.
Not for them. Not for Colorado. Colorado sees it the other way.
It's true. You're right on that. Okay, I did find one team I want to laugh at. It's Colorado, even still. You worked it out for me. I did find the team that I want to see disrespected. We'll see how it plays out.
Joel Klatt.
He doesn't help me when it comes to me wanting Colorado to fail. I get it. Joel Klatt was very like milquetoast, didn't say a lot. The minute Deion walked in and they had any success last year, he got loud in his opinion that his Buffaloes were disrespected. Now I think they'll have Julian Lewis, the 5-star quarterback. I guess he may be the starter there. We'll see.
Him and Caden Salter.
Of Liberty.
Camp battle.
Formerly of Liberty, Caden Salter. So
they're both at Media Day, too. Interesting.
That's Deion saying, neither one of you got this job, and I'm still the biggest star here. Don't you worry. Back to that. Like Travis Hunter's gone, Shador's gone. Deion takes full control of being the biggest star at the Colorado program. It's probably how he'd like it. All right, we'll go to break with that. One more segment to go. Paul Gallant after us. He's followed by the Killer Bees. But like I said, before we get to them, one more segment with us. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We mentioned Jackson Mahomes, not in a very complimentary way, which I guess is to be expected. Well, his brother caught some from just a random Kansas City, or at least former Kansas City radio host. He was fired, so now he has a podcast like everyone else. But he took shots at Mahomes for being out of shape, saying he wasn't dedicated to the craft, particularly coming off the blowout loss to the Eagles in the Super Bowl. He should not have the body that he has. Of course, no one ever looked at Pat Mahomes and said he's got a great body when it comes to athletics. I mean, dad bod, whatever you want to call it. He's just really effective, best player, or at least certainly the best quarterback in the league, and that's been true for years. Well, Sean, who could you guess would be most offended by someone publicly taking shots at Mahomes' body and his work ethic and that particular rant going viral? Who would have the most to gain or lose by this becoming a story?
And it's not Patrick.
And it's not Patrick Mahomes, who probably couldn't care less.
His wife?
No, it's not Brittany, but I get that.
Okay.
Don't talk about my man like that, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And she is, she's the type that
she
would
is one to get
bark
on
back.
social media.
Yeah.
Yes.
Offensive coordinator?
No, his trainer.
Matt Nagy? Oh.
His trainer.
Yeah, you know what? No disrespect to his trainer or to Patrick Mahomes. I don't want the smoke.
Yeah.
But it didn't even occur to me that he had a trainer.
This is why the trainer has to step in.
I said no offense.
That doesn't help. The trainer, his name is Bobby Stroop. Great name. I guess STROUPE, Stroop, at least how I say it. He said to Kevin Keitzman, who was the former radio host in Kansas City, send me your location.
Whoa.
This is from a now deleted social media post.
Maybe in Temecula?
You obviously need attention. If you want to see what in shape is, go make it through a practice at training camp or run, hurry up, off and scrambling back-to-back plays. You don't have a clue what it takes. It's not a look. It's performance.
He is true. Oh,
That's true. It doesn't really matter.
Doesn't make for great, Instagram ads, but that is true.
If I look at Patrick Mahomes on the field,
Mahomes is in good enough shape.
I don't ever go, man, he's out of shape out there. I mean, it's funny that waddle he does when he actually walks on the field, and he's got a funny little run, but he generally doesn't get caught when he's running.
No, he very often doesn't. And like you said, like his trainer said, he scrambles around a lot. And I mean, I think the clearest example is like, look at Patrick Mahomes and what he does, and like you said, all the movement that he can do in the pocket and around the field, and look what his body looks like, and then look at Anthony Richardson asking out of a play because he's tired, and look at what his body looks like.
Yeah, that wasn't a good look.
That is the argument right there. Is that like, yeah, Anthony Richardson looks sick, looks super athletic.
Come on, let's go back to our favorite movie currently, Heads of State. What did Idris Elba say to John Cena? Jim Strong.
Oh, Jim Strong.
You're Jim Strong, not real strong.
I
You're
thought
Jim
it was movie
Strong.
muscles.
No, that too, but Jim Strong.
Yeah.
You look great, but when it really comes down to it, can you do what needs to be done?
No, you can't actually push a shipping container out of a window while it's being dragged by a helicopter.
He also
you
said,
can't do that.
I'll rip this tree out of its roots and beat you to death with it.
And he goes,
and
do
go
it
ahead
right now.
Pick that. Go get that tree. Do it. And he goes, yeah, that's what I thought. You can't do that. And John Cena funnily said, well, that's a big tree you picked.
It's the biggest tree here.
Yeah, pick a different tree. So Heads of State, while silly, it's still has its funny moments.
Soft endorsement from both of us.
Watch it. Amazon. If you have Amazon, watch it. Ben Shelton's been defeated in straight sets. So Jackson Mahomes like, what?
Back to work. Back to work, Emma.
So that's right. That Emma
Back
Shelton.
to work, Emma
Emma Shelton is Ben Shelton's sister, whose run of not working with Morgan Stanley has now ended.
She has to be the second most upset person about this loss, right?
She's got to leave London and Wimbledon and go back.
Imagine your vacation is tied to
how
your
far
brother
goes.
advancing in Wimbledon.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what they said. Hey, So you don't have to keep asking every time he advances. As long as he's still in the tournament, you can stay. That's probably how they set it up. And she got to stay for 2 more matches. And now the number 1 player, and at least the number 1 seed in this tournament, Yannick Sinner, it moves on as he beats Ben Shelton in straight sets. So that American is done at Wimbledon. There's another American who is already in the semifinals. He was going to play Alcaraz.
Oh, I found her on LinkedIn.
Well, she wasn't that famous until the last week or so. So I'm
It
not
just
surprised
pops
it's
up.
still a public account that you can see. But yeah, Ben Shelton's run ends. He's had a couple interesting moments after matches, whether it be asking for his sister to get more days off or kind of smirking when one of the not foreign to that country, but foreign to us, called him a quarterbacker. And I was like, yeah, I wasn't, that's really quarterback, not quarterbacker. But thanks for acknowledging I did play quarterback. But there it is. Down 7-6, 6-4, 6-4 to Yannick Sinner. All right. That music means we're done for the day. The Astros try to avoid the sweep before they get a day off. Let's hope it happens. Let's not get swept by the Guardians after sweeping the Dodgers. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Oh, he dope.
Yannick Sinner. He dope. He dope. Paul Gallant up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Clase finishes off the game at 10-6 finals. He strikes out Cam Smith to end this one. Angel Martinez with a grand slam in the top half of the 10th inning is the difference tonight as the Guardians win 10-6. Astros post-game show presented by Whataburger will feature Kevin Eschenfelder and Brian Bogusevic as your host. Julian Morales getting interviews in the Astros clubhouse. We'll hear from Joe Espada as well. 10-6 final. Astros lose their first series in their last 14.
First series loss in 14 series. Damn, Astros, that's pretty impressive. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. You know how to get aboard the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call to text. As the voice guy said, you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, also on our brand new ESPN Houston app, available for your iPhone and available for your Android. Just got myself a new iPhone yesterday. Oh my goodness, it's amazing to jump from iPhone 11 to iPhone 16. It's also nice to just not have your phone shut off every, 30 minutes or so, which coincidentally happened right after you called Apple support about poor battery life. Oh, it just gets worse right after I tell Apple that my phone's not doing so hot? Huh. Interesting. Maybe we need to dive into that tomorrow on Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Today is a Wednesday, which means Soft Boys at 12:30. Who's been soft in the world of sports? A Washed Wash Wednesday as well. Washed Watch. That is at 2:30. Who's washed in the world of sports and beyond? And also we continue our countdown to the start of the NFL season. How many games can the Rockets win now that Kevin Durant's aboard and the Texans have one of the best units in the NFL that maybe people are actually talking about? But let's dive into last night's Astros loss, 10-6. They fall. Hunter Brown didn't look so hot. Gave up a home run to Jose Ramirez. Things kind of got out of hand from there. They even walked Jose Ramirez in the third inning. Josh Hader threw 2 innings in this game because the Astros couldn't get that extra run despite a couple of rallies that they had, specifically the awesome one that got me watching the game, Jose Altuve tying things up. But they weren't able to get that run across the plate despite opportunities to do so. That's understood. I mean, look at who they've been throwing out there in the lineup the last couple of days. I almost skipped the whole game. I feel guilty for almost skipping the whole game because the Astros nearly came back to win. But then at the end of it, I'm also kind of mad that I tuned back into the game and only to see Josh Hader give up the grand slam. It's been interesting to see the reaction to this loss online. A few wins, and it seems many Astros fans, not all, perhaps I'm about to beat up an army of straw men here, but some fans are all of a sudden on the high of sweeping the Dodgers in LA, reacting to every single moment in one of 162 baseball games like it's the playoffs. Jose Ramirez was intentionally walked twice. He did a home run, and he's the only guy in the Guardians who you've scared of in their lineup. And he got walked again in the 10th inning. I saw a lot of second guessing there. Oh, Espada, what is this guy doing? Why doesn't he do the right thing that I would do if I were manager? I saw enough of that where I thought to myself, my God, can you ride the high of the sweep against the Dodgers just a little longer? Hell, you can keep riding it even if the Astros get swept by the Guardians. You think that Mariners are about to sneak up and overtake them in the AL West anytime soon? All right, maybe a couple of weeks from now if the Astros play poorly and if more injuries happen. But
lots of weird energy coming out of the game. I base this off of a few fans online, but this minority needs to be shaken violently. I mean, we're really getting upset about Espada walking Ramirez in extra innings. There's a couple of accounts I respect on X, Milo's microphone, a couple other ones who were saying, oh man, I can't believe that they lost this game. Oh, it's really concerning. The pitching's giving up all these runs to the Guardians. What's up with Hunter Brown? Oh my God. Josh Hader, jeez. What are they doing out there? Oh, the humanity. It's weird, man. They had a spring training lineup and still almost won that game, much like they almost won Monday's game. I get that they lost both. It's embarrassing to lose a series to a team that had lost 10 games in a row going into it. But, I mean, it is baseball. Weird stuff happens. There's 162 games. Some of you guys need to relax. Paul, you need to relax talking about this the way you're talking about it right now. I suppose. I just think a lot of y'all have dork energy out there while watching these games. I get it. Be passionate about the things you love in life. But I don't think there was really anything to get worked up about last night. The Astros are putting out a lineup that you'd look at and compare that to the lineup that they were trotting out earlier this year, and you would say, oh, yeah, the lineup earlier this year is the one that's going to score runs. Weirdly, they didn't. The lineup that you've seen the last two nights actually has done enough for you to win. Pitching hasn't been great. It happens. Baseball gonna baseball. Am I right? I mean, I don't know. It's weird. I get that all of a sudden you beat the Dodgers and you beat the Cubs and you beat the Phillies, and now you're like, yeah, they're going to beat everyone. Well, this team is weirdly not the best against the worst teams in the sport. Guardians are one of the worst teams, but they have clearly been playing horribly of late. I just think you need to dial it back, to relax a little bit, you know? God wills it, but how much can God will it? I mean, he's got to take a night off or two. You're expecting the big man upstairs to watch 162 games of the Astros over the course of the season. First off, you're assuming God's a dork. Second off, he's got bigger things to focus on. And while God has willed the Astros' amazing first half that got an A from ESPN.com, can't do it every single night, Sean Mapes.
Famously, God rests every once in a while.
Ooh, that's true.
Famously.
So he picks Monday and Tuesday to do it.
Yeah, the City Connect days. He's like, I'm out.
Yeah, I don't really like these uniforms.
These are actually no front to me.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
Why can't we have the Tequila Sunrise jerseys? Asked God, looking down with a furrowed brow.
I like that God calls us we when talking about the Astros.
Well, it's God wills it.
Yeah.
It's God's team. We've said this. It's been established. I mean, how else can you explain the last couple of months? Look, reality's going to catch up eventually. We've joked about this. We've had fun with this, but I mean, this is weird and nonsensical. They are winning in spite of so many injuries. It's awesome. Appreciate it. But just know there will be a stretch where they don't play so well. It could be as short as a couple of games. It could be maybe a month. It's coming at some point.
Yeah, it could be this series. Like the series that we're playing right now could be the like weird, this team kind of, why does this team stink all of a sudden stretch? It could stretch until the Mariners series coming up next, or they might just beat the Mariners. Like it is, and we're, this Astros Twitter contingent is back to beating their chests.
Right,
for beating the Mariners. That's just
look.
That's why I don't spend time on Twitter. The Astros Twitter is the worst.
Sean, I don't spend time watching these games when they play bums because it doesn't matter. And
I rather watch the games than listen to these people.
If you don't
about it,
I'm with you, Sean. That's definitely true. And generally, that's all I have to go off of. Like, I'll find myself looking on X for I pick up my phone. I look on the app, and then I see people that are like, and I feel like my For You just shows me people that are overreacting to everything. That's what sucks about social media these days. That's you generally see the worst of the worst, from cringe to just bad. But I'm not concerned about last night. You shouldn't be concerned about last night. You shouldn't be concerned about Monday. Everything that has happened over the last 2 months or so, where they had won just about every series for 2 months, is gravy. This has been ridiculous. Relax.
Yeah.
There's nothing to stress about. You don't even need to watch these games against the Guardians. We could watch the Rangers series because it's, F the Rangers. Although I guess we're all, and for obvious reasons, I think we're all Texas strong right now, right? With what's going on in Central Texas, the whole, it just keeps on rising and rising. But we want to focus on the battle for the Silver Boot. Okay, the Silver Boot series, the Silver Boot Challenge. I don't know the title of it because honestly, I forget the Rangers exist often, even though they beat the Astros in the last big time series between these two teams. Anyway, a couple of comments here from the 409. 2 things I didn't like last night: leaving Hader in for 2 innings. Everyone knows he can't pitch 2 innings. Well, I think he can in the playoffs, but I agree. Right now, do you need to?
Yeah, that my thing is I get that it's he's starting with a runner on second, so it's a high leverage spot immediately. This isn't last year where you need to squeeze every drop out of Hader and Brian Abreu to stay afloat and fight back to win the division. You're up 5 games, you can just have your closer pitch 1 inning.
Yeah, could be that. That's it. And then bring in somebody else. And if you lose, you lose, whatever. The texter continued. I don't care how good someone's hitting. You can't walk someone intentionally in extra innings. I disagree. I feel like the Guardians are that bad offensively. And I know that they scored a lot of runs last night relative to what they normally do, 10 runs. But I would. Guess what happens if you walk one guy and you got to run second? Potential triple play. Set up the triple play situation, which never happens.
Classic triple.
I know, ball. From the 713, the loss is on Paul. Prediction of a no-hitter / a perfect game jinxed us. I forgot to pull the audio of that before the show. Should we play it again or should we act like it never happened?
I think it's funny that it was the opposite of a no-hitter. It was the most hitter he's ever been in this season. So yeah, maybe we play it later.
That is Sean Ace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. This is the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Captain Photon says, can we play with major league team players? This is the Space Cowboys now. Listen, they're just dealing with injuries, okay? I think it's cool to see all these Space Cowboys up there because they keep winning with them.
I was going to say, I think it's cool, but
it's not September. It's not October. We're fine.
Yes. It is also, though, I catch myself doing that when I'm who's the Space Cowboy up here? Even though they've been good. I have no reason to disrespect them by being get some of these Space Cowboys out of here. Let's get Chas McCormick back healthy. All right. But yeah, they've mostly been good up until, even the last 2 nights they've been good. They scored 6 and 5 runs.
The offense did a very good job the last 2 nights. You got your weird Hunter Brown didn't pitch great and Josh Hader wasn't lights out moment. 2 all-star pitchers had a bad night.
Yeah,
that's why he lost.
That to me is why I'm not worried at all, because this is the flukiest thing. If they were losing the same way that they lose, or when they lost a lot early in the season, when they were barely hanging on and they're losing games 2-1, that would be one thing. But the fact that this is so weird, whatever.
Another comment on Twitch says, Paul, you need to pump your lips up for TV. What? I need filler? Do I need lipstick or something like that? I was on TV this morning on Fox 26 with my guy, Nate Griffin, over at the Buffalo Grill. Buffalo Grill's awesome. That cinnamon coffee, it's the best. I need a haircut. I definitely need a haircut. I need it.
Yeah. And then some lip filler.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Ask Annie.
Yeah, Annie the hairstylist will be taking care of it. My sideburns got really thick and they were moving forward as I was talking. I was like, how is that happening? They're getting mutton choppy. A little 1800s-esque. I just watched Dances with Wolves again for the first time in a while, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm starting to look like these guys a little bit, but not in a good way. Wind runs through his hair. Know that I am your friend. Anyway, sorry, we're going down a rabbit hole. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Speaking of pop culture, is the reason the Astros lost last night due to the themed night at the ballpark? It was Friends Night. The TV show Friends Night, which I would imagine most men consider to be among the most overrated TV shows of all time. What is the most overrated TV show of all time, though? Embrace debate. Let's get cinephilic out here. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
This is the theme song to the television show Friends. Last night was Friends, the TV show, night at the ballpark. I guess people, what do? You dress up as a bunch of hot people that are living in what seems to be a very expensive apartment.
Great
despite
apartments.
Pretty mediocre success in their careers. No offense. I relate. I'd love to live in that place.
Yeah.
Did someone die or something like that?
I think that's what it was. I think, or at least the main one, the one that Jennifer Aniston lived in.
Ooh.
It was the
Rachel.
Yes, it was the one that I think like someone's grandma died, and it was like rent controlled or something.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's got an 8.9 on IMDb. It's got a 78% on Rotten Tomatoes. I've watched the show and I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, it has its moments.
It does have its moments. I think that the cast, pretty well done. Yeah. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, throwing 150,000 miles per hour.
Top of their game.
Strong, powerful, independent women. David Schwimmer, the hateable character as Ross that you hate, but you also see a little bit of yourself in said character whenever you feel insecure. You had Matthew Perry playing the goofball that's like really smart and edgy and has awesome references. So the person I feel like I am. And on top of that, you've got the actor, and then you have the weirdo in Lisa Kudrow. The thing I hate the most about the show is the laugh track. That's really it. I think laugh tracks basically say, "Hi, you're a stupid idiot. Laugh, you son of a bitch.
That was a joke. Laugh.
You're stupid. Laugh. Laugh at what we did. You dumb piece of crap. You're so stupid. You need to be reminded this was funny, idiot." And it was a thing. I mean, this wasn't the only show that did that, you know? Like, Seinfeld did it. So,
yeah, it was like standard.
Right. So, I think it's a little overrated. But the question I have for you, is this the most overrated TV show of all time? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975.
The thing is, it's not bad. It's not a bad show.
No.
So
it's not bad. I think that it's definitely put on a pedestal that maybe it shouldn't be. I think Seinfeld's funnier.
I was going to say, I think it's because it came in, it like kind of got the handoff from Seinfeld as the top comedy. And so it kind of gets lumped in with that.
Okay.
I'm just looking at like most popular shows. Like, I don't know. Game of Thrones, I feel like it's pretty properly rated as awesome until the end.
Awesome until the end, right.
Yeah, like everyone's kind of on the same page with that.
I have recently started watching Severance on Apple TV. I would have put Severance here until the last scene that I watched. The last scene that I watched, I was like, okay, finally. 6 episodes in, someone, I think, just died. Let's go. Finally. Because it seemed like there were very low stakes. They're just getting punished a lot. The innies and the outies, you know? What do we got? What's the most overrated TV show of all time?
I'm just looking at, like, again, most popular ones and looking for ones I've seen. I'm not saying this is the most overrated, but Mad Men, I watched 2 seasons of, and I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah, Mad Men. Listen, I liked Mad Men, but there's a specific group of adults who really like it. They're like, yeah, it pays homage to the time that I grew up in. So it's generally like boomers love that show on a level that they can relate to. They were like, yeah, this was where I was. This is what I grew up in. Nostalgia, blah, blah, blah. We had a Cuban Missile Crisis episode. You know, we're deep, we're edgy. A lot of people, I bet, say Breaking Bad. I think Breaking Bad's the best show ever. I've watched it 8 times. I imagine some people will say The Wire. I have watched the TV show The Wire 5 times. The Sopranos, can't put that there because The Sopranos paved the way for a lot of different TV shows. Rome, also one of my favorite TV shows. I have been getting a kick out of watching The Righteous Gemstones with The Lady. The last episode we saw was the first episode of season 4. Bradley Cooper just makes a cameo. What the hell? That was out of nowhere. Generally, if I think a TV show is overrated, I'm just going to press the eject button. And again, we're talking about this. This does relate to the Astros. It was Friends night at the ballpark last night at Dyken Park.
And I guess they need 81 themes. So they went with Friends, a TV show that ended 20 years ago. Walking Dead? Or was Walking Dead good
Walking
and got
Dead
bad?
was good for a while.
That's
and
the hard
it overstayed its welcome. I used to do a podcast about The Walking Dead and Game of Thrones back at the Texans flagship until we realized that they had sold it and weren't paying us a dime. With Jim Mudd, who I believe is over. I think he's helping out with Michael Berry. I talked to Jim last night, actually. I think it was his birthday earlier this week. It was good to talk to him. And we actually got flown out to Los Angeles for the season premiere when Negan was walking around with the baseball bat. It was good up to that point, but
I was going to say that's like kind of after that was the
correct
fall off,
the decline. They were good at. I like a show that kills people off. I like a show that's willing to take people out. And because I think a lot of TV shows, you realize there's a little plot armor here. The main characters aren't going to go. That's why I love Game of Thrones as much as I did. Great TV show on that front without giving any spoilers. A Paramount Plus show that's got Jeremy Renner. It's got Kyle Chandler. It's got others. The mayor of Kingstown. Very good show on that front. I think rather underrated. We're getting a lot of nominations here. People are saying Schitt's Creek is overrated. I enjoyed that show. I like that. That's a pretty good one. But I haven't finished it, so perhaps that speaks to its overrated nature. Michael Carrera said that 70 show. Now we're just listing shows now. I kind of figured this would get to this point, huh? Now everyone's just complimenting the show, right?
What about The Office? Or is that another one good until it got bad?
The Office was great. So
yeah,
I can't call it overrated.
The Office had probably like 2.5 seasons in a row where I'm not sure they had a bad episode. They didn't have like an episode where when it pops up, you're like, meh.
Yeah.
You know, like once it gets rolling in season 2 up until like season 4, it's just all hits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair. House of Cards was tough after season 2. I thought season 1 and 2 were good. I thought it started going downhill, and then they just wrote Kevin Spacey out. Understandably, that said, there's a part of me that wishes they wrapped it up with Kevin Spacey.
Hey, one more season, and then you're out of here, buddy.
Have you noticed that Kevin Spacey pops up every now and then, and he's speaking into a camera, and it's like he thinks he's still Frank Underwood?
He does the accent.
Yeah. It's kind of awesome. Blacklist was good. Too many episodes. I agree with you there. Another texter brings up. Now it's turned into what shows are good. Okay, listen.
And it's like what shows are good and then got bad. Like Friends never really had a tail off. Maybe
I
a little
think it was always solid. Like
yeah,
it was
so
solid
it's like
to
a
good.
7 out of 10. Like it was just like boom, boom every time. So that's what's hard is that there's so many shows, especially now. Or not now, but like in the recent history where it did feel like they kind of stuck around too long. That they milk it until it's dry, and then it's like, all right, then I guess this thing's over. Where every show has like, the last 2 seasons aren't that good. Like once you get to like season 6, it really falls off. Like that's kind of how a lot of these things go.
Generally,
we're like How I Met Your Mother was another one where it's like good and then bad.
How I Met Your Mother is Friends.
It is Friends. It is just like
New Girl
Friends.
is Friends. There's a lot of shows that are Friends, which is why like Friends I think is overrated in a way, but I think it's one of those shows that kind of has become overrated because over time it's been done over and over again. And if you actually go back and watch it, it's good. I just think that when you throw a laugh track at me, you are telling me I'm an imbecile, which is true, but I don't like it when they tell me that. It hurts my feelings. Anyway, we're getting as many texts as possible right now, and there's no way I can comb through all of them. But most overrated TV show, if you've got a hot take as to why, lay it out. We'll try to work them in over the course of the rest of the show. Who has been soft in the world of sports? Embrace debate. Was the golfer who got his ass beat by who it turns out to be a person who you would not want to fight, you'll find out why, soft or actually tough? Soft Boys is next. Stay put. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka called out LeBron James for being a soft-ass boy when LeBron started complaining about the language Udoka was using in a game, every single Wednesday at 12:30, we do a segment called Soft Boys. Who has been soft in the world of sports? If you haven't seen this video by now, you're missing out. There's a video that went viral of a golfer who was called for slow play, getting into a fight and getting his ass whooped by another golfer this past weekend at the Alberta Springs Golf Resort in Alberta, Canada. Canadian versus Canadian scraps that don't take place in the rink, on the rink. I forget how you say it. I'm not a hockey guy. I would like to be if hockey was here in town. You should watch the video. This is the audio of the video. The first person that you're going to hear whooping up a storm and laughing maniacally is the guy who gets the crap kicked out of him. I mean, punched, thrown again, this time into the water. He just gets clobbered. However, he keeps on getting up for more.
You guys need to get off the golf course. Yeah, we will, man. Go now. Pack up. Go now. Get in the cart and go.
Don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making
I
yourself.
don't. Hey, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Hey.
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 Off to a good start, buddy. I
told you.
Man, leave him alone.
You want to know?
He
You
just
want
fucking
to?
came at me.
Leave him alone, man. I got it all on record.
It's around the goal.
I got it all on record.
Around the goal. Hey, you want to fucking go, guys? Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man. I wouldn't be going back, you fucking moron. Hey. Bang! Come on, man. Bang! No, I'm not trying to get in there. Like fuck. Enough! Are you still cheering on you? Yeah. Enough! Get out! Hey. Hey. Enough! Hey. Get him out of here.
The guy keeps getting up. So is he soft? Clearly he was sauced. But was he soft? Because this guy got thrown into a pond, got back up. Got punched in the face several times, fell down, got back up. Got punched in the face several times again, got back up. Got thrown even further than when he was thrown into the water, got back up. The funny thing is his friend keeps on saying, hey, cut it out. Hey, stop it. And of course you hear some Canadian accents there and a buddy.
I got it all on record, buddy.
On record.
So when he said I didn't know that they're Canadian, but when he said on record, I was like, there's something up here.
There's an accent.
There's something up here. You can't hide from me. It's that scene from Inglourious Basterds when Michael Fassbender puts up the wrong number 3.
Yes.
He doesn't do it the German way.
Right.
That's me whenever Canadians say something weird, I'm like, you're not American.
You're not an American. What's going on here?
I got it all on record, buddy.
So this guy kept on getting up like he's Rocky in all of the Rocky movies because Rocky never blocks a punch, which is the most incredible part of Rocky's career as a boxer. Is this guy soft? Because here's something important to note. The man who is delivering the punches, the man who is yelling, bang, 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 while grabbing this guy's shirt to hold him up as he hits him in the face and hits him in the face and hits him in the face is former NHL enforcer Nick Tomasky, who played for the Florida Panthers. He played 245 games in the NHL. Sean, can you guess how many career penalty minutes he had in those 245 games?
245 games, 1,000.
Well, a little off. Penalty minutes are weird in hockey, but he had at least 1 minute for every game he played in.
Okay.
297 career minutes. Like most enforcers, he did most of his damage in the AHL. 486 games in 9 seasons, 881 penalty minutes. His career plus minus was minus 76. This guy lived to grab people by the sweater and say, bang, 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 which is my favorite part of the video. he knows he's winning, and then he starts essentially giving himself Batman-esque sound effects as he beats the hell out of this dude who I think is actually pretty tough.
Hey, you want to fucking go, guy? Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man. I wouldn't be going back, you fucking moron. Hey, bang! Come on, man. Bang! No, I'm not trying to get in there. Like,
I wouldn't keep coming back, you bleeping moron.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
no,
either, but he did.
I think, well, was this blue shirt guy? It gets wet, so it changes colors a little bit. But I think that guy, I'm not soft.
No, that guy.
He took a licking and kept ticking.
He
all
took
right?
punches and 2 ragdollings.
Yeah, he got thrown in the water.
He got up. I think after he got thrown in the water, he was like, I gotta stand up for my honor, because that's about as emasculating.
He can't
as
go
it
out
gets.
like that.
No,
you
you can't.
You can't go out like that.
But he kept getting up.
Bang, bang.
It's a great video. If you haven't seen it, you have to watch it. Soft Boys continues. Sean Mapes, you were a big fan of the video game franchise NCAA football.
Yes.
NCAA football's about to release its second video game after a 10-plus year hiatus. This has got to suck. And I want to know what this is based on. Aiden Laros is the punter for Kentucky. There is a rating for toughness given to 16,000 athletes that are playing college football. These are actual names on these rosters.
Yes. The reason this is funny is that, like, for the longest time, it was just punter number 48 or whatever.
Right.
Now it's this guy's actual name with a rating attached to it.
And his rating for toughness is 0. 0. What did this guy do? Did he bang a developer's girlfriend or wife? I mean, he got a 0 for toughness. That's mean.
This article says Aiden Laros is the only player in the game with a toughness rating of 0.
Yeah. I mean, he's from South Africa. I'm assuming, given he's from South Africa, that he's probably played rugby, if not some of the other sports that they play there.
Yeah, 6'2", 212. So, like, you know, not. I was thinking maybe a tiny punter, you know, where it's one of the really small guys that when they run on the field, you're like, this is unsafe for him to actually be on a field with 20 other football players. No, I have no idea why this guy. He has a 77 rating. Like, it's not like he's bad either. If it was just bad, if he was a terrible punter, I can see it being like they just dropped it all low to keep his rating low.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. Does this guy have like a story?
There must be. Again, I think he must have shaboinked one of the people who made the game, like or one of their wives or
yeah, or they're like
something like
Louisville
that.
fans, and they're
Could
like,
be that.
Watch that. It would be too much eyeballs to do it to the quarterback. So
Yeah.
like,
It feels personal.
it does feel very personal.
I mean, and also they should get rid of this rating. Like, what the hell?
Just bump them up.
Yeah.
25. I think 25. It's not a story. I think 0 is just it's a tough.
Soft Boys continues. German team Borussia Dortmund played a game at MetLife Stadium over the weekend, and they lost to Real Madrid in the Club World Cup. They're upset about the grass. Quote, Borussia Dortmund of the Bundesliga coach Niko Kovac, it's more a golf green, so you can putt there. It's very short. But this is not the grass we are used to playing on in the Bundesliga and also in the other 2 stadiums. One game was played in Cincinnati and another in Atlanta. Dortmund's been all over the United States. This guy continued, the watering wasn't good enough, I would say, because you don't have the devices for that. I don't know what that was. Was it Canadian? I don't know. When it's too dry, it's unbelievable. It's sticking. Soft. Hey, this is why Germany lost World War II. You know, this mentality right here. Oh, the grass in Russia, does not suit it for an army to march across.
It's too covered in snow.
No. Like, whatever. This is soft. This is why no one respects Germany. I know it's not the German national team.
Hey, you're lucky it's not field turf, buddy. All right?
Mhm.
They ripped up the turf to put it in grass for you people.
I hope those NFL games that are being stolen from the United States to be played in a former Nazi country. It's been less than 100 years. I find it absolutely reprehensible that we're playing American football games in Germany. I hope that the American football teams absolutely destroy their fields. Like just tear it to shreds. Like salt the earth afterwards, like you're the Romans with the Carthaginians, so that no grass can grow on it again, too. How about that? Talking trash about our fields? How dare you?
Richard Sherman's march.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they should at the very least do what the remember last college football season we're on rivalry week where for some reason every single team wanted to like plant a flag or to like stomp on the logo of the other team. That's what both teams in a show of unity should do after the game. Is just stomp on the like whatever NFL Europe
like
logo in the middle.
I like that. Someone texted in. Ryan Mello on the Twitch says the turf and grass notoriously bad at MetLife Stadium. Yes, but the Nazis don't get this. I mean, the Germans don't get to say that.
I also think they changed. I think it used to be turf and they changed it to grass.
I think you're right.
After the season for this and for the World Cup.
Yes.
In 26. Apparently not good enough. It's too much like the putting green, as this coach says.
This is not good enough for us. We are Borussia Dortmund of the Bundesliga. Anyway, a soft Cleveland for forcing the removal of this billboard. This is John Williams has a billboard that says, "Yes, I buy crack houses."
Oh, that's fine.
They forced him to remove it because they found it insensitive. I mean, yeah. What about every single Dick Law Firm advertisement in Houston? Storm damage? Give Dick a try. Actual billboard.
Yeah.
Put my name in their mouth. Actual billboard.
That's the one that's crazy.
That's wild. I heart Dick. Actual billboard in the greater Houston area. Cleveland doesn't believe in freedom of speech.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, how's that different from we buy ugly houses?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that how about the advertisement that we play from our friend? Woo!
Oh yeah.
We even buy they don't pay the rent houses. Well, we even buy crack houses.
It's actually coming up next spring.
It is? All right,
Yeah.
cool. They should
Stay tuned. Stay tuned, everyone, for that.
And one last one. While Braves fans are sitting through an actual tornado, Braves beat writer David O'Brien is soft. He lost his mind. So many two-faced hypocrites here. Losing brings out the worst of you. When they're losing, you say we, the media, don't ask tough questions. When they're winning, you say we're negative if we upset them. And fanboys quickly jump to the side of any player whatsoever who criticizes a reporter. All during the offseason, when I said the luxury tax was a factor, whether or not it says so. I blah, 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 blah. Okay, it's like it's an 8-part series of tweets. Shut up, dude. No one cares. No one cares. Like, yes, fans react in different ways. We told fans to calm down a little bit earlier for getting upset about an Astros loss to the Guardians. Every single win that they have had over this stretch has been remarkable because they're doing it in spite of all the injuries. Okay? This guy, David O'Brien, bro, come on. That's what happens. That's what happens. People are going to fan. And Chandler Rome deals with this too. I think he deals with it a lot more stoically than this guy who just had an outright meltdown. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. That was Soft Boys, who's been soft in the world of sports every single Wednesday at 12:30. Should we roll on through here, Sean, or we pass the points? Should we just combine segments here?
Let's combine.
Okay,
Let's
cool.
Combine. You'll have to, sorry, I teased the green light offer coming up.
Okay.
Sean from Greenlight.
It'll be coming up eventually.
Yeah, it will. It will. Just wait a little bit longer. Sorry, folks.
A little bit longer for that commercial. But guys, we're getting closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. ESPN's been doing a series ranking the top players at their respective positions across the National Football League. And get this. There's 2 Houston Texans at the top of this list. Are you guys ready for a deep steel blue pill? Hit it! Texans Swarm! Both Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are among the top 10 pass rushers in the National Football League. Here's the top 10 list. Number 1, Myles Garrett. Number 2, TJ Watt. 3, Micah Parsons. The latter two in contract issues with their respective teams. Max Crosby is 4. Nick Bosa of the San Francisco 49ers is 5. For those who don't know, Crosby plays for the Las Vegas Raiders. Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson 6. So half of the guys at the top of this list are in contract situations. Aiden Hutchinson with the Lions is 7. Will Anderson of your Houston Texans is 8th. Danielle Hunter of your Houston Texans is 9th. And then rounding it out, Jared Verse with the LA Rams 10th. If the Texans go far this season, I know we all look at their offense, their offensive line, the new skill players. That's going to go a long way when it comes to taking down these teams with these great quarterbacks in the AFC, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, Josh Allen and the Bills. But these guys are more important. These two pass rushers and the Houston Texans pass rush, I think, are going to determine whether or not the Texans advance to a Super Bowl. Can they have the kind of performance in a game that the Chiefs had against the Texans in these past playoffs? I think they're capable of it. If you have 2 of the top 10 and you got other guys in terms of depth that also have a lot of upside. You know, they brought in Darrell Taylor this offseason. Derek Barnett, I think, is still hanging around amongst others. They got a pretty damn good Mario Edwards,
And,
you're right, who's in the middle, Foley Fatukasi.
Autry.
Danico Autry,
another
very
pass
good pass rusher historically. Not his best season last year. They got waves of pass rushers to throw at you. And both in terms of, surviving injuries and on top of that, just having guys who are fresh all game long. I think they've done a really good job of putting together a pass rush with these two guys at the very top of it. And by the way, some interesting notes on these two. Will Anderson, per Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burke, has a new move that he's going to unleash on the National Football League this season.
I cannot wait for that.
What is that new move? I don't know, but it's new and it's a move. Okay.
And pray for Cam Robinson, who has to deal with it every day in practice.
But you know what? Iron sharpens iron.
Iron does sharpen iron.
Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are going to make the Texans tackle situation, which is a big question mark, better by the end of training camp.
There we go. They're the most important Texans, not just because of what they do on Sundays on the field, but what they're doing starting last month at OTAs. Because they're not only the biggest strength on this team, they're also making the biggest weakness on this team even better.
Right.
Every time they blow past these guys in practice.
That's right.
Every time Ed Ingram doesn't know who he's supposed to block. That's making him better.
I think there's a chance that the two could combine for more sacks than they had last year. And I mean, they had a lot of sacks last year.
Yeah. Could they both get like 14?
Well,
or combined for 30. I feel like they could combine, because I think Will Anderson is going to have a 20 sack year one year. Like he has the talent. It's about putting together and staying healthy.
He has to play every game.
Yeah.
In 14 games, Will Anderson had 11 sacks last season. Meanwhile, Danielle Hunter, who played all 17 games, had 12. So they combined for 23. Could they both get to 14? I don't think it's completely far-fetched.
Yeah, I think if Anderson stays healthy, I think they can get there.
By the way, Will Anderson already has said he wants to be here the rest of his career. He's got his eyes on the Defensive Player of the Year title.
There we go.
I think he is perhaps the most likable Houston Texan, just based off of every single time I've spoken with him. He's so sweet. I can't believe he mauls quarterbacks for a living.
Yeah, they don't have Stephon Diggs anymore, so yeah, I'll give it to Anderson as the.
And it's funny. He has a lot of anxiety too, and this is something he was talking about during an interview, I believe, on the NFL Network. He says that he and Danielle Hunter have a nickname because they complement each other so well, and Daniil's just constantly calming him down.
Amount of time and taking one play at a time. And I have to give a huge shout out to Daniil, man. He's been a double-digit guy, sack guy since he's been in the league, and to see his process and to see, he doesn't worry about those things. He's just like, bro, I'm just going out there and playing. I think that's been able to help me and calm me down. And I always tell people we're like fire and ice. When I look at Daniil, my fire just woosah, because he just brings that presence. Like, it's gonna be okay, bro. You're gonna get it. So just lucky to have him and blessed to have him on the team.
Woosah, like that. So what do we like better? Do we like fire and ice, or do we like what Daniil Hunter is calling the Houston Texans defensive line?
We call ourselves the engine. You got a car, and the car don't move without the engine. So we take pride in like bringing the team on our backs. So we look at this defensive line as the engine of the team.
I think Hunter's 100% right. As I said a little bit earlier, I think that the pass rush is really going to determine how far this team goes. How many stops can they get of those great quarterbacks? What's better, fire and ice or the engine for the entirety of the defensive line group? I say the engine. It lends itself to fast and furious fun.
Yeah. I like the engine. The engine.
Speaking of engines, seen Daniil Hunter's arms? Good God. So big and yet so vascular.
Yeah. Diesel.
Hunter Brown.
Get out of here, Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown wishes he had
Those
that.
spaghetti noodles he got.
Especially after last night. Like, hey, Hunter Brown, listen, you got a pretty cool tat sleeve. You're not quite our guy, Jeremy Booth, who has full tat sleeves that looked very painful that he brought in studio earlier this week. On Monday, Sean, when you were out, Jeremy Booth came in studio. His entire forearms are now completely sleeved up.
I was gonna say, am I not remembering that he has sleeves? No, he got sleeves very recently.
Very recently, and he showed off the whole thing. And
Goodness.
he's 16 hours of work on the forearms. Holy crap!
What did you do the anesthetic thing?
No, I don't
that
think so.
Dak Prescott.
I don't think so. Okay. But I don't know. Although I actually should have followed up on that. Maybe next week we'll ask about that. But Daniil Hunter doesn't need no tattoos.
No.
That guy's just like his tattoos are his veins. They're ridiculous. I'm sorry I glaze over his arms as much as I do, but like they're the greatest things that these eyes have ever seen. What? I'm a straight man.
No. Yeah, we are. This is the little blue pill segment.
The little blue pill.
I figured this was coming.
Texans pass rush. It's looking really good going into next season, and it's got two of the best pass rushers in the league. Will Anderson ranked 8th. Daniil Hunter ranked 9th per ESPN.com. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, what does Dana Brown have to say about all these injured Astros? You'll hear on the other side. Are you down with Dana Brown? Stick around. Astros in the midst of a 2-game losing streak. Gasp. They lost yesterday 10-6 to the Cleveland Guardians in 10 innings. They rallied from down 5-1 after a rough start by Hunter Brown, tied things up late thanks to a Jose Altuve signature moment. But in extra innings, Josh Hader stays in for 2 innings, and he allows a grand slam. Cleveland goes on to win. Astros looking to avoid a sweep today. We got some updates on the injury front from the Houston Astros. Sean Mapes and I get a kick out of how the Astros share these injury updates with us in the Astros pregame notes that they send down to credentialed media members. Here is how they wrote things up going into last night's game. Injury updates. Below are updates on several Astros players. Right-handed pitcher Spencer Arrighetti, broken right thumb. He's in Florida, scheduled to throw a live batting practice yesterday and threw a 30-pitch side on the 4th of July. JP France, right shoulder surgery, is in Florida going through a planned deload. What the hell is that? A planned deload?
Is that like...
Sounds like a fun weekend activity, in my opinion.
I don't
Sounds like date night. His next live batting practice is scheduled for July 9th. Luis Garcia, right elbow surgery, began a rehab assignment Monday in the Florida Coast League. Christian Javier threw live batting practice on Monday. 2 innings, 35 pitches. Finally, here's Yordan Alvarez. Right hand inflammation continues to work out, has not begun to hit yet. Just leg days, I hope. I don't want to inflame it further. Chas McCormick, left oblique strain. God, he's been out a while. Began a rehab assignment Friday. Zach DeZenzo, with his left-hand capsule strain, continues with his running and throwing, has not progressed to hitting yet. Brendan Rodgers, I forgot Brendan Rodgers was injured.
Yeah, this stretch is all the after Alvarez is all the guys that I kind of forgot, all the hitters that I forgot are hurt, and that's why Corona's playing.
Right, exactly. I mean, Kennedy Corona
and Short. It's like, oh yeah,
Zach
because DeZenzo and Brendan Rodgers are out.
Bless their hearts, but they should not be up there.
It's just surprising. Yeah.
Jacob Melton, right ankle sprain, expected to transition to Florida.
What?
As is Brendan Rodgers. They're going to transition to Florida. Imagine transitioning to Florida in real life. What if that was
going on?
What does transitioning to Florida mean? What would that mean?
Instead of whatever supplements that you take, either testosterone or estrogen, it's
meth.
I was gonna say banned GNC supplements.
Bath salts.
And tanning oil.
Oh, a lot of tanning oil. You're gonna be.
You gotta
leathery.
look like that lady from Jacksonville
exactly.
at the beach house.
Yeah. I was in Miami by my new beach house. Well, it wasn't actually
on
the beach. A couple blocks away. Sean Dubin, also expected to transition to Florida. This is so funny. Jeremy Pena is working out in the weight room, but no baseball activity yet with his left rib fracture. That guy's tough.
Of course he's working out in the weight room.
Yeah,
you didn't have. That's not an update.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's always in the weight room.
He's so jacked. Oh my god. Yeah, we talk about Daniil Hunter.
He's right up there.
We're talking about Beefcake City for Houston athletes. I can say this. I'm very comfortable with my sexuality, which is undefined for many. Beefcake City. Luis Guillorme, currently going through a hitting, running, and throwing progression. Pedro Leon. Forgot about him, too. God. Continuing with this hitting and throwing progression. I mean, these are guys that should be playing for the injured players that are injured. Wild.
Yeah. This lineup, or however many guys it says, is like on par with the lineup that the Astros are actually trotting out there.
Yeah.
Like it is. You could make the case it's even better because you have Alvarez, if you're going to assume Alvarez is going to be normal Yordan, and Pena with the current how he's playing before he got hurt. Like this is a really good lineup with them. And you got DeZenzo, McCormick, Rogers, Melton. Not that good. But neither of the guys the Astros are actually playing.
I'm very curious to see when Yordan Alvarez is back, when Jeremy Pena is back. No real update there. So maybe Dana Brown gave us something on his visit to the Astros flagship. We do this segment once a week because Dana Brown very often overpromises and underdelivers, even though he's doing a hell of a job. Are you down with Dana Brown? Are you down with Dana B? He was asked, Dana Brown, on the Astros flagship earlier today, what Astro will be back first? Quote, I would think it's going to be Jeremy Pena. We don't have a time frame. Talked to him yesterday, and he's feeling really good, doing lower body work right now. Okay, so he's not just working on the guns. He's working on the what's a good word for legs? If you got big legs.
The tree trunks.
The tree trunks. That's right. Thanks, Sean. Okay. Beefcake City. Yordan Alvarez. What's going on with him, Dana? It's tough to put a timeline on it. Once he feels good enough, we're going to try to expedite it. He's got to feel good the following day. He's not hitting yet. His hand is feeling really good. Got the good news with the imaging. That's right. That was awesome on Friday to find out going into the 4th of July weekend that Yordan Alvarez's fracture had not gotten any worse, that he was just dealing with some inflammation. Right now, Yordan can hold the bat, but he can't swing yet. We're going to let him heal completely and then get him some activity. Longtime listener of the Paul Gallant Show, wherever it's been, Ocho Texto texted in, Paul, I have more confidence in Colton Gordon pitching a complete game shutout than of Kawhi Alvarez returning healthy. Damn, Kawhi. I don't think we're at Kawhi levels yet, but hand inflammation, if it's inflammation, the longer he's out, there will come a point where Yordan maybe deservedly should be called out. The track record is certainly not a good one for Yordan to this point in his career. I think we could all agree on that. Yeah. He's a great hitter, but he misses a lot of games, and sometimes the injuries or the things that cause him to leave, like smoke from fireworks, seem a little ridiculous.
That's, to me, it's like less about the games he's actually missed, because it's really been like 3 big injuries and then like little stuff here and there. It is the like way he has to be managed, like the handling of it. It's like, that's the Kawhi part where it's like, can't be back-to-backs, can't be smoke inhalation.
Can't play in the field because he might accidentally rip his hamstring off of his leg.
Remember when he and Pena collided? I forgot if it was last year or the year before, and it looked like a car wreck. Like
it would. Those are 2 huge guys.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
But I really get a kick out of right now. He can hold the back. He can hold the bat. Can't swing yet.
From the 832, Astros medical staff reporting injuries so bad they should hire Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern show to write and read the injury reports. Everything would be an upgrade. Sean Mapes and I would be an upgrade. That's how bad they've been, and we are not doctors at all.
Imagine.
Sean took a meteorology class. I haven't taken anything close to it. I cheated on a biology test in 8th grade. I mean, like that's all I've got.
Meteorology doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help. But are we
it's
worse?
Science related, yes.
Yeah. What else do we have here from Dana Brown? Are you down with Dana Brown? Dana on trade talks. We'll try to be active, of course. We've been in touch with a lot of teams since mid-May. They always say we're always in the market for pitching. They need a lefty bat. I've said it over and over again. Dana on the 2025 pitching staff. Are you down with Dana Brown? We're going to get some help from some of the guys that are going to come off the IL. You're going to have days like yesterday. It goes with the territory. I am just counting down the days until Dana Brown talks about the return of Christian Javier and Luis Garcia as if the Astros made a trade at the trade deadline. It's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen with Yordan Alvarez. It's going to happen with Jeremy Pena, especially since things are now timing up where we're less than 3 weeks from the trade deadline, I think, officially. Wait, hang on. A little bit more, because the 9th to the 31st. So we're 22 days away. We are almost 3 weeks away from the trade deadline. He's going to do it. if he doesn't do it, I'm going to be disappointed.
To me, though, Jordan has to come back within like a week of the deadline on either side, either a week before or a week after.
Okay.
After that, it's not like getting a deadline bat because he's coming back in the middle of August. That's not.
What if he comes back mid-September?
It's not like getting it's like a back to school deal. I don't know what it would be like in Dana Brown terms.
That is Are You Down with Dana Brown? Every Wednesday, generally at 1:00. It's something we do whenever he does his interview. A shout out, as always, to Dan Matthews for transcribing this thing, because listening to Dana can be frustrating from time to time. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and also live on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Up next, answer this question for me. How many more wins will the Houston Rockets have this 2025-2026 season with Kevin Durant aboard? We will discuss. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Y'all know who I am. I'm Kevin Durant.
Rockets put out a hype video for Kevin Durant. You might see his face all over H-Town. There's billboards aplenty announcing his arrival. They're even using the old Houston Rockets font. I'm wondering if a little rebrand uniform-wise is in the works, because the Rockets have shaken things up a little bit when certain players have arrived. After they added Scottie Pippen, they changed to the pajama uniforms. After they drafted Yao Ming, they changed to the melting communism uniforms. I hate those. Stuck with those for way too long. After James Harden's arrival a couple years later, they started jazzing things up a little bit, going away from the melting communism towards where they're at now. They have so many uniforms at this moment in time. I'm wondering if they go back to the 94, 95 font and perhaps actual ketchup and mustards, which they should never have left. Anyway, Durant is now a member of the Houston Rockets. Earlier this morning, I was on Fox 26 with Nate Griffin, and we were talking about the billboards all across the city, and we got into back and forth over this. Last year, the Rockets won 52 games. Per most sports books, their projected win total for 2025-2026 is 54.5. How many more wins does Kevin Durant get you? This might be controversial. I'm not thinking it's going to get you as many more as you'd think. I do not think that adding Kevin Durant makes the Rockets a 60-win team. I think some do feel that way, and that it's going to be very important for the Rockets to try their best to get the 1 seed. But it might be a foregone conclusion in a Western Conference that features the Oklahoma City Thunder. But I've been thinking about it, and I mean, first off, the West is just a difficult conference. And the fact that the Rockets had the record that they did last year, a bit of an anomaly, no, given their offensive limitations. Sure, they play hard, intense defense. Ime Udoka benches guys that aren't doing what he wants. I like that about him. No one is a made man on this team. We'll see if Kevin Durant is someone that also is held accountable to on that level. Like you saw Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green get held accountable from time to time. But are the Rockets making a big jump from a regular season win total by adding Kevin Durant? I just think it's going to be too hard for them to make that jump from 52 to 60 plus. Thunder had 68 wins this past season. I mean, that was an incredible year. They were in first place by 16 games in the Western Conference. 16. They ran away with that thing. Cleveland and Boston also had 60 plus wins. I suppose, given Boston's uncertainty and what's going on with the Pacers, there will be less wins from those teams, which means theoretically a few more wins to go around to the Houston Rockets. But I think the West is going to be a little more difficult, and specifically their own division is going to be a little more difficult. Do you think that the Spurs and Mavericks will be the pushovers that at times they felt like this past season? The Mavericks missing Luka Doncic for a while and then trading him. The Spurs in year 2 with Wemby. The Spurs with Stephon Castle in year 2. Now they had
De'Aaron Fox. The Rockets didn't play De'Aaron Fox with
that's true
on the Spurs, or if they did, they only played him once because I know they started the season. I think they played like 3 out of their first 10 was against the Spurs. They got Harper.
They added Dylan Harper in the draft. Not that Dylan Harper, this Dylan Harper. Basketball Dylan Harper, son of Chicago Bull Dylan Harper. Not that Dylan Harper.
Just a young teenager trying to make their way in.
Yep. Some exceptional ball skills, it seems like.
Barely
Some
legal.
of his Rutgers highlights. So you got that with the Spurs and the Mavericks. I mean, they got Cooper Flag. They should be better. So I think that it's going to be a little more difficult for you to get to that 52-win total. You're better. I think you have more wins. I just don't think you're going to have that many more wins. And I think some people are looking at the Rockets thinking, oh, yeah, this year, this team, this is a 60-win team now with Kevin Durant aboard. I'm not going to go that far. And by the way, if they don't get to 60 wins, ultimately, that doesn't necessarily matter. The Pacers, take a look at where they were last year, and sure, the Eastern Conference a little bit easier, but I mean, that was the 4 seed in the East.
Yeah, and to me, like the Kevin Durant edition, especially the Kevin Durant edition, that it's more of a trying to go from 3 playoff wins to 16 than it is a regular season move. It's more about the postseason wins than regular season. Because once you get up to 50, over 50, it's all matchups and like who do you want to play? Like there's not anything extra of being the 2 seed at 52 wins versus the 2 seed at 58. That there's not really anything that changes there. So to me, I don't even really think that much about, like, I think they'll be a top 4 team in the West. That's about all I need out of them in the regular season. How many wins that is, like you said about the Pacers, like to me isn't super relevant.
All that matters to me is that Kevin Durant is healthy come playoff time, so that Kevin Durant can score in the half court the way that it was so difficult for you to score. Like you can't have another postseason of that. If you do, you'll lose to whoever you play. That Golden State Warriors team is not the Golden State Warriors team of old, and you really could not get anything up against them. And I mean, that's the Warriors, who are no slouch defensively, but it's not Oklahoma City defensively.
Yeah.
There's better teams that are going to make it more difficult for you. And also, I think a lot of people are sleeping on Denver too.
Yeah, to me, Denver, I mean, I don't know what I'm looking at one that has Houston at 54.5 and Denver at 53.5.
And I think Denver's odds to win the title are longer too. The Rockets have shorter odds to win the title.
Yeah.
And the Nuggets, which I also think is ridiculous. They have Jokic.
Yeah.
Durant's 37. That doesn't mean they can't potentially beat the Nuggets in a series, that they can't challenge the Thunder in a series. But I think that in our jubilation over the addition of Kevin Durant, I think a lot of us are looking at this team thinking, yeah, there's a chance that there's 60 wins. That's if Alperen Şengün and Amin Thompson take a massive step forward from this past season to next. And I think you got to be patient and cautious with your optimism about how big that step is going to be.
Yeah.
A step forward is still a step forward. You can't get upset that over 4 months, a guy in his early 20s isn't taking like a massive step forward as a player. It takes time. It took time for Jason Tatum. It took time for Jaylen Brown. It took time for a lot of players who came into this league to get to the level where they're at. Hell, it took a really long time for Nikola Jokic. We were just mentioning a moment ago. So just things to keep in mind. I think they're better, without a doubt. I think they're more of a threat in the playoffs. But I also think when we're taking a look at what the regular season win total is, I don't think it's going to be that many more. And I think people should be okay with that, because it's not about that. It's about young players that are going to get extended opportunities like a Reed Shepherd developing. And it's about the guys that we've already seen deliver also developing. Durant just needs to stay healthy, which is not a certainty. And I think the Rockets are going to manage his minutes in a way too, where there's going to be a bunch of games he probably doesn't play, which would also probably hurt the Rockets' chances to win in a couple of games. Jalen Green, for all his faults, played all the games he possibly could last year. That guy's an Iron Man. It does help to have a guy like that who can score every single night. Is Durant going to play every single night? How does that affect how you look at the Rockets' ability to win games on a night-to-night basis during a regular season? It has to affect it in some way, shape, or form to not have a guy like that and not have like that one primary scoring option who is able to create his own shot. Because, for all his faults, Green could create his own shot. Just sometimes the shots were like, what are you doing?
Yeah, don't create that one. Yeah, I think that's a good point of when Durant is out, that's when you need the small steps or whatever steps you get from Şengün, Thompson, Jabari, Reed Shepherd. Like, that's when you need it, because this team is very similar to last year's team, just with Kevin Durant instead of Jalen Green. But like you said, Jalen Green never missed time, and for better or for worse, that you got him every night.
Yeah,
whatever he gave you, you got every night. Where I'm walking into this season expecting 15 games that Kevin Durant won't play, just off the top just by being 37 years old, Kevin Durant. So those 15, 20 games, however many he misses, like you'll need a engine of your offense. You'll need the engine, but not Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
No,
You'll need Reed
trademark that.
Shepard or whoever
Reed
to step up and carry your offense in those games. And I think it's possible, but they actually do need to prove it.
From Ocho Texto on the text line, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Paul, my uncle still doesn't think the Rockets are championship contenders because they don't have enough proven shooters and playmakers. Where does the offense come from when Kevin Durant is resting her out? Yeah, exactly what we said. And I mean, Fred VanVleet has his moments, but Fred VanVleet, very inconsistent. And we know that this is a guy who's just going to chuck up every open look that he gets. And sometimes that's bad.
Yeah, it's going to have to be Şengün on the no Durant nights. It'll be, hey, Şengün, you're an all-star last year. Just play like it again. You need to do it again
and better. And like he's going to have to be better underneath the basket. For whatever reason, he just wasn't good last year. I think it was because he was putting more effort in on the defensive side of things, but get in better shape, get a little stronger.
Yeah. And Thompson. Like I think Thompson's going to be a little bit better this year as well.
From the 8-3-2, take all the losses where the Rockets offense collapsed in the fourth quarter. I think about all those Timberwolves games. And I think Durant helps you win at least half of those.
That is a good point of like, we're not talking about the extra games you get by playing Durant, but
like
when Durant's in there.
Because you have a closer now.
Yeah.
We were talking about, where's the Rockets closer all season long?
Yeah, right there. Number 7. Tall, skinny one.
Yeah. For the 9-3-6, KD gets you more playoff wins, not regular season wins.
That's how I view this as well.
Totally agree. Also, a lot of people want the ketchup and mustard uniforms back. And we all agree on that front.
They should.
Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app, available for your iPhone or your Android. We are 57 days away from the start of the NFL season. Who's the greatest 57 of all time in league history? He's almost from our backyard. And there's fat shaming going on in the NFL. Stay put. 57 days away from the start of the National Football League season. Who's the best 57 of all time? There's a couple of Hall of Famers. One of them just has an awesome name, Johnny Blood. But the best 57 of all time is former Saints pass rusher who finished his career with the San Francisco 49ers in Super Bowl 29, Ricky Jackson, who played for the Saints from 1981 through 1993, went to college at Pittsburgh, came from the muck in Florida. Those guys are no joke. We played one of those teams in the playoffs. I went to high school football, for those who don't know, and we lost like 66-6. They had 2 99-yard fumble returns for touchdowns on us. Guys who play there, built different, chasing rabbits and catching them barehanded while running through sugarcane fields. This is a real thing. Ricky Jackson's NFL career, 128 sacks, 8 picks, 40 forced fumbles. He was known as the other end at Pittsburgh due to someone named Hugh Green, and was on a very good Pittsburgh team. Those Pittsburgh teams in the late 70s, early 80s, Dan Marino was there, were pretty damn good. One of the best Saints ever. And honestly, before the Drew Brees era, probably was the best Saint, unless you wanted to give it to Archie Manning.
Yeah.
Very sad history the Saints had until the Drew Brees and Sean Payton show
2005 or whenever they
Yeah.
signed them both. Yeah. It really is. It really is an underrated, or maybe not underrated. I think people know how bad the Saints history is, but it really has been good basically ever since then. Like, it's even now.
Well, this year's, I mean, we don't even know who their quarterback's going to be.
Okay, this coming year will probably be bad.
Yes.
But up until last year,
Yeah, that's fair.
It like even the like lean times, it's still like they're not that bad. So yeah, shout out to Ricky Jackson.
Best 57 in Houston Texans history. A couple of guys wore it. Brennan Scarlett was always an interesting player wearing 57. He was better on special teams probably than he was as a pass rusher. Neville Hewitt, 2023. And Blake Fisher, current wearer of number 57. Big year for him.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe, maybe Ricky Jackson is the only Hall of Famer that wears number 59.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of that. I'm skeptical that Blake Fisher
will
gets
be a
second
Hall of Famer
contract here.
Oh,
right now, based off of year number 1. But we'll see. Kevin Keatsman of KCMO, a radio station in Kansas City, saw a picture of Patrick Mahomes shirtless on the 4th of July. And then he crushed him. The audio not easy to find, so I'm going to read a transcript of what Kevin Keatsman Has Issues had to say. Quote, "He's fat. He's an embarrassment." Pause. You can't call Mahomes an embarrassment. You could say that his body's unimpressive in this picture that went viral. It doesn't look great. He definitely looks like a dad. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. I don't understand it. You can't just run through your NFL career eating Taco Bell all the time and door dashing fried chicken. You've got a $500 million contract. It's your job. He's done nothing but eat and drink this offseason. I mean, maybe. Look, the picture looks bad. And my initial impression, seeing Mahomes like that, is like, oh, he's no Tom Brady. That's the first thing I think of. But he is talking with Tom Brady this offseason. But look, it's not about being jacked or ripped. If you're someone as good as Mahomes, do you need to look the way that former Bills and Jaguars quarterback Rob Johnson supposedly looked? Just shredded. Looked like a model or a surfer. Seth Payne used to play with them. And I remember that guy would get hurt all the time. That's not to say that you want to be in this shape when you play. I think, listen, there's still 2 months until the start of the season.
Yeah, he probably had 3 hot dogs. Like, there is a little bit of like, it is 4th of July weekend, like it is probably the least healthy. He's
Might
gonna
be a little bloated, but
Yeah.
I
he doesn't look great.
he doesn't look great. The pecs are rather undefined, and the belly is a
That's
little
what
bit
really
bigger
bothers
than it needs to be. I don't think he looks fat. I just think he looks very unathletic, which is it sort of is the same way that Baker Mayfield looked a couple of years ago. But hey, I am a big believer that if you are an athlete, it is your job to be in the best possible shape you can be. Mahomes has probably earned all the benefit of the doubt in Kansas City,
Yeah,
though.
just a little.
And I wonder how this is working for Kevin Keatsman. I'll say this. It definitely got a reaction out of Patrick Mahomes' trainer, Bobby Stroop. He fired back at Kevin Keatsman with multiple comments in response to this. He said, I have questions for you. When has Patrick appeared to be tired in a game? Kevin, when did he not have the physical ability to make a play in a long drive? Kevin, when have you seen us train? When have you seen him eat? What do you know about his regimen? Kevin, you obviously need attention. If you want to see what in shape is, go make it through a practice at St. Joe or run hurry up offense scrambling back-to-back plays. To be fair, Mahomes is very good at extending plays and never does seem gassed. Like an Anthony Richardson, who seems to be in much better shape and is
great
tapping
shape.
out of games despite being, 7 years younger than Mahomes? You don't have a clue what it takes. It's not a look, it's performance. Also, research quarterbacks and pitchers in the Hall of Fame with six-packs. Tell me what percentage of them played well that way. Thanks. So I get what he's saying. However, I will say this. This trainer does not look good right now. He doesn't. That's your number one client, and that's a unflattering picture.
Yeah, it's not exactly Tim Grover with Michael Jordan. Where
Yeah.
it's like
But it's not good.
where you can just see like, look at what I did, even though it's Michael Jordan.
It's not Orlando Magic Sean Kemp versus Seattle Sonics Sean Kemp, but it's not a great look.
No.
That's your client, and I don't think you can push back here. I think you have to zip it.
I think you can push back on the perform of like he doesn't need a six-pack to be Patrick Mahomes.
And he's not an embarrassment. That part by Kevin Keatsman was way over the line.
Yeah, like it. I mean, this is a league where we've had
Roethlisberger looked like a soup sandwich.
like Peyton Manning, the beach photos of Peyton and Eli
Tom
Manning.
Brady's first pictures in the NFL. It ultimately,
quarterback is the position where I'm like, I don't care. Just look in decent shape.
It is not as important. And if he has played at this level for a while, I mean, he knows what works. He knows what doesn't work. And ultimately, for a team like the Chiefs, you're at the point where just be as good to go as you possibly can come January. J.J. Watt, best possible shape ever. Maybe overtrained himself a little bit and was constantly injured because of the overtraining. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a trainer. I truly wouldn't know. But I know that J.J. Watt has second-guessed that over, his post-playing career. If he perhaps overdid it a little bit with the tire flipping and all that stuff that he was doing on Hard Knocks. Mahomes doesn't look great. Kevin Keatsman was over the line in saying that he's an embarrassment. That's way too far. And I think Bobby Stroop, the trainer for Patrick Mahomes, I get why he's pushing back, but also, I don't know. I'd shut up, buddy. I don't think I want anyone to know who I am at this moment in time. I think everyone looks a little bad here, including Patrick Mahomes, but Mahomes is the champion. This trainer and this radio host, not so much.
Yeah, Stroop needs another client who's just absolutely shredded. Just so he's like, yeah, I work with Patrick Mahomes and also Will Levis. Look at Will Levis, huh? Like how this guy all he eats is mayo, and look at his six-pack. I think that's how you have to do it.
Yeah.
So what? He sucks. Who cares? Don't worry about that.
He was in good shape.
That's not my job. That's not my job. Is look at those triceps.
It is so interesting just how looking the best does not mean you are the best when you're playing a sport. I remember Dwayne Brown was in the best shape of his life, supposedly going into the 2013 season, and he was bad.
Yeah.
It was his worst season as a
I
Texans
do
offensive
think there is
lineman.
a difference between working out and looking good versus having the functional strength that you need and the endurance to actually do the job these athletes are doing.
Right. I gotta say though, I gotta get in better shape. I'm looking at this and I'm like, I'm not where Patrick Mahomes is right now. Was in the gym finally for a 2-hour session for the first time in a little bit yesterday.
Wow.
It's nice to get back into that groove. But yeah, I'm like, I can't have anyone else coming after me and calling me fat. It's my big paranoia as a sports talk show host is that someone will see me and they're like, oh, that guy's in terrible shape.
Jeremy Branham be like, he's an embarrassment to the radio.
Well, I mean, I say it enough.
Look at Paul's body. Just exhale on a photo on a bachelor party.
I look good on that 4th of July photo, but I could look better. That's a big fear of mine. I never want to be calling people out when I look like crap. I feel like there are far too many, let's be frank, slobs in our industry that do that. And I'm like, look at you. Like, there is more than just doing what you're doing out on the field. There's more than what you're doing as a radio host too. Like, I think you should have to look like you've played sports to talk on a radio show. Paul, you don't look like you do. Look at me in person. If you saw me in person, you'd feel differently. But Patrick Mahomes, a fatty bombati, per this radio host, Kevin Keatsman. A lot of backlash. Also, while we're talking about guys who maybe aren't in the best shape anymore, Travis Kelce had a rather unflattering picture this offseason too. Per Brett Veach, Chiefs general manager, Travis Kelce may not have it every week, but he can find it when we need it. Oof. I can see why Emmanuel Acho is starting to circle the Chiefs like a shark in chummy water. Goodness gracious. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros lost yesterday. Nothing to be concerned about, right? What's going on with the Astros today? Is anyone about to come back from injury? Stick around. ESPN Houston.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros are looking to avoid a sweep tonight against the Cleveland Guardians. A Wednesday game at night. 7:10 first pitch. Colton Gordon on the hill. Excuse me. He was on the hill on Monday. What am I talking about here? Brandon Walter on the hill for the Astros.
Same thing.
I know. You know what's
the
sad?
same guy.
The name is literally in front of me, and I just read it as Colton Gordon. That's insulting to Colton Gordon. Colton Gordon took a line drive off the dome and stayed in.
Yeah, not a soft boy. Not a soft boy at all. Did a push-up on the mound that impressed Todd Callis and the Astros medical team.
That update yesterday afterwards was very funny, courtesy of Colton Gordon. We didn't get through all the Astros injury updates from yesterday. He went to bed feeling good after getting hit in the head by a line drive. They shouldn't have let him go to bed. He's cleared of any concussion concerns. By who? The Astros medical staff? Said Gordon about the line drive that smacked him in the skull. My immediate reaction is, I wish I would have caught it, but I'm glad I'm all right. Well, do you trust the people who told you you're all right?
Yeah. Also, Hardo.
Yeah.
I wish I would have caught it.
I like that. Should have caught it.
That's
Ugh.
why he did a push-up. Like he's a wide receiver who drops a pass.
Yeah.
Has to do a push-up.
I wish I would have caught it. And then he punches a wall. Breaks his hand.
And the Astros like, he's fine.
He's
Don't
got
worry
a
about it.
little Phil Maton situation.
It's inflammation. Don't worry.
It's just inflammation. Jose Altuve, by the way, there was a little scare for him last night. And he had a visit from the trainer after sliding into second base on a double. But that was in the middle of the game. And that was before, on a 4 RBI night, he tied things up late. And Jake Myers did some running and lower half work before yesterday's game. Maybe he'll be back in the lineup today. It's Brandon Walter on the hill for the Astros tonight against this name rules. This is one of the best names I've seen recently in baseball. Slade Ciccione.
Whoa.
Or Ciccione. It's Italian looking. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you what. What's
Slade?
Up? Slade. Cecconi. I have no idea how to pronounce it.
Ciccone?
But Slade, if it's Slade Ciccone, I mean, that sounds like a bad guy in a book.
That is, yeah. Wow.
You got to watch out for Slade Ciccone, kid. Got to watch out. He's
never trust Slade Ciccone.
Can't trust that Slade Ciccone fella.
3.56 ERA. Pretty good.
Pretty good season statistically, right? Oh, Slade Ciccone. While we're talking about people who sound Italian, this clip popped up on my feed courtesy of, I think, Rogue Houston Sports, I think, was the one who found it. And embrace debate, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston. Is this man slur for white people, the W word, or is he Italian? You determine for yourself. You're going to have to find the video as well.
What a show that was. All I wanted to do was enjoy my 4th of July, watch some fireworks at White Beach, and Altuve from the Fantasy Island handed it to us. Anyway, I wanted to show off my new jersey drop and everything. And then I got these motherfuckers around behind me. With me. Anyway, let's try again tomorrow night, y'all. Fireworks, let's go. Get at me if you want info on the jersey.
Oh, like there's an Italianness to the way he talks. His jersey is a Dodgers jersey that, if I'm not mistaken, has the Louis Vuitton logo on it and then a bunch of cross-looking things on it. It is just absolute trash. It is a horrible jersey. He is the worst. And there was a debate online, and I'm just going to further it. Is this guy, the W word, the word that some folks call, can I say it? I don't think I can. I don't think I can, which we should be allowed to say it.
Sounds like what you would call someone who wears a wig, but instead they use it for White trash.
Yes, exactly. Well, it's not
a specific type of white
It's
trash.
white guys who are trying to be black. That's what the term is for. So is this guy a white guy who's trying to be black, or is he Italian? I think he's Italian.
This is very like 1920s conversation.
Yeah.
Is he white or Italian?
It's in one of my replies. I can't find it, but the Rogue Houston Sports LLC.
The video?
Up. Yeah, he put up the video. I don't know where he found this guy. I guess he's a Dodger TikTok star.
It's in the rundown in the audio section.
Oh, you know what his handle is? His handle is the Hood Vin Scully. Okay, so you know what? I actually still don't know. Was this Dodgers fan over the weekend? And yeah, we're still reveling in that. Was he Italian or the W word? 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. That's anti-Italian discrimination. Key from LA helping us out from the 747. That's most white boys in LA. Oh, really? I figured that a lot of them were like kind of hipster, hacky sack, wannabe actor types.
Yeah, I imagine Key would know. I imagine it's like depends on, it's regional of like if he grew up in like where the actors live, like in the super rich part, it's like I'm trying to be a TikToker. And then if you grow up on a different side, you turn into this guy with a knockoff Louis Vuitton.
Oh, he sucks. He sucks.
Dodgers thing where he's like, hit me up if you want this.
Yeah, like meanwhile, it's 18-1. He posts the fireworks afterwards. Hey, hit me up if you want this.
Yeah, forgot to plug this, by the way.
Yeah.
This terrible jersey.
I'm gonna hawk my terrible merchandise with my no offense. Not really strong, powerful, independent woman looking as much as can we say the B word? I don't mean BITCH. I mean, can we say, is bimbo allowed? she looks like a bimbo. Not that I
think Key for LA is gonna chime in, but that's how much white girls look like in LA.
Anyway, the text line is having fun with this. Embrace debate. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. By the way, the Rockets, we found out the group that they're going to be in the NBA Cup tournament.
Cup of Life.
The Cup of Life.
2025.
It's a tough one.
Group C, right?
Mm-hmm.
For Cup.
Nuggets, Spurs, Blazers, and Warriors. This feels similar. The Nuggets and Warriors were in it last year. I don't know if the Spurs and the Blazers were in it last year. They got far last year, but then the Thunder took them out. But you could get some vengeance against the Warriors in a playoff style kind of game early on in the year. I like that.
I am vengeance. Let's see. Yeah, I think, did they not have? Yeah, they had the Clippers last year. They had the Clippers, Blazers, Wolves.
Okay.
And someone else.
Okie doke.
Kings,
okay. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also, you can join us on the brand new app. Up next, do we love Dyken Park? I ask that question because Dyken Park killed the Astros last night. Do we like it? You answer that on the other side. Stick around.
That ball sky deep to left field, all the way back near the wall, and that ball is gone. Grand slam for Angel Martinez. And just like that, the Guardians have taken a 4-run lead here in the 10th.
That's a home run in just one ballpark. Dyken Park. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Sean Mapes behind the glass, hour 3. Do you like Dyken Park? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, also available on the ESPN Houston app, which is ready to go on your iPhone or Android. Do you like Dyken Park? Pros. It's not outside. Aesthetically, pretty ballpark. I think it, considering it is a baseball stadium with a roof that's retractable, it actually does a pretty good job of seeming timeless, which not all the new ballparks pull off. 3, fantastic food inside the stadium, largely due to the great city of Houston, which I believe has the finest array of cuisine in the entirety of our country. That's right, New York City. That's right. I don't care how expensive they are. $25 El Tiempo margaritas. That's the actual price. Especially if you're going on the third baseline and getting them from my girl, Crystal, who rules. Very efficient. It's a long line these days. There's a lot of plus. There's a lot of perks at Dyken Park. The bad. It's awesome when the Astros hit home runs onto the Crawford boxes, which is, I believe, the shortest left field porch that there is in the sport. But it does suck when a grand slam happens in the 10th inning that only would have been a home run in Dyken Park. It sucks when that happens. It happens enough. Not a lot, but enough. Certainly you see more Astros hit it out of the park there. They got rid of Tal's Hill. I miss Tal's Hill. I'm not going to lie. I mean, maybe the flagpole was a little bit too much in the middle of Tal's Hill.
Yeah, that can go over the fence.
But I miss Tal's Hill. Tal's Hill was cool.
Yeah. That's why I generally like Dyken, formerly Minute Maid, formerly Enron Field, is because it is like distinctive. Like there are some elements of like, oh, it feels like you're watching a game in a specific ballpark, where there's sometimes where it's like there's not really anything that's like, other than the team branding on around the outfield, there's nothing that like, oh, we're playing in so and so, we're playing in Atlanta. Like there's not really anything like that screams like, oh, this is what's the difference between their new ballpark and Turner Field. Like they look the same, more or less. I like that it is like you have some weird spots where right next to in left center, next to the Crawford boxes, there's that weird, like, I don't know, it's like a side or sideways gap almost where balls can hit into that corner. It's a very weird spot. Yeah, I'm generally pro.
You're talking left center field.
Yeah, left
right?
center field.
Yeah. I'm with you there. I think it is just very tricky if you're an outfielder for an opposing team coming in for the first time. Also, that left center gap has a very bizarre fence because there's no seats there. And
there's a it's the bullpen's there too.
Right. And then there's a big wall, and sometimes it's a home run, but it bounces off the wall and back into play. And you're like, wait, what? Hang on. It would be kind of crazy if they made that left center part the actual wall. Like it's the green monster, but it's not. It's in a more difficult part of the ballpark to hit home runs. I think it's architecturally unique enough where it's cool, but Dyken Park sometimes taketh away, as it did last night, and the air conditioning sucks.
That's my biggest thing.
There's a gap that they did not close off. That's where the retractable roof is, and it's why the air conditioning sucks.
Okay.
I noticed this the last time I was at the park because a friend of mine who gave me these awesome seats that were down the third base line, I actually could see for the first time directly across from me the gap that's between the glass. That's where the retractable roof is right above, And there's a pretty sizable gap, which is why sometimes water gets into the ballpark. And, of course, why the air conditioning, sometimes it's like 78, 80 degrees in there and a little muggy.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm generally pro. I think now they do a pretty good job of building the team with the ballpark in mind.
Yeah.
Like, you know who loves Dyken Park? Isak Paredes loves it. And you know what? I love it too.
3 Chick-fil-A's out of that this year.
Chick-fil-A City over there, because we have a guy who's a dead pull hitter.
All he does is pull.
So yeah, I get what you're saying. Where like a game like last night, it sucks. It also sucks when Jorge Soler hits a home run outside of the park, where it's like, okay, I know he didn't actually hit it 500 feet,
but how far would it have gone?
But it feels like he hit it 500 feet because he hit it
really
outside of the ballpark.
Yeah.
Same thing with Pujols, although his hit the glass.
I like Dyken Park, but last night I didn't like it. And I think that's generally the experience. I don't like the parking lots.
No,
I've had issues with the parking lots.
I was also thinking about that. Like, do I like the location?
Well, it's going to be Crane World soon.
Yeah.
So you better like it.
Yeah. Is Crane World like Westworld, or is it?
No, it's going to be the new autonomous
bars?
zone. Yeah, yeah, with bars. I mean, if there's bars there, if they, phase certain elements right outside the stadium to a different part of town, could be even nicer. Be nice to not feel like I need to take off my watch and put it in my pocket when I'm walking out of the ballpark underneath the highway overpass. It would be nice. It would be nice. I don't want to end up like Bruce and Martha Wayne.
Thomas.
Shoot, my bad. Thomas and Martha Wayne. Thank
It's all right. I was thinking that too. I was thinking of you. You feel like you're about to get gunned down.
It ain't easy.
Yeah. We've been hearing about this Crane World for forever. Haven't even started on it, so I'm dubious.
By the way, guys, some interesting sports news. It involves a strong, powerful, independent woman, and perhaps the blocking of capitalism in a city that could be communist in the very near future. Did anyone see this? Hear about this? Livy Dunn, former LSU gymnast, reveals she was about to make her first real estate purchase. It was a New York City apartment that once belonged to Babe Ruth. But she was denied her dream home because people in the building voted to keep her out. Oof. That's brutal.
What? I'm trying to think of what type of people would vote out Livy Dunn.
Older women.
Yeah.
Or perhaps people that, New York City, certain demographics are a little bigger than in other cities. Perhaps Livy Dunn looks a little too Aryan. It could be that too.
Too white to own Babe Ruth's own house?
A little too blue-eyed, blonde white. If you get what I'm saying. I don't even know if she has blue eyes, by the way. I don't generally look at her eyes. What? Stop judging me. She's a strong, powerful, independent woman, and she's so good at gymnastics, and she's always doing splits, But yeah, the co-op wouldn't let her purchase this home. It was last purchased for $1.58 million. It was Babe Ruth's apartment, which is cool, and they wouldn't let her buy that. I think that's kind of crazy because she probably would spend more money than most people on that, given that she's loaded. And also are they boyfriend and girlfriend? Are they married? Paul Skeens, best pitcher in baseball. I don't know.
I
think they would probably be able to very much afford it. I'm assuming it's a bunch of jealous women in this complex that were on the board and showed up and said, nah, we're not letting her buy it. It does feel like that. One of my friends, also beautiful, blonde, blue-eyed, she was prevented from buying a home in Florida. And I think it was because they saw her. And I think it might have been for similar reasons.
Okay, so yeah, they're still just dating. She's from New Jersey. Didn't know that.
I'm either, and she clearly has some appreciation for baseball history, given that, like, remember that baseball card thing that she was about? I mean, obviously it was for her boyfriend and stuff, but she clearly recognizes and knows who Babe Ruth is. She's not like Smalls in the Sandlot. And if anyone should be allowed to purchase the home of a man that my great-grandfather used to buy cigarettes for, true story, it should be Livy Dunn. I will allow that. It's like I'm related to Babe Ruth because my great-grandfather was at the same orphanage in Baltimore as Babe Ruth, and not even kidding, used to buy Babe Ruth cigarettes, which apparently you could buy when you were like 8. But you'd buy him cigarettes all the time. I got to ask my mom what was the brand. That is my connection to Babe Ruth. Flex. I'm so cool, aren't I? Yeah.
Maybe you could put in a reference for Livy Dunn.
Yeah.
Who's retired from gymnastics.
Mm-hmm.
So she's done. She's just trying to retire, live out the rest of her days in a historic apartment in New York. They won't let her do that.
They won't let her do it. It's ridiculous. It's racist. Someone texted in, this show sucks. Glad you added yourself as a racist, but listen, she might be the victim of racism here. I'm not even kidding. You know, being a strong, powerful, independent woman in a world of women that aren't as strong and powerful and independent. I'm just saying. Blonde, blue-eyed, not allowed to buy a place in New York City. I'm just wondering why that's the case. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. Do you like Tyken Park? How do we get up on that rabbit hole? On top of that, how many more games will the Rockets win with Kevin Durant now aboard? And how good is this Houston Texans pass rush? All of that's on the table on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros lost to the Guardians last night, looking to avoid a sweep at the hand of a team that had a 10-game losing streak going into Monday's series opener. Yikes. But hey, listen. Before that 10-game in a row losing streak, the Guardians were above 500. Something to keep in mind. You know, they at one point were 40-38. Then they lost 10 in a row. We asked the question, how many more games do you think the Rockets will win, with Kevin Durant now aboard? Over under for this year's 54.5. They won 52 games last season. I feel like it's going to be 4 to 5. He's not going to play every single night. Western Conference is difficult. Can they win on nights where he doesn't play? We shall see. Can they create enough offense on nights where he doesn't play? We shall see. We have another viral fight video. It's been an interesting week or so on that front, huh? We had those girls in Dallas, strong, powerful, independent women.
Oh, yeah. Hope they're doing well.
Outside of a bar with one lady who clearly looked like she could perhaps make a trip to the WWE or to women's MMA. We had earlier today, we played this in Soft Boys. Check out the Paul Gallant Show podcast on Spotify and on Apple Podcasts, where a golfer who was playing slow allegedly took 23 minutes at one hole, may or may not have been hammered, tried to start a fight with who he found out was a former NHL enforcer and got his ass beat, punched in the face at least 7 times, ragdoll tossed twice. Now we've got another fight. This one took place at a California water park. And there's like a small child that's right next to both of them. So, you know, these are really classy people. One guy's got a tank top on in the pool. Other guy is shirtless. Oh, no. One of the guys in the fight, and we got to stop doing this, people. If you're going to throw hands, can you at the very least stop being cocky? This guy's flexing on the person who is clearly cruising to bruise him. And he decides to flex and adjust his shorts. And as he does this, the guy in this water park, boom, right in the face. Punches him right in the face.
Can't drop your hands like that.
I will say he recovered pretty well from that. But dropping your hands to pull up your pants and flex is something else.
It wasn't functional. It was to readjust his pants.
Correct.
Or it was just like, it wasn't because his pants were falling down or anything. It was just to like stunt.
Correct. This took place in Buena Park, California. There are children and high school aged youths in here. By the way, these two people that are about to fight at first, they just vanish off of the screen and are fighting off camera. And another fight breaks out between about like 4 or 5 people at the same time. This took place in Buena Park, California at Knott's Soak City Water Park. So, man, we're just getting a lot of world star hip hop these days all over the place. The camera work on this one, not as good as the camera work on that golf course in Canada. I feel like, Sean, we got to play that audio again. This is must-listen stuff. For those who don't know, at a golf course in Alberta, Canada, this past Friday on the 4th of July, a golfer was called out for slow play. He decides to make cocky noises, which you'll hear at the very beginning of this clip, and then he gets bodied, complete with a lot of Canadian commentary in the background.
You guys need to get off the golf course.
Yeah, we will, man.
No, now. Pack up. Go now. Get in your car and go.
Don't know what you're doing.
You're not scaring anybody. You're just making
I
yourself.
Hey, man. Come on, man.
Poorly
Hey.
times. I don't effing care.
Hey.
Off to a good start, buddy.
I just told you. Man, leave him alone.
You want to know?
He
You
just
want
fucking
to?
came at me. Leave him alone, man.
I got it all on record.
It's around the goal.
I got it all on record.
Around the goal. Hey, you want to fucking go, guys? Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man.
I wouldn't keep going back, you fucking moron.
Hey. Come on, man. No, I'm not trying to get in there. Like fuck. Enough!
Are you still cheering on?
Enough!
Are you still cheering on?
Hey, hey. Enough! Hey, you get him the f out of here.
The funny part about the fight is that there's a friend who keeps on saying, leave him alone. But the friend keeps on getting back up for more pounding, even though he got thrown into the water. And the funny part is when he gets thrown into the water, you could hear it in the background there, as he's getting ragdolled. And as it has become clear that all of the loud noises and laughing that he did before engaging in fight with what turned out to be a former NHL enforcer by the name of Nick Tynarski, is that he says, I don't bleeping care that no one's scared of him. And he's saying that as the guy is picking him up and throwing him into the water. I mean, I don't have to splash.
I mean, in a way, credit to him for not being scared at that moment, because that's probably the scariest moment of your life. I'm about to, former NHL enforcer is about to throw me in water.
There's no way he knew this guy was an NHL enforcer.
No, I think he behaves differently if he knew that.
I think so as well. The guy clearly thought he could throw down.
I don't know. He was pretty intoxicated,
He
pretty
definitely
confident.
looked drunk. He definitely looked drunk.
And even if you knew this guy wasn't an NHL enforcer, like, he's built differently than all the other guys that he's golfing with.
Definitely
very clearly
more not compact, but definitely boxy.
Yeah.
The guy had broad shoulders.
Yeah.
This other guy thought he was hot bleep. He's got a cool polo on, but he's wearing sunglasses on an overcast day, and I'm assuming it is because the man was absolutely bleeped. And perhaps, the grounds crew drove by and talked to him and were like, hey, man, 1, you're moving slow. 2, you've had a few too many. Are you really going to drive the golf cart now? Which is, by the way, like a regular occurrence on the golf course. No?
something tells me that these guys were being extra disruptive.
Yeah.
Even before this.
Yeah.
Because what you said is true. Like, what they got called out on is not like, it's not the worst thing in the world. You know, it's slow play and, hey, this guy looks like he was overserved.
Yeah, that's true. So, you know what? I'm wondering if this guy who just took a bruising, you're going to need to get, some compensation here. Does he sue the cart girl for overserving him?
So he's not suing the former NHL player who beat him up. He's
Could do
suing a cart girl in, I'm guessing, her early to mid 20s.
If you sue the cart girl, I guess you're suing the course as a whole.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe.
Like
maybe
the
that's what
girl's
you're
not
doing.
liable. It's more like she overserved him. I mean, I'm assuming he's thinking about legal actions, definitely against the guy who punched him a couple of times. But it does seem like
bang,
bang, bang. It's like Mike Breen out
yeah,
there.
like you should get, I don't know, at least $200 for each bang. Like each time he shouts, not the punches, him shouting the word bang as he does it. Like, come on.
My client was in pain every time.
Yeah.
He said bang.
Psychological pain.
I wonder if there will be actually any settlement that takes place after this. I really do. Because I think everyone's in agreement. This guy sucked and needs to get his ass beat. And honestly, speaking of the cart girl, I bet he flirted with the cart girl and thought she liked him, which is like the new flirting with a stripper and thinking that the stripper's into you. It's definitely
People have moved on.
They've moved on.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because Gen Z's incels. They don't go to this stuff anymore.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard, at least. I've read all these studies, and like Gen Z, when they're not on micro retirements, which is, another word for vacation, there's this thing that Gen Z is doing now where every 6 months they go into micro retirement where they take a week off from work.
Crazy.
And also on top of that, like, yeah, a lot of gooning going on, and they don't do much.
No,
They don't go out and
drink.
about.
They don't drink alcohol.
They don't drink alcohol. It's real virgin energy out there. So yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a very good chance this man sexually harassed the golf cart girl. Anyway, from the 409, why does the hockey player keep saying bang when he punches the other guy? I thought I was watching a Batman cartoon. That's how I thought a little bit earlier when we were talking about this. From the 281, doesn't say much. That NHL enforcer couldn't starch a drunken noodle. I don't know, man. I think this guy just might have incredible taking punches ability. Maybe his wife's abusive. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to what? I'm speculating here. Bang!
No, his
Bang! And
wife's
he keeps on
abusive.
getting back up.
That's why he's trying to spend as much time as he possibly can at the golf course by playing slowly.
That's why people golf, is to avoid their families.
I'm putting it together. I got my Windhorse fingers out. Not happy in his marriage. That's why he was flirting with the cart girl. That's why he got overserved and playing slow.
He had a rough day.
And that upset whoever, Jeremy Roenick or whoever this guy is.
And Nick Tynarski. No, Jeremy Roenick was a scorer. I do know a little about hockey. Up next, who's washed in the world of sports? 713-780-3776 to call to Texas. The Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Watch Wednesday is next.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Hope we keep on getting more fights this summer that we can take a look at and further analyze.
Yeah. You want to be on the Paul Gallant Show? Get in a fight.
Get in a fight. Tag us. We're kidding. Don't actually get in a fight. Just be quick on the camera if you see a fight nearby you. Okay?
That's actually good advice.
I understand the urge to perhaps break up a fight, in my opinion, at this age. Generally not worth it unless you actually can physically separate the two, unless they're, kids or something like that, or it's somebody who is getting absolutely smoked and is not asking for it. Like, you can step in if you want, but if it's just two a-holes, getting ready to go, like that is where you take out the camera. That's where you don't have to be a good Samaritan.
Yeah, if there's not a clear good guy or bad guy, or even there is a clear good guy or bad guy, but it seems like it'd be an even fight no matter what, just whip out the phone.
I think if there's a good and a bad guy, you potentially step in, but
depends.
This is the summer of the fight, 2025.
Yeah.
2020 fight.
There we go.
Got him. That was terrible. Hey, it's time for a Washed Watch Wednesday. Who's washed in the world of sports? Is the All-Star game washed? Alex Bregman opted out. People were hoping Isaac Paredes would get put into the All-Star game. He has a 2.6 wins above replacement. He's got 19 homers on the year. I mean, he's having a really good season. 40 home runs. Is that out of the question? But he didn't get in. Junior Caminero of the Tampa Bay Rays, who seems to be doing the thing where the like cutting little cuts in the eyebrow.
Oh, he has that?
Yeah, he's got 3 of those. He is in, despite a 1.6 wins above replacement to Paredes' 2.6. He's hitting 255. He does have 21 homers, which is more than Paredes, but his batting average 2 points lower. He has a better slugging percentage, but Paredes has a better OPS because Paredes is really good at drawing walks, 355 on base percentage.
Yeah, that's the difference, really.
Caminero's 297. Complaining about the All-Star game is more washed than the actual All-Star game itself.
Yes.
The All-Star game can be fun at times. It varies year to year.
I don't know.
I have a hard time watching it as somebody who covers sports for a living, a sport that I know has zero stakes or consequence, especially because I feel the stars of baseball these days are not like the stars of baseball in my childhood. I loved watching the All-Star game as a kid. I used to have my best friend over, and we would basically play N64 until the All-Star game came on, and then we would watch the whole All-Star game, and then generally watch either Billy Madison or Happy Gilmore afterwards. I don't think the game is washed. It would have been nice to see Paredes get in. But the Rays are off to a pretty impressive first half, all things considered. They don't have a stadium right now,
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to forgive voters for looking at 2 more home runs and 8 more RBI instead of the, 58 point difference in on base percentage.
Yeah.
Like you said, Paredes draws a lot of walks. That's why his rate numbers are much higher. Their batting average is basically the same, so it is just walks. That's the main difference here. So yeah, I'm not upset about it. Like you said, I think getting mad at the All-Star game. I think the All-Star games are washed. I think getting mad about the All-Star games even more washed.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Washed watch. I saw a Photoshop put out by our friends at Texans Fan Battle, definitely done with AI. It showed people unveiling Gary Kubiak's name in the Texans Ring of Honor. It's definitely Photoshopped. Zoom in and look at the people that are tossing it. They look janky.
Yeah.
For a moment, I wondered before zooming in if this was real, because I figured there would be some sort of announcement. But some people, I think, are taking this and running with it as if Gary Kubiak, second head coach in Houston Texans history, is worthy of the Houston Texans Ring of Honor. I'm just going to say right now, he's not. He's not. They made the playoffs in 2011 and 2012. He probably should have been fired after the 2010 season. He stuck around. Two best seasons, arguably, in Texans history happened after that.
Yep.
His winning percentage with the Texans was .488. I'm sorry.
That's the last year, though, weighing it down.
Still, Bill O'Brien's .520.
That's the real take. Is if you think Kubiak should make it, Bill O'Brien should also definitely.
He
make
definitely should. They won more Souths with Bill O'Brien running the show. They did. We're talking.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
But
AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Yeah,
you guys
but
are
it
back
looked
in the
like
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
They won in 15. They won in 16. They won in 18. They won in 19.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 4 division titles to Gary Kubiak's 2.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryan's still got some work to do. He's got 2. Like,
I think D'Amico's the one that is the first coach that has a chance to
played and coached.
Yeah.
And if they win a Super Bowl, yeah.
If they make a Super Bowl, he's in.
I don't know.
I think if he makes a Super Bowl.
It's a pretty low bar at this moment in time. That's no disrespect towards Andre Johnson and JJ Watt. But like,
it's a low bar for coaches.
There's not many people in. So right now, like I think there's just a lot of different avenues that they could go when it comes to it.
Yeah. Because right now it's 2 NFL Hall of Famers that are in. They don't have the like, we love them, the local hero who no other team would ever retire a guy with this guy's stats jersey. Like, no offense to the Boston Celtics, but they don't have the Boston Celtics retirement jersey thing where it's like, if you played on the 1960 team, your jersey's retired.
I get it. Well, they won like 9 titles in a row.
They were very successful. They right now are setting up, it's more like the Lakers, where it's like the Lakers only have your jersey retired essentially
if you're
a Hall of Famer.
Right.
Or Byron Scott. I think his jersey's retired.
Great coach with the Nets.
I actually don't think his jersey. The more I think about it,
I'm not sure. It was a Photoshop, but the Houston Texans Ring of Honor would be washed if they add in Gary Kubiak. It would.
Don't do that.
It would.
Local guy.
You're just saying that because he's a St. Pius guy.
Local.
He's local and went to your school. That's the only reason you're saying.
Come on.
No, he doesn't deserve to get in. Someone texted in Arian Foster. Even that's a stretch. DeAndre Hopkins.
Hopkins is number 1 on the should be in list.
Right, but
I
even
think
that
Foster might be number 2.
Even that's not a lock. Like,
I understand if he doesn't make
it. Is Clayton Kershaw washed?
Yes.
Did anyone see this interesting moment before yesterday's game against the Milwaukee Brewers? Clayton Kershaw acted like he did not know who Jacob Misiorowski was. Kershaw, meanwhile, went on to have a poor game against the Brewers. Misiorowski pitched very well. Kershaw has been washed for a while. Kershaw's playoff performances and how bad they've been make it surprising to me that he's still pitching, even though I know he's still probably solid.
Yeah. And he got a ring last year.
He did get a ring. You're right on that front. But how much?
He also is doing a little bit of the Roger Clemens half seasons.
Yeah, he is. He is a little bit. Kershaw said this about Misiorowski. I don't even know who I'm pitching against. The guy who twisted his ankle on the mound? After the game, Misiorowski said, I have all the respect in the world for Kershaw. I saw something online that he doesn't know who I was, so I hope that he knows me now. Kershaw later praised Misiorowski's talent. The exchange remains respectful. Yeah, but I don't know. Kershaw looks bad.
I'm looking at his numbers. He's definitely washed. Like, and that's
What are his numbers?
It's a lot of like his strikeout to walk ratio is 2.3. The year before it was 2.7. At his height, it was like 7.8. So he's much worse than he used to be. He would hover around the sixes a lot. And now, I mean, he has 35 strikeouts in 10 games.
Oh, wow. Yikes.
And 15 walks in those 10 games.
And he's not a reliever.
No, he's started all 10 appearances.
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, hey, he's 37 years old. He's lost it. It's all right.
Washed watch continues. The Red Sox hands are washed of the Rafael Devers situation because Rafael Devers, now with the Giants, apparently no-showed 3 separate times where Giants legend Will Clark, this guy was trying to provide mentoring for Devers at first base, and Devers no-showed not once, not twice, but 3 times.
This was on the Giants he did this?
Yeah.
Oh, I must not have read it
Will
carefully.
Clark
I thought
is
it
a
was
Giants legend.
I thought this was them. I thought this was the Red Sox saying this, like stamping him out on the way out. I didn't realize that was Will Clark.
No.
Oh my god.
Dude, this guy sucks. Devers just sucks. Like the way he was handling Bregman at first. I'm glad I ended up being right on this because when the Red Sox started smearing him, I started to second guess myself. But no, this guy, Devers just sucks. He's just a fat guy that doesn't try hard.
Yeah, I mean,
With
like
a level of arrogance that's like, dude, you were on a team that Mookie Betts carried to a World Series.
just tell Will Clark that you don't want to learn first. Like, in a way, just being like, I'm not interested at all in receiving your mentorship is like actually more respectable than to stand him up 3 different times.
Yeah. Just say, I'm a terrible fielder. I'm hopeless, Will.
Yeah, I'm a third baseman. I play third.
Baseman.
I'm a DH.
You play another position? No. Travis Kelce washed for Brett Veach, Chiefs general manager. Maybe he didn't look great in the Super Bowl. Chiefs GM Brett Veach said Kelce may not have it every week, but he can find it when the Chiefs need it.
That's a quote that you only say when a
The guy's
person is
washed.
washed. That you never say that when it's like he's still actually really good.
For those who know the platform Twitter/X, Grok, the artificial intelligence, may be washed because after some update, Grok started referring to itself as Mecha Hitler.
That's with a CH? Mecha, like a machine Hitler,
Yes.
not mega? Okay.
Yes. No, not MAGA Hitler. Mecha Hitler.
Or mega, like I'm taking it above and beyond.
Nope.
Okay. That's
Nope.
that.
Elon tweeted about 5 days ago, we have improved Grok significantly. You should notice a difference when you ask Grok questions.
Yo, I think we noticed. I think we noticed the difference.
I've noticed. He's calling himself Mecha Hitler. That's a little different. Some guy is claiming at Permabulla, and I don't know if this is like one of those parody accounts or what. It might be. He claims that he did it. I think this might be just a comedian.
I
But
think
a lot of
it's
people are
very
rolling
funny
with
no
it.
matter what.
Yeah.
He says his last day. He got fired from X.
I was the one white man working there. That's where I thought it was a little fishy. One last one. Jeff Bezos sold his Amazon shares. Is he washed now? If you don't own Amazon, do you matter anymore? I mean, he does have $665.9 million now, apparently, through those shares.
Did his wife make him sell it?
Could be.
Or is Amazon washed?
Well, that's true. New leadership, which might be artificial intelligence. I mean, I think Grok, aka Mecha Hitler, might be looking for a new job. So that might be our new overlord. Anyway, that's Wash Watch Wednesday. Garbage time is next to wrap up the Paul Gallant Show. And by the way, on Friday, as part of our summer circuit You're going to join us from 12 to 6 at the Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company. Just show up at the promo table and sign up right there. Paul Gallant Show wraps up after this. Let's start off garbage time. Charlize Theron is doing a promotion for a sequel movie that she is in. Charlize Theron, South African American, strong, powerful, independent woman, 49 years of age. May look better now than she did in the movie Heat, which was a very long time ago that movie came out. By the way, for those who have seen that movie, when Al Pacino said, "She's got a great ass and your head's all the way in it," he's talking about Charlize Theron's character in that movie, who's not the best, but at the very end does do the late Val Kilmer a solid and helps him get away. He's the only guy that escapes. Spoiler alert. But anyway, Charlize Theron, while promoting the Old Guard 2, apparently is having herself quite the time, as she laid out on the podcast Call Her Daddy with Alex Cooper.
With women, it's always like, something must be wrong with her. She can't keep a man. She must be a real bitch. What a I love that I don't have to run every thing by a guy, I'm having the kind of sex I never had in my 20s or in my 30s. We should be the ones that are like, you. Like, I'm going to have an orgasm. But I did just recently a 26-year-old, and it was really fucking amazing.
Wow. Well, there you go. That's Charlize Theron, everybody. Strong, powerful, independent woman. Girl boss.
I'm glad things are going well for. No, I will not watch Old Guard or Old Guard 2.
Nope. This is not going to get me to watch either.
Yeah, maybe I just run back Fury Road instead.
Fury Road was great.
You know,
She
good for her.
also,
I'm happy for her.
Also a good movie, Atomic Blonde. Action movie.
Oh yeah,
80s soundtrack. I mean, she was in one of a couple of the Fast and Furious movies. Like she's been in a lot. She was in Hancock. But
Yeah,
I don't think
Cypher.
That's right, Cypher.
Yeah, she was in Hancock.
She's been in a lot.
Sure was.
But anyway, yeah, that's the Call Her Daddy podcast. That's how it goes.
that really is like just a clip.
Gist of what that podcast is. That's exactly what it is. It's just like an hour of that. Anyway, what else?
A Million Ways to Die in the West.
She was.
That was a funny one.
She's been in a lot of movies. I'm honestly surprised when I found out that, speaking of strong, powerful, independent women, Scarlett Johansson overtook Samuel L. Jackson and Robert Downey Jr. as the highest-grossing lead actor of all time, thanks to Jurassic World, which opened last weekend. Samuel L. Jackson was the previous and longtime holder of the title. Thank you very much, Avengers and Star Wars, which I don't know if he was necessarily a titular character.
They're really pushing it as like starring role for like, like I won't say that Nick Fury was like the star of he was on the poster, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
If you're on the poster,
maybe it is.
If you're one of the for the Marvel movies, if you're one of the 15 names that are on the poster.
It could be that, and also he was Mace Windu. I'm wondering if Star
Those are
Wars
two good ones.
helped him out on that one. It is surprising. Robert Downey Jr. being the top, given all the Iron Man movies and then the Avenger movies, not that surprising. But Scarlett Johansson, who has been in just 36 movies to Samuel L. Jackson's 71 and Robert Downey Jr.'s 45, is already at the top. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, it still is a lot of Avengers and now Jurassic Park, I guess.
That's true. Our long national nightmare is over. The city of Philadelphia, which was buried in mountains of trash because trash collectors were on strike. The strike is over. So now it's just the normal things you see in Philadelphia.
Okay. Wasn't that a plot to It's Always Sunny? Where they were throwing out trash themselves? Like they broke the picket line or something?
Probably. So there you go. Philadelphia, it's no longer trash, guys. The trash has been picked up. Though that's not the Eagles fans or the Phillies fans.
Sixers.
Flyers. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everyone who tuned in. Subscribe to the Paul Gallant Show podcast on Apple and on Spotify. And if you haven't already, please download the ESPN Houston app. It's way better than the last one. For our callers, texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and everyone else who listened, I'm merely Paul Gallant. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brian. Brian. That is
Here?
Brian. Third day in a row.
There he is.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, you respect my work ethic?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
Putting a
I
streak together.
Thought I'd ask.
I mean, you'd have to work like 500 days in a row. Before
Really?
I appreciate your work ethic.
I don't think I'm going to get there.
No.
I don't think I got that Cal Ripken in me.
50. How about 50?
I might be able to pull off 50.
Have you ever worked 50 days in a row?
I think I have.
Not including weekends?
I think I have.
Including weekends or not including weekends?
No, including weekends.
I don't know. I don't know.
Pretty sure I have.
I think during the NBA schedule, I probably did.
Probably.
Back in the day.
Yeah, probably. A little baseball season. You don't get days off in college baseball season. Work Monday through Friday. You have Friday, Saturday, Sunday series. I'm not sure I had 3 months off, like a day off in 3 months. Now that I think about it, I might have went 90 days without a day off, Brian.
You feel that?
I'm a dog.
Do you feel even an ounce guilty right now, Brian?
No, not in the slightest.
I didn't think so.
He probably didn't feel guilty, but I bet you feel soft.
No.
Soft as puppy dew in the rain.
If they give me the PTO, I take the PTO.
Once he nails those push-ups, you ain't gonna feel soft.
Well, to borrow from the Patrick Ewing line, I may take a lot of PTO, but I get a lot of PTO.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Sure that wasn't Charlie Palillo?
I'm sure he used it as well.
Lots to get to today. Lots to get to.
Do we
today.
have to get to the Astros?
Yeah, we're going to lead with the Astros here in a little bit.
It's
Once we kick the can down the road a little bit, we're going to talk a lot about the Astros. It is trade season. Maybe we'll get into some trade talk at some point. We'll at some point this week. Texan stuff because Joe's here. Joe's like banging his little
Yes, you,
hands on the table. Talk Texans.
His little hands.
Did I say that?
Yeah, he says
His little hands? Wow.
Like he's a dwarf from the Lord of the Rings movies or something.
I mean, short of using the M word, that's kind of a tough one.
I mean, whenever I say the suits upstairs, I just think like Oompa Loompa banging on the table. Like, talk this.
That's what you think of when you think of suits?
Well, one particularly.
Okay.
I don't think Joe ever's worn a suit except for a wedding and maybe the conference he went to.
Well, a bit later, we're going to talk Texans swarm. Also, Chet Holmgren got a lot of money, and what that means for the Rockets and their outlook in the coming years. But the Astros lost a baseball game yesterday. You always feel good when Hunter Brown is on the bump, and Hunter Brown yesterday had his worst home game of the season.
He certainly did. And I think you summed it up to where my mentality was going into that game. I'm looking forward to watching the game. I'm getting comfortable on the couch going, you know what? I'm looking to see the diesel shove. And no matter who they're batting in their lineup and how many Sugarland Space Cowboys are in it, they got a really good chance to win. And this should be fun. And then it didn't happen. And then he went down 2-0 in the first. And then it kept happening. And I kept going, oh, my God. And then credit to the Astros. As much as I thought that they were donezo at 6-1, second night in a row, I love the fight. And the Fighting Space Cowboys come back and make it a game again, only to have your other all-star not have his best performance.
Do you wish they would have just got blown out in hindsight?
Kind of, yeah.
In hindsight, I wish they did.
Really?
Yeah. Like
Get
if you
your
know,
hopes
like
up
whenever
and
it's
then
six, like if whenever it was 6-1, you can make the determination at that point. You get blown out, or you make it competitive and you lose the game in extra innings. I would take the blowout every single
Is
time
that
in
just
this case.
to not wear out your pitching staff?
That is one of the primary reasons. The other reason is like I can just chill the rest of the night. Like I don't have
I
to
can
like
turn off the game.
Yeah, I turn off the. Well, I don't turn off the game, but
Well, if I know they're going to get blown out,
I
in this
don't.
scenario.
I'm a freak show. I watch every single pitch. Like I
Yeah.
want to see the low leverage guys, see what they have, see if they can develop
You
into
wanna see
medium
Jason
leverage
Castro?
guys. I
Or
want to get
not-
in.
not
I
Jason
want
Castro, Jason
Cesar
Alexander?
Salazar. No, he's off. He's not on the team.
Oh,
Brian
that's right.
Casual doesn't even know who's on the team.
He's been off for a
He was
while.
on the team like 3 days ago.
There's,
Sorry, I
there's,
forgot.
there's 26 of them, Brian. You can't commit 26 of them to
Yada,
memory.
Yada, yada.
There's been a lot of turnover, though, to be fair. There's been a lot of turnover lately, to be fair. Yeah, if you could have told me whenever it was 6-1, you lose the game by 7, it's never a threat, never a sweat, or you can lose it in extra innings, I would take the blowout. It's mostly because of the pitching. You don't have to use up Josh. Like Josh Hader's burned tonight. He can't be used tonight. Fortunately, you have an off day tomorrow, so maybe he could pitch on Friday. But no, you can use your low leverage guys, and then you're kind of like, you don't ever get your hopes up. Not that I care so much about a July 8th loss. Like I see these people on the internet. Like you have a 6.5 game lead in the division.
Mm-hmm.
People on the internet And like, not just people on the internet, people that work in sports in this city are losing their mind about,
really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to.
Maybe you should.
You don't want to name names? You want to name names?
Yeah, you do. You should.
I can tell you want to name names.
I like them. I like them too much. I'll tell y'all during the break. But yeah, they're like losing their minds about like a July 8th game when you're 6.5 games. Like, I understand Hunter Brown is starting and you expect to win those games. I understand the Guardians had a double-digit losing streak coming into the series. I understand Josh Hader's been very close to unhittable this season, and it was a weird way to lose. It was a frustrating game, but they're like living and dying on every July 8th pitch.
That's just stupid.
Like, I watch every pitch, but I don't live and die on every July 8th pitch. It's really stupid.
And you know that I care a little bit more sometimes than you guys about individual
I would agree to that.
Yeah, but at the same time, look, my only pushback on the game itself is I like the fact that it got tied just because of the fact that I don't believe a whole lot in the bottom half of this lineup and the amount of guys that aren't regulars on this team right now that are playing for the Astros wearing that uniform, and the fact that 2 nights in a row that they scrapped and found a way to claw their way and get it back to even. I like the fight in that dog.
Yeah, I agree.
So I like that. But I also, look, having to use Hader in 2-inning situation ain't ideal, and especially when he throws more pitches than he's thrown all year in those 2 innings, that sucks because then you lose the game as well. But the solace that I had after turning everything off was, you check the scoreboard, the Mariners lose to the Yankees, you knew it going in, you didn't lose any ground. I'm good.
Yeah, it blows my mind. Like, baseball's a 162-game season. You're going to lose games. Like, you have to commit yourself that you're going to lose 70 games. Like, you're probably going to lose. You could be one of the best teams in baseball, go 92-70, and you've lost 70 games. Win the division, 70 losses. Like, it just goes with the territory, man. If you're going to freak out about every single loss from a first-place team that comfortably leads the division at this moment, you're going to die when you're 50.
Well, here's the other thing. We all know this. We talk about it all the time. The Astros are going to Astro. As much as we used to say that about the Texans, the Astros are going to Astro. Let's not forget, coming out of the All-Star break a year ago, they had that World Series in July for the Mariners, and they went and took care of business. They got swept by the A's.
Yeah.
Like, so you just got off a 5-1 road trip where you swept the Dodgers, and if the Astros are going to Astro, what are the Astros going to do? They're going to take a team that's lost 10 in a row, and they're going to lose the series. That's just what they do.
It kind of felt like it was coming after you swept the Dodgers.
Right.
It's like you go on the road. You really, you're playing at your very best. You care about that series. Like, it's pretty clear. They care about that series. You sweep that series, and then you come home for 6 games right before the All-Star break. Like, that has all the makings of a letdown week.
The scenario played itself out beautifully to set that exact tone. You come back home where you're more comfortable. You come home to play a team that's lost 10 in a row. You kind of assume that you're just going to keep on rolling, so you relax. And then you lose 2 games that were tied at late points in each game.
Yeah, it's weird way to react to to every single baseball game over 162.
How do you press the panic button because you lost 2 to Cleveland?
Especially with like what you have, like all your dudes are on the IL or not playing. Jake Myers is out. Jeremy Pena is out. Yordan Alvarez is out. Christian Walker's having a baby. Like, what do you expect? Like, I mean, look, I understand. Like, it's frustrating to lose the game. It's frustrating to lose the way that they did. Todd, the show, the fact that the Guardians had a double-digit losing streak made me believe even more we would lose some games. Who was the person that said they hate streaks? I can't remember who that was. There was a famous manager who's like, I hate streaks, and I agree. I probably borrowed that thought from that manager, who I forgot who it was. But I also hate streaks in baseball because, like, I think it sets you up for disappointment. Like, the Guardians come in, they've lost 11 games in a row. Okay, well, that's probably going to change. Or you have like a 14-game hitting streak. Okay, well, now you have the pressure of keeping the hitting streak going. You've won 7 in a row, and it like get this buildup of winning 7 in a row. All relies on that 8th game. I hate streaks. I hate streaks.
Yeah, I mean, I never looked at it that way. I've never heard that quote. I just think that, look, everybody loves it when you're on a hot streak. But at the same time, the ebbs and flows of a 162-game season it's going to happen. You're going to lose some, and you're going to string them together. You're going to win some. And at the end of the day, like you said, the best records in baseball, you're still going to lose a significant amount of games. So to me, the bigger picture is you have a 6.5-game lead. You didn't lose any ground last night, losing that game. You have, you lead the league in guys on the injured list.
You get those guys back, you could actually have a pretty damn good team, both with the offensive guys out, but more importantly with the pitching staff out. Your pitching staff's going to get better because of it. So there's nothing to worry about. I can't believe anybody is losing their mind before the All-Star game about a 2-game losing streak to Cleveland, who actually, obviously Ramirez is their best hitter. But they're not a bad team. They're just playing bad baseball.
They're a mediocre team. Texture, this is what happens when football fans try to watch baseball.
So this person you're speaking of, they're not a predominantly football person?
Well, I mean, no, not really.
Okay.
Like, I would expect more from this person.
I would too if they're in the media.
This is what happens when football fans try to watch baseball. I do think that there's a big chunk of that. I do think there's a big chunk of like, oh, you expect to win every game against every single opponent. Like, oh, you're playing the worst team in baseball. This should be an automatic sweep. And when it's not an automatic sweep, then we're going to be mad. No, you take 2 or 3. You win series. And I understand you're not going to do that with the Guards. But the Astros had how many series in a row did they win? It was like 12 or something like that.
They've not lost a series it was 15 series, I believe, until they lost this one. They either tied, they tied 2 and they won like 13 of them.
Yeah, like you're going to lose a series eventually. That's kind of why I hate streaks, because eventually that streak's going to die. It's going to be over.
But that's the other thing. Like, because it's baseball, just the fact that you were able to go on that kind of a run to not lose a series over your last 15 series. I think the last time they lost a series was late May or something like that. Like, you go back and think about that and go, try that on for size and realize that doesn't happen every day. That's a hell of a run.
Yeah, it's going to be okay. I understand being frustrated in the moment, but to be losing your mind over a July 8th game with everybody on the injured list, like, it's going to be all right. Relax. It's 162. It's a marathon, not a sprint. It's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. Texture, it's nothing new. Cleveland always gives us trouble every year. They went to Cleveland, took care of business earlier this season, but your point is true. Even my wife knows that. I don't know why your wife's catching strays, though. Like, why is your wife an inferior baseball brain than you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you're taking a shot at your own wife. Even my wife knows that. Like, she's not supposed to know that. Like, she doesn't have your education when it comes to ball. Like, you shouldn't be sending strays to your wife like that, Texture. I'm disappointed in you. 8815.
I like your way of combating that.
Aren't you? Like, it's true. Like, even my wife knows that. Like, oh, she must be real dumb then. Like, okay. Like, you're giving her credit for knowing something that everybody should know. That's messed up, man.
You play
It's
like
messed
6
up.
games a year. I
'Cause
can't remember what they did last year against Cleveland.
Because it's woman in sports, Texture says. Come on now. Doris Burke. She knows her stuff. Jessica Mendoza. She knows her stuff. Who's the Oakland A play-by-play lady? She knows her stuff. She knows what to do.
They were playing what was her name?
Jenny Kavanaugh. That's right.
There you go. Kavanaugh.
So I watched so many of her highlights whenever they played the Astros that, like, Oakland A highlights. I know they're not in Oakland. Oakland A highlights are on my timeline every single time.
Your
they home run.
algorithm's been messed up.
Do they come with the audio?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, like, I've seen so many of her calls recently since the Astros played the A's. I'm almost starting to like it.
Now all you need is Carl Ravitch, and you could just
I
have
will
your
never
daily
like Carl
dose of
Ravitch.
Carl and Jenny, and your
Like,
day would be complete.
Nick Kurtz hit a home run yesterday. Like, he hit a grand slam. They hit a bunch of home runs yesterday. I heard every single Jenny Kavanaugh call, and they're all awful.
Did she ever go
They're
fast on
so
his name?
bad. No, usually not. Yeah, they're bad. I almost want to play every single home run call for the Athletics and grade the call with all of them. They hit a lot yesterday. They have a good offense. They do.
Were they at home?
I don't remember.
Because that ballpark.
I mean, do they have a home?
I don't remember. Jacob Wilson got hit in the hand, but they say he's going to be all right. He got in the hand. I was like, man, I hope it breaks his 4th metacarpal. That way Cam Smith can win the Rookie of the Year.
And Payne would start in the All-Star game if he was healthy.
But he's not.
Right. He's not.
He's not. I'd rather castrate myself than listen to Doris Burke. That's messed up. Doris Burke.
She's catching heat too.
I don't think Doris Burke has her fastball anymore. I think she lost her fastball. 3-4 years ago, I thought Doris Burke was very good. I thought she was very good.
I think she's been really good throughout her career. I will agree that she has taken a half a step back. She caught a ton of strays in the finals this year, and they want changes. People are, clamoring for all kinds of changes to be made. I think Doris Burke is not Hubie Brown. And Hubie Brown, for as much as he's 90-some years old, he hung on and still gave you some information. But Doris Burke still deserves to be doing basketball.
You heard of Hubie Brown, who's nearly dead.
He talks like it's too old for you. The Katharine Hepburn on Golden Pond, where the voice is just, Norman, you clumsy poop, and Hubie's the same way.
Wasn't Hepburn in Gone with the Wind? Who was that? Who was the lead actress in Gone with the Wind?
I don't know.
Wasn't it Hepburn?
I just know she and
No, I don't think it was
Henry
Audrey
Fonda
Hepburn.
and On Golden Pond and Norman, you clumsy poop.
No, I'm
Grace
wrong.
something?
It was Vivian Lee.
Oh,
She
Vivian
played
Lee.
Scarlett O'Hara. I've never heard of Vivian Lee. I've seen her.
I don't know.
I've never heard of Vivian Lee. It's my bad. What was who we were talking about just now?
Catherine Hepburn.
What was her famous movie?
On Golden Pond is the one I'm referring
Breakfast
to
at
with
Tiffany's?
Henry Fonda.
Is that what she's most known for? I've never heard of that.
I thought it was
movie.
Breakfast at Tiffany's, but
What's the IMDb? Let's see. What is she known for? IMDb. There's a bunch of movies I haven't heard of. The Philadelphia Story, 1940. The Lion in Winter, 1968. She had a long career. On Golden Pond was 1981. She was acting in 40 and in 81.
Oh my God! If you see the two characters in On Golden Pond, they're
What a
Henry
career.
Fonda, who's all of his kids, I think, acted. But Henry Fonda looks like he's on his deathbed filming that.
And this is whenever women weren't respected. She had a 40-something year acting career. What a legend. What a legend.
No,
Audrey.
she's definitely very famous.
Oh, this is Katharine Hepburn.
Yeah.
So who's Audrey Hepburn?
a completely different actress who
Yeah,
was in
Did I
Breakfast
say
at
Catherine
Tiffany's.
Hepburn's the one that is in On Golden Pond?
Who's the more famous one, Kathy or Audrey?
I have no idea.
Are they
I think
related?
Aubrey.
Are they related?
No idea.
Audrey, not Aubrey.
I said Aubrey. Okay.
Breakfast at
Close enough.
Tiffany's.
We're doing really well.
Breakfast and Tiffany's
What
was in
happens when they get a
61.
grand slam and
I mean,
Sorry?
she started acting in like the 50s too. Audrey did. So there was famous like Hepburns all throughout Hollywood.
Well, do you know? Are they
back in the
related?
day. I don't know. I have no idea.
No, they're not related.
I wonder if it was
We're
just like
not
a,
related, which means I don't think they're either one of them are with.
But
us.
they were probably stage names, right? Like they probably weren't even their real name. Like
Well,
I
they were-
wonder.
Well, according to the AI overview, while they share the same last name and are both iconic actresses, their families and origins are distinct.
They're different. They don't. That was their stage name too. That
Hepburn
not
was
their
born
real
in
name.
Belgium and was of Dutch nobility, while Catherine was born in the United States to wealthy American parents.
I wonder why Hepburn was such a popular name to name actresses back then.
I got a buddy with that last name, but he
Was it his real name,
You
though?
could. He definitely wouldn't be related to those two.
All right. Riley, I'm good with Doris, but she was terrible in the finals. I think it's a good assessment. Like, I feel like she's good, but she choked in the finals.
But do you feel like
She's kind of like Chet Holmgren.
here's my take on that. I understand it, and I don't think they're wrong. But I think that all the shuffling of the deck that ABC and ESPN was doing had a part in that. Like, she got real comfortable working with Van Gundy. And then when Van Gundy was done, then she worked with J.J. Redick. Then J.J. Redick got the Laker job, and now you got to go to Richard Jefferson. Richard Jefferson was even more inexperienced than J.J. Redick. And then you got to try and make it all work in a three-person booth with Mike Breen. Was she less than what she normally is? Yes, but I would also attribute some of that to that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bob Euchre hated streaks, says the texter. Maybe that's where I heard it. But then the Twitch says it was Casey Stengel. So I don't know. One of those guys. They probably both said it. 713-780-ESPN. Let's break down this Astros game yesterday. Hunter Brown, terrible. Josh Hader gave up the 4 runs in the 10th. I hate baseball extra innings. Totally hate it. And then also the offense did some things. Taylor Trammell, another big night. Big hit, at least, for Taylor
Look
Trammell
what I did.
yesterday. What do you mean? Oh, okay. You got him hot. That's fair. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. Astros. Yay. Jabari. His contract versus Chet Holmgren's contract, too. We'll discuss that, and then Joe wants us to talk about Texan Swarm. 713-780-ESPN. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on the TikTok at ESPN 975. You can find me there, Jeremy J. Branham, social media star, influencer that I am. Also on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hunter Brown yesterday, worst outing of the year at home. I thought the Tampa Bay start was worse. I know he gave up more runs here. 6 runs, 6 hits, 6 innings, 3 walks, 3 Ks. He was kind of talking like they were on all my stuff. That's always going to come up whenever you have a dominant pitcher that gets hit. I mean, the 3 strikeouts is what's pretty surprising to me. Now, like, what was the biggest issue for his start yesterday? For me, it was about the lack of command. Like, you talked about the Jose Ramirez home run, a 2-strike changeup.
The change was
middle.
Yeah, it was just hanging.
And that wasn't the only one that sat middle.
Yeah, if I finish my thought, Brian, I'll get to that. I don't even know the other dude's name. Like, he's not going to work here very long. That was hitting the home run yesterday. The Rocchio.
Rocchio.
That dude hadn't hit a home run all year. And he's sitting first pitch. I think it was a cutter. Middle. That flew 20 rows deep into the right field seats. His control yesterday was about, or his command rather, was about as bad as we've seen. Am I going to eliminate the idea that he could have been tipping? I'm not going to eliminate the idea, but I'm also not going to go dissect the information and see if he was. He will, though. The pitching staff will, though. But no, he just wasn't good yesterday. For me, it started with the command in the zone.
I use the term all the time, especially with your best pitchers. They're going to have a hiccup here and there, now and then. You had both your all-star pitchers happen to do that last night. One a little bit more forcefully than the other, and they threw up all over themselves. It's going to happen. The thing is that I think Blummer mentioned the stat, but I think that, not that I'm telling him to put the changeup away, but I think of the times that he's thrown the changeup this year, a few of them have turned into bombs because he's so overpowering with the fastball and they're so behind it. And then all of a sudden, if you don't locate that thing and it's just sitting there screaming, hit me, and it's not coming in at close to 100 miles an hour, guys are going to rip it.
Yeah. I think that, I'm not putting that on the blame. Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. The strikeouts to me is the big thing. Like, how many times is Hunter Brown going to pitch 6 innings and punch out just 3 guys? Like, that's pretty rare. But no, you tip your cap to Cleveland. If they figured something out, they figured something out. So not his best start. There is some conversation whether or not he's going to pitch on Sunday, which is normal rest. I mean, it would be normal rest, pitch on Sunday, which would take him out of the All-Star game, but then it would also set him up pretty good for the second half, or at least post-All-Star break. Do you want him to pitch on Sunday?
Here's my selfishness. Because of the fact that I want him to think team now, and I know it's tough. It's his first All-Star game. He's got a chance to pitch in the Midsummer Classic, and that's big for your career and for your own personal stuff. I want him to pitch Sunday. And I want him to take himself out of the All-Star game because I want him to set himself up, because right now this offense is very much less than, and we don't know when the troops are coming back. So you want your best chance to win going into the All-Star break, to kind of finish strong, to leave it on a good note, and then be able to get right out of the gates coming out of it. I don't want him to pitch in the All-Star game. I want him to pitch Sunday. Then I want him to get the rest that he normally gets during the week. And then I want him to come back loaded for bear in the second half.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I couldn't care less if he pitches in the All-Star game. I am selfish that way. He did say the right thing, Julie Morales, right at the start of the game. Can't remember if it was before, or in the first, second inning or whatever. Julius said that Hunter said that it's his job to pitch for the Astros and not the All-Star team. So I think he's going to start on Sunday. And I kind of want him to, too, because, he has a bad taste in his mouth. I don't want that to, be in his mind all throughout the All-Star break. Pitch on Sunday, throw a gym, go to Atlanta, partake in the festivities, don't pitch, and then set yourself up for a strong post.
The only problem is he might open the door for Fromber to actually go and pitch.
Yeah, maybe.
And again, I don't think Fromber throwing an inning is going to be that devastating, and I know Fromber probably wants to do that a whole hell of a lot. But yeah, I would rather him do everything that he's going to do on that bump just for the Houston Astros and not worry about pitching 1 inning in the All-Star game.
A lot of people were talking a little mess about Hader here. Rocky saying he should never pitch in a non-safe situation. Rocky Sleepy Joe using Hader in non-safe situations is a waste on his arm. What if the Astros score in the bottom of the 9th, though? We wouldn't be saying this because he pitched a scoreless 9th. If the Astros rally, win in the 9th, we would be like, hey, good decision using Hader. I have no problem with Joe Espada's usage of Josh Hader last night.
I don't either. Because what we always talk about with your closer, and or even as Brian Abreu, who's your 1B closer anyway because of how good he is, You use those guys when you're in a tied situation or you have the lead. And the fact is that, again, when you look at where this team is offensively, and you know you got a legit chance to win a game that I think everybody was banking on, you got a really good chance to win to start the game with Hunter Brown, and you know that no matter how bad he was, you come all the way back and you got a chance to win that. I'm rolling with Hader. And now throwing him out for the second inning, that's one where he's taking one for the team again. He did it yet again for you. I was a little concerned that he got up over 30 pitches, but that's the way baseball goes. And he's in there, and you didn't have anybody else warming up. But I thought he was going to get out of that inning, and I thought that they were going to have a legit chance to move a guy over and get a fly ball and win a ball game.
Yeah, I hate the extra innings. I think this is a perfect example of why I hate the extra innings. And I understand it's both for the same side, but it's not baseball. Like, it changes the entire complexion of an inning. Nobody on, nobody out. Like, that's how an inning starts. And whenever all of a sudden, okay, because we want to shorten the length of game, we're just going to place a dude at second base with nobody. That's not an inning. You are giving the other team, and I understand it's both ways, figure it out. Like, why don't they do it in the playoffs then? Because it's gimmicky. It's gimmicky is what it is. You might as well just end in a tie. You might as well just have a home run shootout once the game goes 9 innings. Putting a runner at second base with no outs is gimmicky. And yesterday, you can see how it changed the complexion of the inning. Because what do the Guardians do? The Guardians, they played for 1 run, by the way, which is okay. What are you doing
on
there?
The road, yeah.
And they lay down a bunt. You got a runner at third, 1 out. I said yesterday, never pitch to Jose Ramirez. Don't let him beat you. And he beat you in the first inning. They intentionally walked him later. I'm not sure that's a spot you should walk him, because now you're putting a second run on base whenever you know in the bottom of the inning you're going to have a runner at second with nobody out. But again, that's the stupidity of the Manfred man. Like, the fact that you have to even consider that and think about that, you're like, should we pitch to Jose Ramirez or the runner at third and 1 out, knowing in the bottom of the 10th we have a leadoff double, knowing we have a runner at second with nobody out? Because a 1-run inning is much different than a 2-run inning, especially when you know you have a runner at second with nobody out. So you walk Ramirez. Okay, no big deal.
Sets up a double play.
Hader's not a ground ball guy, gives up very few ground balls, but yes, like, it sets up the double play. But then first pitch, he's still second. Yeah. So it's like, okay, well, that stinks. And then the next guy walks, Carlos Santana walks. You strike out Jonathan Rodriguez. Cool, awesome, fantastic. And then the first hit you give up in the inning, the first hit that Josh Hader gave up in the inning was a grand slam. That wasn't even a bad pitch. That was a home run in one ballpark in all of Major League Baseball. I hate the Manfred man. Yesterday is the perfect example of how it changes the complexion of an inning.
Yeah, no doubt about it, because you have to earn your way to get a runner on. And the fact is that when you put a guy on, and you know, because how ridiculous it is, because they have to rewrite the rules so that a pitcher that comes into the game to face a run that he wasn't responsible for, then that it's not his that it's not his earned run. But then you can tag a pitcher with a loss if that run scores and your team doesn't score, though he had nothing to do with it. That's the level of ridiculousness that we're dealing with here. And the fact is when you look at it, you got to earn it. I understand that you're going to blow through some of your pitchers, but at the same time, that's how it's always been. And certain pitchers pitch better when they're pitching out of the windup or starting an inning. But to put them out there and just say, hey, by the way, you got to run on second base. I've always hated it as well. I've always been against it. I understand why they did it, but I still don't like it.
Trey says Astros lost when they allowed Ramirez to still second. I mean, you're a pitch away from getting out of the inning. Like, I don't love that they allowed Ramirez to still second either. Like, I'm with you on that. Like, hey, let's work the runners a little bit, keep the double play intact. But you were a pitch away from getting out of the inning. Like, I don't think that it cost them the inning whatsoever.
No, I didn't like it when he stole, because I did first thing. Well, I understand not pitching to him, but I also like the fact that it sets up the double play. The minute he basically just walked to second base, it did agitate me a little bit.
The chances of him stealing second, though, are very high, because he's a guy who's very aggressive on the bases, and Josh Hader is abysmal at holding runners on. So if Espada, the moment that Espada calls the intentional walk, he has to know that there's a very, very high chance that Jose Ramirez is going to be standing at second base in a pitch or two.
Yeah. That's fair. That's absolutely correct, because he does, and people, because he's kind of stocky, but he can steal. And you're right. He's aggressive. And Hader's leg kick just welcomes anybody to run on him anyway, because he goes and breaks that plane, and you get a hell of a head start if you're a base runner. And the Astros catchers aren't good at throwing guys out.
No, they're not. I think that's a spot where you don't walk Ramirez. And I know it sounds like I'm talking from both sides of my mouth, because I said, do not let him beat you. But the moment you walk them, you have second and third with one out, and you have a runner at second base to lead off the bottom of the 10th. Like, I think I'm pitching to him there, especially with Hader. I think it was a bad decision to walk Ramirez. Like, that's one of the rare occurrences where I disagree with the walk of Jose
I think
Ramirez.
the only thing that kills you there if it's an extra base hit, home run or an extra base hit, because now you're in trouble. That's why, and obviously he hit the Astros pitching very well. But aside from giving up an extra base hit, and with Hader, you're kind of hoping that that's not going to be the case. He normally is going to have the success of the matchup, that you can live with it. But yeah, I was all in favor of. I think he's the only guy that could really do damage. I wasn't expecting Rocchio to be this guy that's doing all kinds of damage. But in that whole lineup, the only guy you're worried about is Jose Ramirez.
So would you have pitched to him?
I probably would have.
I think I pitched to him there. It's tight. Like, I'm not blaming a spot on this one because I think it's a coin flip. I really do. Like, I think it is a coin flip, gut feel in that moment. If you had a normal extra inning, like if you don't have a leadoff runner at second base with nobody out, I'm in favor of the walk there. But because you have a runner at second base with nobody out to start the bottom of the 10th, I'm pitching to Ramirez. My guy's pretty good too.
He is, but here's where the Hader part of this gets dicey being in the second inning, right? If this is Hader's first inning, now I'll pitch around him. If I'm worried about him beating me with an extra base hit, I can put him on first base myself, but like we talked about the day before, you get a chance that he might chase something. He might do you a solid and strike out or do something like a ground ball. But if you just put him on and because you can't do that, right? If he's in his second inning, you don't want Hader to throw 5 or 6 pitches in that at bat and then really get himself into something where he goes way over his, how many pitches you want him to throw. But I would think that if you're going to consider that in that situation, especially it's unique circumstance because normally Hader's not in his second inning of work. But I would have actually thrown the walk instead of just giving him the base.
Mine's more about the situation of being the man for
I
next
get it.
inning.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of what changes my outlook on that. But I think it's 50-50. There was the other decision from a spotter that I didn't like, and I mentioned it in the moment too. I didn't love the pinch running of Isaac Paredes.
I didn't either because of his bat.
Like he pinch ran Kennedy Corona. It was bottom of the 8th inning, tie game. And I understand what he's doing. He wants the speed in case it's a base hit. But here's why I didn't like it. One, what you just mentioned, like it's a tie game late. There's a decent chance that Isaac Paredes is going to come up in a big spot. Now he didn't because they hit a grand slam. The game was over the moment that the grand slam was hit. But also it's a very rare occurrence where it's actually going to matter. Like, how often are you going to see a base hit? And first off, what's the likelihood that Yainer Diaz gets a base hit there? He's hitting 242, so there's a 75% chance he doesn't even get a hit. So you're making the move on a 24% chance he gets a hit. Secondly, if he does get a hit, 24% chance. How often is there going to be a play at the plate on that hit? Right. Very rare. Let's cut it in half. Let's even round up. Let's say 15%. So you brought in Kennedy Corona to run for Isaac Paredes on the 15% chance that there is a play at the plate. And you're giving up defense, and because they brought in Shea Whitcomb, and then you're also giving up close game late. Isaac Paredes is a bat. Now it didn't matter, but it's still something that caught my attention.
Yeah, the main thing that I thought about was you already have a less than lineup. There's a chance he's going to hit again, depending on how deep this game goes, that I'm not playing for that right now. I'm playing for the fact that I need Paredes' bat at the top of that lineup because whether it's a fly ball that I need, a base hit that I need, or something in between, he's going to work the count. He's probably going to put the ball in play, and he's going to be a hell of a lot better option for me than Corona or anybody else, Whitcomb or anybody else that would be hitting for him should that spot come up again. I was completely against it.
Yeah, it was an interesting decision there by the most interesting manager in the world. But it didn't matter. But it's also the thing, like, it's like blackjack, right? Like you have 11, you're always going to hit. You have 16, or the dealer shows 16, you're not going to hit. You know what I mean? And you could still make the wrong decision and win, right? I think yesterday he made the wrong decision and they still lost, but it is what it is. Offensively, Altuve, all the RBIs, and it didn't come to fruition because the Astros lost the game, but it's good to see that. His OPS, by the way, 788 for Jose Altuve.
Yeah, the 2-out base hit, too, when they really needed it was huge.
Clutch. Trammell had the big hit, couple of knocks. You see the power. You see the pop here.
Ever since Joel tried to bury
I know. That's what I'm saying to Jeremy. I'll own it if it means that he's going to continue to do this.
Got the pop.
Because I finally am seeing some of the pop instead of all the alternative, which was swing and miss badly.
Got the pop, and then Cam Smith got off his little schneid. I wouldn't call it a slump, but it's just schneid. He was 0 for his last 11 with 4 Ks, and then yesterday he got 3 straight hits. Now he was 0 for his last 3. But he had 3 knocks
So you
yesterday.
take credit for that.
You know what I've noticed with Cam Smith? He really likes to hit lefties with not high velo. He crushes lefties with not high velo. Crushes them.
I think the big thing that, and I don't know that I'm not going to say he looks for it too much, but the same reason why you didn't see a lot of power numbers early on, I think he really likes to just take the ball the other way.
Well, that was his MO whenever he got drafted.
He loves going to right field and getting that outside pitch and just, kind of flipping it out to right field with a little sting on it.
Yeah, there was some thought that he would never have pull power, and that was like the weakness of him whenever he got drafted. He's shown pull power though, so like I think that he's kind of put that narrative to bed. But I do think he likes going the other way. He shoots it all over the place, but he does like going the other way more than pull. Not disagreeing about the man for man, but would y'all rather in games and ties? Personally, I would. I know that that's controversial. I know that you're very European of me.
I'm with you,
but I think it's dumb whenever you give a team that wins an extra inning 100% of a win, and that is equal to like winning a game 7-1. It's criminal to me.
I hate ties, but in this case, if that's the decision, whether you decide that you don't want to wear out your pitching staff, that you can at least say, hey, look, I battled back in a game and I got to extra innings, and if I had 15 extra inning games in a year, that you're right. I don't get tagged for losses if the gimmick doesn't work, or I'm on the road, or, and all these different scenarios play out that literally I had nothing to do with. I would like the fact that, because the home run derby aspect of it, or it's not the same as shootouts in soccer. I'm totally against that, because that's even more gimmicky. But if the only alternative for me is either you take the Manfred man rule or you take a tie, I'll take the tie.
I hate it. I hate the man for man so much. Just get rid of just go back to 18 inning. Go back to just doing normal baseball. Oh, or care about the length of game. So what?
Here's the thing: if you're caring about the length of game, you think families with kids are staying for extra innings? They're already on their way home.
I don't know. They already got the ticket. They already got the price. Like, I don't know, man. I hate the man for man so much. Blame everyone but the one who gave up the grand slam. I mean, it wasn't a bad pitch. I mean, wasn't. That's an out at 25 ballparks. It might hit the wall in 4 others. It was a home run in 1 ballpark. I mean, it was a dotted up fastball at the top of the zone. Like, it was a pop fly. It's a pop fly. Crawford box giveth, and they take it the way we saw yesterday.
Yeah,
I don't really put much blame on Hader.
It was a decent pitch, and I kept looking at it, and he did too. I mean, he was like, that can't get out. And it's always tough to read the outfielder in that situation, because they always go right directly to the track at the base of the wall and then try and figure out, do I have to back off or not? And I kept watching Trammell, and I'm going, oh my God, that's going to get out. That's a fluke.
Hummel deked you?
Was it Hummel?
He deked you?
Yeah, I kept watching, because the first thing, because you can't see it. They don't normally follow it live. So you can't find the ball in the air. So I'm just watching the left fielder, and I'm going, oh, please stop. Please stop. And the fact that when the minute he turns his back to home plate and starts taking a step back, I'm like, oh my God, that's out.
I feel like I got a pretty good read on him. Like, the read that I had on Hummel was that ball was out of here. I thought it was out of here, or at the very minimum off the wall, because it never looked to me like he had a real chance to catch it. And it was kind of weird how he played it too, because like, if you're thinking, well, there's 2 outs, you're not dicking anybody with 2 outs. Yeah,
no,
I
but normally if you think it's going off the wall, you're backing off the warning track to catch the bounce and try to get it in as quick as possible. So when he went to the base of the wall, I'm like, it was so high up there. I thought, well, he might catch that right at the base of the track.
Yeah, I think he thought he had a chance.
That's what I thought off the bat.
But I could
the
read
way he went to the wall.
But I could read his body language that he wasn't that confident. Like, he thought he had a chance, but was not confident in that chance. I could read Cooper Hummel. He's got a poker face. He doesn't have a good one. I read him perfectly. I'm kidding. For 138 years, baseball didn't have paternity leave, only since players got soft, 11 and now. I bet Walker will come back not hot. Hope not, but who takes a break when for the first time all year you're hot? ... Soft. It's calling Christian Walker soft.
You just never do that to someone when it regards their family, period. I don't know if they're first kid. I don't know how many kids. It doesn't matter. Like, everybody's different. Some guys want to get out there as soon as they possibly can and hate to be away from the team, and they're there for the birth of the child and they go. But that's up to them, and I'm not here to judge.
Yeah, it's being very disrespectful to Mrs. Seawalk. That texture is.
You're still trying out that nickname?
Mrs. Seawalk is, I mean, I don't know how many kids they've had. I don't know how many Seawalks they have running around. But being disrespectful to Miss Seawalk there. Speaking of ties, you would need to basically play hockey rules. Hockey, they do like point system, right? Where you go into overtime and it doesn't count as a full win or something like that. Does an overtime win equal a regulation win?
I don't know how they do the points, but it's a point system like soccer.
It's nothing like soccer. because soccer's regular season doesn't have an extra period. They play regulation, and if it ends in a tie, it is 1 point for a draw. But hockey does the weird thing where there is still the extra period. There's an overtime period, but I don't know the weight of the win in overtime. And I think you get credit for an overtime loss. I know it's points like soccer, but soccer doesn't play extra periods during the regular season. That's only for knockout stages.
Do they just have shootouts?
That's only knockout stages. Most soccer matches that end in a draw, it's over unless it's an elimination match. Like you play any Premier League, MLS, if it's part of the regular season schedule, it ends in a draw. It's 1 point for each team. They don't have an extra period.
Okay.
If it's on the regular table. Now, if it's a knockout match, then that's when you see the the PKs come into play. It's very rare, actually. You still get a point in overtime. Okay, I could be down with something like that. I think that would be a fair way to do that, Texture. I think it's a really good point. All right. Eric the Driver's Andy Hawkins said after he got his no-hitter removed a year after he threw it, that's baseball. Yep. Yesterday was a that's baseball moment. There is some good news for the Astros. You want it?
Sure.
Jake Myers is back in the lineup.
Well, there you go.
For the Houston Astros. So the return of Jake Myers, I think I would have waited.
One less Cowboy.
I think I would have waited, though. Why not give him today off day tomorrow, and then he's back? Dusty Baker would have given him the day off.
Oh, for sure.
You would have given. I think if the Astros win yesterday, Espada might give him the day off.
I think he gives them the entire series off and then worries about the Rangers.
I would have waited until Friday. I would have waited until Friday to play old Jake Myers. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Chet Holmgren got $250 million today. I get it, but I'm happy it's not me that's paying Chet that money. And how does it compare to Jabari? How does it compare to Alpi as well? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
DJ LeMahieu got DFA'd today.
Really?
DFA'd by the Yankees. Probably washed. He's still hitting 266 though. 338 on base. Just doesn't slug.
Now, wasn't he part of the whole move Jazz back to second? They wanted him to play third, but then he couldn't play third anymore.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's a better baseball player than I don't know.
Just start naming them at the bottom of the lineup.
Luis Guillerme. Better hitter, anyways. He doesn't play shortstop, so it's hard to compare him to short. Cooper Hummel's been giving you like some solid ABs. Just doesn't have a lot of hits to show for it.
Defensively, no.
No, not defensively. He's a better hitter than Brendan Rodgers. Rodgers probably has a little more pop at this stage. I mean, you're certainly not claiming DJ LeMahieu because then you would be on the hook for a salary. I don't think they would be interested in DJ. I think it's a move that you would make like in September if there's no other options out there. I don't think it's an option. Texter, it's a weird day as an Astros fan when I get excited to see Jake Myers in the lineup. I've never felt so good to hear Jake is in the lineup. Different Texter. So Jake is back. Everybody's happy. Do we know if Seawalker's baby is a boy or a girl? Luke or Leia, I am your father. That's a Star Wars joke, right?
I told you during the break, I was Googling to find out how many kids he has and everything. Wikipedia and what I Googled, I couldn't find any information on any kids. And so I don't know that he even had a kid yet, or she did.
That's a Star Wars joke, though, right, Brian?
Yeah, Luke Skywalker. Yeah, sure.
I'm not a Star Wars guy.
Seawalk?
What's that?
You don't know the Seawalks?
I know Christian Walker. I know I call Christian Walker Seawalk.
Oh, the Ewoks.
I've heard of Luke Skywalker.
It could be a Skywalker joke. It could be an Ewok joke.
Ewok,
it works either way.
What's an Ewok?
It's a little creature that wears like
what is it?
A little furry thing.
We don't really know what it looks like because it wears like a brown like hoodie sort of thing. You don't actually see its body really.
Who watches this crap?
Brian.
I watch them once when they come out. That's it.
I'm just going to give you more detail if you needed it.
Sounds bad.
No, that was it.
Aren't they furry?
Maybe I'm thinking of something different. I'm thinking of the creatures that wear like the brown hoodie. You don't actually see their body. Maybe I'm thinking.
Yeah, they look glow in the dark eyes or light bulbs.
Chet Holmgren signed a contract today, $250 million for 5 years. I appreciate what Oklahoma City's doing. You re-signed Shea, give him the max. You're giving Chet the max. I think they're going to get Jalen Williams the max at some point. So I like that they're keeping a championship team together. They didn't do this the first time. Not that they were a champion, but they didn't do it with Durant, Harden, Westbrook, Serge, Kendrick Perkins, that group. So I like that they're doing it with this group. Won the title, take care of them, keep the core together. But I wouldn't want to be the team that's paying Chet $250 million for 5 years. So Chet, I think he's a good basketball player, but he terrifies the heck out of me because I think he's brittle. He missed his entire first year in the NBA because of a Liz Frank injury, which is terrifying for a 7-footer that you're having foot issues in your early 20s. He missed over half of this past season. So he's missed over a half of his possible games played in the NBA. And how did he miss this season? With a broken hip. That's an 82-year-old injury, not a 22-year-old injury. And then you compare it to like Jabari, who got 122 for 5, more than half less of Chet Holmgren. I'm not saying Jabari's a better player than Chet, but I like Jabari's contract and the player more than I like Chet's contract and the player. And then when you look at the Alpi extension, 5 years, $185 million, I like Alpi. Who I think is a better player between Alpi and Chet? That's interesting. I think Alpi was more productive this past year.
Alpi's a better player.
And he's 5 years, 185. Chet's getting $225 million for 5 years. I am happy. 250 for 5. My bad. I am happy that I'm not paying that contract.
I am with you. I don't like the fact that this is exactly what I was thinking as well. I was actually going to type it. You already had it on the rundown. The minute that I saw the contract and I started thinking, okay, of the 3 guys that were the top tier in that draft, you lucked the hell out. Because if I'm Oklahoma City, I thought they had a dilemma on their hands. Because as much as Sam Presti is the general manager now, Sam Presti was the general manager when James Harden wanted a max deal and said, I ain't doing it. It's between you and Ibaka, and Ibaka took less. I'm going to sign Ibaka and take my chances. I can work something out with you. When he said no, then you moved on from him. He's definitely changed his stance a little bit, but there's no doubt that Jalen Williams is the second best player on that team. That's the guy that I'm definitely giving a max contract to when the time is right. I look at Chet and I go, look, as much as when he was coming out, everybody said, oh, he can stretch the defense. He can shoot the 3. He didn't shoot the 3-ball great. He wasn't great offensively at all in the finals and in the playoffs for the most part, from my perspective. He's a defensive player. He's a nice player, like you said. If you signed him for Jabari money, I'm totally cool with it. But if I got to max out Chet Holmgren because they won a championship and I'm trying to keep this core together, I'm going to end up paying for it somewhere down the road because I think he's overpaid. I think that the best of those three players is without question Banchero, and he got it. He got his bag, and I think he deserved it. And I think that he's a really, really good player. Do I think he's a superstar? I still don't, but I know that in the playoffs he showed up big and he put up big numbers. Chet did not. And from a Jabari perspective, whether it's his doing or him and the team being on the same page, the deal that they got I thought was extremely fair, but it was definitely advantageous to the Rockets, and I'm certainly glad that the Rockets didn't have to pay the other two guys.
Yeah, I'd rather pay Banchero than Chet.
Sure, absolutely.
But I'm cool with Jabari at 122.5 when Chet's getting 255, when Banchero's getting the max as well. I do wonder, I had a thought, like I wonder if Jabari's kicking himself a little bit because Jabari's not as good as those two guys.
No.
I'm not making that claim. Do not get it twisted. I do not think Jabari's better than Banchero or Chet. Although I'm really worried about Chet going forward with the injury concerns that I have for Chet Holmgren. But I also don't think Jabari's 50% of those guys. Like I think Jabari signed an incredibly team-friendly deal. If Chet's getting 250 and Banchero's getting the max, I think Jabari's closer to 200 than 122.
No, and I think that when you look at the salaries in the NBA, and SGA just signed to the top salary in the game at over $70 million a year, salaries are only going to go up. The deal that you got Jabari for the next 5 years is going to be almost like the Jordan deal, only better for you, I think. Because I think Jabari's going to improve. I think he's going to continue to get better. We talked about his ceiling. I don't think he's ever going to reach his ceiling if you think it's Chris Bosh or you think it's, a legit all-star caliber NBA player. But I think that because salaries are going up, the number that you locked him in on is only going to look better as you get longer into this 5-year deal, as opposed to what everybody else that plays similarly to him is going to make in this league. Mm-hmm. And you need two sides to be able to be in on that. And so I give credit to both sides that they got that deal done at that price and that they were both realistic. Because if you're right, if I'm Jabari, then I look at the other two guys that were in the same level as I was being considered to be in when the draft happened, and both those guys got max deals, probably be feeling a certain kind of way.
Yeah, I think he might be feeling a certain kind of way. Like, I mean, obviously you got taken care of, but him at 122 and then Banchero and Chet all around 250. I think Rafael Stone pull one over on Jabari.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Rafael Stone. I think pull one over. And look, Rafael Stone's been good at the contracts. Jabari's contract after this looks great. Alpi Şengün's contract after this looks great. Dorian Finney-Smith not having guaranteed money in the final 2 years of his 4-year deal. Looks great. Rafael Stone's been knocking it out of the park with these negotiations.
About that.
You want to tease it and talk about it on the other side?
Sure.
All right. You want to tease it?
I'm gonna tell you a little bit something more about your Rockets, and it's not going to take anything away from Rafael Stone. But when you talk about like being lucky or catching the right guy at the right time, the Rockets did that more so than a lot of people will ever know.
All right, let's hit that on the other side. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, Blankers. Contracts, Rockets. Where were you going?
So I know most people are going to always say that I want to criticize the Rockets or I want to criticize Rafael Stone.
Well, it is fun.
And I know you love it. And you know more than most, so that's a little bit bothersome in that's why you love it.
I say that you like the Rockets.
Yeah, but I'm honest with the Rockets, and I give Rafael Stone his flowers, and he has done a hell of a job. Here's the thing. The Rockets caught lightning in a bottle, and you have to go back to Daryl Morey, because when Daryl Morey was the general manager of the Rockets, he hired two guys, and if nothing else, Daryl can identify really smart guys that really know the NBA and the laws and the cap and everything that goes with contracts. They got one guy that they lost, Monty McNair, who probably should have been in the running with Stone to replace Daryl when he left. Monty went and took the general manager job with the Kings. He's now with the Clippers. Monty always was that kind of guy. He could handle he wanted like that to be the guy in charge. He hired another guy at the same time when he hired Monty named Eli Wittis. Eli is a guy that would love to just sit there at his computer and be behind the scenes, and he has no aspirations of being in front of the cameras or microphones or press conferences or anything like that. They were able to keep him for that very reason, because there are teams that want him, have wanted him, and still want him today because he is literally genius at NBA stuff. I give him credit, and I'm not going to say he gets more credit than Stone, but the fact that he's still on the Rockets front office staff, and he is a guy that they can rely on as a resource that could really do deep dives and use analytics and the contracts and the way that the NBA bylaws are written to get these kind of deals done. Eli deserves some credit too, because that dude is like, I'm not kidding, like genius level about the way he knows stuff about this league, the cap, numbers and such, and he is helping that team.
Yeah, I mean, I never heard the name, so that's good. It's good insight, and probably the reason that they've been able to pull off some of these contracts.
No doubt.
Because 122 for Jabari looks like a steal right now.
But just look at all of it, like the things you were talking about. Whether we disagreed or agreed on the two contracts with Jalen and Şengün, the one thing we said was the fact that you did Jalen's contract the way you did it when you did it, it made it tradable, and then it was a tradable contract that got you Kevin Durant. Look at the fact that the Finney-Smith contract, sure, at first glance, it's 4 years. Only 2 are guaranteed. So advantage Rockets. The numbers that you just said for Jabari are less than the other two guys that were put in the exact same top 3 status in that draft, and the other two guys got max deals. Credit goes to the Rockets. The Rockets are consistently making deals right now that are financially savvy deals that I think a lot of general managers, for whatever reason, are maybe afraid to make, or they don't want to rattle the cage of a guy that's one of their better players. But somehow, some way, with those guys doing what they're doing, they are winning in terms of, before you even play a game, they're winning in terms of the contracts and the deals that they're getting for their players.
Yeah, it is shrewd. And did you see the way that they structure? I think it was Bima Thug or Bima Thug, however we're pronouncing that dude's name, because I'm not smart enough to know all this stuff. But the way that they structured Jabari's money was that it starts off at a higher point than it does in year 2, and then in year 3 it goes to a higher point than it was in year 1. So it's not even like a reverse escalator. It's not even an escalator. It's boom, down, up to greater than what it was in year 1. And the way they structured that was because they know they're going to spend a lot of money on some of their young players that kind of coincide with that Jabari contract.
We forget one too. The Dylan Brooks contract was like that, but it was front loaded.
There was a reverse escalator.
It was reversed and it was front loaded for the very same reasons. Yes, you had to spend the money, but the way that they got him his money, it's advantageous to the player to get the most money up front because you can invest it and your money turns into more money, do a lot of things with it. But it was also at a time when you didn't need all that money. So that you could get him what he needed, but that later on, if you needed to move him, again, like you did in the Kevin Durant deal, and or do something different to get creative when you had to re-sign your own players, you have the contract that's conducive to doing so, and the player's not mad about it because he got more money up front.
Yeah, that's it. No, it's good. Whoever's doing it, they're doing a really good job. Israel's obsession with Reed Shepard's becoming a little bit problematic. Chet can hoop and just won a trophy emoji, unlike the number 3 flop Shepard. Chet was a major factor for the Thunder, contributed all season. Number 2 pick, just a pick from number 3 flop development project Shepard. We're not even talking about Reed Shepard right now. Israel, come on. He's living
Jabari's the number 3 pick, and Jabari just got 125.
He's living rent-free up in your head, Israel. Not every basketball conversation has to do with Reed Shepherd.
Why are you doing the Ric Flair?
Yeah, why are
walk?
you doing the Ric Flair?
Do you? So whenever I have the
You having a hard
image-
time keeping these alligators down?
No. I don't know if it's if it's
Oh, it's not airable?
You
think
still
it's
didn't tell
terrible.
us who was
Yeah,
making
you
the
forgot
dumb
to.
comments about the Astros.
So whenever I have the image of like somebody living rent free in somebody's head, have you ever seen the GIF of the what do we call short people now? We don't
Little
call
people.
we don't call them the
Little
M
people.
word,
Little
right?
people, I
We
believe.
call
I
them
think
little
it's
people.
little
Whatever's publicly correct or whatever's politically correct. I mean, whatever's PC for that type of person.
Mm-hmm.
There is a GIF on the internet of that type of person that's strutting around like Ric Flair and like doing his head like this, and it's just the image that I have of somebody living rent free in somebody's head. It's a hilarious GIF. He's like
Okay.
strutting around, and he's got like this like I don't know how to call it, like floofy hair or whatever, and he's just
And
moving
you
his head
equate
around.
that to
You're gonna have
someone
to
living
show
rent
us
free?
this
Yeah.
GIF.
Yeah, it's I'll show you the gift. But yeah, he's living rent free in Israel's
as
head.
much
We're not
as-
even talking about Reed, Israel.
As much as
Come
he from
on.
LA went over the top boisterous and then had to own it, if Reed Shepherd happens to go off, Israel might as well just go like bury his head somewhere.
Yeah,
and just hide.
that's a loser leaves town match sort of
Yeah,
situation.
that's where you are no doubt getting it if that happens.
I think he would just wear it.
I don't know. He didn't really wear it with Shador slip to the fifth. He
Very
ducked
true.
and dodged that one a lot.
Yeah, but that wasn't about performance.
I know, but that was
Like if
nothing
Reed,
with Shador was ever about performance.
But now he's
though.
also convinced he's going to start. There's so many different ways he can fail on that one. He's
But-
already failed one of them.
like if Reed produces though, he's gonna have no choice but to eat crow. Like I don't
I don't
see
think
how
he
there's a
will.
way. Like what's the way around it though? Like they were catering to him. There's no way around it. I don't think so. I
Sometimes
have
when
faith in Israel.
someone gets take locked, they find a way to rephrase the question or frame it in a way that it
Nah.
wasn't their take; it was someone else's fault.
I think he'll wear it. Israel, if Reed Shepherd plays well, are you going to wear it? Let us know. A texter tell Israel Chet Holmgren did not even play his rookie year. Give Reed. I'm not going to tell Israel that. If anyone pulled one over, it's unavailable Chet. I mean, that's the thing. He's missed like 60% of the possible games he could play in. And the injuries, too, how could you not be concerned about them? It's a Liz Franck for a 7-footer. Remember how Yao Ming's career ended?
Rick Smits.
Yeah, feet injury for tall dudes terrifies me. Big dudes, massive dudes. And then he broke his hip. Literally.
If
broke
you look at his
'Cause he's
legs
frail.
and they're the size of your forearms,
Well, I mean, I'm jacked, so.
and you look at the fact that his track record says already, but the one injury that happened was in the Seattle Summer League when he went knee to knee with LeBron James. LeBron James has strong, sturdy NBA legs. He had no problem. He got up. Chet like broke down and folded up like a ruler or something like that. You just look at him in the finals and look at his legs going, my goodness. And you don't look like he can go, get in the weight room and he can put some muscle on. No chance.
He's just frail.
He's like a broomstick.
I think if he were to lift weights, I mean, I know he does, but I'm saying this tongue in cheek. Like if you put 45s on each end of the barbell, I think that he would break his arm.
Trying to lift 90.
Yeah, you talk about
he's
Kevin
gonna
Grant
break
at
his
185. I don't think that Chet's benching 135.
I'd be terrified. If I'm the athletic trainer and he walks into the gym, I'm like, 50-50 chance he's got a broken bone by the time he comes out.
Yeah, and look, there's guys like when the Rockets took a chance on Hasheem Thabit after Memphis drafted him and he was a bust. We used to joke that he could have an easy tag for the drive-thru at Whataburger and eat 4 meals a day. He ain't putting on weight. Like those legs, the way that God gave them to him, just aren't there to where you're going to be able to put on a ton of muscle. It's just not going to happen.
I wish I had that problem. Corey, Chet, and even Wimby would worry me that they would have continuous lower extremity injuries like Yao had because of the frame and height. That's common, man. That's like something that I think is fair to worry about. OKC about to go on a Spurs run. Look, see, here's the other thing, though. Like, I'm banging the amount of money that Chet's getting. I also applaud Oklahoma City for doing it. I have they're not going to let a good player walk out of the door for free,
Right.
Take care of a guy who did help you win a championship. It's two separate thoughts. I'm good with OKC extending Chet Holmgren. I'm just happy it's not my team.
Exactly.
And I'd rather have Jabari's contract, even though he's a lesser player, than Chet in his contract, mostly because of the injuries, but it is a big number.
Yeah, no, and when you look at Chet's game, again, when he was coming out and he was going to Gonzaga, everybody was lauding how great he was from a three-point line and how good he was going to be. Wemby is another guy. There's no doubt about it. I look at his frame and his legs, similar to Chet's. I see the same thing. Like, you don't want anybody running into that guy. Now, the difference is if they can somehow, if they have, instead of a growth spurt, a lot of guys just mature. You look at Giannis when he was drafted. Giannis had the same kind of frame, but Giannis had one more growth spurt where instead of going up and down, he filled out. I don't know if Wemby's still young enough that he's going to fill out. I just don't see Chet at this point in his career is a guy that's going to fill out and get, like, put on muscle.
I don't see it. Riley, Chet's offensive production was definitely a little disappointing at times, but OKC doesn't win that title without Chet. Also think Chet is going to get better every year if he's healthy. And like he had some moments in the playoffs. It was the finals where he was the most disappointing, at least in my opinion.
Well, you're right. And I think that, look, from a defensive standpoint, there's no doubt he impacts the game.
Oh.
But offensively, again, unless he's got a smaller guy on him and he continues to develop post moves, which it doesn't seem like he wants to do, he's not going to establish low post that he can hold because he can't hold his ground.
Yeah.
And the only shot he's got is to shoot over a guy because he doesn't have a whole lot of post moves. He has nice touch, but you can defend that.
Yeah, I don't think he needs post moves, though. Like, you get him center of the lane, little left-hand, right-hand hook over his opposite shoulder. Like, that's going to be tough to defend. And, like, he does it at times. But, again, like, you have SGA. You have Williams. Like, I don't think they need it that often. Chet has to run in circles in the shower to get wet. Blaine said that. It's true. He's very skinny. 409 Josh, I think OKC is more Milwaukee than San Antonio. Okay, interesting. One-hit wonder. We'll see. We'll see about that. Another texter, Brandon, whoever you were arguing about with Chet today, called into the Dell show to ask Dell who is right. LOL, Blaine. It's a weird call. That is a weird thing to do. Let's call Dell and see which side of the argument is correct. It was Keith. Keith was arguing with me on Twitter about Chet and Jabari because I said I'd rather have Jabari at 122 than Chet at 250, and Keith thought I was, crazy. Which, I mean, depending on the day, depending on the time of day, maybe he's right sometimes. But it's weird to then call another radio host, but hey, who was right about this?
Yeah,
That's kind of odd.
Did we crush someone else for doing something similar to this recently?
I don't remember.
About taking an argument and running to someone else. Well, it wasn't so much asking who's right, but it was taking someone's take and then running to someone else to tell them about it.
Was it somebody that they snitch posted me to Chandler?
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah.
They snitch posted me to Chandler Rome.
To me, this is not all that different.
Bow down to Chandler Rome. You don't know what you're doing.
Israel did it too, though. He was calling the morning show as well as us and going back and forth.
But I don't think he was like, this is their take. Who was right.
No, I don't think that.
Yeah, that's different, I believe.
Israel's got beast with Lance and, well, mostly Lance.
Does he?
Well, yeah. I think it's one side because
no.
Lance checks out at this point.
Brian, whenever I said you put 45s on both sides of the bar, did you say 90 pounds?
Yeah, 45 and 45 is 90.
What's the bar weight, Brian?
I just meant the weight of the bar, or not the bar, obviously, but the weight of the weight.
If you're benching it, the total weight is 135.
Okay.
Texture said I'm going to need the producer to know that 245s on a bar isn't 90 pounds.
I'm just adding up 90.
Well, that's the weight of.
I don't know how much the bar weighs. How would I factor that in?
Plus 45.
How am I supposed to know what the bar weighs?
For anybody who's lived in a gym,
anybody that's cranking out push-ups knows that at some point
you're lifting the bar on the push-ups.
No, you understand that you've done some chest, so you know that you're going to do the bar.
I work out. Not a great look, Brian.
Sick flex. And how much the bar weighs?
He's insulted. The chances of you doing 10 push-ups now just drastically went down.
Cool.
The odds of you doing 10. The odds. What I was at like plus 200. Were you doing 10 push-ups? Now I think I'm like at plus 275.
Because I don't know the exact weight of the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I do. 713-780-ESPN. Ignore Israel. Put him in timeout. You know, that's a good idea. Israel, you're banned for the rest of the show, Israel. No sports talk for you. You're banned for the rest of the show. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We're going to be banned if we don't talk about the Texans. So, mandatory Texans. Just how good are the Texans pass rushers? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Just how good is Two Creeks Crossing Resort? Well, it's upper echelon. It's top shelf. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is the best. Whether you're looking to escape the rat race for a few days, whether you're looking to escape the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress and anxiety, Two Creeks Crossing Resort is the best getaway. Whenever you want to do it, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors, Book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. From open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, beautiful, beautiful, majestic trees. And if you're a fisherman or fisherwoman, some of the best fishing in Texas, whether it's on the Two Creeks. They have a catch and release pond right there smack dab in the middle of the property for the kiddos. You can't beat it. It's just 90 minutes from Houston, too. You can work on a Friday. You don't even need to get off early on a Friday, and you're going to be there before the sun goes down. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hiking, exploring, if that's your thing, 92 acres of property for you to do that. You like to kayak? They got that there for you. You play a little pickleball? They got that as well. Or they have a pool. Just hang out there, relax with a drink. That's no problem, too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort, always looking for ways to take care of their visitors. We were out there a few weeks ago. Fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. Kids loved it. We loved it. We're going to be heading back out there soon. But both nights we were out there. Food truck. They had a little live music on a Saturday night. That was nice as well. From glamping to the cabins, treehouse, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. An incredible savings going on right now in July. You book 5 nights, you save 35%. So go do that now. Book your stay. twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Before football, Isaac Paredes named to the All-Star team. I didn't see who he's replacing, but Isaac Paredes, All-Star.
I mean, from a Astros perspective, well deserved. I mean, he's been huge for them. I didn't look around the league to say, are there other third bases? It might be Bregman. Bregman might not be able to play.
Oh, he's replacing Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, Bregman got. Oh, I saw who got.
Did he
replaced
already?
Caminero replaced Bregman.
It was the Ray.
Yeah, Caminero replaced Bregman.
Oh, that's right.
Which, because I was offended. I was like, that shouldn't have happened. It should have been Isaac Paredes from Mexico. Should have been him, not Junior. Yeah, he's replacing Jose. What happened to Jose Ramirez? I hope he's not playing tonight. Like, if he's going to miss the All-Star game, he better be out of the lineup tonight.
He's winded from all those home runs. He said.
All those stolen bases that he's stealing in the 10th. He better not be in the lineup. He's in the lineup. He's batting third. Playing third. How are you missing the All-Star game playing the Astro? You just, I mean,
maybe he's going to join.
Altuve did it. Altuve did it for years.
Maybe he's going to join Jordan at La Playa.
He's going to join him.
But normally,
Right
if
now,
you're going
you're
to do
in the playa
that,
right now.
you play the majority of the rest of the schedule before the All-Star break, and then you say, you know what, I'm not going to be able to play. The fact that he already pulled the shoot, but he's still playing in games, that's weird.
Yeah, I feel like it happens, though. Altuve would never go, remember?
Oh, no, I remember that because, they were all kind of boycotting it for everybody in the, going at him with the cheating scandal. But yeah, I mean, you got to at least play like you're.
I don't think it's that big. I think you're making too big a deal. It's an exhibition game.
I know, but the league cares about it. Like the leagues care about it because they're trying to make money off of it.
You can't force the guy to go.
No, I'm saying, but from a perspective of, yeah, we get it. You're not going to play, but we're not going to announce it till like this weekend and find the replacement.
Why? Because they're keeping up the integrity of the game.
Well, they're trying to. Yes. I mean, I definitely think that's legit.
Oh, I don't know.
I think that ship has sailed.
Yeah, I think it's sailed. Spot has said Pena will go to Atlanta but won't play because of his injury, which 4 weeks starting to look likely for Jeremy Pena. We'll see. It didn't make any sense for him to play before the All-Star game, though. Certainly not play in the All-Star
especially
game.
with the lead you have.
No. All right. The ESPN, they've been running the series of things where they have like the top 10 at each position.
Mm-hmm.
And today they did edge rushers. Do you know who the only team in the NFL is that has 2 edge rushers in the top 10?
Your Houston Texans.
I mean, it depends on who you're talking to when you say that.
Okay. The Houston Texans.
How many of our listeners is it your Houston Texans? What percentage would you put?
All of them.
I put it at like 60%.
Cowboys fans, Saints fans.
Oh, we have Steeler fans.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tamara's
I would
Steeler
say
fan.
I'm saying of
I think
those
it's
that
60.
refer to the claim. I think the majority that when they claim the Texans, it's their Houston Texans. So of our listeners that are Texans fans, all of them.
Well,
some of them like to. I think some of them don't like to go that far to be homers, although they say they're fans of
That's
the
what
team.
that Jeremy was asking. Like, he's saying how much of our listener base
Houston
claims the
Texans.
Texans as their favorite team.
72%.
That high? I might get 60. I feel like 60 might even be high.
I was at like 40 to 50. Actually.
Hive, I need a favor. 713-780-3776. Send us your NFL team because we're curious. We're curious of the demographic here. Maybe if you give us enough evidence, we could send it to the suits upstairs.
Get your
and we
influencers.
wouldn't have this mandatory. Our listenership isn't the same as my followers, though. That would be a bad representation of the Hive. My followers is definitely more
'cause I would get Packer
pro
fans that
Houston.
would-
yeah.
yeah.
The Hive is not an equal representative of the Twitter followers that I have. And I'll be the first one to say the Hive way smarter than my followers. But no, the Houston Texans are the only team that have 2 representatives in the top 10 of ESPN's list for edge rushers. They have Myles Garrett, number 1. Okay, no problem. TJ Watt, number 2. Will he be a Pittsburgh Steeler? Micah Parsons, number 3. Max Crosby, 4, who Pat Mahomes said is the best edge rusher he ever played. I think that's kind of a little posturing. Nick Bosa from the Niners, 5. Trey Hendrickson, will he be on the Bengals? Number 6. Aiden Hutchinson, who shattered his leg last year, is 7. Will Anderson, 8. Daniil Hunter, 9. Jared Verse, 10. Any problem with the top 10 there?
Hutchinson being all the way down like a 8.
But he's been hurt.
Okay, but he's going to come. I mean, it wasn't like he had back-to-back years of torn ACLs. He broke a leg. He'll be stronger. It'll be fine.
There's multiple breaks, right? You never know.
Yeah, but I feel like it's not that crazy. Like, how many people are you jumping on ahead of, though?
I mean, not to number 1, but I mean, I was going to throw this into later in the conversation, but might as well bring it up now. Like odds came out from Vegas for most likely to lead the league in sacks. Aiden Hutchinson number 1 on the odds boards from Vegas.
See, the most he's had in a year is 11.5.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Now he did have. He did have 7.5 last year before he got hurt.
I have no problem with Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Micah Parsons being in front of him, but I would put Aiden Hutchinson after that.
Over Max Crosby?
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm not this year specifically for this coming season. I'm not.
If I could stop the season when Aiden Hutchinson got hurt and then pretend like he didn't get hurt, I would have him ahead of Crosby. But a broken leg still something that's like does that take you from being the 4th best pass rusher to the 7th best pass rusher? I think it's in play.
I think it's one thing to say, hey, the leg's not broken anymore, and he's rehabbing, and he's doing all these drills and everything like that. When you start getting back into the physicality of that, that's when you're going to figure out genetically and otherwise how that leg holds up. And I don't know that he's going to just bounce right back and pick up where he left off.
I think he's in that range. Like, I don't want to nitpick it too much because I do think he's in that range. And I will agree with Brian that like a broken leg is better to come back from than a torn Achilles per se.
But I think Max Crosby still got plenty in the tank that I don't think I'd put him above Max Crosby.
But if you go to the point where Hutchinson got hurt, you would have Hutchinson ahead of Crosby.
From a pass rush perspective, probably.
So I think it's in the wheelhouse. Think it's in
I
the
mean,
laws.
to be fair, I would have Max Crosby next, right after Aiden Hutchinson. So we're talking about the difference of one spot. But yeah, I think he's right there at number 4.
So here's the question I have for you. 713-780-3776. In addition to you telling us who your favorite NFL team is, that way we can get some, demographic stuff and we can take it to the suits upstairs and we can cater what we talk about each and every show. Do the Houston Texans have the best pass rush duo in the NFL? 713-780-3776. Who else is in that conversation? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees. Sorry. Firing something off real quick. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who is your team? Do the Texans have the best pass rushing duo in the NFL? Swarm. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line for Will I Am. Will I Am, what's up? You're in the Hive.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
What's up, Will?
Not much, man. Houston Texans all the way. Yes, they got the best pass rush.
All right.
For sure.
I think you can make the case. Appreciate it, William. Appreciate the call. Here are a few of the other texts on this, too, talking about their favorite teams that are listening to us right now at this very moment. You have Texans. You have L.A. Rams. That's key. Texans. Another Texans all day, even. Texans, Swarm, Philadelphia Eagles, Dr. North, the Texans, Steelers, Texans, says Zach, Texans. Houston still a cowboy town, says another texter. Steelers, Packers, Saints, Dallas Cowboys, Philly. So that's pretty good. How many was
I think
that?
it's about
Good math?
50-50.
I wouldn't say that. I think it's 60.
60-40 at best.
I think it was more than the majority. I think it was more than half. I think it was the majority, but not the overwhelming majority.
Yes.
So there you go. Like our
was wrong.
listenership's 40% non-Texans, I guess, which is why it's good to talk some NFL, Joe. But anyways, Texans the best pass rushing duo in the NFL. 713-780-3776. Where do you stand on that one?
I'm trying to think of who else would be in the conversation. Steelers, what would be High Smith and Watt.
Yeah.
Philadelphia was good, but they keep rotating out their defensive ends. Who's on the other side of Garrett? That's not where the ex-Texan went.
You talking about Grenard?
No. The over the hill Clowney. Clowney didn't go to Cleveland.
Did he sign?
He got released by
He was there for
Carolina
a
a couple months ago.
He was with the Browns for a minute, but he was last year with Carolina.
Yeah.
Is he still a free agent?
I don't know. I just remember he got released by Carolina. I didn't see what happened to him after that.
I want to say he's still a free agent. But no, he spent a little bit of time in he's bounced around. Cleveland, Baltimore, Brian said he was with Carolina last year. So if you go sacks alone, if you go 2024 sacks, the Houston Texans duo had the third most in the NFL. They had 23. Daniil Hunter had 12. Will Anderson had 11. I would love Will Anderson to have like a 15 sack year, just break out. The Broncos were number one, surprisingly.
Really?
Like you wouldn't think Broncos if you didn't look at the numbers. But the Broncos were number one with 24. Nick Bonito had 13.5. Jonathan Cooper had 10.5. Two guys that you kind of overlook when you talk about the best edge rushers in the NFL. Second, the Minnesota Vikings a year ago with John Grenard and Andrew Van Ginkel.
He had like a career year.
11.5.
Yeah.
11 and a
he
half
had some
sacks.
picks, one for a touchdown.
Yeah. Texans are at third. The Ravens were in fourth with 22.5. Kyle Van Noy, 12.5. How do you say the Odafe Owe? I think is how you say it. I might have butchered that, but he had 10 sacks. So that was that's your top four. Number 5 was actually the Broncos again with Bonito and then Zach Allen, who had 8.5.
I think they as a team had like 60.
Tons of sacks.
Yeah, they
Tons
were
of sacks
ridiculous last year.
So your top 4 last year was Broncos, Minnesota, Texans, Ravens, Steelers, not in that top 4. Cowboys, a few people are texting Cowboys with Parsons and with Lawrence, not in the top 4. Texture says Giants have had a good pass rush, not in the top 4 last year.
Who are the Giants guys? Burns and the kid from Oregon that they drafted really high.
Thibodeau or whatever?
Thibodeau, yeah.
Oh, no, I think it'd be their defensive tackle.
Dexter Lawrence?
Is that his name?
I think Dexter Lawrence is their DT.
I mean, I don't know who the top 2 last year.
It's like Chris Jones in Kansas City, but who you putting on the other side? Karlaftis?
Karlaftis ain't bad. That's not a terrible duo.
Okay.
That's not a terrible, but Jones is more of a interior guy, like he probably wouldn't count as this. Now I'm confused on
So if you guys like Hutchinson,
Lawrence and Burns last year. Lawrence had 9, Burns had 8.5, Thibodeau had 5.5. So that was 17.5 between Lawrence and Burns. I forgot that they brought Burns in.
Yeah, they got it for Carolina.
That was the big thing on Hard Knocks.
Well, that and Saquon, yeah.
And losing Saquon, yeah.
Because like the Bosa guys can't stay healthy either. But if you look at either Bosa, depending on who they have on the other side, they could be formidable if they could stay healthy. So going into this year, Joey's got Khalil Mack again. Khalil Mack at his age, I'm sorry, he still could be good. I just don't see he's going to be
I
dominant.
think he had like 13 last year.
He had a really big season 2 years ago. I
Was it
forget
2
where he
years
landed.
ago
Yeah, they
had
don't
like
sign him
13?
this year because of his age and because of the fact that
Well, I thought he was talking about retiring. He was like, this is the only place I will play. Last year, he had 6. He had 17 2 years ago.
That's what I'm thinking.
It was a career high. It was a complete renaissance because it was the first time he got the double-digit sacks since 18. And he had this massive year. I would put the Texans in my top 3, no problem. No problem. And I think there's a decent chance they go to the very top strictly based on statistics this year. I think there's a very real chance that Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter will combine for the most sacks. I really want Will Anderson to break out. Like, I want him to have an 18-sack season and just like he is on every single top 5 edge rusher list in the NFL. Because, I mean, there's no knocks on his game, But if we're going to nitpick, the one thing that like you would like for him to improve at is finishing the sack, because he gets to the quarterback
right.
all the time. The hurries are great. Pressure rate high. TFL is high. Great in the run game. What's the one thing that's keeping him from being a top 3 edge rusher in the NFL? A 15 sack season.
I thought you were going to say ankle injuries, but
that too.
That's a part of the equation.
That too. I forgot my bit up with that. But no, he has had ankle injuries 2 years in a row.
Yeah, but at the same time, when you think about it, he's so dominant. If he just finishes a lot of times we see that he gets home and he just doesn't finish it. But if he has one of those breakout seasons, we talked about how dominant this defense could be. I think it's one of the top 5 defenses in the league. It might be higher than that. When you look at how they're starting to get love around the nation for the same thing, most national media looking at them, one of the better defenses in the league. If he has a season like that, you probably can get by with, no matter what your offensive line does, more so than you would. The defense could end up winning you games if he has a season like that, because they're good and they're solid and they're talented all across the ball. But if he has that monster season and now they're going to be looking for even more chips and help on him, and Hunter can do what he does, yeah, your defense could actually carry you.
Blankety says strength of schedule has a little to do with sack totals. If you play crappy teams, you'll get better stats.
I didn't say that.
The Blankety on the Twitch. Somebody is using your identity on Twitch. Blankety blank blank is his name. But Blankety blank blank says if your strength of schedule has a little to do with sack totals, if you play crappy teams, you'll get better stats. That can be true on one hand, but on the other hand, you could also be leading those games. Well, I guess that leads to the other team throwing the ball more, which means you have more opportunities for sacks. Yeah, I think that's a good take. I'll allow that. That's a good take. It's a good take. Good take, Blankety blank blank.
You're welcome.
Parsons is considered a Mike, if I'm not mistaken. They just move him around. It depends. Like there were times where he was playing designated edge whenever there was some injuries to the linebacker position. But you're right, Parsons can move all over the field. If Minnesota let Dallas Turner spin, he might add 8+ sacks. The Texans don't love their guys to spin. That was something that came up last year with Daniil Hunter all the time. When Daniil Hunter was doing all these spins, and they were asking D'Amico and Nick was like, and D'Amico was like, yeah, I really don't prefer that, but we kind of let Daniil Hunter do his thing because he's Daniil Hunter. Like, the Texans don't teach spin. Like, they don't like it because they think it takes you out of assignments.
What's funny though is that's what got the Texans in a whole lot of trouble last year from an offensive line perspective.
Well, that was more stunts.
I was going to say the stunt spins and twists were the ones that our offensive line last year had a real problem with.
Key from LA, Jared Verse and Byron Young. I have no problem with including them at the top. Jared Verse and Byron Young is a very good pass rushing duo. But the Texans, according to ESPN, the only team in the NFL that has 2 in the top 10. Can't argue it. Rack and Pete want good things to happen for the Texans, but I admit I'm a Cowboys fan that has no problem calling them out for their last 30 years of fertility. Yeah, that's fair. To quote Stutzy, I can't wait till we talk Texans again soon. I don't remember that from Stutzy. Yes, sir. Texans all day. Texas Longhorns, says somebody. Texans are the best. What was the question? Best pass rushing duos in the NFL. Texture in all capital letters. How about them Cowboys? Steeler with Watt and Highsmith, and Anderson and Hunter, maybe even Garrett and Smith. Huh. I didn't include Smith with Garrett. That's an interesting one. I'm not sure I'd have the Browns top 3, though.
That's what I was to say. I'm going to put Myles Garrett up there all by himself, but who is going to be the other guy that's going to give you 10-ish?
Yeah. Parsons and Lawrence as a texter. The Dallas Cowboys, Saints, Packers, Steelers.
Stop it with the Packers.
Houston's still a Cowboy town, so somebody a Texan. So there you go. That's our demographic. I hope you wrote that down, Joe, Brian, and you take it to Joe. Take it to Joe. Stop this mandatory stuff. So ESPN, we've been talking about these lists, right? They put together running backs, their top 10 running backs. I hate the bottom of their running back list, and I'll tell you why next. 713-780-ESPN, Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The summer circuit continues this week. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. This week, we'll be hanging out at the Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops. Come out and join us this Friday from 12 to 6 at the Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. We're going to put our promo team. Give her ice cream. What is your go-to ice cream at Sweet Scoops? What are you going to get?
Depends on if they have like fluctuating flavors or if they just have the old mainstays.
If it's fluctuating, what will you get?
I mean, it depends on what they have. If they've got a good strawberry cheesecake.
Ooh, that sounds pretty good.
Strawberry cheesecake ice cream is amazing.
Brian, you going to be out there?
Graham cracker in there?
No, I'll be in studio.
You'll be in studio.
Otherwise, the mainstays are chocolate chip cookie dough.
Okay.
Love that.
I like strawberry. I'm a strawberry fan.
Strawberry ice cream?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan of strawberry ice cream. It's very, very good. Texter, the way you described Will Anderson just now sounds like Clowney, but with a better attitude and work ethic. I mean, Clowney was a good player. He just never fulfilled the expectation. He never fulfilled his potential, but a good player. And perhaps Will Anderson, because of the attitude and work ethic, will fulfill his potential. And he's been very good. Like, let's be honest. Will Anderson's been a very good football player. Jasper, to be fair, Houston is a baseball town. Is Houston a baseball town? 713-780-3776. I think it depends on the time of year.
It sure does. It definitely, it fluctuates. I think that the long term is always Houston and Texas are just football. But because of the success of the Astros, it's gotten to be a better discussion and a closer race.
I think it also depends on how the Astros are doing. Like, we remember.
Are you calling Houston a fair weather town?
I've done it before. I'll do it again right here. And I went to games in 11, 12, and 13 where, I mean, dozens of sections had literally not a single body in it. Like, look, I don't blame them for not supporting the teams that were losing 100 plus, but I don't think this. I think that kind of disqualifies us from being a baseball team or baseball town nonstop.
I mean, the Texans were losing a bunch of PSLs, and all their fans weren't going to games whenever they were awful, and they were yelling at Cal McNair to sell the
I don't
team.
think it gets as low, though, as the baseball, as it did for the Astros.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to get lower than what the Astros were doing back in the early Luno days when they were losing 100 games every year and drawing 0.0s on the TV and couldn't watch. Was it Comcast Sportsnet originally?
Comcast
Yes, that was
Sports,
the original.
like, I had Houston in the name somewhere. but
Comcast
yeah.
Sports Houston,
Comcast
maybe?
Sports Houston.
Yeah.
Comcast Sportsnet Houston.
Yeah.
Was the original.
Yeah, Brian.
I would pretty much know that one.
How do you not know that? 713-780-3776. I think it's the time of the year. Texter says, I believe I see more Astro hats and jerseys than Texans jerseys in our city. You think that's valid? You think that's true?
That also plays
on
to
the
the
season.
idea that the Astros have been playing far better for the last 10 years.
But it's also the fact that they're playing right now.
Yeah, agreed. I think they're both part of the
I think if the
equation.
Texans had a game on Sunday, I think you'd see a majority of the people wearing Texans hats.
Houston is a whatever Houston team has the best chance at a championship sports city.
Agreed.
So right now they would be more of a baseball city.
Agreed.
Okay. Like right now they're kind of fun all throughout the year. Because I think all three have a chance.
It's always fun to win.
It's always fun to win. Cal McNair so eloquently put it.
Cal McNair, fair weather fan.
It's not so fun to lose. He puts it all on Jackie Easterby when they're losing. That's why he kept Easterby around. So
One
Easterby
fish,
could
two
wear
fish,
it.
red fish, blue fish.
I listened to that podcast the other day.
It's pretty soft.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
It was fluffy.
Was it Russ Tucker?
Ross
Tucker. The Easterby was on with Ross Tucker.
I didn't hear
he was
that.
on. I learned about it last Friday when we were at Landry Seafood House in Galveston, and I listened to it on the way home. It was nothing. It
You
was not
softballed
worth
him?
your time. No, I wouldn't say it was. I don't think that the questions were softball. I think he just didn't have like a great understanding of the time. So it's like, how did you become GM? Like, what went wrong? So I think he asked him some fair, tough questions, but Easterby just danced around him.
Yeah,
just danced around. Easterby also ghosted us in our attempt to interview.
He did
be
multiple
on with
times.
the Killer Bees. We tried to get him on.
Todd was that, right? Todd the Show was leading that one.
Todd the Show got us the
yeah.
the hookup. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and then Brian reached out. He talked to you initially.
Yeah, he
called
there
you
was,
back, right?
Yeah, no, it was a text.
Texted you back.
Yeah. But
Texted him
he
back.
never responded after that.
Todd the Show said he talked to him for like 15 minutes.
Literally talked to him. I thought it was just
No, on the
Todd called
phone.
him.
Yeah, on the phone.
Really?
Todd,
Yeah.
I think Todd either called him or texted him. I think he texted him, and then Easterby called him back.
I thought he sent him a message on LinkedIn.
Yeah, I thought they were
That's what it
messaging on
was.
LinkedIn. Yeah.
He sent him a message on LinkedIn. Easterby called Todd the
him.
Show.
I didn't realize they actually talked.
Brian reached out to Jack, and he did respond to you, right?
Yeah.
And then every time to follow up, he then ghosted you.
Yep.
Yeah. So we tried to get him on with the Killer Bees, and the Killer Jack Easterby said no. Didn't want to keep
Shout
going.
out to the fish.
Go on with Russ Tucker, but he won't come on with us. Unbelievable. He knew that Russ was going to give him some softballs. Yes, I know his name is Ross, but I prefer Russ.
You think he gave him like a list of things you can't ask me about?
Nah, because I mean, he asked him about like what went wrong. He asked him like, how in the world were you a GM? Like, I mean, he asked him.
Yeah, I thought he could have kind of followed up a little
Maybe
bit more.
I just don't think he was like educated on the subject.
Ross wasn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think that's like, I don't think he followed up because Easterby told him not to. I just don't think he was like really read up on the subject because it kind of felt a little last minute-y too. Like it wasn't a wonderful interview. Like,
No,
hey,
it wasn't.
you
And I
did
heard
this in
bits
the
and
past.
pieces of it, but at the same time, I think where the most criticism, because you expect that out of Jack. I think most of the criticism was at Ross for not like doing your due diligence and or at least knowing enough about what happened and how he was tied to Bill O'Brien and everything to like keep that's the crux of what you want to attack.
Yeah, I just don't think he was well versed on
Right.
the subject because I think we would have started off with the same questions that Russ Tucker asked him, but our follow-ups would have
Right.
been way better.
Right. We would have just not allowed him to get off the hook with the first song and dance.
And it's not because like we're great interviewers, and it's not because we're better interviewers than Russ. It's because we're just more knowledgeable on the subject. Like that's quite frankly how you're a good interviewer is you're knowledgeable about the subject. Didn't you ever watch Frost Nixon? You gotta be knowledgeable on the subject. Never watched Frost Nixon?
No.
Nothing. Crickets?
No.
No, I never
on.
not the movie or the actual debate.
Critically
No.
acclaimed. Wasn't a debate.
It wasn't?
It was a Q&A.
Oh, okay. Sure.
What was the name of the podcast? I think it's the Russ Tucker podcast.
I think it is
Yeah,
the
it's
Ross
Ross
Tucker.
Tucker
Yeah,
podcast.
Ross Tucker. podcast.
Yeah, whenever you put in Russ Tucker, spell it R-O-S-S.
Yeah.
Like Ross.
It's Russ. It looks like Ross.
Okay.
There's a few factors that contribute to the fan base here in Houston. First, there's people from all over the world that live here, so there is fans of different teams here. Second, people only show up for the team that's doing good, which can be annoying. Having multiple teams in your city can saturate the sports scene and make people fair weather. Maybe.
That's the same for New York, though?
I don't think so.
Is that the same for Boston?
Los Angeles, when they have 6 teams to choose from.
Well, maybe it is for LA
can
a
be
little
fair
bit.
weathery.
But yeah, I don't buy that as a look. And I've born and raised here, lived here my entire life. But I think it is in large part 2 reasons that LA shares some of these same reasons. It's a transplant city, so people move here and take the Steelers fandom, the Packers fandom, whatever it happens to be. And it's also a place where, especially in the summer, there's good weather. You can go out and do stuff. You're not stuck indoors 9 months a year because it's snowing all day.
See, I just think as much as I don't want to call the fan base here fair weather, but I think that they were spoiled a little bit. I think they're spoiled a little bit to the point where they get lazy. Like they've had some level of success with all 3 teams. You've got world championships in basketball and baseball, to where they don't get excited until the big matchups come. And you saw it with the Rockets in years past when they started making the run, the first and second round, until they got to the Warriors. No one cared about it.
Isn't that the kind of describing fair weather, though?
But they're still passionate. I just think
I'm not saying they don't like their team.
No, but you do have a point. You're right. The East Coast teams, win, lose, or draw, they're cutthroat against everybody else. I think it's a little fluffier here. It's definitely fluffy on the West Coast.
Yeah, I think Houston, whenever the teams aren't doing well, they ignore them. They're like, they're not worth my time, which I'm not blaming you for that. Whereas, like in the Northeast, whenever the teams are bad, they're angry, mad, passionate
right.
about them. Not to say they're not passionate here. They're just mostly like apathetic and ignore the team. That's why the Astros hit draw 500 people whenever they're poor. That's why the Texans have, 60% of the stadium showing up whenever they're bad. And look, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a way that you send your voice to ownership. I'm not happy with the product on the field. I'm not going. And I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, you get to dictate how you spend your money. You can still be a fan of the team, but unlike the deep passion that runs, and I would speak for the Midwest as well as the East Coast, where your teams are your teams and anybody says or does anything against them, you're going to fight for them. But at the same time, if it means that you're supposed to be fighting for a seat in the building, I don't blame Rockets fans when they were as bad as they've been prior to the last 2 years going, I'm not going to watch that. I'm not paying money to go see that. I'll watch it on TV, but then when I'm done watching it, because it's just awful basketball, I can turn it off.
Mm-hmm. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. I boycotted going to Texans games and buying gear until McNair made changes. See, a lot of people said that until he sold the team. A lot of people, I'm not for going to the Texans or buying their stuff until they sell, and that has died down.
I think
all the way.
Yeah, I don't think those people are trying to spin that now to say till he makes changes. But the majority of those people were adamant that they weren't going to do anything until he sold the team. And they were told, even if they were naive enough to not know, that he doesn't have to sell the team. He doesn't have to ever sell the team. So that's not going to happen. But now because they're winning, they jump back on.
Is Houston a fair weather town? 713-780-ESPN.
Brian said that.
Also, I feel like people overrate old running backs. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I just criticized old running backs. I might get a notice. You shouldn't talk about old running backs that way. But it's okay. We have HRP here. I'll be fine. They take care of me. They take care of employees. They take care of businesses. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990. He used to play some football. He used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect your business. He's been doing it for 25 years. Can you believe that? Great people over there. Mike, fantastic. Chris Fisher, fantastic. All the people at HRP are the best. They're the bee's knees. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll. They're always up to date with what's trending, with what's going on in the business world, the business sector. So they're going to be a great ally. They're going to be a great teammate to have on your side. They're also going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP is going to create a plan for whatever your business needs. Their customer service second to no one. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Quick response, very easy to understand because we use HRP here at Gal, and we're thankful for that. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN. Brian banging on Houston again, calling the city fair weather fan base. Silly Brian. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip from the Woodlands has the thought on this. Philip from the Woodlands. What's up?
Hey, guys. Just wanted to point out a major factor, I think, on the fair weather fans issue is.
Great. That's a good thought.
Phil,
Yeah.
that was deep.
That was tough.
That was deep. Either that or you were terrified that Brian was going to come after you.
Do you? I think his. I don't think that was intentional. I think his line went out.
I think you're right.
Right? Like he didn't choke. Right? We don't think he choked.
No,
because
he calls all the time.
Yeah, Philip from the Woodlands calls.
Yeah,
all
I
the
don't
time.
think he got
No, he
nerves
didn't
and
choke.
ejected.
He lost the line up there in the Woodlands.
It's Jordan Jordan at La Playa.
There he is right there. He's calling.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Kansas City Royals, White Sox, Bulls. Attendance is mediocre at best when they're bad, similar to Houston. Texture says blank. Midwest fans are not more diehard than Houston fans.
Oh, you're full of crap too. Because if you look at it, from the Packers to the Vikings to the Bears to the Cubs and how miserable the Cubs have been for years and how the fans still fill up Wrigley and they're there. Like you look at this and say, as bad as the Packers were for a majority of my lifetime, they still sold out every single game. And you look at how bad the Cubs were, and they did the same. And the Vikings do the same. And so I call BS, period.
Houston is not fair weather. It's just too big to travel. Think about it. The Woodland, Cypress, Lake City. That's travel to see any sport. But so's LA. Like LA's also very big, and then the traffic in LA's 18 times worse. New York, you don't have to travel as far, but it's difficult to travel there because of how crowded it is.
You have to take public transportation. It's like, and I've said this multiple times when I visit both of those cities and have tickets to go to games. You learn to get spoiled and not appreciate that if you want to leave your house and go to a ball game, it takes less than an hour with parking and traffic and everything else to get from your house to the game. In New York and LA, you better plan on 3 to 3.5 hours in most cases, especially during rush hour and drive times. Otherwise, you're not getting there on time.
Nah, Chicago. That's why the Dodgers are like infamously known as late arriving crowds, just because it takes forever to get there because the traffic is always abysmal. Traffic's insane there. It really is.
But New York's worse.
It's worse, different though, because it's not always
a mass transit city as much because of subway and everything.
Yeah, like you're not in a vehicle really. LA's more you're in a vehicle. New York, you're not really in a vehicle as much, like per capita. Like you're more subway, and then there's just so many people in a small area. LA, there's just so many people in a massive area.
But even still, if you do try and attempt to drive a private vehicle in New York, you ain't getting there. Like because we would have tickets to go to from the hotel, go to the concierge, and say, "Hey, our meetings ran late. We got tickets for the Mets or Yankees game." They'd laugh and say, "Good luck, you're not going."
No,
because whether you take mass transit, a cab, or you have a personal vehicle, you ain't making it in 3.5 hours.
No, I think Houston has it easier than a lot of places. Chicago, you could throw Chicago in there too. Texture that you were arguing with says Tigers. You're cherry picking your examples, Blankers.
Say that again.
He said
Tigers?
Tigers ? You're cherry picking examples.
No, look, I'm going to the deepest soul of the Midwest to me, which is Chicago, which is Minnesota, Chicago, and Wisconsin. And so Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin. But Detroit, they're still the Lions. Look, we had Brendan here. The Lions fans are loyal to the Lions and still show up at every single game. But you can take the teams to. I get it. There are times where you can take a team and try and nitpick it. The White Sox, but they don't have the loyalty as the Cubs. But you also have multiple baseball teams in the same city. From a Tigers perspective, yeah, they've been putrid forever. But back in the day, yeah, they were good, and there was such a gap. Okay. That's fine. I'll hear that. But for the most part, when you look, they're not late arriving. When they go to games, they go early, they stay late, they tailgate. That's where the basis of the tailgating came from. To say that Houston's better, you're wrong.
New York City's easy. Hopping on a subway is simple. Dumb if you try to drive in New York. You have to be there, though. You got to get the right line up in New York. I haven't traveled too much in New York. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. The Phillip is back from the Woodlands. What's up, the Phillip?
Sorry, guys, call dropped. I was just going to point out that Houston is one of those cities, kind of like L.A. maybe a generation ago, that's full of transplants. A lot of people have moved here for over the last 20, 30 years from other places, and they a lot of times bring their fandom with them. I'm a first generation Houstonian. My father was a Showtime Laker guy until those guys left and Nick Van Exel came in, and he just kind of went, Eddie Jones, and then became a Rocket fan after that. So they take some time with that sort of thing. I do think you look at places like Detroit, Philadelphia, Chicago, they have these reputations for being great sports towns, but you get fandom that goes back generations and families. And when your father and your grandfather and his father were all Eagles fans, it's a little bit harder to let go of the Eagles. You're more of a diehard. It builds in over time. And I don't think Houston's really had the same amount of population long enough to build up that same amount. It might take another generation or so to get to that point, plus with some success. So, and then of course, like you mentioned, the Lions, they've stunk so much for so long, like the Cubs, it's just the norm up there. So if you like NFL, you're just used to that. So it becomes no big deal. Whereas other places may be a little more fair weather. So that's all I'd say. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Phil.
Strong take. I think it's pretty well described. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in the Hive. What's up, Gary?
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Long time no talk. It's a little different topic, but as we're approaching fall and August and whatever and football, with the Cowboys being a fair weather friend, I've been there since Tom Landry almost, not as long. He was back in 1960, but started in 72. And last year was my first time ever not watching a one game. And you talk about the peace that came. I got my Sundays back. I got my Mondays back. And my Thursdays back. And I know this wasn't the topic, but I'm just imploring people that are watching the Millionaire Cowboys, unless they get me to the Super Bowl, call me then. And I'm off the bandwagon. I'm off the team. I'm out there. But last year was so peaceful. People were literally calling. Ty, you saw this? I watched not 1 second. And I'm just telling you, it was so peaceful. So I just wanted to say that as we're approaching football and kind of like a little fair weather, not really fair weather, I just quit. But anyway, I just wanted to vent and get that out since we're talking football.
Love
and
it.
Michael Parsons and everything and contracts. Dude, I lost 10 pounds. I'm almost in the best shape.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm at 200.
There we
I
go.
was at 210. I'm
Yeah.
at 200. I'm ripped now, dude.
You're ripped.
But anyway,
I can hear it in your voice.
Thanks for the overall.
I can hear it in your voice.
The complete and overall outcome, Gary.
But dude.
Oh, we got one more thing. My fault. Appreciate it, Gary. That's the secret of losing weight, I think. Like, all those people are like, you should eat good, keto diet, carnivore diet. You need to burn more calories than you eat. You need to do 30 minutes of cardio. No, you just need to quit football. That's how you lose weight. It's not what you're eating. It's not the exercise. It's not sleeping more. It's just quitting football. You quit football, you drop 20 pounds like that.
But you think that what
Like
Gary
that.
described is a guy that just became numb to it instead of looking to blame individuals for it? Like, from a Texans perspective, it sucked. They were ticked. But between Easterby, O'Brien, and Cal, they had 3 guys to blame. So now they just kind of changed the way they were fans. Instead of supporting Go Texans fans, they were angry. I want heads to roll, and these guys are in my crosshairs fans.
It sounded to me like it was more how he wanted to spend his time.
Well, but I think that was based on the frustration of the lack of success, whereas he just kind of basically said, it's all of the above and I'm done. Whereas Texans fans said, no, it's not acceptable. These are the guys that we blame. And now I'm going to focus all my energy at going at those guys instead of like how much I'm supporting this team, hoping they win.
The Cowboys were pretty good prior to last year, though.
Yeah, they had a string. Was it 3 straight years of 12 wins?
Uh-huh. So like he didn't quit them after they missed the playoffs for the first time in 4 years. He quit them after their 3rd consecutive 12-win season. So
when
I think
they screwed up in the playoffs.
Sure.
In the first round.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm curious.
That might be check in on me when Jerry Jones is no longer the owner.
That's what I'm saying. Like, instead
That
of
kinda felt like
most
that.
Cowboy fans, which remain fans, but still they throw all their ire at starting with Jerry Jones and all of his trying to be general manager moves, and then who the coach is. And I think that they still there's a ton of Cowboy fans that they do that way. as opposed to going cold turkey like Gary did and just throwing in the towel.
Hey, threw in the towel, lost weight. I love it. Also need to consider people in Houston are in fair weather about their collegiate teams. New York City, Boston don't care about college sports at all. Oh, so that's a good point.
It is a good point.
The workforce in Houston is blue-collar oil workers. We do not have time when we get off from 10-plus hour days to get home, then make it to the game on time.
Then don't go home. Go right from where you're leaving the office.
But also, how
for you to say they're out there 10 hours.
Yeah, but what percentage of of what 7 million people in Houston are oil field workers?
Probably about 5 or 6.
Yeah, so I don't want to
But
put the entire city's fandom based upon one occupation.
Every time this subject comes up one way or another, because it's always the late arriving fans too, whether it be Astros games or primarily Rockets games. They show up midway through the first, they leave midway through the third. And then when you call them out on it, it's traffic sucks, the parking garages suck. You know, it's the narcissistic approach of it's got to be somebody else's and something else's fault, as opposed to planning ahead and knowing I got tickets tonight. I'm going to get there early, or I'm going to get off work early, or I'm going to do these things, plan my route accordingly so that I'm there, and then I'm going to stay. But they don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough to do case by case, though.
It is. I mean,
if you some
I'm just
places
saying,
you don't have the flexibility to leave work early.
no, you're right. But I'm just saying the excuse is always, the exit parking sucks and traffic's always too bad for me. Well, traffic ain't even close to some of the big cities that we named.
Yeah. Jasper, Gary, I'm trying to go into the gym to work out, but the show is entertaining me enough that I'm sitting in the parking lot listening instead of going to the gym.
Attaboy, Jasper.
Yeah. Real question, how many Astro games you have been to this year? Zero. I go hang out with Branham, baby. And look, that's the thing that everybody decides on. Like, hey, what do you want to do with your nights? What do you want to do with your evenings? What do you want to do with your days? Do you want to spend $100 going to the ballpark? Like, that's decisions you have to make as a fan. And that's why I'll never blame, like, oh, there's no one going to the games. Okay. They don't want to. That's their prerogative.
Yeah. And I think that, like me, when it was just me living in Midtown, I went to a ton of games. I love going to games, but your priorities change. But that, as a city, like, I think a lot of the priority changes here come from the outcome of wins and losses for the teams.
There's a few factors that contribute to the fan base here in Houston. First, there's people all over the world that live here, so there's fans of different teams. Second, people only show up for the team that's doing good, which can be annoying. Have multiple teams in your city can saturate the sports scene. Another saturation. Softball mom Allison is a transplant. I follow the Houston teams, but that's because I'm a sports fan. But when the teams are bad, they also have owners that have been unlikable, which makes me, as a sports fan, annoyed. And since I'm not a born and raised fan, I have less invested. That's a good outsider take.
Yeah.
Houston is lit. It's too much free stuff to do out there. That's a good point. Again, like, would you rather go do a free thing that's also fun, or pay $50 for you and the date to go to a Stros game, to a Rockets game?
That's the thing. The discretionary income is at the discretion of the person that is making the income. And a lot of people, especially if it's a bad product, they're not going to pay to do that. And if they're still a loyal fan, they're going to watch it on TV.
I'm a fair weather fan of the Texans and Rockets, but I went to Astro games in 11, 12, and 13 when they had 100 lost seasons. That's a flex. So your own answer, football, baseball, or basketball? Go. It depends on the time of year for me. I love all sports equally. People always, what's your favorite sport? Who's your favorite kid? I love them all the same.
Yeah.
I love them all the same.
I just one of those people that love sports, and I love the Houston sports teams. And so for me, it's whatever team like, it's different. Like, if it's the opening week of the season for baseball and it's NBA playoffs, well, I'm dialed into the NBA playoffs. But if it's playoffs for the Astros, I'm dialed into that. And if they're all playing, then, you kind of weigh it based on the situation.
I don't think Jeremy was truthful in his answer there, though.
Why?
Because I think Jeremy shares the same, at least I think he shares this with me, where, like, you won't watch non-Rockets regular season NBA games. You won't watch regular season non-Astros MLB games.
Very few.
I do.
But I know, I'm talking about Jeremy, though. But we all watch Sunday Night Football, Monday night. We watch regular season NFL games, or regular season college football games that aren't your team. I think that, by definition, makes it more of a favorite for you then. Or some of it's also the schedule. There's more of them to watch for the NBA and Major League Baseball, but
I mean, football is more national, whereas basketball and baseball are more regional. But do I like watching a Texan game more than an Astro game? I wouldn't say that.
That's not what I was saying, though. Like, if
You're saying it's clear-cut football because you'll watch it no matter who's playing.
yeah, kind of take the local teams out of it. What are you more likely to sit down to watch? It's clearly NFL and college football.
But is that a city thing or is that a personal thing?
Yeah, I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about the city.
Oh, okay.
But I think that if Jeremy, unlike us, if there's a college baseball game on, Jeremy's probably more likely to watch that.
Yeah, he's more likely
does
to
that make
watch
him
than
more of
I
a
am, for sure.
Yeah. So does that make him more of a baseball guy? I mean, it's not Major League Baseball, but he's watching baseball.
I think it depends on how you're looking at it, because I do watch tons of NFL and tons of college football that are not Houston related. I don't watch a ton of NBA and Major League Baseball that are not Houston related. Very, very little. Very little. Like
Right.
if there's nothing to do and there's a game on, I might turn it on.
So he's saying you're a football guy.
Yankees, Mets. Yeah, which is fair to look at it from that point of view. But if you make it just the local teams, there's not one above the other.
That's fair. And I was never saying that. I was just more
you were.
saying, yeah.
But I don't know like how much that factors in. Like, are you eliminating the local to talk about the national? Should you eliminate the national to talk about the local? I don't know. I like the NFL product more than I like the NBA product. I like the NFL product more than I like the Major League Baseball product by far. By far. But do I like the Texans product more than the Astros or Rockets product? I think it's all a tie. I think it's all a tie for me. Now, there's things that are more fair. Like, I wasn't enjoying watching every Texans game 3 times when they were 4-13. That was work. That was no fun.
I mean, it was draining to watch the Rockets with Silas.
Yes, that was tough to do. Fortunate thing there is it's not hard to watch basketball. Basketball is an easy watch, especially off the DVR. I mean, you can get through a basketball game in an hour and watch the whole
easily,
game.
easily.
Yeah, so I wasn't watching any Rockets games under Silas live. I was watching them all on the DVR the next morning.
And I guess I am different in that regard because even when the Astros were losing 100 games and I wasn't doing this, I was still watching them every night.
Yeah.
I love baseball.
I didn't watch every Astro game when they were losing 100, and I was not in sports talk yet. Nah.
I still, whether it's background noise and I didn't have to watch it intently like I have to do it now, even when I was working for one of the other teams, I was watching baseball because I love sports and that was on.
Ryan, another factor before I got married, I would go to games to meet hot chicks. Now that I'm married to a hot chick, there's no reason for that. It's weird.
It's a flex, though.
It's a weird.
It's definitely a flex.
Like, is that the place that you would go, though, to, like, games?
Like, maybe this is speaking to my own lack of game, but it would feel like a difficult place to go out and meet someone. Just like if there's so much going on, there's huge crowds. Like, what are you stopping in the middle of an aisleway and like trying to chat someone up?
Depends on where you're watching the game. Like if you used to go to Texans games, but you would have access to one of the bars or the club level.
That changes things.
Then the scenery was pretty good.
If you've got a club or a suite or something like that, that changes things because you can get a little more one-on-one time. But if you're out in just for lack of a better term, gym pop, I mean, it feels like
concourses.
It feels like a difficult place to strike up a conversation.
You guys are experts on this.
Well, now we're playing the dating game sports version.
Well,
NFL is
it's
king,
July.
period. NFL is a way better entertainment thing than the NBA or Major League Baseball. There's no argument.
I think it's just cut and dried nationwide and maybe worldwide, except with the exception of obviously soccer. But the NFL is king. They just claimed Christmas Day. I mean, the NBA had Christmas Day forever, and the NFL said, here, hold my beer. And now the NFL is basically telling the NBA, maybe go to Christmas Eve because we got Christmas Day now.
Yeah. Jasper says, to be fair, finding a wife at a ball game guarantees she's a sports fan. That's probably true.
That is a good point.
There's a lot of women who go to baseball games, football games, basketball games who are not sports fans, but they're usually doing that with their significant other.
Yeah.
Like they're tagging along with their significant other. But if they're going to a sports game and they're like single and hanging out with friends, they probably do like the sport.
That's a good point.
At least a minimum amount, right?
Yep.
It's a good point by Jasper. It's like his first good take ever.
Well, Jasper said he was waiting for us. He was listening to us, didn't go to the gym.
Yeah, but he also tucks his blanket in his mattress.
Yeah, that kind of disqualifies
You're never
him.
going to forget that one.
Yeah.
Never. It's the worst thing in the world. It is the worst thing in the world. I only go to away games. Jim Crane doesn't want to spend money on our food players, even good players. I won't spend money at his place. Hitting my third away stadium next week in Seattle. I mean, Jim Crane spends relative to the average Major League Baseball owner. He's not Cohen. He's not the Dodgers. But Jim Crane has been the biggest spender in Astro franchise history.
That's not fair. And I mean,
I mean, to a certain degree, I mean, you're still supporting the team. I get it. You're not, all your ticket money isn't going to the team, but if that's the way you want to handle your business, handle your business. I think it's a little.
It's also strategic. Like, it's strategic. Is it in the best interest of the team to let those players go? Carlos Correa has not lived up to his contract. Bregman in year one has not lived up to his contract. Springer has been up and down. He's having a really good year. Garrett Cole did early, hasn't pitched this year. So it's also strategic on just the team building process. I think it's just the people here, says a texture, it's too hot to be getting all crunk. Even at concerts, no one is really turning up. It's annoying. It is hot in Houston, man. It is very hot.
And we haven't even gotten to that point yet this summer.
Diehard Texans fan. I haven't gone to a game in years. I work in the refineries 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Just don't have time to go to the game, but I do watch every game at the house. I'm with you, man. I don't go to many games, period. I go to very few games unless I'm working the game. If I was working 10 to 12 hour days, 6 days a week, I would never go to a game, ever.
Yeah, I mean, you got to prioritize, right? And especially if you've got a family, then you have to prioritize. And that's sports. Going to sports games can't be the top of your priority list, or you got your priorities screwed up.
NFL, I watch all season. Baseball, NBA, I watch some. Astro Rocket games, more of a playoff thing. Some people are like that. I think a huge thing for the NFL fandom in this town took a hit when the Oilers left along with their name. That is true. Like that did take a hit. Some fans, either if you were an Oiler fan, either like you just hated the NFL or you went with the Titans.
You did. Yep.
Or you picked up some other random team. And then it is hard to build generations of Texans fans whenever your organization's only 20-something years old.
Like, if you want to nitpick to some degree, there was a school of thought when we mentioned it earlier, when Comcast Sportsnet came on and only 40% of the city could get the games.
Oh, yeah.
That you lost a lot of baseball and basketball fans that said, well, I can't get the Astros games and the Rockets games, but I can watch LeBron and I can watch whatever my favorite baseball team is, on games of the week and other things, and find other means to watch other teams that I can't watch on my own home sports network. And you lost that affinity for a lifetime in a lot of cases.
I feel like that's more the case in the NBA as opposed
for
to baseball.
sure. It was for us dealing with it personally, as my situation was with the Rockets. It was of deep concern that we were losing fans for a lifetime, not just for as long as the network wasn't able to saturate the entire market, because of the fact that there were other games to watch and because there were big time players on other teams that people got, to really be drawn to.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that will root for a team because of a player in basketball. I don't really feel like that's the case in baseball very much.
Not as much.
I think it's very little.
Baseball
does a really poor job of developing stars.
Ohtani's the one guy
other than Shohei.
Ohtani, even when whether he was on the Angels or the Dodgers, they love Ohtani enough that's true. But you're right. Look, overall, for a team that doesn't for a sport that doesn't make their players cover their face by wearing helmets, no one knows hardly any of the big baseball players. No. I mean, you could put a lineup in with Ronald Acuna Jr. in, and most people aren't going to guess who he is.
And part of it's because baseball is a regional sport. And then secondly, baseball does a poor job of marketing their stars.
They really do.
But even if they did a good job of marketing their stars, baseball being a regional sport, you wouldn't have these unbelievable superstars like the NBA. And yeah, you're going to get a Shohei every now and then, who's an international star, which is, I think, different than like a domestic star, like Mike Trout.
That's the first thing that always comes to my mind.
Mike Trout was the best baseball player for 10 years. Mike Trout isn't in the same ballpark in popularity as LeBron James.
Nope.
He's not in the same ballpark of popularity as Kevin Durant.
No, he's not. And you can go right down the list. And Mike Trout's the guy I always think of as being the best at your sport, and literally the casuals probably couldn't identify you.
No, I just don't have time to go and waste at a game. I leave my house at 7 a.m. and don't come back until 7:30. I'm supposed to make a game. How? No one's blaming you.
No
one's blaming you at all. We're not blaming you.
Brian is.
You do your thing. Yeah, Brian's blaming you, and then doesn't go to games.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just calling it like it is.
Called names. Yeah.
You are a fair weather fan yourself. How many Astro games you been to this year?
How many games have you been to?
I didn't call myself. I didn't say everybody was a fair weather fan. I'm not blaming fans. You are.
I guess it depends on how you define fair weather, as in you don't care when they're bad or you don't go to games. Like if it's just games, then yeah, I'm totally fair weather, but I still care when they're bad.
I only go if they're free tickets, suites preferred, LOL. Baseball players are more low key for the most part.
No, look, I think the majority of the blame on that subject is on Major League Baseball itself, because Major League Baseball does a poor job of using their own advertising time to showcase their players, their faces, and things like that. The NBA oversaturates every commercial and everything they do, and every bit of advertising and otherwise that they get with players' faces.
But with baseball, though, like even if baseball was doing that and we're only watching our regional team, our local team, where are you going to watch that marketing anyways?
Well, it's on the there's so many different ways now with national games. It's not just one outlet for national games. You're watching ESPN. You're watching.
But if you only watch your team, you're not watching the national game.
Well, that depends on your level of love of the sport, then. Because
and it
I
feels
think
like there's a lot fewer national games in Major League Baseball. Like, I mean, for a while you would get the Sunday game, you would get the Fox Saturday game, but
now ESPN's in a contract dispute with MLB right now. But ESPN, for the majority of the contract, you could get 3-4 Major League games a week on ESPN. You could get the Friday night games on different platforms. You get the Sunday night game.
I think it's TBS that does a midweek game.
They do.
I think Fox Sports does a midweek.
They do a
game,
Saturday.
So that's
game.
2. I think they
Sunday
do a
night
midweek
baseball.
too.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I was going through the week.
Game?
I think they do. I think there's a Fox Sports midweek game. Let's call it 1.5 because I'm a little unsure on that, but I know TBS does. So 1.5 there. Apple TV does a Friday night game every single week. That's 3. Fox does their day game. Roku does a game. I think Peacock does one every now and then. So that's
Roku replaced Peacock.
Okay, so that's like 5 days that there's a national game. That's more than the NBA. But no one watches national games in baseball. Very few. I mean, I shouldn't say no one. That's a very, total statement. Very few people watch national games in baseball.
I mean,
You're
that I
watching
agree with.
Your team.
And as you've pointed out, it certainly has gotten better as far as national game exposure. But even in that example of they've added on games, you're talking about it, like especially in the case of the Apple TV game. Okay, you added on a national game, but is it blasted to the masses? It's on a streaming app.
I think it helps. I think it's helped to have exposure everywhere. Like this texture, do you think Apple, et cetera, helps or hurts exposure? I think it helps exposure if it's not taking away from, regular cable games.
I think it turns fans away by the fact that they have to pay for another subscription to see another game.
It does take away from regular cable games.
You don't have to pay to watch it. You could easily say no thanks.
Well, right. But I think that people want everything to be accessible to them without an extra fee.
I just don't think that there's many people that are like, you know what? I'm mad that I can't watch this random game on Apple TV on a Friday night.
I think there are. I think I've been one of them.
But that was a local game.
You mean because the Astros were playing?
Yeah, you weren't clamoring to watch Mets Yankees on a Friday night and ticked off at baseball because they're on Apple TV.
No. All the Fox games you're referring to were all FS1s.
Well, they have some on Fox.
So they said Mondays FS1 has 12 games. Thursdays there's 4 on FS1. 12, 4 on Thursdays, 1 on Wednesdays, and then they said there's an occasional Friday night over-the-air Fox game.
You're talking about all year?
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay, that's different.
Oh, 12 games throughout the year. Okay.
Yeah, throughout the year.
So it's quite a bit. How many is that a week?
17 weekday games, and then you throw in a handful of Fox Friday night games. So probably 20 some games.
Oh, well, that's not a week.
No, it's not per week. No, it's 1 per week. Normally it looks like on different various days of the week. And then those are all on FS1. And then there's a Friday game occasionally on Fox over the air.
Yeah. Texture says it's not correct technically. You do have to pay to watch it. You can choose to, but if you want to watch it, you have to pay or do a free trial. I don't know what that text means. Really.
He was saying you were saying that you don't have to pay to watch it, but he misunderstood how you were phrasing. You were saying like
you can choose not to.
Right. You were saying no one's forcing you to watch it, but he was interpreting that as something else.
Several people I know hate the idea that they have to miss a game because of Apple. Bad take.
I think that's true.
Okay. All right. I also think there's a big population of people that have Apple TV that might be like, oh, there's a game on. Let me check it out. Probably not a bunch of people. But some. Like, I have Apple TV. I would have Apple TV if they didn't have baseball. Absolutely. I like a bunch of the shows on Apple TV. Apple TV has good shows.
We have it.
Yeah. They have good shows. You're definitely a fair weather Houston fan if you want to watch Mets Yankees.
Is that because the team's playing?
I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. I think that could be different.
I mean, I think if it's a good, I'm different because if it's a good baseball matchup, I'll watch it.
Yeah, it's rare for me to watch it. I have to be doing nothing else, and it has to be on. All right, 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. That's the number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to those overrated old running backs. I have a problem with overrated old running backs. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
If you don't have the new ESPN Houston app, what are you waiting for? It is live. Download the new version. New app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaway. Singular. Hit the go button and you'll see the new features that will include immediate access to the text and call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. There's also a chat feature in the app that allows listeners to interact with each other and the shows, and the app is now available for Android and Google Play users as well. So what are you waiting for? Get the app. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Baseball is boring unless it's the Astros. I don't watch other teams. I'll watch just about any football game if it's on. That's why baseball ratings are market dependent. I think it's a fair take for like the general fan. I have no problem with that take, even as a baseball lover. All right, so I have an issue with overrating old running backs. The ESPN top 10, they're doing it for different positions. We were talking earlier about the edge rushers. Texans, the only team in the NFL with 2 edge rushers in the top 10. Their running backs the other day. I'm okay with it, mostly. Saquon at 1. Okay, yeah, he was unbelievable last year. What do we think of Saquon this year, though? It's like, what's the number, Brian? Where like the top running back, like fantasy usually, the top fantasy running back hasn't been the top fantasy running back the next year, like in the last 20 years.
And from a Philadelphia perspective, I can see it where not so much like load management in the NBA, but maybe usage management. He did so much that were like the ultimate goals, the 2,000 yards, all the different things that he did. They got the Super Bowl, that they might kind of monitor his touches a little bit so that he's fresh for the playoffs again.
They could, yeah. They really don't have anybody behind them. They have that second-year running back from Clemson. His name's escaping me. That's about it. They brought in A.J. Dillon to be like their third running back. The running backs behind Saquon Barkley are scary. Like if
Quadzilla not an every down back.
If he gets hurt, they're in some trouble. Like they still have Jalen Hurts. They still have good receivers. Dallas Goedert's fine as a tight end. But their backups to Saquon Barkley, Will Shipley, kid I'm talking about from Clemson, A.J. Dillon, and then have you ever heard the name of Kellen Robinson?
No.
Derek Powell?
No.
Montrell Johnson?
No.
Lou Nichols?
No.
If you eliminated Saquon Barkley, that's the worst running back room in the NFL.
It is.
I know you can't eliminate Saquon Barkley, but that shows you the depth and how little they have behind them.
It's also like roster construction. If you're just going to spend top of the market on Saquon, then you kind of have to skimp on everyone else behind him.
That's a good point. Derrick Henry second, no issue there. Jameer Gibbs 3. You said what?
No, I'm agreeing. I have no.
Okay, because I remember last year you're like, oh, he didn't fit that system.
I learned my lesson. My lesson.
Derrick Henry 2, Jameer 3. I would like to see some more usage for Jameer. I think he's top 3 talent for sure.
Yes.
But the usage of David, like because David Montgomery's there, I'm not sure he produces at a top 3 level yet. Certainly could, but the Montgomery factor I think limits that a bit. Not that it's a problem for Detroit.
I think it's just team philosophy, right? That you're going to share the workload.
I mean, if they didn't have Montgomery there, I don't think it'd be team philosophy.
Well, they did it before with Jamal Williams, though.
That's what I'm saying.
That,
I think
that random year, Jamal Williams had
different,
17 touchdowns.
But he was only a goal line back. He was only vulturing touchdowns. He didn't get a lot of carries unless it was a short yardage situation. I don't think
he was primarily one of the leading touchdown scorers in the league.
I think he had like 13 touchdowns.
Regardless, though, Detroit's philosophy seems to be there's no bell cow. We're splitting the duties.
That's what I'm saying.
Also,
like you're right too that if Gibbs was like on a different team, he would be the feature back and he would get all the carries.
But do we also know what their philosophy is going to be with Ben Johnson now gone?
I think that predates Ben Johnson, though, doesn't it?
I don't think Dan Campbell's going to put that in place.
No, Jamal Williams was there with Ben. That was that 3 years ago?
Yeah.
It
definitely
was 3 years ago.
Yeah. Jamal Williams, ex-Packer, was there with Ben. Yeah, I don't think that's Dan Campbell because Dan Campbell, I just don't think puts that much of a stamp on offense to say that he's got to use 2 running backs, whoever's the OC.
No, they did. The Lions promoted who was their senior offensive assistant.
To OC?
Yeah. Oh, he was a passing game coordinator. I wonder how different their offense is going to look without Ben Johnson because I think Ben Johnson's one of the best offensive minds in the game. So I think they're going to take a drop off there.
I think the really interesting thing about that is because of the fact that you can't just have a guy that worked under Ben Johnson run the same kind of system and everything else because Ben Johnson's going to be in your division playing you twice a year, probably going to be able to kind of figure some stuff out.
Yeah. Bijan number 4. I don't have an issue with Bijan.
No problem there.
Yeah, Longhorn. Christian McCaffrey at 5. That's fine.
Health, all
sure.
things considered with health. Yeah, he should be.
Who do you think's the 49ers' second best running back?
This is your guys.
You think it's Garindo or you think it's James?
Garindo.
I think it's Garindo too. I kind of like getting some. I like getting stock in Garindo right now.
For sure. As late as he's going, McCaffrey, even if he has a good year, he's probably going to miss 2.
And they're probably going to be careful with him too.
Yeah, 100%.
Jacobs at 6. Okay. Taylor at 7. Okay.
I think I'd flip-flop those two.
That's fine.
But no major argument.
At 8, they have James Cook. I don't have an issue with that. I do feel like he could get more of a workload. I feel like they kind of baby him a little bit. But good player.
I don't like it for if we're talking fantasy, I don't like this rank because he lived off of basically touchdowns alone because his usage was so low and they were splitting everything with Ray Davis and I forget the other guy's name.
Ty Johnson.
Ty Johnson in the second half. Like I'm not in love with his usage for fantasy, but he's a very, very talented back.
Like he's a capable receiver. They don't use him in that role.
No.
They like Ty Johnson a lot, especially on third down.
Not only that, but when you have a running quarterback, some of those passes that would go to a running back or Josh Allen runs.
He turns into a blocker
instead
of a receiver. At 8, they have Cook mentioned that. Now, Joe Mixon comes in at 9.
Okay.
All right. That's fine.
I'm fine with
no
that.
problem
I'm
with
fine
Joe
with that,
Mixon is 9. 10 is Kamara. And this is where my issue. He's 29. That Saints offense isn't very good. I feel like this is a name value pick here. And then they had the honorable mention guys. There's 3 guys on the honorable mention that I'd rather have instead of Alvin Kamara. Bucky Irving. Well, he was a rookie. So what? He's better than Kamara right now. Who would I bet to have a better year? Irving or Kamara? Give me Bucky, baby.
Bucky.
Devon Achane or Alvin Kamara? Give me Achane. He's going to catch 80 passes. Devon Achane. I'll take Achane over Kamara. Breece Hall. Yes, I know they had a bad year last year. I'd rather have Breece Hall than Alvin Kamara. I feel like they're paying way too much respect to an aging, approaching 30 Alvin Kamara.
Yeah. I mean, name recognition, the one game, was a couple years ago that he had the 5 touchdowns in a game or whatever it was.
That was 6.
6.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's not I just think his days of being an every down effective between the tackles running back. You want to talk about him as a pass catcher? Sure, he's still really good. But if Bucky Irvin is a better running back, and I don't know even how good Bucky Irvin is catching the football, but I think to your point, you're right. Bucky Irvin is definitely a more complete, better football player right now than Alvin Kamara. Alvin Kamara to me wouldn't make the top 10. He probably wouldn't make the top 15.
There's a guy in also receiving votes. So they had honorable mention Bucky Irving, Aaron Jones, which is also kind of old, Achane, Hall, James Conner, which Conner is kind of like consistently
inefficient
Aaron Jones, if he stays healthy, could put up numbers, but Aaron Jones again gets hurt every year.
I think Connor's a top 15 running back every year. He's just never top 10. He's always in that
I'm fine
window.
with that.
The also receiving votes, not even in their honorable mention. They have Kyron Williams. I would take Kyron Williams ahead of Alvin Kamara.
Same.
Without batting an eye, I would do that. Now, Kenneth Walker, nah. Brian Robinson, probably not.
I think Kenneth Walker
that's where
has
I
the
draw the
talent
line.
to do it. He just, for 1,000 different reasons, never seems to put it together.
Yeah.
He's still in Seattle.
Yeah.
Charbonnet kind of takes away a little bit of what he has too.
I mean, it's usage, it's sharing the workload. I mean, before it was Charbonnet, it was Rashad Penny, and I forget who else was there with him as well. And then obviously he gets hurt quite a bit as well.
B. Hannon says Najee and Amari and Hampton. I like it. He says I like Hampton over Ashton Genty. That feels a bit reachy
he's a
there.
Charger fan,
B. Hannon. Hampton over Genty feels a little reachy.
Yeah.
I'm curious about R.J. Harvey in Denver. R.J. Harvey in Denver, I think, has a chance to put up some numbers.
I thought so too, but the messaging coming out of Denver after they signed J.K. Dobbins seems to be Dobbins is going to be at least I think Dobbins is going to eat too much into the Harvey workload, at least early on. That's going to be a pain for anyone that drafts Harvey.
I just don't think Dobbins is very good anymore.
He had some games last year.
I don't think he's very good anymore. And they got hurt.
I know, but I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot of Dobbins to hurt the
he had multiple major injuries, didn't he?
Yeah, but he came back from it.
Yeah, I don't think
Was he
last
the
year's
same
was major.
player?
Last year he had a broken foot, maybe?
I thought he went from Achilles after a knee injury.
Achilles, yes, he's had 2 major injuries,
Yes.
but it was prior to last year. He came back last year from the Achilles.
Yes.
Had some games, and then he was banged for the year like in week 7, week 8, somewhere around there. I can't remember the injury.
He played more than that.
That was definitive, by the way.
Played in 13 games.
There you go.
Played in 13 games, J.K. Dobbins. But he did get hurt.
Yeah, I mean,
Got
what
hurt
running
for the
back plays
stretch.
17?
Shaquan.
Okay, fair.
Saquon Barkley.
I don't think he plays 17.
Actually, he
this
did
year.
come back. He wasn't lost for the year. He was out weeks 13 through 16, so that's my bad. I think it was a foot, though.
It could have been. I don't remember the exact injury.
But he did come back. He ran for 76 yards in week 17, 83 yards in week 18. So, or 63 yards in week 18. I don't know. Who do you think has a better year, Tyron Tracy or Cam Scatabo? Scatabo or Scatabo?
I think it's Scatabo.
Scatabo. Scatabo or Tracy?
I would lean Tracy.
I do too. I like his receiving skills.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't know if Scatabo is going to be a great pro.
I was going to say, you think Scatabo can have anywhere near the same kind of effectiveness that he did in college?
Of course not. That's absurd.
But I'm saying for everybody that
Big 12 versus the NFL.
The reason why I say that is because everybody gets enamored for what they saw in the bowl game, and then just instantly thinks, "Oh, this guy's a dog. He can play in the NFL." I think he's small. I don't know what he's going to do between the tackles. As I don't think he's an every down back, and I don't think he's a receiver like that.
Yeah, it's a far cry than do what he did at Arizona State, though.
Okay, great.
All right. 713-780 ESPN. Car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I think I'm going to nominate Brian's War Hymn. He was dancing to the War Hymn back there. He's a Longhorn. He's doing the drums in
I
the
was
War
drumming
Hymn.
along. It's catchy. I'll give it to him.
You can't drum along to a rival's War Hymn.
You're
It's catchy.
horn guy.
Yeah.
So I wasn't singing it. I was just doing a little, a little quick drum.
Thank goodness I've heard you sing.
That's fair.
Soccer matters.
No. Destination 2026. Branding, pal.
Still soccer.
You didn't let me finish.
And it still matters.
Soccer matters because coming up next, Destination 2026, and Glenn's going to tell you how much soccer matters when the World Cup comes to Houston. Destination 2026 and America.
You ever notice how TK is good about doing that? Like he'll ad lib on the fly when he misread the count and then realizes that he was describing it as like a ball or a foul ball. And then
I never noticed.
He goes, "That's the first."
I haven't caught on.
Oh yeah, he's pretty good at it, but there is a slight delay.
I could have rattled that off, but no, I botched that. Destination 2026 at 6. And then Hall of Fame. Stevie Ray going to be on? I really hope so.
No, his more talented brother, Booker T, will. In the boat, Brad Gilmore.
Depends on who you ask. All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. What you got?
I got Gunnar Henderson. Last night, the Orioles wearing their home whites, their old school home whites, in which the batting helmet is always black back, white front, orange visor, Oriole head in the logo. Gunnar Henderson just decided to go back up there with the all-black helmet with the orange visor, and the TV crew got it. And they're like, maybe it's his favorite helmet. He can wear it, but Major League Baseball doesn't let you just pick and choose.
You can't pick and choose?
No, you've got to state the entire. It's like
it's got to be uniform.
Yeah, you see like in all the locker rooms where they tape up like.
Interesting.
Is he going to get fined for it?
They did it. I don't know.
Why do you think he did this? Do we know?
I think that, and it's different. I can understand with the hat more because in your locker you get all the hats, right? And you got to pay attention to like with the Astros when all the different uniforms they have. But with this batting helmets, you would think the equipment staff. It might have been an equipment staff gaffe because they're the ones that put in each one of their cubbies their helmet.
See, I don't think it'd be equipment. Like that's something that they're pretty good at, and then you can usually see them too, and that would stick out like a sore thumb.
But what I'm saying is that their cubby doesn't have two helmets in it.
Well, wouldn't it be more obvious to see that one's all black and then they missed the white one?
It depends on which way they put it in. If they put it in with the back facing, then all you see is your number, and all the helmets are black in the back.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would guess that it's either the other one was broken, didn't fit well, or he just has bad numbers in that helmet. He said, "Screw it, they can find me.
He'll eat the fine if he has to."
Because you know how superstitious.
Oh, for sure.
I want to know the story behind this. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
I want to nominate Christian Horner. He was sacked as Red Bull team principal after 20 years with Red Bull.
And they were pretty successful, weren't they?
They had some success.
Yeah.
Now, this past year, not so much. Married, of course, to Ginger Spice. I believe it's Ginger Spice. Drive to Survive is never going to be the same. He was my favorite character on Drive to Survive, Christian Horner. So, sacked by Red Bull. I wonder what he's going to do for the rest of his life. Probably live on his money. Brian, what you got?
I'll nominate quickly baseball's extra innings rule. The man for man hate it.
Good one.
And
Very good one.
the soft Big 12 for getting rid of the preseason ranking.
It's not soft. It's genius.
Soft.
It's
Soft.
genius.
Oh, we look bad because Arizona State last year. We got to get rid of it. Soft.
It hurt Arizona State in the rankings.
Soft.
These stupid voters were like, oh, these Arizona State's so low in the Big 12 preseason poll, we're not going to rank them. It's smart. It's genius.
Soft.
Genius stuff by the Big 12. What's winning?
Man for man rules.
Yeah, it's a good call. I hate the man for man. Man for man's brutal. Man for man, you win. Does it for us. He's Brian. Good work. He's Blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Destination 2026 right now on ESPN 975.